Did not forget to unmute myself this time. Hello, hello. I didn't realize it was Friday till about 2 hours ago. I thought it was Thursday. You lose track of time doing this. But it's a nice surprise. It's better to have thought it was Thursday and it turns out to be Friday than to think it was Friday and it turns out to be Thursday. Let's see. Oh, what are we starting with? Oh, well, I just saw this. Ken Klippenstein got visited by the FBI. Also, I'm sorry for not streaming yesterday. You can hear it in my voice, but like my voice got fucked up. I guess yapping for 8 hours straight will do that. And then I just did not feel well. Which sucks because I missed a bunch, but I don't want to. There's no point in going over the Israeli embassy shooting. What is there to say? It's obviously fucking terrible. Like there's no whoops. There's yeah, it's just fucking terrible. I might look at that clip though of the ADL guy saying Hassan is like responsible for this somehow or something. But I just noticed that I cried. I was fucking sad about the bill as well. Just like all day. There is something happening. Seeing the big beautiful bill and what made it through. So Ken Klippenstein posted the manifesto of that guy. And the FBI visited him over it. How he gets these things, I don't know. I'm meaning the manifesto or whatever. Which made no sense to me. The manifesto, I mean. So FBI visits me over manifesto. Here's the 11 questions they asked for the second time in a year. The manifesto came to my home yesterday after I published the so-called manifesto of the man charged with killing 2 Israeli embassy staffers in Washington. The visit didn't surprise me, but its tone did. It was aggressive and threatening. You're not in trouble. Isn't two FBI agents telling you you're not in trouble once they show up at your house? That always puts you right at ease. Kept saying to me, good cop style, to get me to answer the questions they would later ask. Where had I gotten the manifesto? Had I had pre-knowledge of the attack? Did I receive instructions about how to disseminate the statement? Not a single mainstream media outlet has published the text because, as they claim, the FBI hasn't confirmed its authenticity. But the real reason is simple. The media just doesn't want to publish it, and the FBI doesn't want the media to think it can. You're not in trouble, they said a few more times. I know, I replied, wondering what else I could say to get them to go away. Shutting the doors in their faces did not seem wise. Maybe I could demonstrate that I know enough about the FBI and their elicitation techniques wouldn't work, I thought. You guys from the satellite office in Middleton? I asked them, alluding to one of their many but little-known resident agencies, distinct from their field offices, Wisconsin's being in Milwaukee. Have you been there? The man asked, looking surprised. No, that's where the visit came from, I explained. The last visit came from, I explained, smiling. The Bureau paid me a visit last year about my publication of the J.D. Vance dossier. Another thing I don't understand why that's worthy of an FBI visit. This too seemed to throw them off. They were sent by Washington, they said, perhaps trying to distance themselves from the intrusion. Then came the big ask. We want to know about the timeline, how you knew about the manifesto before anyone else, and if you were in touch with the shooter beforehand. I once again referred them to my attorney, and they finally left. But that wasn't the last I'd hear from them. They left my lawyer, Beth Borden, a career public defender who goes toe-to-toe with cops every day for her day job, support her excellent work here, a voicemail, which I've enclosed below.
Hi, Beth. My name is Ellen Thurmer. I'm a special agent with the FBI Milwaukee Division out of the Madison RA. I'm calling in regards to your client, Ken Klippenstein. I was just over at Mr. Klippenstein's residence earlier today, following up on some questions I had regarding the manifesto that he published on his blog yesterday. Mr. Klippenstein recommended that we give you a call or email in order to consult with you prior to an interview or in conjunction with you. He was not comfortable speaking to us without your guidance. Again, my name is Ellen Thurmer. I'm with FBI Milwaukee, the Madison RA. I can be reached here at my cell phone. I'll also try to follow up with you via email. Thank you. Bye.
As Beth explained to me, a special agent, L&P Thermer, one of the two that visited me, told her that they wanted to know why I'd published the manifesto, among other questions. Beth called them back, and after some back and forth, the special agent offered to send their questions in an email, trying to convince me to submit to an interview as part of their investigation. The purpose of this interview was to glean as much info regarding the manifesto and how it came into Mr. Klippenstein's possession as possible. I think he needs to reveal this, no? Isn't this standard practice for journalists to not have to reveal their or discuss their sources? And I mean, I don't know how much the law gives a fuck about ethics related to journalism, because I'm sure that's more of like a voluntary code that's adhered to, not a true legal boundary or protection that they're given. But we would appreciate it if this list of questions was kept between you and your client, the email read. Well, he didn't do that. These are those 11 questions from the email I've reproduced below. See, the visit to me is not what's weird, because I think what they're asking is totally reasonable, because he's an independent journalist who has this first. And that's always going to put a target on your back, fairly or unfairly. It's the way they go about it. I know there are protections for whistleblowers. I think the law protects journalists in other ways, maybe. So when did he first encounter, like, we're already in weird territory with them, like, saying you should keep the questions between you and your client. That's strange. When did he first encounter the manifesto? How did he first encounter it? Did he receive any instruction from the source of the manifesto about how to disseminate it? Does the system or platform from which he received the manifesto capture metadata concerning the transfer of the manifesto? Did he make any edits or changes to the manifesto? Was this his first and only interaction with whomever submitted the manifesto? Has anyone else submitted any other documentation regarding this incident? Did his receipt of the manifesto predate the attack? Where else, if anything, did he disseminate the manifesto? Does he have any knowledge of where else the manifesto was published or shared? Why does he think he was the one who received the manifesto? Were you the shooter's accomplice? Yeah, it's very clear that this is the angle. It's weird that they would the angle is like questioning his complicity rather than seeing if he was given any other information that could lead to something exculpatory or relevant to the other guy. Other than the actual assailant, I mean. Everyone good left the Intercept must suck. Yeah, I was just thinking about that this morning. Ryan Grimm, Jeremy Scahill, and Ken Klippenstein. Because I don't think Jeremy Scahill is still at the Intercept. I think that he's also at Dropsite News. Other than the questions implying the FBI is entertaining an outlandish theory that I conspired with the shooter, the others seem pretty straightforward and routine. But there's a Trump administration dimension to all of this. The administration has many times publicly warned about shadowy, unseen forces that it believes are bankrolling everything from Tesla vandalism to the college protests. That tone from the top, labeling seemingly everything terrorism, tells personnel that the gloves are off and a more aggressive work in the field is now permissible. Get ready to hear that I'm impeding the investigation, giving people a roadmap to the, quote, sources and methods that are used to catch terrorists, or whatever reason the National Security State Soundboard offers up for why the public isn't allowed to know things. Let's see if this gets me another visit. We love Ken. I was watching, I'd never seen it before. I've obviously watched Andrew Callahan's Channel 5, formerly known as All Gas No Brakes, but I never watched that documentary he made called This Place Rules, and it was about January 6th. I thought he got more on the ground footage of January 6th, but he got sick right before it, so he documents a lot of weird people and right-wing dissident groups and some like Antifa rallies, BLM protests, etc., like in the months leading up to the Million MAGA March and all of that. And so many people, I'd forgotten just how many people were under the impression that like Antifa not only really, really supported Joe Biden, which is funny, but that they were paid to do it. There was a woman there saying that she was like, well, you can only be so rough with them because I understand that they're getting paid $20 an hour for 12 hours a day to protest. And this is reminding me of that. Just like this idea that this could not be the function, like it's simultaneously fake and bad, because I had this conversation on Valuetainment with Adam Sosnick. They were convinced that the pro-Palestine protests on Columbia and other college campuses were being funded. And I'm like, why is it so inconceivable or hard to believe? One, that people are just genuinely outraged. But the two, this idea with the money behind it, you're talking about students that go to Ivy League universities. Why wouldn't they be able to afford a tent off of Amazon or DoorDash, you know? So, and then it's also still real. It doesn't matter that it's funded to these people. So they have to condemn it. It's fake and it's not real, but also it's real and it's bad. This is so nuts. Somebody, but hey, Kenny, you should leave an anonymous tip to the fads that for the low price of $100 per year, they can get all the answers to all 11 questions and more. I wonder what happens if you say you'll cooperate, but for money. Clearly, I'm not read up on the finer aspects of the laws. It's relevant here. I was just reading this, freaking wild. Yep. Well, actually, I don't think the visit itself is that crazy, but the questions that they asked were crazy. And them requesting that he not talk about the questions is also crazy. You're just begging him to publish it. If this guy is publishing a manifesto, why would he keep this between him and his lawyer and like the FBI agents, you know? They expose themselves. They can't conceive of people putting in this work without pay. I know. It must be Soros pulling the strings. Even though it's very easy for me to conceive that like there are right-wing people in this world. They love to espouse right-wing ideas, beliefs, opinions, and they want to go on YouTube and they do it for nothing. For nothing, just for the love of the game. Okay. Time for hell. Her Take, episode 3. Jillian Michaels hosts Ann Coulter, Anna Kasparian, Lindy Lee, and Amy Dangerfield. And in the most explosive Her Take yet, they dive into Biden's alleged cancer cover-up, Trump's Middle East moves. Dude, I cannot wait to hear these brainlets talk about foreign policy. Clinton conspiracy rumors and the battle over Medicaid. Buckle up. I mean, they have to be on board with it getting slashed, right? If it wasn't publicly available and he didn't receive it from a source at an agency, like the guy had set it to a timer to email it, I can understand them asking some of the questions. The intimidation shit is wild. How long is Anna going to tolerate this shit? Well, the weird thing is that she doesn't, as far as I know, she doesn't promote this on her Twitter account or anything. You would think that her getting a deal with Valuetainment would lead to her talking about it, but she doesn't. And it's like, and she's like really barely featured in the thumbnails for the clips. Like out of all of these, she's only in one. They focus like Lindy Lee and Amy and Jillian far more. Let me see if she's talked about it. No, I don't follow her. Musk, Palestine. It's so weird that she doesn't promote this. I mean, if I were her, I'd be ashamed of it as well. IDK, how you get some people to feel basic empathy for their fellow human being. Yes, right. Only money can do that, apparently. So, Ann Coulter is a racist. It's like the only, like, the last time Ann Coulter was on my radar, she was telling Vivek Ramaswamy to his face that he shouldn't be eligible to run for president. Vivek, let's see. I think this is it. I think this is it.
I'm a fan of yours, so I'm going to make a point of disagreeing with you so that it will be fun. You are so bright and articulate, and I guess I can call you articulate since you're not an American Black. Can't say that about them. That's derogatory. And that was a great opening segment. Lots of things to talk about there. Oh, and I agreed with many, many things you said during, in fact, probably more than most other candidates when you were running for president. But I still would not have voted for you because you're an Indian. We'll get back to that. I too am a fan.
Like, I don't even need to know what follows that up. I've seen enough, you know, but I really think that the right is stupid for not, and she in particular, even though she's been smart, quote unquote, as far as like, see, there are people like Lauren Southern that are stupid because they said inflammatory, racist, dumb things intentionally in some ways to get them deplatformed. And they had no way to monetize anything because they didn't get royalties and they lost their main platforms that gave them access to revenue. So their careers are like very inconsistent. Then you look at Ann Coulter and she's not as relevant as she was like obviously in the Obama years or before that. But she doesn't need to be because she's written a shit ton of books and she gets royalties from them. So she has money coming in for her stupid beliefs. And this is how I guess she maintains her ability to get on these shows still. And, you know, pop her head up every now and then to tell, like, to make comments like that, like to say to Vivek, who is very fucking annoying, but still an American and unambiguously should be allowed to run for president, that I agree with everything, but, you know, you're Indian, so no. But she would be smart to embrace the kind of big tent racism, you know, having like Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, Vivek, who's another, like Blair White, like having these minorities like spearhead all of these conservative efforts. Genius, you know, genius. But only her, she's like clinging to the past by saying that like, no, it needs to be all white people though. She's an OG. She was in the game since taxes were cutting edge. She has a foundation. Yeah. She would go on Bill Maher and yap about her ideas then.
That and effort out.
Girl, why were you raising money for Biden then?
Because I need to understand.
I just told you.
I know you get real angry when people ask you that question, but you need to answer it. Don't yell at me.
No. Do you understand English? I just said
I do. You're lying though.
Do you really think that we can trust Iran?
Yes.
We allow them to
Yeah, we had
I don't trust Iran.
I know, but
a government.
Who cares? We deal with
I wonder if this show will slowly push Anna back to the left.
Saudi Arabia and their monsters. After 9/11, I wanted to bomb the crap out of Iraq. When is American policy no longer made in America? Why are we doing this?
Because it's not, because it has no effect on any American's life. Who cares?
I missed the 2000s when Ann Coulter was the worst. She's maybe like the 12th now. Yeah, this is like her brand of like kind of suburban wine mom racism has fallen out of favor, and it's nothing new at this point, and it's far from the worst. Like, she's not really even controversial to me anymore.
The leader naked and shot.
Okay, Jillian, it doesn't affect any American's life.
I agree with Ann.
We're all human here, guys.
But why is that a responsibility? Why do we need to be the sheriff of the entire world?
We're so underrun here in America due to the illegal immigration. How are we meant to go and police on another?
There's something else.
I love how that deluge of the first minute is supposed to entice you to watch this when it's just clips of them all speaking over each other.
Welcome to Her Take. Guys, if you're liking the show, could you do us a big favor? Like, comment, share, subscribe. It goes a long way for us with the
Actually, you shouldn't do any of that, and you should be liking, subscribing to my YouTube channel, and donating. My link is pinned in Twitch chat or in the YouTube description.
algorithm. And I'm really excited to say that our guest today is the one and only Ann Coulter. Ann, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Thank you for being here. All right, we're going to jump right in. We're going to begin with a bombshell in the news. Former President Joe Biden has just been diagnosed with prostate cancer. Now, this drops just a few weeks after the Robert Hur audio, where Biden struggled to recall basic facts about his son's death, his time as the vice president. And while the diagnosis is undeniably sad, it's raising questions about when did they really know? Is there a cover-up here? If so, why? And honestly, who in the heck has been running the country for the last 4 years? Lindy, I know you're super passionate and raring to go, so take it away here, kid.
Thank you. And my first gut instinct was that this is his attempt at a sympathy play, but this is going 180 degrees of what he intended it to be. The timing could not have been more interesting and more architected from my point of view. I think he had known for years that he has been suffering from something. And honestly,
why do people keep saying this? It is not... this is someone who has really no love for Biden left. Okay. But like, I don't understand this idea that he was able to like hide that. Like, how would a man his age have hid that he was actively being treated for an aggressive form of prostate cancer and that doesn't get leaked?
This is just yet another cover up.
So like, yeah, I guess I'm technically using like a hypothetical and then launching like just the idea that it would have come out. I just don't see how, I think he would have been far, far, far worse.
It's the latest cover up in the Biden regime. They covered up his cognitive decline. They covered up his health issues. They covered up everything. Everything. The Democratic Party has a tremendous truth problem right now with the American people. And because of their years of lying, they now have forfeited any trust that the American people had in them.
Could I say something?
Go for it.
I think we could surely speculate about whether or not they knew about his health condition, whether or not he had cancer prior to him running for a second term. What I think we absolutely could not speculate about is what his wife knew. And so for me, whether the Democrats did something nefarious to cover it up in hopes that he gets a second term, that's one thing. But the fact that Jill Biden was literally on that.
I just want to understand the plan. He let his cancer get worse because I guess it rests upon the assumption that he had it, but he wasn't being treated for it. It doesn't like it just doesn't make sense to me, because if he had it and he was being treated, he would have been far, far, far more ill, and it would have been impossible for them to hide it. I just don't see how they would have done it. If he just had it and he wasn't being treated, like, he also would have looked pretty bad. Biden is both a mastermind and mentally incompetent at all times. What is it? The enemy is both weak and strong at the same time.
Debate stage. We did it, Joe. All of that rhetoric when your husband should literally be at home in bed recovering. For me, it's more of an indictment on her as a wife than the Democrats when we're just purely speculating whether or not they knew he had cancer. Now, they certainly knew about his mental decline. That much we've certainly ascertained, right?
Mm-hmm.
The real priority, indicting Joe Biden as a bad wife.
But when it comes to the cancer thing, I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
Can I weigh on this with the health thing real quick? There's no universe where they did not know that he had cancer. There's a PSA score for men. He has advanced prostate cancer right now. They would have caught this in his yearly physicals. I've interviewed enough oncologists to know that I just find it almost impossible to believe we just discovered this. Now, I don't get the whole timing sympathy thing, and I'm going to pass over here.
There is an argument that maybe he could have known earlier, because I did see something about when Biden's longtime physician would come to the White House, one, they would decline to actually do like a mental fitness or cognitive exam. Biden's doctor, but there was this emphasis on the fact that they would just draw blood. Like, it was just like checking blood. And I just don't see how, I don't like, can you catch a type of prostate cancer just by looking at blood? Would decline to look at mental competence. Let's see. Yeah, this is what I remember. Biden just got a physical, but a cognitive test was not part of the assessment. This was February 28th, 2024, so a little over a year ago. So we got his latest physical on Wednesday at the Walter Reed National Military Medical Center, an evaluation that the White House said drew on the expertise of 20 doctors but did not involve a cognitive exam, which was weird. The summary of the exam will be closely scrutinized since Biden, now 81, is the oldest person to ever hold the office of the U.S. president, and voters have expressed concern that he is too old for a second four-year term in the job. Concerns about Biden's age were amplified this month by a special counsel report of Biden's handling of classified material that described him as a sympathetic, well-meaning, elderly man with a poor memory. This is her report that they were talking about. Oh my God, this is so embarrassing. Wait, Biden did not have a cognitive test as part of his physical. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre told reporters that his doctors determined he didn't need one, though Biden's longtime doctor did not address the matter directly in his report. He passes a cognitive test every day. What does that mean? Jean-Pierre said, describing the challenges of the job, which he said were more rigorous than a 15-minute cognitive test could be. And then it talks about that he uses a CPAP machine, doing stretching, good for him, very weird. And then another bombshell from the Jake Tapper book was that he They were considering having him use like a wheelchair, but they decided against it because they were like, optically it would just look so bad if he were to, like, at his age, to use a wheelchair, that they said it was not a choice if he was going to actually try to run again, which he was. Isn't president with a doctor, first lady, hides his medical issues, literally a West Wing flatline, worst simulation ever?
This side of the table. I mean, I don't think that this was like some cynical ploy to garner sympathy or empathy for Joe Biden at a time when a lot of people are upset with him and the Democratic Party for the very real cover-up regarding his mental decline. I don't know whether or not
Wait, she does
and
think
the Democratic
ass over here to the side of the table.
I mean, I don't think that this was like some cynical people or not.
Okay.
They had caught this cancer earlier, cover-up regarding his mental decline. I don't know whether or not they had caught this cancer earlier. He kept it on the down low.
Does seem odd that this would be missed in the yearly checkup for the president. I mean, I guess they forgot to ask him to, like, what, fucking bend over and they stick a thumb up your ass. I don't even know how they do this. But I did see that, like, it was reported that he had, like, anal polyps. So they were more transparent with the American public regarding this during his presidency, but these are details that nobody pays attention to until after the fact. Let me see. I saw it somewhere.
Oh, and is now going public with it. I have no idea, and I don't really want to.
Okay, this was 2021. 2021. Polyp removed during Biden's colonoscopy was benign, doctor said. So they were doing these sorts of exams. This type of cancer can just be really, really aggressive. I guess they just didn't notice.
To speculate on it. What I will say is that once you're caught in the type of lie Biden and the Democratic Party got caught in, I don't really begrudge people for questioning whether this was a diagnosis that he knew about earlier and is now just coming out with it as if it's a new diagnosis. I just think they need to be honest. They need to build trust and credibility among the American people. That's going to take some time. But what I keep feeling from the Democratic Party is just this level of selfishness, this level of wanting to rise up the political ranks without being honest with the American people.
Men start prostate exams like in their 40s. I know, that's why it's hard for me to imagine that it's something that was being skipped.
And that's hurt the party overall.
Well, I think it's a little late for honesty. I think there are only two interesting things about this. One is the reason, any doctor who looked at him would have known that he had it for 8 years.
Absolutely.
But they couldn't let a real doctor look at him because a real doctor would say he's got Parkinson's, you got to get him out of it.
100%.
So
He was seeing a Parkinson's doctor like once a month for like a year. Thank you for subscribing.
Not allowing a real doctor to look at him, it just went on and on and on and on. And the other, I think, interesting thing is it was really weird that Biden leapt in and wanted a debate in June. It was because his poll numbers were going down. The Reagan-Carter debate was 1 week before the election. If they had waited and done it then, the media would have had to power through and say, no, his performance was fine. He's great. Never seen him better. He might have won re-election, and today Kamala would be our president.
And brings up a really good point, because
The good ending.
I want to talk about that doctor. You know who that?
It would be insane. All of the people, though, that were shaming other people for calling him out for being too fucking old. And then the fact that he is like not even like 6 months out from leaving the presidency, or like what, 6-7 months, stage 3 prostate cancer.
The doctor was Kevin O'Connor. This is a family business associate. He had a financial interest in propping up the Biden regime, and that is a fundamental problem here. People lied about his cognitive decline because
And propping up the Joe Biden crime family.
they wanted power. Let's be perfectly honest.
Like
about
Jill.
that. Exactly. Jill Biden, and I will name the names. Jill Biden.
I mean, there are some diehard Biden fans. Who's to say that he hadn't already received like a healthy prostate, like transplant from somebody who donated it, some generous Biden super soldier, and then he just ran through this one very quickly.
And Steve Ricchetti, Mike Donnellan, Anita Dunn, Anthony Bernal. These were Jeff Zients. These were the people running our country. We had a council of presidents for the past few years. We didn't have an elected president. We had these unelected hacks who understood that Biden was our final.
You're describing a presidential administration. This is not unique to Biden. You are describing how the U.S. government functions. It has tons of staff members, the chief of staff, advisors, all of these people that they get to select, and the public is not going to have input on because you just defer to the president's judgment after you elected them.
Gravy train that as soon as he went off into the sunset, they were done. So they wanted to drag this on for forever.
Also, this is not, the other thing is that like, this is the party of George Bush, you know? So they're going to talk about who's really in charge of what's going on here. It's like there's already examples of modern day, completely mentally competent and fit presidents delegating and giving a lot of power to the vice president and other executives within their administration.
Jump in on that because you mentioned all the unelected people who were involved in the cover-up of Biden's mental decline, which is true. But there are also elected lawmakers who are currently in Congress who also engage in that cover-up. Representative Jim Clyburn, who's supposed to be like a sacred cow in the Democratic Party, knew of Biden's mental decline. It's outlined perfectly in that book, Fight. And basically, on the night of the debate, he got a bunch of invites to.
I haven't seen that, and he just didn't. Clyburn just praise Biden right before he got the diagnosis, or like right before it came out. No, fuck, I'll have to find it.
To watch, like viewing parties for the debate. And he said, no, I don't want to go. He decided to watch the debate alone in case he cried over Biden's poor performance. Yes. How depressing is that?
Oh, wow.
That's fantastic.
Well, I have a question on what do you mean, though, the timing is suspicious? I'm not following your train of thought there.
I refuse to believe that Biden found out he had cancer literally did the day before Jake Tapper's book drops. I mean, I'm just sorry.
What's
I can't.
the connection? I don't get it.
Because people are supposed to feel sorry for him and they won't attack him.
And you know what?
One of them, like Carville, one of them,
I get it.
Axelrod.
This couldn't be worse timing. I don't see how this garners him more sympathy than criticism. The fact that you had a book coming out that you were not mentally competent, and then you have to announce that you were neither mentally nor physically competent.
Went on TV.
It also wasn't a secret that, you know, I guess it's a big book or whatever. I guess I shouldn't downplay that, but like it wasn't really a secret that he was old. The bombshell thing in that book is that I guess people covered it up.
Everyone calm
criticism of Biden should be muted now.
Exactly.
He's dying.
And Jillian, like,
That's what the book's about to come out.
I got it. I like Meghan McCain, but
I didn't know they cared, though. I'm so sorry. I mean, you propped up this guy who's been on death
It's so funny watching them cut Lindy off.
door
So
before
amazing.
you, and now you care how he feels?
David Axelrod was one of the few people who said that Biden needed to step aside. I like Meghan McCain, but I have to vociferously disagree with what she's been saying for the 24 hours, which is essentially give Biden and the regime a break. No, we're not giving them a break anymore. They lied to the American people. They got us in this leftist woke mess. They need accountability.
This is what it was. This is what Clyburn was saying like 2 seconds ago. May 18th, he was saying this. This is before we knew he had cancer.
Do you think that Joe Biden really would have been able to perform as president all the way through January 2029 when he would be 86?
Yes, I thought that back then. I still think that, but I don't know that. When people ask me, did I know this or did I know the other? And the fact of the matter is, no, I didn't. And you make my point here. So it's not all about age. I've seen people develop Alzheimer's when they're in.
It's painful to even listen to him speak. The other thing is that it's a very unsophisticated cover-up because so many fucking Democrats are so old. So of course they don't see that he's too old to be the president, because if they were to recognize that, they would recognize that they shouldn't be in office, but they can't even step aside. How many, like 5 Democrats have died in the last year in office? It's clearly just a problem and a function of the fact that too many very, very old people are in this party, and they don't think anything of seeing another elderly statesman.
Well, also, the media figures don't have prostate cancer. Okay, be nice to Biden, but you still got to hold Jake Tapper responsible.
Exactly. 100%. Let me ask you, ladies, what do you think about having some types of mandates in place to check out not only mental capacity, but also physical capacity? Because interestingly enough, Nancy Pelosi, and I believe it was Jamie Raskin, tried to introduce something in 2020 when they were actually concerned about Donald Trump. That then would have passed on to other administrations too.
Also, her audio, interesting. It's like revealing things that, like the finer points and details of things that everybody could see with their own eyes already. But it's not the reason why it's getting downplayed is because he steps aside. Kamala lost. Trump is a president. Huge things are happening in this administration. It's obvious. It's an afterthought. That's mostly why it doesn't get as much media coverage, nor should it, you know?
capacity, because interestingly enough, Nancy Pelosi and I believe it was Jamie Raskin tried to introduce something in 2020 when they were actually concerned about Donald Trump. That then would have passed on to other administrations too. Anna, you look like you have some thoughts on that.
I mean, it's just interesting because the calls for a mental test for the president were loud from the Democratic Party as it pertained to Donald Trump, but obviously radio silence when it came to Joe Biden. Look, there are working class Americans right now who literally have to get drug tested to qualify for work.
Right.
If they have to get drug tested to prove that they are capable to do the job, how is it that the president of the United States doesn't have to pass some sort of physical and mental exam to make sure he or she in the future maybe is up for the job?
Well, I think it's a bad idea.
Because there's barely any prerequisites to be the president. There's your citizenship, being a natural born citizen of the United States. There's your age and like what else? I can't think of anything else.
And it's really not necessary. The Democrats, because they have the media, could power through on this one. But boy, has it come to bite them in the ass. So I don't think somebody's going to do it again. And I just feel like anything like that, it can be made fun of, it can be manipulated. You get a political doctor, you attack the doctor. The party's just got to be honest about this.
Well, we saw this in the very beginning. I remember, again, because I interview doctors all the time in all different subspecialties. And so many of them were suggesting, like, I think he might have Lewy body dementia.
Yes.
He might have
We talked about the Parkinson's.
Yeah, a form of Parkinson's. Like this, the writing was on the wall for this. So if I could be slightly conspiratorial here for just a moment, and of course everybody jump in and attack me, but I remember back in January 2024, we were seeing people like Megyn Kelly and Dave Rubin talking about the fact that there was a memo leaked.
Do you think they're going to bring up that Trump the other day declared that Biden has stage 9 cancer? You think that's going to come up at all?
And that the goal was to have a debate earlier, to discredit him early enough, to not have a primary, have an open convention, and then nominate the one that they wanted, which is exactly what happened.
Jillian,
Wait, what? There's no way she actually thought that that was the...
Remember, back in January 2024, we were seeing people like Megyn Kelly and Dave Rubin talking about the fact that there was a memo.
Megyn Kelly and Dave Rubin, two people that collectively have the IQ, like a single-digit IQ.
Leaked. And that the goal was to have a debate earlier, to discredit him early enough, to not have a primary, have an open convention.
Dude, she doesn't know anything about this. There was an internal conversation about, we watched this 2 days ago, between Jake Tapper and Ezra Klein. Jake Tapper spoke to people and he said the first thing, the biggest reason why a lot of them didn't want Biden to step aside, besides losing the incumbency advantage, is that who's going to be the candidate? Is it going to be Kamala Harris? If you think he's unpopular, she's even more unpopular. And she, even though she's younger, it's going to ruin any chance. Like, people were worried about Kamala's chances of doing it. That was far from ideal.
And then nominate the one that they wanted, which is exactly what happened.
Jillian,
And also ignores that, like, the Florida Democratic primary was completely canceled. There was like effectively a media blackout on people that were challenging Biden in the primaries. Like, how much was that? What's his name? What's his name? And Marianne Williamson. Like, where did you hear about any of these people? They challenged Joe Biden and there was nothing. Dean Phillips, right? Dean Phillips. Is that what I'm thinking of? Yeah, Dean Phillips, this like super rich guy that challenged Biden.
I mean, really?
I don't think that's true.
That's actually, let me tell you what happened. The person behind the debate was a woman named Anita Dunn, and her husband is Bob Bauer, who's Biden's personal lawyer.
Okay.
She was the one who wanted the early debate. They actually believed that he was going to pull it off.
Come on.
They actually
No way.
No, they actually did. And they were hoping, and unfortunately, I mean, everything went to shit. But let me tell you, things got so bad at Biden events, they confiscated my phone.
It's okay to not like someone, but Megyn Kelly can wipe the floor with most of us with her intellect. The thing is that, like, she, like, fine. I've not seen too much Megyn Kelly content, but the fact that she, like, rides so hard for Trump after how much he personally insulted her and embarrassed her nationally back in, like, 2016, 2017. Didn't he ask her on the debate stage if she was on her period? It's just she is completely shameless. And I mean, that's good for making money, I guess, right? Getting clicks, getting views. So I guess she's smart. She's smart in that way, sure.
They put it in a
but it means nothing if you have like terrible fucking beliefs and you believe stupid things.
Hot bag, outside of the venue, and I wasn't allowed to take any video. I was actually called out specifically, and I was told I was not allowed to post anything. I posted an Instagram story. I had a staffer from the DNC chair literally tell me, Lindy, take it down. They were censoring my own personal social media because I made them look old. And they were, the DNC, Jamie Harrison, I will call that MFer out. He was screening questions. He had us submit questions, and he would pre-approve them or not. And he would only pick 2 or 3 questions for Biden to answer. Easy, softball questions. And all of us were waiting at the edge of our seat with bated breath, just praying to God that he...
Maybe she just took a joke. No, they had a public feud for months after that. It was only later that she started to make the pivot to court his audience and like start praising him again.
He would be able to finish the sentence.
So you knew about his mental decline during the election,
and
but you continued raising money for his campaign.
No, I didn't. I went on air before the debate, actually, saying that he had declined. And you know what? They called me the night before because they post the Fox News Sunday guests in Politico. They called me and said, Lindy, we know you're the president's most loyal supporter. We know you're going to be loyal.
Wow.
I know, and this is like Tony Soprano shit.
So the first time you spoke out about the Democratic Party was the night before the debate.
She's trying to frame these sorts of like sentiments as anything what they are, which is just that she... What just annoys me is that it's never tied to like a broader criticism, because all of this fucking... all of these pressures exist when you're a fundraiser for any party. Of course, they're going to use language like that. It's not particularly nefarious or... to me.
Or else what? But I think it makes them look too good to say they were trying to get him out. And as various people have said, some people depended on him being president, especially the entire Biden family. Oh, they are SOL now. Every other president retires and gets, $1 million speeches, and everybody wants to read the biography. The Biden family, he's always been the poorest senator, and they're not making any money now. Exactly. Nobody wants to have him speak. And Anita Dunn and the rest of them, Ron Klain, this was their path to power.
Exactly.
They did fight like banshees to keep him in. They wouldn't have fought that hard if they were trying. But a lot of people thought your theory could be true because, wow, did it happen that way?
It happened exactly the way they had predicted.
It took a few weeks. That's
bizarre.
It took a few weeks. They fought like banshees.
Speaking of Anita, I would get emails from Anita Dunn saying, thank you for your loyalty. Just one line, and it was like they were running a mafia, I kid you not. And in 2023, I'm going to call somebody else out.
I'm going to give you a button after this.
Everybody knows that because they're witnesses.
I'm waiting for Anna to like go off on her.
In 2023, I raised this concern about his decline to Ken Martin, the current head of the chair. And he looked at me like I was crazy. And I had witnesses when I did this. I had Wendell Pierce from The Wire, the shit guy. Remember? Shit, that's him.
Got it.
And then I had my brother and a room full of people saying, David Ignatius had dropped an article in the Washington Post on...
What's this poor senator shit? He literally released all of his tax returns. No, he was. That's another reason why I didn't like Biden in 2020, because he was such for someone who was such a corporate dem, you would think he actually would have profited more off of it, but he was actually one of the poorest senators, relative to every other senator and how much they earned. He actually earned far less than the majority of, when you compared him to like the median earnings of any other senator in the United States.
On September 12, 2023, the retreat that we did in Chicago with Kamala Harris is September 13th. And I said to Ken Martin, are you not concerned about Biden's decline? He's like, oh, no, don't be ridiculous. He made me feel like I was crazy.
I made everyone feel like they were crazy, honey. It's not
okay, you were right, Lindy. Let's move on to the next topic.
No, we're going on, kid. All right, so the next big story is obvious. Donald Trump's recent trip to the Middle East, where he secured $600 billion from the Saudis, another $1.2 trillion commitment from Qatar. But what's driving the most attention is President Trump's reported interest in brokering a new framework with Iran that's aimed at easing tensions and addressing nuclear concerns. So, Anna, I know you're chomping at the bit on this one.
Yes.
All of this is going to result in Trump tore up the Iran nuclear deal, which was a highlight of the Obama, a major accomplishment of the Obama era administration. And now he is currently building towards that same deal, but with more restrictions that are probably going to be impossible to secure.
Take us away.
Well, there's a really interesting divide currently taking place within the Republican Party between, I would say, the more traditional conservative Republicans that identify as neoconservatives and then the America First MAGA crowd that does not want to go to war with Iran, or they don't want to go to war with anybody, right? So Donald Trump has softened his tone in regard to Iran. He was talking about bombing their nuclear sites incessantly, by the way, and all of a sudden he's in Saudi Arabia giving a speech kind of trashing neoconservatives. Let's take a look.
This great transformation has not come from Western interventionists or flying people in beautiful planes giving you lectures on how to live and how to govern your own affairs. No, the gleaming marvels of Riyadh and Abu Dhabi were not created by the so-called nation builders, neocons, or liberal nonprofits like those who spent trillions and trillions of dollars failing to develop Kabul, Baghdad, so many other cities. Instead, the birth of a modern Middle East has been brought by
These people just roasting the DNC and top Democrats for concealing Biden's senility and old age. Meanwhile, there will not be, I'd be shocked if there's a single comment about how incoherent Trump sounds.
People of the region themselves, the people that are right here, the people that have lived here all their lives, developing your own sovereign countries, pursuing your own unique visions and charting your own destinies in your own way. It's really incredible what you've done.
Now, if you take what Trump is saying there at face value,
if this were Trump term 1, he would have just renegotiated the deal and taken credit for it. I think adults in the room are part of the reason the whole deal was torn up. Yeah. I mean, the Republicans, AIPAC, they never wanted the Iran nuclear deal to go through.
Value and you're anti-war, that was great. But it's kind of hard to believe anything Trump says because he goes back and forth so many times. Now, some argue the money he's getting from Qatar, these deals with Saudi Arabia, the $2 billion that Saudi Arabia invested in Jared Kushner's investment fund, those are the motivating factors behind Trump's willingness to engage diplomatically with Iran to get a nuclear deal rather than bomb their nuclear sites. But Trump says it has something to do with this. Take a look.
You're right. The neocon element believes that war is the only way to solve things. And the president believes that his force of personality, the way he is going to respond to situations, can bend people to do things in a much better way in the interest of the United States government. And I believe in that, too.
Now, that's Steve Witkoff, Donald Trump's golfing buddy, real estate investor. But more importantly, he is Trump's Middle East envoy. And he wants diplomacy from what I've gathered, from what he's been saying and doing. But there's one other factor that I want to kind of bring into this, because Trump explains that he changed his mind on potentially going to war with Iran due to a conversation he had with Qatar's Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani. Let's take a look.
Iran is very lucky to have the emir because he's actually fighting for them. He doesn't want us to do a vicious blow to Iran. He says, you can make a deal, you can make a deal. He's really fighting, and I really mean this. I think that Iran should say a big thank you to the emir, because the emir is fighting very much that we don't. And there are many people that want me to go the other route. They say, just knock it out, because nobody can beat us. We have the strongest military in the world by far. Not China, not Russia, not anybody.
Now, the United States didn't do so great in Iraq and Afghanistan. Iran's military is definitely more robust than Iraq's was, for instance. So going to war with Iran would not be a simple task, and it could potentially be disastrous for the American people. If it turns into a full-blown war, American soldiers could die. We should avoid war. So I love the fact that he's pursuing diplomatic means to get a new nuclear deal that'll prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons. They just had their fourth round of talks. They did not reach a conclusion, but Trump says that they're getting closer. Whether you believe him or not, that's a different story. But I commend him for wanting to pursue this diplomatically.
Can I ask you guys a bunch of questions? And then okay, because my first thing is, why did you brag then for the past 8 years about how your strangulation tactics have worked? That you bankrupted them, you took out Soleimani, brag, and then complete, hard 180. In addition, which we're going to get to in a minute, we know that Qatar has invested more in America than any other country, arguably, and we'll litigate that in just a moment. But I question those motives for nefarious reasons, not just diplomacy. My next question is it ideal to sideline Israel? So think about all this and then get back to me, because they weren't a part of these negotiations, and they're our top ally in the region. And then the third part is, do you really think that we can trust Iran? So we allow them to
we had something called the JPCOA.
I was about to say, she's just about to describe the Iran nuclear deal. So yes.
Okay. That was the Iran nuclear deal that Obama and other countries, by the way, 4 other countries had negotiated with Iran. There were checks to ensure that Iran was not enriching uranium.
But he's going to allow them to enrich uranium, though.
Huh?
He's going to allow them to do it.
I mean,
and then they're allowed to get to 90%.
But there are inspectors, and I'm glad you just played what Trump said over there. This is one of the most important things of his presidency. It's a huge change. The Trump doctrine, this is what the American people voted for. I have a chapter on him taking this position in Trump We Trust. It was one of the reasons I supported him in 2016. But then, first term, he appointed Jared Kushner president, and turns out we had to keep going around bombing everyone, like you mentioned, Soleimani, which was a terrible, horrible idea. Let's just put that behind us. This is the new Trump, and this is the uniparty against the American people.
This is a new Trump.
We have zero interest in going to war with Iraq.
Let's just put the unilateral assassination of a general of Iran, who the U.S. used to cooperate with, behind us.
A lot of Americans will die.
Yes.
A lot. We should not have military bases around the world. We have enough trouble in our country. The anti-war left and the MAGA right should come together, because this is and he said it in that speech. A lot of people want to go to war. Oh my gosh, and that's probably why he keeps saying these stupid things about, I'm going to stand up to Iraq or Iran, because there is going to be enormous pressure on him to go to war. We have no interest in going to war.
That's my question, is the leverage
of getting Iran to comply is if you don't comply, then I'll bomb you out.
No, what's happened, if I could respond to that in particular,
Please.
I used to wonder, why does Iran need nuclear power? Aren't they sitting on something else they can use for fuel? Well, yes, they can, but they export fuel. It's how they make money. So if they can get some of their energy from nuclear, there actually is a reason for them to have nuclear energy, point one. Point two, every time Bush would walk away and say, no, not until you have completely dropped all of your enrichment, they would just keep enriching, and now they're on the verge of getting a nuclear.
But you can enrich uranium for domestic reasons. It doesn't have to be in the service of nuclear energy.
Nuclear bomb if you would just negotiate.
Which was allowed under the original Iran deal.
With them and said, okay, you may enrich for nuclear power, but we're sending in inspectors. Obama wouldn't do it. Obama did do it. Bush wouldn't do it. Obama did it. My party went nuts. It's a better idea. Look, Pakistan has a nuclear bomb. We can't trust them. North Korea has a nuclear bomb. We can't trust them. It may be that at some point Iran gets a nuclear bomb. They're closer to it because we didn't send in inspectors. Yes. This is huge what Trump is doing.
I
agree.
Is
absolutely huge.
Totally
and it's interesting how it didn't get that much press. It should have been a 2-inch headline at the top of the New York Times.
I agree with you that it's the most important story in the news today.
Okay.
I think that Donald Trump has really changed the Republican Party. I mean, I remember the Bush years. The Republican Party was the pro-war party. And to be sure, those types of figures still do exist within the Republican Party. But to answer your question about Netanyahu and him being alienated from these negotiations, let me make clear.
I know you don't like him.
No, I despise.
It's so funny them trying to discern some pattern that, like, some pattern that you could actually find within Trump's foreign policy when he just seems to be guided by whoever's going to give him money, business deals, jet planes, etc.
But putting that aside,
but
I can put my bias aside
Okay.
and just give you the facts, right?
Okay.
Netanyahu is the one who convinced Donald Trump in his first term to basically get rid of the Iran nuclear deal because Netanyahu doesn't want a deal. He wants the United States to go to war with Iran on behalf of Israel, just as we did with Iraq back in 2003. In the lead up to the
war with Iran the first time,
in the lead up to the war with Iraq, you had the Israeli intelligence organization coming out and saying, "Oh, not only do they have weapons of mass destruction, Iraq is also developing bioweapons, and oh, it's so dangerous." So they had been pushing the United States to go to war with Iraq. We did go to war with Iraq. It was a complete and utter disaster. And if you go back and you read all the details about everything that happened before that preemptive invasion, okay, you'll see very similar trends. You'll see parallels. We should not go to war with Iran. We should approach this diplomatically. I don't want soldiers to go to Iran. I don't want people to die. I want a deal, and I want us to use our resources on the American people.
I agree with you. I'm simply saying we didn't go to war with Iran the first time. And it was like, I bankrupted them. They were nowhere. Like, why not continued strangulation and sanctions?
Thank you for subscribing.
I don't trust Iran. I mean, the Sharia law, like, you're dealing with a government.
Who cares? We deal with Saudi
Sharia law.
Arabia and their monsters. And just, I think I should probably defend the war in Iraq since I was a huge supporter. So I just quickly want to say after 9/11, I wanted to bomb the crap out of Iraq and Afghanistan. I still would, but I didn't want to stay 20 years.
I can understand.
Nobody said we're going to stay 20 years.
Well, Iraq had nothing to do
That's what I was going to
with
say.
These people are wretched.
9/11. I can understand.
The idea was, and some of it worked, some of it didn't.
The idea is like pure revenge and bloodthirstiness. That's it.
Was that we wanted an Arab Israel. A lot of these, we don't need to relitigate it, but most of the Middle East either have sane people with a crazy leader or crazy people with a sane leader. What Iraq was actually pretty sane people. We have a lot of Iraqis who have immigrated to America. They're not like, Afghans. But if you got rid of their leader, and they did wave their purple fingers, I do think Iraq is better. Was it worth the price we paid? I don't know. Maybe not. I wanted to smash someplace in the Middle East. Absolutely, Afghanistan, you were never going to nation build there. Just bomb the crap out of them and pull out.
And the Taliban was supported by the United States government. I mean, we were funding them. We were giving them weapons to prevent communism from developing, right? A communist takeover from developing in Afghanistan.
The scourge
that came
of
back
communism.
to bite us in the ass. And
Trump was so right saying their nation building has created disaster.
Exactly.
It has never gone the way it was supposed to.
Well, I'm particularly skeptical about the Qatar piece. And then, of course, you've got the plane, which you guys wanted to talk about.
Osama bin Laden, tell me where I was supporting Sharia law. If you can't tell me, I'm immediately banning you.
So next up, let's take a look here at the plane situation.
Told that you wanted to
And no, me laughing at the fact that her opposition to this is based off of Sharia law, which if you asked her to explain that, she wouldn't be able to. That doesn't count as me supporting Sharia law. You're fucking brain dead if you think that's what I was saying.
That Qatar is giving to the U.S. government, to the Defense Department of this jet.
I see that this story is making a big story in the news. Look, we've been always there for the U.S. We've been a reliable ally for the U.S. And it's something between the Ministry of Defense in Qatar and the Department of Defense.
If I misheard, that's on me. You didn't mishear. You tried to misrepresent me on purpose.
And it's in the discussion between them and under legal review. Unfortunately, I see that this story is taking a different direction and is being more politicized while it's a normal government-to-government deal.
All right. So basically he's saying there's no there. But I read a brilliant piece in the Free Press, Barry Weiss's Free Press. Okay. So listen to this.
A brilliant piece in the Free Press. We love Barry Weiss. She's just so fucking intelligent. I read every article.
You pull back the curtain on how far Qatar has gone to entrench itself into American life. So over the past 2 decades, Qatar has spent nearly $100 billion buying influence across our politics, universities, media, think tanks, and Fortune 500 boardrooms. And in 2017 alone, you'll get a kick out of this, they spent $225
Then why are you watching Osama bin Laden?
$5 million lobbying and on PR in the U.S. That's 3 times more than Israel and 2/3 more than China. So my question is, like, how deep is this flowing? And when is American policy no longer made in America?
So deep. And you know what?
Guys.
They are buying our minds. They're buying the future of the American people, the future generation, because you know what? They're also buying the Ivy League. And I went to Princeton, and you can see that a lot, the influence of the Middle East was everywhere. They purchased happy hours for us, social events. All of it was just bankrolled by the Middle East.
Sorry, did you want to finish your point? Sorry.
Not only that, this is like, I want to be intellectually honest here. I am a conservative now, but this is not a good idea to allow Air Force One to be created by or to be gifted to us by another country. We would literally have to take the plane apart to ensure that there are no listening devices. They could be anywhere.
But they do plan on doing that. But do you feel as if that is an indictment on Trump, though? Because to your point, he's there. He's going through all of these diplomatic talks across both sides of the aisle. We're recognizing this is a good thing. Would it really be a good standard for him to begin those talks by rejecting a massive gift from them? I mean, in any culture, it can be bad to reject gifts, but especially in those types of countries. My boss, he grew up in Dubai. He has explicitly said that would have been considered so rude if he had started off the diplomatic tour by rejecting blatantly a gift of that magnitude. And it could have impacted him.
He could have just simply said.
So Trump was just being polite when he accepted the $200 million jet.
Like, this is going
He had no choice. He had to do it.
To give the appearance of corruption, and I don't want, the American people to think that you're buying me off. He could have rejected it in a polite way, but this is actually not just about Qatar. Okay, this is a broader issue of foreign influence of our government. And, I call into question, the idea that Qatar is like the top issue here. Qatar's a problem, but Qatar's one of the countries in a whole litany of countries that have been, corrupting our politicians. I mean, just in the last election cycle, the Israel lobby spent $127 million buying our politicians. So, I mean, do you think we're sending
ideology?
Do you think we're sending
the ideology, Anna? So they have close ties.
No,
to Anna.
We got to get the corruption out.
Hamas.
You think all the foreign leaders spending $200,000?
So Jillian's like, well, it's okay because we agree with them.
$1,000 on Mar-a-Lago memberships every year?
I mean, she's not wrong. That's pretty much the logic that most American politicians are operating off of.
I think it's all wrong.
Like, they probably do already agree with a lot of the prescriptions that the Israeli lobby is making. They align with American geopolitical interests.
The only reason
they want to have access and influence the president.
Go ahead, go.
It's simple.
Well, I'll let you have Mar-a-Lago. I don't really see Qatar. Where is the influence? I mean, you have a quid pro quo. What are we getting? Are they influencing politics?
Well,
they are. Okay, keep going. I don't see enormous influence. You have them certainly. Israel has its own influence. I don't think we care about this area of the world. I think this is part of Trump saying, we're going to do business with you. We wish you well.
Yes.
We're not going to go in, invade, try to change cultures we don't understand. And as for the listening devices, it does not matter. Trump is going to call up Maggie Haberman and tell her everything anyway. So it doesn't matter with Trump.
So I just want to say that
with respect to the listening devices, critics of him accepting the jet, not one criticism is that it's going to be expensive to have to refit to be able to adhere to like American security standards so we can like safely fly on it. The other thing is that people think it could be bugged.
In terms of the specific instance of influence, Qatar is the same country that Jared Kushner threatened to blockade in return for $1.5 billion of help for 666 Fifth Avenue. This is the same country.
That isn't corrupting our politics. That is corrupting Jared Kushner. And where is the prosecution? I agree with you. Where are the Democrats? You actually have something that is disgusting
corruption in the Trump family, and they're just walking around. No, let's say Trump is a Russian agent. Whoa, that's way better. No, you have real corruption here. Where are the Democrats on this? Where are the prosecutors on this?
And you brought up a really good point that I also want to address. You talked about diversity of government, right? Democrats, you said like we're not going to go. No, you said what you meant was like they're not going to go in. America's not going to go in and monitor human rights. You alluded to that, did you not, or did I?
I didn't say anything about diversity.
Okay, well, this is what I mean. Trump is actually focused on real diversity, allowing different sorts of governments to thrive in their particular milieu. Like in the Middle East governments are not going to thrive in the United. Do you understand? Like he's not going to dwell on Jamal Khashoggi anymore. The Biden regime did.
I don't think he ever. This was that journalist that was beheaded and like stuffed in a suitcase.
For anybody who doesn't know who that is, that's the American journalist.
His comments after that were literally like, that was a bad deal that he took. It should have never been done.
Journalist that was
dismembered
and assassinated
in Saudi Arabia. What I'm saying is Trump's speech was extremely significant because it signaled a new direction in American foreign policy. We are not going to police the internal affairs of different governments. That's what I mean by diversity of governments. Under democratic regimes, we are so obsessed. They are so obsessed with policing human rights violations, of saying this is wrong, this is right. You got to do things our American way. But Trump is saying it's almost like benign neglect. If you can do business with us.
Is this where he says it? Where he says it was a bad deal and it shouldn't have been done?
And well, let's listen into the latest reaction from the US President Donald Trump on what he has to say about Jamal Khashoggi's death.
Whether or not the king or the crown prince knew about it, in my opinion. Number one, what happened, but whether or not they knew about it. If they knew about it, that would be bad. If they didn't know about it, bad things can happen.
Oh, fuck, that's not it.
If you can engage in these transactions, that's great. Let's all become wealthier. Let's all strengthen our economy.
Hold on. Are we okay? Listen, if we're saying it doesn't matter that these atrocities are occurring around,
Trump doesn't give a shit.
But are we saying
Americans don't? How about Rwanda? How about Saudi Arabia? How about North Korea? We aren't the world's policemen. And
I
by
agree
the way,
with that.
This is not.
We also put sanctions on that behavior.
Well, we shouldn't have.
Really?
Just leave them alone. They shouldn't be going
that,
around playing chess with the universe. It never works.
Okay, I found an article talking about it. I don't know if I can find the clip. Trump declares Khashoggi cover-up one of the worst in the history of cover-ups. That really was the most offensive thing, is that the cover-up definitely could have been done better. He said the Saudis had a very bad idea that should have never been thought of. They had a very bad original concept, Mr. Trump said. It was carried out poorly, and the cover-up was one of the worst in the history of cover-ups. Very simple, bad deal, should have never been thought of. Yeah, me personally, I would never have taken the deal where, Jamal shouldn't have gone with the first deal. The first deal was dismemberment.
And Trump ran on this. I don't know if you guys remember South Carolina, most military state, pro-military state. Before the South Carolina Republican primary in 2016, that's when Trump told Jeb that his brother lied us into war. It was a huge mistake. And all of it, this is one of the many times Trump was supposed to, he's done, he's finished, he's done. And then he won the South Carolina primary. People are sick of war and not producing the beautiful results. I still think the first part of Iraq and Afghanistan were good.
None of that one tight.
Yet and still, it was right after 9/11. We haven't had another 9/11. Let the rest of the world be. We have enough problems in our country. How about guarding our border?
I'm not asking to go in militaristically, but
that's what it always leads to.
Yep. But okay,
Why are we doing Quran quotes in my chat? What is going on?
We haven't gone in militaristically, but we had sanctions on Syria, which we agreed we would touch upon. Okay, no, this guy, the interim president, is that what we're referring to him as? I mean,
yeah, that was great.
Should praise Biden for getting out of Afghanistan. Then the criticism that comes back to it is that he should have done it, but better. He should have done the thing better.
By the way.
When you ask, okay, what would Trump have done differently? Because Biden largely followed the same plan, to the extent that there was one. But the Biden team was actually said that they were shocked at how little logistics and planning there was surrounding what the withdrawal was going to look like. And they always just say, well, he should have just done it better somehow. It was never going to look good.
He's so much better than Assad.
Can we
remove the
Tulsi Gabbard clip? Okay, so al-Nusra leader, terrorist.
More to my
job, foreign policy.
You've got Trump saying this guy is good-looking, strong leader, whereas Tulsi Gabbard just a few months ago in her Senate confirmation hearings was like, this guy's arguably worse than Assad. Are you happy now? Can we see that clip, Nat?
To train who they called moderate rebels, but were actually fighters working with and aligned with al-Qaeda's affiliate on the ground in Syria. all to move forward with their regime change and not acknowledging what was obvious at the time and what has unfortunately borne true, which was that a regime change war in Syria, much like the regime change wars in Iraq,
it could have easily been done way better. See, I literally just said this 2 seconds ago, that this is all conservatives have. They say it should have been done better and it could have been. Explain to me how it could have been done better.
toppling of Gaddafi and Mubarak, while these are all dictators, would likely result in the rise of Islamist extremists like Al-Qaeda.
Your answer will be some version of they should have just done the thing better. Just do it better.
Taking power. I shed no tears for the fall of the Assad regime, but today we have an Islamist extremist who is now in charge of Syria, as I said, who danced on the streets to celebrate the 9/11 attack, who ruled over Idlib with an Islamist extremist governance, and who has already begun to persecute and kill and arrest religious minorities like Christians in Syria.
I understand.
Why that should be acceptable to anyone is beyond me.
It is certainly not in our interest. I appreciate your answer, and thank you.
All right, so long story short, Tulsi basically says exactly what you just said. And my question is simply, okay, you don't want to go in militaristically, I agree. I don't think that condoning it.
What's worse, accepting a gift from the Middle East or leaving them hundreds of millions of dollars of our military equipment, Dumby? Dude, one, that's not, you didn't answer my question, and two, you're presenting like a false binary that doesn't exist.
Or lifting sanctions, I don't understand why we would do that. It's because we want.
And the only thing you can do is try to equivocate, because you can't actually explain to me how it would have been done better, how the withdrawal should have been done better. Everybody just says it should have been done better, but they don't actually know how.
Their oil, why are we doing this?
It's not, because it has no effect on any American's life. Who cares who the leader of Syria is?
Who's the leader? Naked and shot.
Okay, Julianne, who's the leader of Burkina Faso? Who's the leader of the Maldives? Why do we have to pick one enemy in the universe and convince Americans he's like Hitler, he's like Hitler? Whether it's Putin or this new leader, it was Assad. I mean, we keep playing chess with the universe. It doesn't affect any American's life.
I agree with Ann.
We're all human here, guys.
But why is that our responsibility? Why do we need to be the sheriff of the entire world? I actually agree with J.D. Vance. The standard we should set is if Americans can't locate it on a map, we don't care. We just step away and figure out our own problems.
And no fair going to Wikipedia.
And I think, I think the point that Anne's getting at, and I agree with this entirely, is every time the U.S. meddles in a foreign country's business, it backfires. So, for instance, the Grand Ayatollah and the supreme leader in Iran,
the regime change.
It wasn't just regime change. Our CIA orchestrated
about the Shah and like us having him be like a political refugee in the United States.
Created a coup to dispense of a democratically elected leader and essentially install a puppet government that ended up
I disagree
backfiring.
with you there. That worked beautifully until Carter abandoned him. That's what killed Iran. I mean, he was a nut. The one that the CIA deposed was a nut, and we had the Shah, and he was great. And it was, this uprising that Princeton professor said it's going to be great, and then we have our hostages taken. No, that was entirely Carter's fault.
Well, this leads to the question of Ukraine. Like, should we be spending billions of dollars on a country? Like, I actually agree with that. We need a measure of accountability, and I have very little faith in this Zelensky dude.
And who cares? Well, here's who cares. Here's who cares.
Well, actually, and I think I'm just arguing for the other side.
No, he's not Hitler.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying I agree with it. Some people are saying we ought to care because China is watching closely. And
who cares about China? That's our next enemy. Oh my gosh, these China hawks are the ones driving me crazy.
Our next
Let
enemy.
Japan deal with it.
Well, okay.
It's closer to them.
Here's why I wonder about Ukraine and the regime change. Simply because, again, if I was to wrap myself in.
It could have been done better by not leaving them our military equipment and arming terrorists. You know that Trump was trying to directly negotiate with the Taliban at Camp David. Then that didn't come to fruition, but it was never on the table that they were going to demilitarize or disarm. So even your boy was not advocating for that, and there was no way to do that. The Taliban had more control when we withdrew than when we initially invaded.
In tinfoil. I don't know if any of you guys have ever read Confessions of an Economic Hitman. Right. This book is crazy.
By whom?
God, I can't remember his name. Will you pull it up for me, Nat? But it's a biography. So this guy essentially worked for these global countries, and he would go into parts of the developed world, and he would sell them on how we were going to help them develop their infrastructure to access their raw materials, energy, minerals, so on and so forth. And then this small country would default on the loan, and the World Bank goes in, and they're like, uh-oh, I guess you're in debt, and we're going to need to take everything. Now, this looks strangely familiar to the fact that all of our tax dollars paid for all these bombs to the military-industrial complex. Then the World Bank says to Ukraine, hey, you took all this money. I guess you're going to have to put that farmland up for lease. Enter Monsanto, Cargill, ConAgra. What's the third resource that they have? Well, if you don't call, us making, or our global countries making money off the weapons, then our farming, big ag, takes advantage of the farmland. the minerals. And now we've struck a deal for that too. Like, again, I get that it's conspiratorial, but damn it if it didn't play out just exactly as it always does. And we were engaged.
I think we paid for those minerals.
Yeah.
Billions of dollars we've given them against I guess,
but
Anna
we gave
and my
it to them in the
vote.
form of weapons. Zelensky said that to Lex Fridman on his show, and he's like, you guys didn't give me money.
Yeah, okay, but taxpayers paid for
Exactly.
But we paid for it, but we aren't going to benefit off those minerals. It's going to be corporations like
But that's
BlackRock,
how it
Vanguard,
works.
State Street.
Capitalism, baby.
American
American-based companies
But
want
that doesn't
access to
benefit
natural
us.
resources all
It's
across the
money
globe.
laundering.
And in the past, we have pursued those natural resources through war. I think it's better to pursue them through diplomatic means.
I
was just gonna say, if Jillian Michael has any issues with what she's describing, she will fundamentally be criticizing capitalism, but she's not seeing it that way.
Disagree with you there.
Yeah.
I'm simply talking about the fact that when we look the other way as atrocities occur, when do you get into a World War II situation when you've exterminated 6 million Jews? Like, where is the line? If we condone it,
It's got to be a lot closer to exterminating Jews. And I'm sick of every world leader being
Exactly.
told this one's Hitler, that one's Hitler. It's very rare that a Hitler is going to arise. We'll deal with it when it happens. But oh my gosh, it is not Rwanda. It is not Ukraine. It is certainly not.
And do we want these
Iran.
countries as enemies, right? Like, wouldn't it be better to have that level of diplomacy?
Interesting, she puts Rwanda and Ukraine in like the same sentence.
To have them as an ally versus having them against us. I mean, if there was some type of conflict to erupt where all of a sudden there was a proxy war that we needed to get involved with, don't we want to maintain diplomacy with some of these countries? Isn't that important?
I would talk
And also-
to enemies, but I would definitely define them as enemies, and I would put sanctions on them.
And Jillian, you know,
These are atrocities that I simply can't be like. And not
This
only
is why
that,
so many people around the world, I hate to say it, but hate America. We're meddling in all these countries. Let them run.
She just
I love
hates to
Trumpsters.
say
Let them
that
run
there are
their-
people
their
that hate
countries
America.
the
She
way their
hates
culture
pointing it out.
dictates. It doesn't make any difference to us. I don't even want to trade with them, to be honest. I want to make our own stuff here. I want to block immigration. I want to be America alone. We don't. Why does it matter to us to fiddle around with
I
other
agree
countries?
with that. I live in a city of Philadelphia. Luckily, I'm in a part that's safe. But if you just drive a few miles out, maybe 2 miles out, it's literally a war zone. Like Kensington,
Can we fix
people
that
are
communities?
people are
Yes,
desecrating on the
yes,
street.
yes, yes.
They're getting high, literally on the sidewalk.
does that
we
have to
don't
do with
have
what
the
we're
There's
talking
just
resources.
there's a lot of suffering in America,
I would rather
and our
use-
tax
yes.
dollars. I'm sick of seeing my tax dollars go toward bullshits.
I
Okay,
get it,
in foreign
Anna.
countries, I don't want my money going toward bombs. I don't want my money going toward bombing people, killing people. I want my money to make the lives of the American people better.
All right, I'm going
That's
to put
where
a
I'm
button
at.
on this in 2 seconds. My simple question is, outside
Anna said America first.
of war, which I'm against and agree with you both on, and it goes nowhere good, and we've seen it over and over and over in the last 50 years. With that said, could you not dangle the carrot of business with America? Stop killing women who take off their hijab. For God's sake, don't march.
Why do we need to be the DEI police of the world?
We've been
though?
trying that for 20 years, and guess what they're still doing?
And also-
Whipping women who take
I was gonna say Jillian's like talking about democracy promotion.
off their
We
hijab.
can't even
Something
maintain
else?
our American identity
Yeah,
and culture
wait.
here. How are we going to go and control and insert our identity and culture into other places?
Well,
We're
when
so
you're
overrun here in
dangling
America
in-
due to the illegal immigration.
All right.
How are we meant to go and police that in other
There's
places
something
when
else.
we're
One
here?
final point. One final point.
Incentivizing them with these business deals.
One final point, though, that we haven't yet mentioned, this also opened us to charges of hypocrisy. For example, when we talk about Tiananmen men and the Uyghurs in China, you know what they're saying about us? They're saying you're the ones who are discriminating against Native Americans and Black people. That's what the
Desecrating on the street. Yeah, I heard, she said that, and then she got cut off by Jillian, and I had no idea what she was referring to.
Chinese are now saying about us.
Right.
20 years in Afghanistan, 20 years putting Afghan women into the police force and painting their George Floyd murals. 20 years, and at the end of it, Pew takes a survey, 99% of Afghans want to live under Sharia law. It doesn't work.
Like they want
Stop
that.
it.
It's their
Let
own
them live
culture.
the way they want to live. It's not our culture. And thank God for that.
And that, my friends, is
They're actually not wrong. There are ways to discourage this sort of idolatry or people being drawn to like religious fundamentalism, but the sort of like counterinsurgency movements that we like, that's not how you do it.
exactly what I meant about real diversity. That is a diversity we should seek. Let people be. Let these cultures be. Not this DEI woke bullshit that we have going on in this country. The real diversity we want is benign neglect to our enemies and allies alike, and just let them thrive under their own.
How did they not mention that being in Afghanistan cost us like $300 million a day? I don't even think that was much.
Government.
Okay, moving on. Moving on. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act. From one monster topic to another here. All right, so this features an extension of Trump's 2017 tax cuts. No taxes on tips, which was hugely popular. No taxes on overtime pay. Mandating 80 hours per month of work, volunteering, or education for Medicaid eligible.
Yeah, I wasn't wrong. I was like, maybe I was like, was I exaggerating? Like, no, it wasn't.
After more than $2 trillion spent in Afghanistan, the cost that researchers at Brown University estimated would be over $300 million a day for 20 years in Afghanistan, for 2 decades. Yes, the American people should hear this. $300 million a day for 2 decades. You take the number of 1 trillion, as many say. That's still $150 million a day for 2 decades. What have we lost as a consequence in terms of opportunities? I refuse to continue a war that was no longer in the service of the vital national interest of our people. And most of all, after 800,000 Americans serving in Afghanistan, I've traveled that whole country, brave and honorable service. After 20,744 American servicemen and women injured, and the loss of 2,461 American personnel, including 13 lives lost just this week, I refuse to open another decade of warfare in Afghanistan. We've been a nation too long at war.
I'm saying that this was one half of his American foreign policy record, and then the other half will be like aiding and abetting a genocide in Gaza. It's insane.
Eligibility.
Because I just couldn't believe that he actually followed through with the withdrawal. I didn't think he would. And then he paid for it because his favorability dropped after that and never recovered because the media lambasted him for it.
An increased tax deduction for seniors, beefed up border security, bolstered energy supplies, among other things, but it did not pass. So on May 16th, 2025, the bill was blocked in the House Budget Committee, so 4 Republicans voted it down due to concerns of overspending. It didn't cut overspending enough. And a 5th one opposed it on procedural grounds. I have no idea what that means.
Hold on, can I jump in?
Yeah.
You know that it got approved in the committee just last night, right?
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah. It just got approved in the House Budget Committee. They advanced the bill.
Really? Thanks. Yeah, okay, so fantastic. So where are we now then?
Not that fantastic.
Oh, you don't like it?
Is Anna the only one that reads or pays attention to the news on this political fucking show? The fact that she didn't know that.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can still talk about the reasons why it was opposed by so many people, because I think there's some really good
No.
points
They
in
havened
there.
done a floor vote yet.
Okay.
So there's still
But can we presume, though, that the fact that they brought on these 5 Republicans who said no, that it's likely going to pass?
Well, there's going to be opposition in the Senate because people like Josh Hawley Josh Hawley said not only is it politically stupid to cut Medicaid and Medicare benefits, it would be politically suicidal. It's like morally wrong.
So here's my understanding of this. And for me, I really am not a big fan of these big omnibus bills in general, because oftentimes it's a way to take public sentiment, something people want, and then they sneak in nefarious things in the back end, hoping people either won't notice.
They switch from one war to another. That has nothing to do with Dems or Republicans. Trump does not do that, though. Just saying, you are so moronic, Osama bin Laden. Do you realize that just earlier this year, J.D. Vance said that he was considering committing American troops to Ukraine? You know that, right? That was a position that the Biden administration wouldn't even take. Like, yeah, there is foreign policy consensus between both Dems and Republicans, but 1, you're not going to see defense of that here. And 2, it's not true that they're not escalating things in different regions that we're already involved in.
Well, their desire for the front-loaded thing supersedes the thing that they don't want, right? We saw this when the Democrats were trying to pass their border bill, and they put a huge indictment on Republicans. Oh, they don't want us to pass this. No, we don't want money for Ukraine. There's a very big difference. The thing that Republicans seem to not like about this bill in particular is that a lot of the tax cuts are actually backloaded, and then it's going to increase the deficit much, much faster. So, for example, a lot of the benefits that people are hoping for won't even take effect until after Trump leaves office. For example, some of the...
This is always how it is. Every single bill that passes, it's always like over an X number of years.
Rules and regulations that they want to put against Medicaid, for example, to require able-bodied people without children to be able to work. Sounds great to me.
Yep, to end those. So committing troops and American troops, that's supposed to help end the war. Got it.
Let's leave.
That's not escalating it. That's ending it.
Find the
I want to litigate that because it sounds great to me too. I don't get it. What's the pushback?
Well, it doesn't sound good on the surface.
This is where it seems that people are more so upset about its implementation, because he is not requiring this to take effect until 2029. He's already out of office by then.
That might be on purpose because this has been tried before in the past, right? So look, I don't have a problem with having work requirements.
Let me know when Trump funds a war. Oh my God. You do realize he's currently funding wars. You know that, right? You heard Trump announce like an arms embargo for Israel. What do you think is going on there, if you could even call it a war?
For able-bodied people who receive Medicaid. The problem is about 64% of Medicaid recipients, and remember, Medicaid is different from Medicare. Medicaid is run by states. 64% of them are either working full-time or part-time. The rest of them are not able-bodied, or they are taking care of family members who are ill, either elderly family members, or they're going to school. And the way that the bill is written right now, I think it was like, oh, well, to qualify for Medicaid, you have to work for at least, what was it?
80 hours in
a whole month,
Yes.
right? Which isn't that much, but most of the people who can work are actually working right now. The other thing that I'll just note, and this is important because they have tried this before, and it ended up costing more money because you have to set up the bureaucracy to process people's applications and ensure that they're actually working to receive.
But that's a one-time cost. Right?
No, you have to. So in Georgia, they had implemented it in Georgia. It cost $26 million to initially implement it, and then another $40 million to continue the program. And the Government Accountability Office put out a report about it that you could read, and it's very detailed. So
eventually it would zero out, right? Presumably.
I mean, I think that there's this mistake in thinking most people who take food stamps or Medicaid are like, all of them are lazy bums and they just want to live off the government.
I would say a lot.
Based on what? What's your evidence of that?
There's so many instances of people, like in Philadelphia, for instance, there's so many. Even
I don't care about your anecdotal evidence. What's like the data? Do you have
people?
Data?
Yes, it's been studied. Every government program is 60% fraud, and the Social Security.
Okay, but when they talk about there being fraud, they're not. It's not individual people that are defrauding the government. It's ways that it's more complicated than this. It's like,
stability. It's actually led to some horrible things. To get your kids, if you pay people not to work, they're not going to work.
Right.
The veterans benefits, the Social Security disability, and you have all these parents living off claiming their kids have, what is it, ADHD. But in order to collect all that money, you have to put your kids on psychotropic drugs. So they're drugging their kids.
Wow. God, that's
and there was
terrible.
a family up in Boston that murdered their child with these drugs. They were living 100% on 4 kids whom they claimed disability. And, you give them these horrible drugs. I mean, I think we should have charity hospitals and
yeah, poor people in this country get too much.
Back to the States because every government program, they got rid of welfare, sort of work requirements back in '96, and Social Security disability. It's like welfare goes down, Social Security disability goes up. If you're
all of this like means testing and micro targeting to make sure there's not abuse always ends up being more expensive than if you reduce the amount of strings attached to any of these benefits than if you tried to create infrastructure surrounding like catching all of the fraud and abuse. It ends up being way more expensive.
You're going to pay people not to work. It is always going to be scammed. Elon can't do enough cuts.
I couldn't agree more.
And you know what? I hate my party for not just putting the Doge cuts into this big beautiful bill.
I think it's a bad look. Hold on. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Just real quick. I have a question. I'm really curious what you all think. I mean, don't you think it's a bad look for Trump, who's really presented himself as like this right-wing populist, to give these massive corporate tax breaks, massive tax cuts, which...
Nope. There is nothing that Trump can do to look bad to his base. There's nothing.
Benefit the working class a little bit, but disproportionately benefit the rich. And then at the same time, try to do these cuts to food stamps and Medicaid.
Well, 2 points about that.
I do agree.
The 2 points about that. How do you give tax cuts to people who don't pay taxes? Because let's not forget, 40% of the American people don't even pay income.
You mean the rich?
Oh my God, she's talking about... I thought she was going to say that, like, oh yeah, corporations involved in tax avoidance and tax evasion or whatever. No, she's talking about individual people.
But it's another welfare payment. It's welfare.
Exactly. And I just want to say something. I feel deeply about this.
Isn't this the we should invade Mexico pundit? Yup.
This issue. I grew up so...
I mean, she was defending aspects of the Iraq war. She's not ready to, like, completely disavow, like, interventionism and hawkishness.
So poor, like painfully poor. When I was a kid, I would count pennies on my bed. And I worked at Walmart.
No, she didn't. This bitch is lying. She was born in China, and then her family moved to England, and then her family moved to the United States, and now they're all wealthy.
For $9 an hour. My family did not...
Or like, they were already wealthy.
A single penny from anybody, private or public. We worked our asses off. So I have a very particular attitude towards poverty and individual responsibility to extract yourself from that adversity.
Medicare and Social Security are the only programs that aren't scams because it's just a matter of your age.
Exactly, 100%.
Okay, so she's born in China. Her father worked as a real estate executive and property owner, and her mom became involved in the church. She went to a private college preparatory day school for girls under a scholarship. I was forced to play pianos hours a day. I was forced to study. I did everything I could because I was terrified of getting into college. Then she went to Princeton. Okay, yeah. Your father, the real estate executive which enables your mom to not have worked so she could be involved with the church, and then you went to a private school and then fucking Princeton. Yeah, you were poor growing
The
up.
other thing, though, the issue with the Medicaid, the other aspect was that they're saying that for blue states, they could actually introduce programs that would you wouldn't have to go and work those 80 hours as long as you're fulfilling these specific programs. And states like California, New York, you know they're going to create the easiest program ever to satisfy, and then all of a sudden you're forgiven and you don't need to go through that. So to your point about the thing that I saw in the bill about the cuts affecting corporations versus individuals was with solar. Did you see that? So essentially the way that it works is the tax cuts that individuals get on their solar are wiped out, but corporations get to keep them.
Oh, wow.
And so over time, it's not going to make fiscal sense for Americans to purchase solar panels, but rather lease them from these corporations. So that was one of the major things I saw in the bill that reminded me of what you just said.
And look, I never thought I was going to say this in my career, but it's true. The fiscal hawks are correct in being worried about our debt and deficit. Okay, we spent $1 trillion servicing our debt last year. That's insane. That's insane.
And we just want to go back to pre-COVID spending, and they can't do that. Were we, all living in poverty, orphans on the street back in 2019?
Right. Yeah. It looks good on a
Oh my God, this woman's like lives in her own bubble, man.
Year window, but then there's also the 4 years for lobbyists to come in and undo a lot of those back-end cuts as well. And so it's just they need to balance the budget. If they're going to introduce all of these cuts, they need to take down some spending. They need to
Reminds me, I was like talking to my dermatologist about politics one time. Like this was years ago, and he unironically said that homelessness and poverty had been solved in America. He wasn't kidding.
Some of the Dodge things as well that they had not consummated yet, right? Like, why is that? Why can't they put that towards balancing the budget?
Completely out of touch.
Really good point. Elon caught so much flack for wielding a chainsaw on stage. I actually agree with that. I think we need that attitude towards the federal government.
Well, this is why we need Trump to do something. One of the things that made me the angriest about January 6th, besides looking like dorks, was that we suddenly realized how much power Trump had all along. If he had ever said, come to Washington, I'm giving a speech on the ellipse, and we're not shut down because of COVID. And then he tells them all, okay, you're going to march peacefully to Congress and talk to your senator and representative and ask for funding for the wall and ask for, and you can do it right now, and ask for the Doge cuts. Trump has so much power with his voters. Use it for good, not for a riot at Congress.
In Coulter's defense, everyone pretty much wanted to turn Afghanistan into a glass parking lot after 9/11. Yeah, I mean, there was bipartisan consensus for that.
Questions though about
is partially predicated on a lie, but weapons of mass destruction or not, yes, there was the appetite for that in this country between both parties.
About this, this whole show is going to be questions for me. Here's what I'm not understanding. Everybody seems to think it's a bad idea to cut Medicaid. Like I could show you a video of Steve Bannon saying,
I don't think it's a bad idea actually.
I think a lot of big. Like I could show you a video of Steve Bannon saying,
I don't think it's a bad idea actually.
These people are like surprised Pikachu face at the fact that the priority of the Republican Party has always been to provide tax cuts for the wealthy and slash Medicare, Medicaid, and any popular welfare program that exists in the United States. No shit. And everybody equals Steve Bannon, a fringe voice, even in the Republican Party.
Big friggin' Republicans.
There's a reason that she can name him as being an outspoken conservative critic of that is because he is the only one. He's one of the only ones.
Don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. So,
because their constituents rely on Medicaid.
But then why are we, and by the way, I'm so confused because I didn't find it. Where's the cut part? The only thing I see is
it's
you have to work.
Requirements.
How is that a cut?
Right.
I don't get it. Where's the
basically,
cut?
they're hoping.
Am I
well, they're hoping, this is how they see it as a cut. Basically, some people are going to have difficulty, proving that they're working or logging on to whatever system they set up.
So that's the cut? It's a hypothetical cut?
That people are just going to have a difficult time.
I suppose the idea is, and this did kind of work with
that is functionally a cut. I mean, I know this woman has been employed as a fucking influencer, a social media personality for decades or whatever, but the whole point is to make it much more difficult for people to access it so they just don't.
Welfare reform, to be fair to welfare reform. The reason you want
because you intentionally put up red tape and all of these different safeguards, quote unquote, to the program, and they become too difficult for people to use them, so they don't.
People to work isn't just because you want to save money for the government. It's for dignity and showing the next generation this is what you do. And,
absolutely.
And a lot of people got off welfare when they did put in welfare reform in 1996.
It
actually did work.
There's one other part of this equation.
Okay, but there's a difference between people getting off of welfare because they started to earn enough that it no longer was necessary for them to be the recipient of it versus them no longer being eligible for it or making it far more difficult to access it.
that I'm curious with.
Then yeah, technically you'll have fundamentally reshape the program, the contours of the program, so that less people are eligible. And then you say, look, less people are on it.
You all think about, because we don't know what the end result of Trump's trade wars will be. But if he does actually go through with astronomical tariffs on our trading partners, make no mistake about it, there will be job losses in this country. Companies will shut down. And if the unemployment rate goes up, and
it's not hypothetical, it's how it works. Paperwork reduces the usage of any program. Yep, and that's like a feature, not a bug.
It's harder to qualify for Medicaid if you lose your job and you can't find work. Isn't that kind of messed up?
Okay, I see that.
Well, wouldn't that,
I mean, he's always inspired down.
Wouldn't that inspire people to get off their butts and actually
I watch
work?
MSNBC all day, and it's all about what if.
You get these lazy poors that do backbreaking labor for 12 hours a day at fucking Walmart. They're just so lazy.
What if? I think the tariffs are going to work. I think it's good. Other countries are going to adopt their tariffs. I think he's going to bring down drug prices. Not going to war is going to be great for the world. And all I hear let's see.
Can I
maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong.
I have something to say about that. And as someone of Chinese descent, I think it's significant. Ever since China entered the WTO in 2001, it's been taking advantage of us. It's been exploiting the system. The system has been fundamentally unfair. They've been stealing our tech. They've been stealing our proprietary information and building their economic engine.
And we've been exploiting their workers.
And Trump needed to do something. Someone needed to be brave enough, willing to bite the bullet.
Does Anna actually support the tariffs?
And take on the panicans of, both the uniparty, the phrase that you just used. And he's willing to do it. Let's give him 90 days to sort it out. I actually have faith that something will be done under his leadership, because the current status quo is fundamentally untenable. And
she's doing all of this like China hawkery, even though it's obvious that China has been the bigger winner in this like the tariff standoff or war, whatever you want to call it.
God forbid, if we ever go to war with East Asia, we cannot be dependent on them for rare earth minerals, for instance. We just can't. We need to
Under
be
the
more.
Trump doctrine, we will not be going to war with them.
Well, let's hope. Let's hope.
This is, go ahead, Amy.
I was just, the other thing that I noticed that people were annoyed about this bill is that one of the mandates that Trump got in on, fixing the economy, catering to the average person, the American worker, no tax on tips, no tax on overtimes, no tax on Social Security, those are only temporary as well. It's like all of the good things are only temporary, and then all of the cuts are meant to take effect like way later. I am Team Trump all the way. I don't know if Trump even fully knows what's inside of this bill. Can he even count on all of the
he doesn't.
people around him to be completely transparent about why people would be objecting to this in the first place? I can understand.
I mean, they were making changes up until like the nth hour,
why people are not down for this thing. And I really hope that Republicans are able to come together. They're able to make some adjustments, because you can't just tell people that we are going to take away all of these taxes, all of these tax cuts later on, and then increase all of this spending, and then say it's not going to affect inflation and standard of living, because it will. All of the benefits are backloaded.
Well, this harkens back to what Nancy Pelosi said. We have to pass the bill in order to find out what's in it, right?
Oh, God.
That sounds great and not dysfunctional at all.
Right, right.
What did he say?
Because it will. All of the benefits are backloaded.
Well, this harkens back to what Nancy Pelosi said. We have to pass the bill in order to find out what's in it, right?
Oh, God.
That sounds great and not dysfunctional at all.
Right, right. Okay, are we ready to move on from this one?
Yes.
They'll end with Pelosi, mentioning Pelosi and like not the Republicans.
I have one last
being the reason why that's the state of affairs.
Last question, because I think that people are hearing about this and they're not sure, and it's slightly divergent, is the downgrade in our credit that they're tying to this bill.
The bill gets rid of any AI oversight for 10 years. Yeah, I saw that was added in for some reason.
So Moody's Corporation apparently downgraded America's credit from AAA to AA1. And if you think, well, what does that mean and who cares? It's been suggested that it's going to be passed on to everyday Americans through higher interest rates on loans, home loans, car loans, student loans, and so on, and that it could devalue the dollar, which would drive up inflation. Now, I'm not an economist, and a couple of people are like, no, this is rhetoric, it's baloney, and they're just using this to attack Trump, but then other people say it's significant, it's of concern. What do we think on this one, team?
I think it's politically driven, and I think the timing was extremely significant. I think it's an anti-Trump move. I absolutely do.
It's not good. What's happening? It's out of my wheelhouse.
It's valid, though, correct? I mean, because it's based on, as you and I were just discussing, it's national debt.
Our debt.
Like, it's based on debt. It's a problem.
And the reason why Moody's lowered our AAA credit rating is because of the fact that you have this impending bill that, as it's written right now, is expected to increase our debt by $5 trillion.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. So I get where they're coming from. And, if for as long as I've been in this, industry, the Republican Party has repeatedly said that they're concerned about the debt and the deficit.
And then they do nothing.
Exactly. In fact, no, they do worse. They exacerbate the issue.
So bottom line is, we're hoping there are still significant changes to come with the big.
I feel like it's pointless to bring up all of the gotchas that you could surrounding how, like, didn't the Trump administration do more deficit spending than Biden or whatever, because I feel it's a metric that I feel like the average American doesn't understand or care to understand, and it's just brought up on the news.
Beautiful bill.
Yeah.
All right, and I guess that
I think it's going to take Trump putting pressure on them. He could do it, but he doesn't seem to be doing it.
And just making those adjustments. I just hope that there are people that he's willing to listen to who are honest with him about the real draw, because I honestly am not 100% convinced that he even knows why people are so opposed to this.
All right, moving on. This one's a bit scandalous, but of course, Trump is trolling the Clintons again. So he just posted a video on X about how several people around the Clintons have mysteriously passed away over the years. Let's take a look.
This isn't new.
He was declared the frontrunner for the New York Senate seat back in 1999. Days later, his plane crashed into the Atlantic Ocean, and his rival, Hillary Clinton, was elected senator. Mary Mahoney was a Clinton White House intern. She knew enough of the inner workings of Bill's sexual advancements to be a star witness during the Clinton impeachment trials. She was brutally executed at a Starbucks she was managing in 1997. In 1993, White House counsel Vince Foster was found dead in Fort Marcy Park near D.C. He supposedly killed himself, and among a lengthy list of potential foul play, the bullet was never found. Then there's James McDougal, a key witness for White House prosecutors. He was serving his 3-year sentence for bank fraud at the Fort Worth Federal Medical Center in Texas. And just before he was to give a testimony before the grand jury, McDougal suffered a heart attack in solitary confinement. In 2015, Walter Scheib, a White House chef hired under Bill Clinton, joined the list. His body was found at the bottom of a river, nearly 2 miles from the base of the trail he was reportedly hiking. An autopsy determined that Scheib's death was accidental drowning, but he might have known too much. 27-year-old.
How would they never been exposed to this? Like, all of these conspiracy theories or whatever, like, already existed. The Clinton body count conspiracy theory, centered around the belief that former U.S. President Bill Clinton and his wife have secretly had their political opponents murdered, often made to look like suicides, totaling as many as 50 or more listed victims. Like, this is not new.
This is long. It keeps going.
Was shot and killed. In
I think, you know, Nat, I think we get it. Here's the only thing that I will say is I have heard this quite often over the years and obviously dismissed it as being absurd. But when you start to listen to individuals like Rogan who talk about this guy, Vince Foster, and how where they found his body, like his blood wasn't on the scene. So it was clear they had moved the guy's body. Like each and every one of these does seem to be a little bit suspicious. So, I mean, is this absurd or not? And
it's absurd.
It is.
The one that you mentioned, Vince Foster, I didn't know you were going to spring this on me. But I looked at it to write my book, High Crimes and Misdemeanors, arguing for Clinton's impeachment. And no, it was a nonsense story. It sort of ginned up right-wingers. It's funny, so people will repeat it because it's funny. The list is way longer, including Buddy the dog.
It's insane.
I mean, to the extent there were sort of a lot of surprising business associates who died, they were back in...
Just devoting any airtime on this show for someone who is maybe somehow more irrelevant than like Joe Biden in this moment or whatever. They're talking about Hillary Clinton.
Arkansas.
And Bill Clinton.
Doing business with a lot of sleazy people, with a lot of criminals, the whole Whitewater thing. And when you're doing business with sleazy people, it's not Hillary ordering a hit, but they often die. If you're doing business with the mob, it wasn't quite that bad, but it was like the Arkansas mob. And Vince Foster, for example, he was involved in the Whitewater. I think he was the lawyer on it. And that was dirty from top to bottom. It was about to be exposed. If you care, I think Byron York was the one looking at it all the time. I think the blood seeped into the ground, or it was a BS story, or the autopsy photos were fake. But you're all going to look like Pierre Salinger if you keep pushing this. He had to flee to France because he believed conspiracy theory online.
The conspiracy theories seem a little dopey, I'm going to be honest. But like, if Trump genuinely believes it, I mean, he's posting it on social media.
I don't think he believes it.
I don't think he believes it either.
It's funny.
I don't think
it is funny.
Yeah, and I think Trump loves to troll. I think that's what that was about. And if he did,
he's just doing a little trolling.
Genuinely believe it. I mean, you could, get the DOJ to investigate these deaths.
Question. Does he at some point? I mean, no. Okay,
this is paranoia. There is enough real dirt on the Clintons so that we don't even need to go there. There are literal substantiated reports of, frankly, they're evil, they're malice, they're selfishness.
Dude, this woman fucking talking about like dirt on the Clintons, like it makes no sense to me how she is going to bring up this shit when it's like you're already on thin ice trying to say that the reason why you distanced is because like Biden being propped up, which she didn't really have evidence of. And then the fact that she continued to fundraise both for Biden and then for Harris. And then as soon as the election ended, oh, I'm leaving the cult of the Democratic Party for the Republican Party. Now she's going to talk about like Clinton conspiracies.
There's extreme selfishness in the ways that they dealt with allies.
Like, if you knew that, why'd you work so closely to their party?
And enemies alike. These are two extremely selfish, power-hungry individuals. I would say even almost soulless. Their one compass is power. Their only sovereign is money and wealth and power. Their entire life.
Unless she's going to say she barely found out about this stuff, but then that makes her look like a fucking moron, because why'd you work with them for years and you never looked into any of this stuff?
Their one mission of their both laws actually is the presidency. And Hillary Clinton, she lived for this. This is the reason for her existence. That's why when she lost, she was so crushed, because that was the entire purpose of her life. From the moment she stepped foot on Yale Law School, on the campus of Yale Law School, and met Bill Clinton, they made a deal that it was going to be him first, then it was going to be her. And the two of them are just deeply power-hungry individuals. I would even throw a third in there. Chelsea Clinton's like that too. And I know that because I worked on her campaign. I have friends who are still in that circle. They sold
exactly. You worked on their campaigns. Why are you barely exposing their corruption?
Ambassadorships to friends. And
every president does.
Or barely like talking about it.
Exactly. That's my question.
Yeah, ambassadorships.
What makes them any different than any other president?
Because they took it to another degree.
How then if they're not killing people though? That's kind of my point.
Yes, I think that's a bigger
sort
story.
of my point. Like if they're not, it's all the same. They're all corrupted. They're all bought off.
I mean, that was the emails, right? The email situation. How many emails did they uncover? Like 13,000? And then there was, I think, like 17,000 that they were, that they were still unable to uncover.
Server, yeah.
What they found was bad. So that begs, I'm just playing devil's advocate. Since
No,
we
true.
think
We
it's
need
like
to,
a super
like,
conspiracy theory. Okay.
Yeah,
maybe
have
not
fun with it, but let's establish the fact that like Anne's the OG inside.
Okay, this just like a quick look through her Twitter before she just pivoted to being like a right-wing grifter or whatever. Republicans colluded with Iran to steal the election from Jimmy Carter. Then they colluded with Russia to steal the election from Clinton. Then they tried to extort Ukraine to steal the election from Biden. Turns out GOP traitors have been stabbing us in the bloody back all along. That's 2023. Talking about how James Comey sabotaged Clinton. The Republicans were prostituting themselves to Daddy Putin. New York Times wrote 3,562 articles about Clinton's emails in 2015-16. Times now has 4 stories about Biden's age on the front page while burying Trump's outburst complaining about Biden's age being mentioned. Cable TV suggests Biden's age is a bigger problem than Trump's indictments. Media, y'all haven't learned anything. Let me get this straight. Republicans mercilessly blasted Hillary Clinton for having risotto recipes on her email server, but don't give a single damn that Trump stole our nuclear secrets, military strategy, and intel and CIA assets. Got it. The fact that defending like Clinton foreign policy, like why has she not redacted her old tweets?
Okay. That's why I wanted to let you put this to bed. But I mean,
I'm not sure I do.
So maybe it's not the Clintons directly, but clearly there are people who were covering up for them if they were able to get those emails hidden.
Yep, and you're sitting next to one of them.
Right? Could it possibly be that they wanted to silence some things, and maybe it wasn't them directly, but powerful accomplices that they had? How were they able to hide those emails in the first place?
Well, they destroyed the server.
Yeah,
like they literally went
beat
like
it
this
with hammers.
Exactly. They breached the server themselves. And the way that Hillary Clinton went after the women who credibly accused her husband of, affairs and sexual harassment, all of that, the way that they treated,
this is true.
The way that she herself treated those women is just, it completely undermines her facade as being a feminist, as someone who stands up for women. She's
but they're still alive.
I mean,
they're still alive.
Okay, what about this?
This is a pretty gross scandal, and I do remember hearing about that for years. And it's like this woman, that woman, this woman, that one. I remember when Trump marched them all out.
That was great.
At that debate, I thought like, oh my God, this is all kabuki. None of this is real. But then the question becomes like, if that's real.
Yeah, but it's gross because he doesn't actually care about them.
What else could
be
real?
Can I ask you guys a question? Do you think that there's even a 0.001 small percent chance?
It does seem disingenuous for her to only think those things matter now that she's flipped out. She's not wrong on the corruption. No, she's not wrong about the corruption. Believe me, nobody hates Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton more than me. But like the fact that if I worked closely like with their administrations, if I had gone out of my way and defended the Clintons at different points on Twitter and social media, I would not be so quick to turn around and just say like, oh yeah, I've known for years, I knew all along or whatever, because then you just look like, well then why did you barely expose it? Just because, well, like the reason she says she left the Democratic Party was completely unrelated to the Clintons, that it was related to Biden's cover up or whatever, even though she continued to fundraise for him. It's just disingenuous. And if like I just see her grift and I'm like, I could pull off your grift better than you.
That the person who attempted to assassinate Trump wasn't just this lone shooter or anything like that. That it could have been the deep state. That it could have some type of
no. I totally disagree with you.
Actually, like I find it strange that we haven't gotten any updates on any investigation into both of those individuals. Right?
That's a whole show. That's so sketchy. And
it's weird.
I don't know. That is just, there's so much there.
I love how we found out more about the bomber on New Year's Day than we did about the attempted assassin against Trump.
I mean, we've seen in the JFK files, the CIA, I mean, nothing that spells it out in black and white. They could have possibly...
There was nothing in the JFK thing. It was just the majority of it was like social security numbers and just random shit.
Being complicit, I mean...
It was like private, it was information about individual people. The historian said nothing revelatory came of it.
There was nothing in the RFK files.
I mean, even she knows.
I don't think there's been any more on the Butler shooter because there's nothing to it. He's dead. There is no investigation. He was a nut.
What about the other guy, though?
The other guy, I mean, it's not an investigation. I guess he's going to be prosecuted, but they're in prosecutions generally. I wouldn't mind hearing more, but we'll find it when he goes to trial. For some reason, these criminal trials take a long time. I guess we'll see then. But no, I don't think any of these are conspiracies. I do think that this isn't a conspiracy, but the media has been utterly reckless in calling Trump a fascist who will destroy democracy.
And I bought into that.
And even have
the real issue.
James Comey do the 86-47, and he put those shells there himself. It's just reckless, and I don't think he shouldn't go to jail for it. But it's stunning for them to keep saying destroying democracy, destroying. Of course,
this is nothing new. The 86-40, there was. Hold on. And that was what I didn't realize. Like, I only learned this because of how much of a fuss they made over the James Comey thing. That 86-45 was like a slogan that people would use during Trump's first term. Oops. So, like, libs of TikTok not long after that moved on to Gretchen Whitmer. Talk about like them dog whistling or whatever. Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer also called for assassinating Trump. They know exactly what they're doing. 86-45. This was posted May 16th of this year, but this is from a Meet the Press interview that she did years ago. It wasn't new, and it gives the impression that it was. Yeah, this was 4 years ago. Yikes, did she purposely put the 86-45 to instigate harm to the president? Like, there were dumbasses trying to say that this was a dog whistle for violence or assassination even then, but it wasn't taken nearly as seriously.
Trial and execute. Incredibly disturbing.
There, you can see it, like right there or whatever. But she did get some backlash at the time, but they weren't able to. It didn't pick up as much steam. President Donald Trump's campaign and Governor Gretchen Whitmer crossed verbal swords Sunday on national television and Twitter as Michigan's governor accused the president of inciting domestic terrorism, and Trump's re-election campaign accused her of encouraging assassination attempts against the president. See, this was October 18, 2020. In a Sunday morning interview on Meet the Press, Whitmer criticized Trump's Saturday rally in Muskegon, where the crowd chanted "Lock her up" against Whitmer roughly 10 days after state and federal officials said they foiled a kidnapping plot against the governor. Whitmer implored the Republican president and other officials on Sunday to bring the heat down and accused Trump of inspiring and incentivizing this kind of domestic terrorism. Whitmer, a national campaign co-chair for Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden, made the comments with an 86-45 emblem on the table beside her, visible in the camera frame, an apparent anti-Trump message referring to 86ing or getting rid of the 45th president. The presence of the decal prompted a backlash from Trump's campaign, which argued 86 can be shorthand for killing somebody. So I didn't even realize this until now, that they had like tried to pull this and it just didn't work. Whitmer is encouraging assassination attempts against President Trump just weeks after someone sent a ricin-laced package to the White House, his campaign said on Twitter. Websites such as Amazon and Etsy selling 86-45 t-shirts, masks, or decals describe the term as an anti-Trump message to get rid of or impeach the president. Some products lengthen the expression to 86-45 11, like on the day that you're supposed to go vote, I think. Yeah, to encourage voting the president out on November 3rd. Michigan Republican Party Chairman Laura Cox doubled down on the campaign's remarks. She has the gall to go on Meet the Press this morning complaining about President Trump's rhetoric, but in the background she displays a phrase which is calling for the killing of the President Trump. This is truly disgusting. Disgusting. Republican outcry was simply gaslighting, Democrats said. For rampant hypocrisy would be laughable if it weren't dangerous. It drives violence towards President Trump and the first family. It must stop. And it wasn't just like complaints. This is what he actually did in light of that. And this was... I think he did something else in light of it, no? He's a dirty cop. Fuck, I thought I could have sworn this article mentioned something about like actions that he took when she did that at the time. Yeah, the Trump campaign tried to argue that Whitmer was encouraging assassination attempts. Okay, so it was just that. It was just that. With discreet TV message.
Are going to act on it.
Right.
Yeah, but nobody believes him anymore, and that's why there's a trust deficit for not only the Democratic Party but the MSDNC. And yes, I'm calling them that.
They believe it at the New York Times.
And you know what? I'm going to be the first to apologize. I bought into the Trump derangement syndrome whole thing. I bought into the narrative that the Hunter Biden laptop was fake. I thought that, I thought it was NBC News, this prominent news organization. They must be telling us the truth. But no, they lied to us. And not only did they lie to us, they marched out dozens of members from...
Which you thought it was fake? Usually the criticism that I hear is that it just didn't matter that much. I thought it was fake.
The esteemed American intellectual community, intelligence community, including Jake Sullivan and Anthony Blinken, who said that the laptop was Russian disinformation. That was all a lie.
They said that it had the markings of Russian disinformation. They didn't say that it was.
That laptop was real as fuck.
I just wish they let the laptop story play out.
I know.
It's like, who cares? Who cares?
I know, it's the sun.
Yeah, who cares? Okay, so he does drugs and he has sex with hookers. Like, who cares? But like, the fact that they tried to suppress it made it way more nefarious.
Agreed. Yeah. I guess
Well, if who cares, do you think that she approves of Biden having pardoned Hunter?
The argument is, well, he's a foreign agent who didn't register.
If who cares if it doesn't matter?
Well, it's bigger than that. It's bigger than that because it would have laid out that Joe Biden was an influence peddler in the most extraordinary degree, and that he was a big guy, and that he was the one.
Maybe the worst thing.
From
exactly. The worst thing about the laptop is the hardest to prove. What you're saying, how much was the big guy getting? It's the hardest to prove.
Not only that, Joe
the
Biden
easy part to prove nobody cares about.
Right.
And not only that, though, Joe Biden marched out his drug addict of a son and essentially had him acting as a bad man around the country, taking him with him,
It's so obvious why Ann Coulter has managed to keep her career alive for like decades and how apparent it is that Lindy Lee is going to like lose steam pretty quickly.
Hunter Biden with him on trips to China, for goodness sakes, around the world doing business deals. Why would you
why were you raising money for Biden then?
Because I need to understand you. I just told you.
No. I know you get real angry when people ask you that question, but you need to answer it because you didn't turn on the Bidens and the Democratic Party until after the
She has answered it. She was in a cult.
election.
No.
Don't yell at me.
No.
Keep it down.
No.
Keep it down.
I just apologized at the very top of the segment, did I not? I said I bought into
I don't care about
Hunter
your apology. I want to understand your thinking.
You just asked me
as
to repeat
all
myself.
These things were happening.
Anna,
why did you wait until after the election?
I didn't, though. Do you understand English? I just said.
Wait, yes, she did though, because she fundraised for Biden and then for Harris.
I do. You're lying, though.
No, I'm not. Did I not tell you that I went on Fox News Sunday before the debate exposing his cognitive decline?
Okay, but did you bring up like your issues with?
No, she didn't. She wasn't talking about him having cognitive decline. The most she was willing to say to this other woman that interviewed her was that she went on Fox News and said that it would be best if he didn't run again.
Hunter Biden.
But she didn't say anything about him not being mentally fit.
Top story, the fact that they were trying to control you behind the scenes.
I bought into
She thought it was real.
I just told you 5 minutes ago.
Okay.
I thought it was.
I already told you I was a victim.
It's real.
Okay.
And then when they lied to me about the millions that I raised, I thought, okay, if they're lying about this, what else are they lying about? And it took me months to realize they
I had no choice but to fundraise all of this money for them.
basically lied about everything.
It is funny how that
Be a surrogate for his campaign.
works. You know, the first lie for me was the COVID lie. This is the
Yes,
lab.
that was huge.
I was like, wait a minute. You know,
I think the shutdowns, I didn't even know if it came from the lab, but the entire COVID thing was a lie.
I remember listening to, I've mentioned this before, so forgive me if you've heard it, but I remember listening to Brett Weinstein break this down in March of 2020 on Rogan. He's an evolutionary biologist. So he was looking at different elements of like, where's the incubation population for this virus? Like normally for a pandemic,
the pathogen will incubate within a population, learn its host, and become more dangerous. Whereas the host animal, like all these different things, and then in particular, the smoking gun was this fear and cleavage site that appeared to have been spliced into the virus's genome, and it had never been seen. And
that turned out to be false. But forget the lab. The shutdowns were a lie. We need everyone masked was a lie. They destroyed the American economy. That was a lie. I mean, in the end, who cares whether it was the wet market or the lab? It came from China.
I think we all experienced so much collective trauma during COVID, and I think that was a part of the agenda, because when the resolve of an entire country is weakened, then that's when they can come in and they can impose their agenda much easier as well. The whole COVID thing, so evil, so nefarious, and I think the fact that literally a few years ago, you were being completely deplatformed, decredited, called a crazy conspiracy theorist if you were to speculate about this theory.
Or even ivermectin.
Now it's a universally accepted narrative.
Yeah, of course. Well, that just, I'm going to put a button on this one right now. That would be the only reason, is that I would even entertain such a crazy concept of the Clintons having this string of murders, because you're just kind of like, well, I mean, I never thought.
Right.
You're right. This is possible. All right, moving swiftly onward. Thank you for putting that one to bed for me.
This is how conspiracy theories develop. You can't trust the media.
Right.
You can't trust health professionals. Yeah. That's how conspiracy theories develop.
Yeah.
Well, that just means that we have to do the homework and talk to credible experts and before forming opinions. All right. Our next one.
Yeah, you'll actually be less informed if you watch the news.
These questions are swirling around the Trump administration.
That's really how you'll be exposed to conspiracy, not by listening to these people.
They have ignored multiple court orders in recent deportation cases that are raising alarms about executive overreach. So let's take a look here.
Judge's order just earlier today, quote, patently unlawful, end quote, and said that it was an assault on democracy itself. Does that mean that the administration is ignoring this order, and might you ignore future court orders that meet the criteria you laid out?
The President of the United States and his administration reserve all rights under the Constitution to conduct national security operations in defense of the United States. The Alien Enemies Act, which was passed into law by the founding generation of this country, men like John Adams, was written explicitly.
That's one way to frame that they're invoking a law that was created like a seriously old law.
To give the president the authority to repel an alien invasion of the United States. That is not something that a district court judge has any authority whatsoever to interfere with, to enjoin, to restrict, or to restrain any way. You can read the law yourself. There's not one clause in that law that makes it subject to judicial review, let alone district court review.
I know. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I mean,
I can see it in your eyes.
So, look, whatever you think about the use of the Alien Enemies Act to deport people who are here illegally, put that aside for a second. First of all, I don't agree with its usage. We can adjudicate that in a bit. But my bigger issue at the moment is
that it's not just people here illegally, and she knows that.
In that answer we just heard from Miller, it seems pretty clear that they do not intend to follow through with a federal judge's order. Now, to give you a sense of how I am not hypocritical on this issue, when Biden was still president and a federal judge, weighed in on the abortion pill and Democrats didn't like the decision, AOC went on cable news and essentially said the Biden administration should just ignore the court order. No, you shouldn't ignore it. No, hell no. I'm in favor of keeping the abortion pill legal, obviously. But at the same time, you open a disastrous can of worms, a constitutional crisis, when you have people in power just ignoring the federal courts, throwing our system of checks and balances away. We have to protect our system of government. That's the thing I'm concerned about.
Well, what the Trump administration is saying that this doesn't even fall under the jurisdiction of the courts. This is under the president's purview to protect us against an alien invasion. That's what Trump is saying. I actually happen to agree with him. There's no way we're going to be able to deport millions of people if we have to do this case by case.
On the abortion thing, that was interpreting an agency action, which is explicitly something the courts can review. Whereas here, this is foreign policy, this is commander-in-chief, and I have long said this. Courts have no role on this whatsoever. The constitutional crisis is they're butting into the commander-in-chief's
roles. You're suggesting it's the reverse, that the courts are out of line.
Absolutely.
With regard to the judicial branch of the government.
It's outrageous what they're doing.
But gosh, I have not heard that one before.
Hold on, though. The question is, people coming into the
thing that's actually unconstitutional is that Trump isn't able to just do whatever the fuck he wants.
Country illegally is different from a foreign...
Those pesky little things called checks and balances.
Government
always getting in the way.
Literally invading the United States.
It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter.
I mean, a federal judge thinks it does matter.
A federal judge has no authority on this. Elian Gonzalez, Cuban, arrives in Florida. He completely lost under state law, and the Supreme Court rules immigration is part of foreign policy. It's up to the president, whatever he wants to do.
So this precedent is what you're saying.
Immigration is part of his foreign policy.
Can I ask
it was a bad story, but I mean...
So Anna was talking about how AOC was like, yeah, you should ignore it. AOC says Biden White House should ignore abortion pill ruling. Can that happen? She called on Joe Biden's admin to ignore ruling from a federal judge in Texas that suspended the approval of a common abortion pill. The executive branch has an enforcement discretion, AOC said on CNN State of the Union, also calling the ruling a mockery of our democracy and a mockery of our law. This ruling is an extreme abuse of power. It's an extraordinary example of judicial overreach. She's not the only Democrat saying the White House should ignore the ruling. Senator from Oregon said Friday he believes Biden and the FDA have authority to ignore this ruling. The FDA, doctors, and pharmacies can and must go about their jobs like nothing has changed and keep the abortion pill accessible to women across America. If they don't, the consequences of banning the most common method of abortion in every single state will be devastating, Wyden said in a statement. HHS Secretary did not dismiss the possibility of ignoring the court's ruling. Everything's on the table. The president said that way back when the Dobbs decision came out, every option is on the table. Unclear whether the Biden administration would go to such lengths and ignore the ruling, given the Department of Justice already filed an appeal and a judge in Washington issued a contradictory ruling. That's like critical context that she leaves out. The possibility of ignoring the ruling does not exist, according to Jessica Waters, professor of reproductive rights at American University. Although the decision suspends FDA approval of it, does not force the FDA to enforce the ruling. The FDA and the executive branch, they have enforcement authority, so they get to decide whether they would, for example, go after someone who is dispensing or manufacturing the abortion pill. At the same time, ignoring the decision is politically risky, Walter said, pointing out that it could set a precedent for future presidents to do the same and ignore unfavorable court decisions. Dude, like they'd need this as a pretext to do anything that they're doing now. With the Justice Department appeal, Waters said it's unlikely the Biden admin will decide to flat out ignore the Texas ruling. AOC argued that the Trump administration had ignored the judiciary in the past when it continued to reject new applications for the DACA program, which provides protections for undocumented immigrants brought to the U.S. as children, even after the Supreme Court blocked the Trump administration's efforts to dismantle the program. The courts rely on the legitimacy of their ruling, said AOC. We know that the executive branch has an enforcement discretion, especially in light of contradicting ruling coming out in Washington. There is no way Anna doesn't leave that out. And the fact that she would leave out that there was a contradictory ruling, so it wasn't completely unambiguous that they had no choice but to carry it out. But the other thing is that she leaves out that AOC mentions that if you want to talk about there being justification for doing this, look no further than Trump's first administration that was ignoring judicial rulings that they felt were appropriate to ignore, which looks relatively conservative in light of what they've been up to now.
I mean, Democrats will...
Like, AOC had an actual argument that was supported by different legal scholars saying that there are still additional mechanisms to avoid complying with the ruling, talking about the limitations of the ruling versus what you have the Trump administration doing, which is just, let's flagrantly ignore them because we want to.
Send a small 8-year-old boy back to a communist dictatorship. All we want to do is get rid of terrorists. That's what we're trying to do. But the point is constitutionally, courts have absolutely no role. And
well, why does it say then in the Constitution? I'm asking honestly. It doesn't say citizens are entitled to due process. It says persons.
Due process under the Constitution means you have a neutral fact finder, and the person is allowed to respond, and that's it.
So wait, did she really not know what due process is?
Due process. It says persons.
Due process under the Constitution.
Oh, okay.
Means you have a neutral fact finder, and the person is allowed to respond, and that's it. So if an immigration officer says, we think you're Tren de Aragua, we're deporting you. If he's allowed to respond, that's due process under the Constitution. This idea that it has to be, a full court hearing and we're paying for the attorney and then it gets appealed to the appellate court.
Exactly.
No, you need one finder of fact. You need to let the person accused respond, the end. Okay.
Old law that hasn't been changed is still valid, just like the 14th Amendment ruling.
There was a mandate on this as well. This is one of the topics that the heat index on this issue was so high because it was literally in people's front yards.
But if you're saying that in reference to me being like Stephen Miller is framing this like, oh, this is an old law, or like this law was intended or like used by our founding fathers. I can't remember what argument he just posited on air. But my issue with that is that he will intentionally leave out that it's only been invoked like 3 different times, and every single other time it was during wartime. They're trying to use it just for related to like immigration purposes.
They were being affected by it. Little kids, the women that were raped by some of these people that came in here. This truly is a state of emergency. And every single day that slips by that Trump is unable to fulfill on that mandate is going to grow weaker. So I'm okay with him enacting whatever he needs to do to get it out. There's a huge difference, as we established in the last episode, between legal and illegal immigration. Coming through the proper way, through the proper channels, anybody who doesn't do that and who cannot do that needs to get out. Right.
Okay, but they're targeting people that have residency here and have visas and are allowed to be here. It's not just quote unquote illegals.
That's the conversation right now.
You're right, there's due process. I'm just saying it's much less than people think.
That's fair, but there needs to be due process. I mean, what we've seen is literally the Trump administration's lawyers.
But even though it's true, it's okay. If I take your argument, it's much less than people think. But the Trump administration is not even rising to that level.
Admitting in court filings that
there was an administrative error.
They made administrative errors and accidentally deported the wrong people, right? So that's why, look.
Those weren't really Trump lawyers. Those were career DOJ attorneys, which is why they have been fired since then.
Well, here's my question. Nonetheless, it was an administrative error. That guy was in the country legally.
No, the administrative error was one of the judges. He had been ordered, deported twice by 2 immigration judges.
He had an asylum.
The alleged administrative error was, at one point, he wasn't supposed to be sent back to El Salvador because he had been in a rival gang, and the other gang had the upper hand. And I'm fleeing violence. Yeah, that's because you shot those guys.
Hold on.
So he was allegedly, a few rulings back, was not supposed to be sent to El Salvador. He wasn't just being deported to El Salvador. He was sent to a prison that happens to be within the bounds of El Salvador.
I think it's super dangerous.
And the career attorney is calling it an administrative error.
I think we have to be careful with what we're co-signing here, because it is dangerous to create a situation in which the federal government can just point at anyone, accuse them of anything, and then deport them.
Hold on. Anna, there's strong evidence to suggest he was a member of MS-13.
Okay, what's the evidence?
So first of all, you do have symbols that mean MS-13. Second of all, 2 different judges did determine that he was. There was an informant that came forward in these cases. Mm-hmm. They said, we have evidence that he's MS-13. He was pulled over by police, arguably trafficking 8 guys. They called
this. Oh my God, she's just repeating lie after lie. Like there's no evidence. The evidence that he's part of MS-13 is literally hearsay and was never actually proven. And then the trafficking is that this guy worked in construction and was driving people from driving 8 different people from Texas to Maryland or something for a construction job. He was stopped once and he was never charged with anything. It's certainly not human trafficking.
ICE never showed up, but they had no luggage, they had no tools.
It seemed as though in that video he might have been maybe smuggling people, right? Okay. So that video does not look good. I will confess on
but listen, they deported him.
Okay, but they never proved it.
He then, based on this evidence,
and the fact that they're talking about this in the context of due process and innocent until proven guilty, and they're just gonna jump to the assumption that it was human trafficking, even though that was never proven. It's fucking hilarious.
Turns around and says, no, I need asylum because I'm worried other gangs will kill me, which inherently implies a rival gang.
Right,
but we can turn around and have him be like, no, they wanted to recruit me when I was 5, so I'm afraid they'll recruit me again as a grown-ass man in prison. Yeah. Then the president of El Salvador goes, yeah, that's my guy. The issue, as far as I can tell, is he turns around and says, I want asylum. They withhold his deportation.
They did, yeah.
And he didn't get the asylum hearing. And the Supreme Court is like, no, you got to bring him back for his asylum hearing. That's the due process piece. And it's not just this incident. There are others.
Yes,
exactly. So hence the concept of a constitutional crisis is if you're defying the Supreme Court, what is
the courts are defying the president is the point. Why is it always courts win? They don't under the Constitution. They are the 3rd branch of government. They're co-equal branches, and the president holds all of the power of one branch of government in his hands and his hands alone. The judicial power is spread out over, 600 and some number of judges. The legislative power over 435, and of course the agencies. The president alone holds 1/3 of the power of the Constitution, and these little pipsqueak judges coming in and thinking they can boss around the commander-in-chief is preposterous.
The highest court. I'm only asking you.
They're equal.
And you bring up a really good point.
And the Supreme Court or the Constitution does not give the Supreme Court any authority over foreign policy.
And you brought up a really good point a few segments ago. The
way they have to stretch the definitions of everything about what constitutes like wartime, a constitutional crisis, foreign policy, when they're talking about like immigration, that it's like kind of a hybrid of domestic and foreign policy just to fit their agenda is hilarious.
You said that due process, now they expect due process to mean this entire array of judges. You have this you have this right to go before a whole panel of judges. It doesn't have to work like that. When Secretary of State,
why don't we throw that whole process out? And
because
just wait, like the president accuse you of anything, and then you don't get your day in court. It'll be great.
No, you do get your day.
It's just not a huge trial, et cetera, et cetera. Yes, sorry, go ahead, Lindy.
Because when Secretary of State Rubio makes a determination that you lied on your visa to come in here, if you applied for a student visa to study to study something, and then you come in and then you incite violence against the United States government or our allies, you lied, because we would not have brought you in had you been more forthcoming on your visa.
We wouldn't have brought you in if we actually thought you were going to exercise your free speech rights.
You got into this country.
Inciting violence in this case means disagreeing with American foreign policy.
Under false pretenses. And so the due process was granted to him, and that was a determination of the Secretary of State. You're not entitled to sit before a panel of judges and for us to pay for your attorneys. Why?
Well, if I could bring up one other thing. Nat, do you have the clip of Hillary Clinton where she talks about how we're deporting migrants, in particular illegal migrants, and they're the ones having babies, and of course we want to stimulate the population and the birth rate? I know this seems unrelated, but I promise I'll tie it back together in a second here.
Because we had a lot of immigrants, legally and undocumented, who had a, larger than normal, by American standards, family. So this is just another one of their, make America great again by returning to the lifestyles and the economic arrangements of not just the 1950s. I mean, let's keep going back.
So what she's saying in this clip is she's essentially talking about the fact that Republicans are trying to stimulate the birth rate, but this is all baloney because they're deporting illegals who are the ones that would stimulate the birth rate. So obviously she's trying to say that they're racist and so on and so forth. But if I could just point this out.
You're going to a construction job, you're going to have some kind of luggage, or at least a plastic bag with a couple of pairs of underwear, a toothbrush, something. None of them have anything. Yeah, but they just dig all of this shit up, not because they actually care, but it's just to reinforce he was no angel because he was not given due process, and now they're just trying to reverse engineer a justification for why nobody should pay attention to that or care about the fact that his removal was a mistake. It's just, it's like a red herring to me to even get into the details of it.
Her husband deported.
And so to me, when I know that's the game being played, it just I just automatically defer to the benefit of the doubt. I defer to giving the benefit of the doubt to the person who's already had their rights violated,
12 million illegal migrants. Trump has deported 1. And there is no universe where you could possibly adjudicate 12 million cases. So we should do that.
Well,
I'm confused.
A lot of those folks were turned back at the border, right? So they're trying to enter, they get caught, he turned them back. Right now, because of Trump's, hardline stance on immigration, people aren't flooding the border anymore. So it's harder for him to deport people because he has to go into the country and find people who are here.
Not address the birth rate thing. I think this is utterly retarded. We do not need more people being born. We absolutely do not need more immigrants. Immigrants, the only people who don't collect more from the government than they pay in are citizens. Immigrants take more than they pay in. Illegal immigrants take a lot more than they pay in.
This isn't true. The opposite is.
Us in housing costs go up. You have to house more people. You have to educate more people. You have to build more parks. You have to have English as a second language.
They pay into these systems, they pay taxes and they don't get anything out of it.
The American middle class is paying for legal and illegal immigrants.
You don't get workplace protections. You get far less if you're an immigrant.
And this idea that we need more people for one reason,
particularly in illegal, because you're evading detection at all times.
For the Ponzi scheme of Social Security. Name one other reason we need more people. If we had cut off immigration,
Social Security, I think, would collapse because they do pay taxes. It's just that they don't get the benefits because of the fact that they have stolen Social Security numbers.
Oh, they're collecting Social Security.
And they pay. I don't know about Social Security. They don't get Social Security. They don't qualify for federal benefits, but they do qualify for some state welfare programs.
Anchor babies do.
And you know why?
That's why they get so...
Anchor babies equals American citizens.
Much.
But you know why it's hard
to $11 billion a year.
No, they are taking more than they're paying.
There's a $50 billion disparity there. At least the last time I looked into it was a few weeks ago, unless I read the numbers wrong, because I've had this discussion. Can you fact check that, Nat, and then we'll wrap it up.
And you know why it's harder for Trump to deport now?
How much do we spend on illegal immigration, tax-wise, and how much do they pay into the system? I feel like it was 90.
Also, the idea that it's easy to commit fraud against Social Security, dude.
$6 billion versus $150 billion. But
you can check in my book, Adios America. It is footnoted.
It's like one of the most tightly regulated programs in the United States.
The URL is there. The actual numbers.
And one reason why it's so much harder for Trump to deport people is that we now have sanctuary cities like my own city of Philadelphia, where you have a mayor who's complicit in this illegal immigration scheme and just housing these people and busing them into the city and providing them with, a sanctuary.
What was
Yeah.
the source for this?
The right incentives aren't in place for good immigrants to come in. They're in place for bad immigrants to come
Okay,
in.
2023. Okay, and does it say how much they paid into the system though? Because I feel like it was almost 100
But
million.
it has to be net for them to come up with 150, right?
I think so.
Well, I have the net in my
And
book.
there you go. Okay, before I wrap us up here, final thoughts, team. No, we're ready to close it out.
I didn't know this was 2 hours. That's my final thought. Good grief, I'm exhausted.
And
I want a Nicorette, I want a coffee.
Where do we get more from you?
Oh, and coulter.substack.com. That's where I am now. My videos, podcast, columns, right in your inbox.
Awesome. All right, guys. If you enjoyed the show, I'm going to ask you one more time. Please like, comment.
No, you should like my stream, subscribe to me, follow me on Twitch, or subscribe to me if you're enjoying the content. Oh my god, this show will take years off my life. What is next? Let's do Willie Mac versus iDUBBZ. I remember right, he had an order saying he could be deported, just not to El Salvador, so they should have sent him someplace else if they thought he presented a danger.
I'm sure there's
It seems like they made like a... They admitted they made a mistake, and now they're just doubling down on it, so they're not gonna... If he ends up being returned, which the Supreme Court says he needs to be, it won't be because of Trump's cooperation.
Semitic people that are attacking you guys, but they're...
So Willie Mac did, I don't even know what you would call it, like what, the drama slop video on iDUBBZ is unironically evil, featuring Hassan and Denims, tried to ruin Ethan's family. This is William McDonald.
They're not me. They're not Anissa. It's not Hassan.
I should go to the old city so I can get my fucking shit pushed in by some of the most inbred fundamentalist hicks.
It's not all these other creators that you're attacking.
Bro, they're literally making up stories to justify falsely calling CPS.
The house is just like covered in dog, and he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog. God forbid, I don't know what they do with it. They contracted a parasite that I had previously never heard of in my life.
Did he say they're making
It's not
up
all
stories?
these other creators that you're attacking.
Bro, they're literally making up stories to justify falsely calling CPS.
The house
What do you think Willie Mac's going to include the clip that all of them kept reacting to?
is just like covered in dog, and he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog. God forbid, I don't know what they do with it. They contracted a parasite that I had previously never heard of in my life called Giardia from the dog that is all over his house.
So this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other illnesses, it's very, very, very dangerous when
Or do you think he'll
infants
include the fact that she disavowed anybody calling CPS?
get the same sicknesses that adults get? It makes sense why he doesn't care about Palestinian children when he is neglecting his own. How is this happening? How is this happening? How is this happening?
Crimea river. Her chat like saying, oh, we're going to call CPS. Oh, someone should call CPS. It's not even remotely like that. In fact, a CPS call is warranted.
Where they're calling CPS, Child Protective Services, to come to our house and break up our family.
You're not the biggest victim on the internet, Ethan.
Nah, apparently it's these guys.
Be mean to them. If they feel bad, if they feel harassed, honestly, great. I don't give a f***. F*** 'em. Each and every one of them. We need to be mean to these guys. We need to be assholes. They deserve it.
I love that iDUBBZ is crying because him and his wife got called a cuck, but then he crazy makes Ethan for people role-playing killing his wife.
Wait, everyone! Ela Klein's in the house. Guys, she was just a secretary. Ela Klein.
Take those prisoners. Take those IDF genocidal soldiers. Where do they keep the secretaries?
This thing is such a mindfuck. He's like pulling from all of these different people, and like if he's responding to iDUBBZ, like it's weird that he's like dragging in all of these other people that I don't remember coming up or really being mentioned in iDUBBZ video, but
Secretary got
human skulls were getting mailed to their house.
Around the same time, we received 2 human skulls in the mail at our home, which led us to having a very
this guy's voice annoys me so bad. Yeah, I don't like the gestures that he does either. He's constantly Mr. Beast maxing.
pleasant interview with the FBI. Things have progressed well past the point of that's just what the internet does.
I'm done being nice to Ethan. I gave it a chance. My
You think he's going to explain why they initially had a beef in the first place?
sincerity and my empathy in that last video was real.
The sun's fans in orbit.
Which is going to be the thing that he's criticizing iDUBBZ for not doing, like not giving enough context or whatever, or not being like giving enough deference to Ethan. but now he'll go on to do the exact same thing he's criticizing him of, which is not providing any context for what he's criticizing him about. But it's a 45-minute video, so, you know, maybe he does it.
There's a retweeting people saying, I'd love to swing their kid by the legs into an oak tree over and over again.
Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help, maybe if he stops harassing other creators, maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace.
All of this is happening and somehow Ethan is labeled the harasser. How can you not see what's going on? They're doxing him and trying to take away his kids for mild political differences. That's why this—
Okay, but did iDUBBBZ do that? Is there any proof that iDUBBBZ did it himself or that he mobilized or endorsed his community doing it? No. Then why is it iDUBBBZ's problem?
This video is sponsored by Aura, and a topic where people's personal information is being maliciously shared and posted.
Wow, he has an Aura sponsorship. If you go to this website, aura.com/WillieMac, he would probably get money. You should do that because he's helping provide us with React content. There you go.
Identifies brokers that pull your name, your personal information. It is the backdoor case scenario, a free trial. Thank you, Aura. This drama stems from this video.
That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the beast.
This drama stems from Ethan and Hassan's disagreements on Israel-Palestine. Now you might think Ethan must be super—
iDUBBBZ did endorse calling CPS after the fact. Did he endorse it or did he say just it wasn't as big of a deal? I remember him saying, what is it? Because that would have been in the like content deputy or whatever, which was a lot better than the first one. Puppy Puncha, you better not be wrong, because I watched this. I can't remember, like, I watched this when it came out at 2x speed. I don't remember, so let's see. I put CPS.
Point of my video, Ethan. I was saying that you shouldn't be doing this. It led to me making this video in the first place. You were triggered by the CPS harassment thing, and then you immediately equated Anissa and I to it. That was sloppy, and that was horrendous, and it was horrendous for us. And now you're doing it again.
I'm going to watch it live.
Should you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't care. But like, why?
I just don't think— I feel like you're going to get really emotional and say something you regret.
Well, I've got the button.
Like, I know you don't have a problem taking it head on, but I just feel
of course
like
not. Because I know that
you're
whenever—
understandably upset, and I feel like it might be a little—
Should we wait to talk about it, or you want to talk about it?
You should do it off stream. Because I don't know, this escalated initially because we were live and you guys were heated about, I forget what it was.
I just think it might be wise to watch it, think out your thoughts, and respond in a calm way. Because there's no chance that you don't get heated.
I don't need to fucking pre-watch this. I don't need someone else to hold my hand through it. Like, I'm ready to take on anything that these people have to say about me. He's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist.
My God. Okay.
Because right now it doesn't seem like you're getting much help. The main criticism that I was seeing online with my video from Ethan and Hila is that I didn't mention the CPS call.
There's really just one central point that I want to make here. My good friend Ian, in his hour-long takedown, did not mention one time Child Protective Services. Not one time.
There was not even one mention of CPS.
And a lot of the clips he uses is us fired up from the day that CPS came to us.
So like
without
even explaining that at least that's the context, it's pretty cowardly.
I wonder why I wouldn't mention the CPS call. Could it be that the CPS call happened the same day that you were shit-talking me? And I didn't have any chance to defend myself. You just immediately, in the same podcast, right next to each other, said, CPS call was very traumatic. And then you said, fuck Ian and Anissa. And you linked those together, you kind of layered those flavors, and then Anissa and I got a bunch of harassment. We had nothing to do with the CPS call. What are all these fucking comments on your Reddit saying, like, it happened because of the CPS call? I don't entirely blame your audience for getting confused, because number one, it's a fucking cult, and number two, you can't even get the timeline straight. So if anyone's watching your dumbass, their brain is also going to get scrambled.
Be friends as long as they're getting something out of it. So again, he's not showing the context. What was the okay, I'll play this part. Did you guys ever find the context of what I was talking about here? Because I feel like I wasn't even talking about him. I could be wrong. I just don't remember ever saying like, if I did say that,
I thought you were talking about them, about Anissa and Ian in that clip.
That's the same clip of
it's all the
when
part of the
CPS
same
was
clip.
called.
Yeah.
Same clip.
It's part of the same conversation.
You completely wiped your brain of what happened during the CPS stream. That's not my fucking fault. That's no one else's fault but yours.
All I wanted for you to do was say the bare minimum of like, hey, this is fucked up. This is not true about CPS, whatever, like the bare minimum. It came up because they were talking about it on their fucking podcast. By the way, they're the ones that like started this conversation by talking about it on the podcast. Be like, hey, I'm not getting involved.
I think that was their response after you guys initially called them out.
This is what I was talking about.
What does it say on screen? And it says, extreme timeline confusion. We expressed sympathy for Ethan and Hila on our podcast 4 days after he attacked us.
I think that was their response after you guys initially called him out.
This is what I was talking about. You cannot have something terrible happen, be like, yes, let's make some content, and then shit talk your friends of 8 years.
I'm so fired up, I don't even know what to do with myself, which is why I'm crying. I don't know if that's a good state to be in life.
That's that. Kind of spin. And a lot of the clips he uses is us fired up from the day that CPS came to us.
For anyone confused about the timeline, Ethan was talking shit about us on his Instagram before any CPS shit. He was also talking.
This says March 1st. Ethan begins to publicly attach this editor's statement to iDUBBBZ's Instagram harassment.
Shit about us on his podcast.
March 3rd, call to CPS happens. March 5th, Ethan shits on iDUBBBZ on his Instagram and on his podcast.
Before any CPS visit. On March 7th, CPS visits Ethan and Hila, and that same day, they decide.
This timeline is contested as well. Well, if you find some internet sleuth or Twitter thread or someone who actually found a better, more accurate timeline, send it to me. But otherwise, I'm just going to take him at his word.
Let's do our podcast.
Because Ethan, lied a lot throughout this, clearly, to me.
And let's have the topic be the CPS visit and how distraught we are about that. And then right next to that, right after it,
or even if he didn't intentionally lie, he got a lot of shit wrong and didn't bother to correct it.
You guys talk about me and Anissa, but you don't just talk about us. You shit talk us, and you imply that we're friends with people who are doing this, who are the ones who are harassing you.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Random anonymous
Did I say that?
Wait, what's the...
I mean, he gave that impression because I have a screenshot of his Instagram story from that day where he was like, I'm literally working on permits so people can protest outside of Reddit HQ.
I said their primary responsible harassment.
So even if he never said I explicitly blame Snark for this or whatever, I got the impression that he thinks it came from there at least.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So I don't know.
To be honest, I'm very proud that I didn't immediately jump to Ethan and Hila's defense because when you look into the story, it actually looks a lot shittier for Ethan and Hila. And I do mean that literally. There was this H3 stream where Ethan was dumping as per usual. He was talking about his own health. He was talking about his caca breath, his dog having diarrhea, his dog having giardia.
Olive has giardia. It's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea.
His child running around putting things in their mouth.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
The whole family possibly having giardia.
Oh, and why do Americans have to talk about shit and poop so much?
Now, Hila has giardia.
Shut. For real?
And now, I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my God.
Jeez, what can I do to not get it from you?
I'm trying
because I'm not trying to get it.
No, it's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop.
Talking about the viscosity of his child's shit.
And although meanwhile he is covered in viscous, low viscosity diarrhea.
He mentioned diarrhea a lot.
Crazy diarrheas in the middle of the night. All the time he's having these crazy diarrheas. You wash your hands as best you can, but these are really nasty diarrheas. And then extremely foul smelling diarrheas.
So of course, Ethan, having made so many enemies over the years, other people react to his content. And when other people see that he's talking about his children getting giardia from dog poop.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
People are quite reasonably concerned. And so, yes, anyone who's seeing that content might be concerned enough to call CPS, including Ethan's own chat, which, by the way, is not a measly number. It's about 26,000 at the time of this stream. So there are 26,000 people listening to Ethan go into great detail over 7 or 8 minutes about diarrhea, viscosity of diarrhea, his child.
Maybe, Ethan, you're patient zero in your house. I'm eating, bro.
Having giardia, him and his whole family having giardia. They're calling it the poop house. Now what Ethan does, instead of taking any responsibility for sharing too much on his live stream, is that he decides to attack specific creators like Denims and say she was the source of the CPS call because her chat was reacting to Ethan and saying, wow, this is concerning.
Is on her platform right now advocating for our children to be forcibly removed.
Ethan is attempting to smear Denims, who did not condone the CPS call. This is true to my understanding. She disavowed it.
From us.
And he saw her disavow it, and he said he just didn't believe her.
By Child Protective Services.
The problem with this CPS thing is that
and she also never encouraged it. You could say, the most you could say is that she downplayed it, yeah.
It's proven to be a manipulative piece of shit. So when he calls on me to defend him, what the fuck am I meant to do? I don't trust you, and I'm glad I didn't trust you, because in your video defending yourself, you used a video that takes context from 3 different places and combines them to make it seem like someone is coordinating an attack on you.
Love made a good point. You said, is this every comment? I believe this is a live feed of the chat. This isn't edited.
What about the top right? I thought these were
No,
selected.
it's this. I think when you full screen it. No, this is an edit. It's a cutout of the full chat. It's just enlarged.
Oh, really?
Over the screen, yeah.
They're different, I think.
Yeah,
it's not timed. It's not timed the same way.
But it sounds like based on this clip, you knew that it was bullshit and you just went with it anyway. Ethan Klein uses this very deceptively edited video that is just like doing.
Maybe he includes it in this, but I saw a fuller clip where like a few minutes afterward, Ethan realized that it was not her. That was not her, a zoom in of her chat, that it was like a collection of different ones or whatever, and acknowledges it in that same stream.
This smooth scroll to make it seem like that's all of Denham's chat, but that's not what it is. And then when he's called out on it, he hides it. He moves his window over the real chat.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other.
I also don't I think he said that he wasn't intending to like cover it or whatever. I think the producer did it and he just like moved it to so he didn't cover her face or what was on the screen.
Reading the chat, co-signing it. It's very, very, very dangerous.
Now pay attention to her chat.
Have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit, and he has kids, and his kids like.
Why does it have to be anyone else's fault but your own? Take some fucking responsibility. It's just so bizarre that Ethan would expect Anise and I to make a statement when Denham's herself already made a statement about it and said that she does not condone calling CPS.
So we're talking about CPS. 1, I don't condone. 2, I've never condoned it, and you will not be able to find a clip of me saying, yes, we should do this, because it doesn't exist. I've literally given Ethan Klein credit on multiple times or multiple instances.
It says, I'm trying to read what it says because it's in red. It says, do not tap the glass. The something will not, whatever.
And I will do it again right now for not showing photos of his kids.
Part of my criticisms of Ethan initially was the openness. I think it's a problem that you were that open, Ethan.
Well, you know I'm very open about everything. It's part of how I wanted to conduct myself and how I wanted to relate to the
Okay, there's being open and then there's oversharing details about yourself, your partner, and your kids.
audience is to be open as possible about every fucking thing in my life.
It is not strictly a benefit to be as open as possible on your podcast.
Ethan was just sharing his thoughts, what we were thinking, we were speculating.
Sonny's crawling around, he's putting everything in his mouth, he's at that age, he has giardia.
We were speculating.
And now Hila has giardia.
Shut.
Be open as possible about
Yeah, I don't think they were just speculating.
every fucking thing in my life.
Yeah, really? How many siblings do you have? I don't know, dude. The internet's too fucking weird to give out all that information.
Oh, you don't even want to say how many because you're afraid that it will
by all means,
compromise
keep
your
talking
privacy.
about
True, this is why you don't overshare, because the internet is full of fucking weirdos, and Ethan obviously knows that because he's gotten harassment in the last month that he's been talking about.
On top of Ethan characterizing me and my wife as anti-Semitic, he also takes a dig at my tattoos.
Bro, you literally look like a fucking free tattoo pack that you get for 25 cents from a windy thing, bro. Like, literally, my kids have cooler fucking tattoos from Chuck E. Cheese. Bro looks like he just went to the menu and was like, I'll take that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one.
I have quite a few options here. I can show your tattoos in all of their glory, or I can show that your tattoo made it to the top of awful taste but great execution subreddit.
I thought this was fake for a long time. I thought it was just some AI generated photo. I didn't realize he had actually gotten this tattoo.
Which is not a good thing. I mean, it might be a good thing for the artist that you work with because that means that they did a good job from a technical standpoint, but it's sort of a failure in every other aspect, particularly the decision-making aspect. If you want to go tattoo for tattoo, Ethan, we can do that. You want to keep it to other things? We can. I'll give you that option. Ethan also talks about the potential CTE that I might have after boxing.
Yeah.
Ethan, your whole system is scrambled.
No, your brain is scrambled for getting punched in the face too many times because you don't understand the situation. Some people are saying the CTE is starting to take effect, I guess. That would be comforting if there was some explanation, at least.
Any amount of CTE that I may have endured after doing 2 boxing matches, I'm going to say is preferred over having to share the load of doing 50 jumping jacks with my wife.
What if we do both? We'll both do 25 at once.
25 each for. Oh my goodness. Great form by both. Really nice. They must work out.
Also, why are you talking about CTE at all? Like, you continually
no clue what the context of that
illustrated that you can't keep track of anything.
It came up because they were talking about it on their fucking podcast. By the way, they're the ones that like started this conversation by talking about the podcast. Be like, hey, I'm not getting involved.
I think that was their response after you guys
And I have your link to the clip about the timeline Puppy Puncher pulled up. Thank you.
initially called him out.
He can't even keep straight who attacked who first. He thinks that our podcast where we're expressing sympathy for him and Hila was the impetus for him talking shit about us. I much prefer boxing and do CTE than...
But I will say, like, the minutia of, like, the timeline stuff like that is only so... Like, I already thought it was a weird demand from Ethan to expect... Because the thing that kicked this off is that he saw the comments from that Froggy Tonic person or whatever, who was like not even iDUBBZ's current editor, but it really wouldn't matter. It's like a former editor that used to work with iDUBBZ was talking shit or even harassing, I don't know, Hila and Ethan on Twitter. And then he went on his podcast and got mad because Ian hadn't disavowed it. And I just don't like this guilt by association. Like, you have to be responsible for what you're not even current employees are saying or contractors are saying. Like, you have to be responsible for what your friends are saying, for what people you used to know or work with or used to hire are now saying. I just don't understand why he had any like heat for them. instead of just heat for that guy. So the whole, like, him going off on them was so strange. Like, them being like, go fuck yourself. I thought you were friends or whatever. And then if I'm taking Ian at his word, I know he says somewhere in this, or maybe in the first one, that he had attempted to reach out to Ethan and talk about it privately. But then Ethan was like, no, I don't want to talk about it privately. It has to be public and you have to disavow people. And I just don't like or respect any of that shit.
Harassment-induced CTE. Ethan acts like we're such great friends and that, like, he shared such intimate moments with me, but it's all horseshit. He's lying. Like, the whole thing is a fucking lie. He's manipulating his audience. We did not have a close relationship.
You guys were buddies for a long time. He texted me like one time, like, hey, dude, we should talk this out. And I was like, I don't feel like having this conversation.
iDUBBBZ says I texted him 5 separate times.
That's it. So Ian kept trying to get me on the phone or text with me. And I told him, dude, honestly, I don't feel like having this conversation right now.
Okay.
Fair, right? I just didn't want to do it. Okay?
Just in that particular moment, or like at all?
Well, it turns out I didn't want to talk to him at all.
Okay.
If the relationship was that close, you would have talked to me on the phone. You wouldn't have shit-talked me. You would be curious where my brain was at and where I was coming from. There's this moment in the content,
which I agree with iDUBBBZ on,
where I'm trying to give an example of the cycle of harassment. Have you ever been in a comment section and found someone to argue with? It doesn't stop. It can literally go on forever if you don't want to touch grass.
I mean, yeah, this was kind of... Okay, what does that have to do with me?
I don't know.
Are you okay?
Ethan and Hila act like they have no idea what I'm talking about here. So, I mean, maybe they don't. It's a very obvious and easy to digest point. That's why I made it that way. I'm going to explain it here so everyone on the internet understands. When you have a podcast where you are constantly emotionally dumping and saying things just off the top of your head and you're attacking other people randomly, maybe from your perspective, it's not attacking. Maybe you're just commenting on someone else's situation.
He's got to be one of the most visually repulsive people. FaZe Banks, like, in my opinion, he's somewhat repulsive to look at.
And
pedophile. Pirate Software was like weird about it. I was like, look at my old voice, it's so lame. What an obnoxious loser. She goes, I can't believe these people are so obnoxious. And he looked like an idiot who's obsessed with me, dude.
But what happens when other people comment on your situation? It doesn't feel too good, does it?
But he's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right?
I don't know if that's what the video is.
That is the back and forth I'm describing. You might have thought, we were just saying that Ian and Anissa are bad friends. Well, guess what? We didn't take it that way.
Our POV is like, fuck everybody, and I don't want to hear any excuses. You're not my friend, and you never were, and you never will be. You never will be.
What we took it as is Ethan and Neil are shit-talking us.
I also, this whole, like, the fact that Ethan definitely can dish it, but I don't know that he can take it, has been laid bare in the past few months, in my opinion.
Just implied that we are okay with...
And there are some things that I don't expect him to take, like the CPS thing is obviously fucking weird and fucked up, and I totally understand him being upset about all of that, but, like, there's a lot of bullshit that I feel like has gone on under the guise of, like, I'm just responding to people, I'm being harassed or whatever, and he's like using that to harass other people, and it's driving me crazy watching people run defense for it.
People using CPS as harassment, and now all their fans are brigading us. So I am going to respond in kind and make a content cop. So yes, that is what the cycle of harassment looks like.
Okay, what's that to do with me?
I don't know.
How about you fucking Nazis? How about that?
You might think that all the harassment you're getting has everything to do with your politics and your idea of Israel-Palestine, but a lot of my gripes were centered around you dragging me into your shit. You know, you knew that you were going through a lot, and you were saying, I'm hurting, I'm now going to make them hurt because they're not putting their head on the chopping block. Fuck you, you're a piece of shit. I'm sure there's anti-Semitic people that are attacking you guys, but they're not me, they're not Anissa. It's not Hassan, it's not all these other creators that you're attacking. You're not the biggest victim on the internet, Ethan. Other people can experience a horrible fucking time. And guess what? They're not getting this other benefit, which is 26,000 viewers. You're getting a lot of money and a lot of content, a lot of things that you care about from these beefs and from this harassment. There are a lot of people that you've just bullied and they have nothing to gain out of it. Frogan isn't making a bag from this. She's not getting content out of this. You're attacking her in relentless ways and endorsing so much worse harassment than what even you send her way.
The shit he said and posted.
It's weird because it's like, it's possible that she could be on the receiving end of a bunch of harassment, but she's probably gotten more exposure than she probably would have otherwise. So I don't know. I don't know if that ends up like balancing out to like a net zero or what. But...
About Frogan over the past years is like insanely nasty shit.
Yeah.
Worse than anyone I've seen. If this is true, absolutely mind-blowing, insane shit.
Hold on, it's not worse than anything you've seen. How can it be worse than anything you've seen?
Literally, no. I guess
he was
not.
very nasty. Well, I'm just saying, people like fucking want to like lay down and fucking like.
I'm talking about specifically against Frogan.
But like he called her fat, right, and ugly, which is horrifically mean. I get called a fucking baby killer.
I was talking specifically about
that's way
Frogan.
worse than being called fat and ugly, in my opinion.
Also, on top of Ethan and Neela constantly victimizing themselves, I did notice that as soon as we didn't immediately jump to Ethan and Neela's defense, Ethan took that to heart and he started to make that his employees' problems. Instead of just, sucking it up and taking on himself, he decided to imply that Lena is going to have a problem with that.
A lot of this has ramifications for the crew. The way that they have it set up is basically, if Lena were to drop out, she would lose like...
Puppy Puncher. I watched this because you said that I had already watched this, but I was watching it again for context, and I guess it's somewhat necessary since we're getting into this. But is there maybe it'll happen in the next few minutes, but I feel like I haven't really heard him like defend the CPS thing or whatever.
She would have to pay.
I think he was just saying he didn't like him going around like blaming people when he himself later admitted he doesn't actually know who did it. And he was like pointing to specific creators and communities saying it came from there when he didn't actually know that.
Back like $25,000 or something like insane. And besides that, which I told her I would cover if she wanted to drop out. She's working really hard. And just because I'm having an issue with what's going on here.
You bringing up Lena dropping out of the fight was you publicly showing to your fans, like, I don't approve of this. You were saying this shit before the content cop even came out.
Which I told her I would cover if she wanted to drop out.
But now you were saying that you didn't have a problem with any of it until I made the video.
I was totally on board until the organizer put out a video calling me a psychopath for harassing his friend.
Obviously, Ethan and Hila will victimize themselves every chance they get. But when they have the chance to victimize someone else who's on their crew, they'll also do that.
You already forced Lena into this horrible situation. And again, you forced this situation on her.
Why would I do such a thing to Lena? Dude, you have as much agency as I do. You didn't have to badmouth me on your podcast. That was a choice that you made.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree. My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up.
Oh, the organizers of this event are not jumping to my defense? All right, well, maybe instead of shit-talking them, maybe I should zip it.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree. You already forced Lena into this horrible situation. And again, you forced this situation on her. By the way, iDUBBBZ, Lena's fucking having a panic attack.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
But you're just lobbing it to me and Anissa. I'm lobbing it back at you. You're the one who brought it up. If you lob it back to me and you say, well, I didn't have your back publicly. Well, fuck you. I'm going to lob it back and say, you're being irresponsible on your podcast and you're not taking any accountability for the shit you're putting out online. I think that's going to do it for this video. There's a lot more that I can share, but I'll save that for the future. And in closing, I will reiterate so that, there's no ambiguity about it. Anissa and I are no longer involved in Creator Clash. We're stepping down completely. We hope that the event is a massive success.
What was the part in this where he endorses it? I feel like he was right to call out that like it just kept getting presented as like these people saying baselessly that like, oh, he has like shit in his house or whatever, but they were all reacting to the same clip. And it was this clip that Ethan for like 10 minutes going on this diatribe, oversharing and talking about gross details related to like shit and poop and giardia and what his kids have and stuff like that. When like, and yeah, when he's like given the opportunity to like, to talk about like, if he regrets having overshared like that, he doesn't. He's like, I'm just being open or whatever. But I feel like that clip goes beyond just like being open.
Super far right or something? No, they agree on 95% of things.
Do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Okay, great. This is a disagreement that you and I have.
Oh wait,
no, I agree with you.
Look at this timeline thing that somebody linked me. Internet sleuthing. Okay, let's see if this is accurate.
Ethan and Hila, and that same day, they decide, let's do our podcast, and let's have the topic be...
But again, the timeline of this is not really super relevant to me. I just think it was weird that Ian was like getting mad at Anissa and Ian for like something that somebody else said.
The CPS visit. Right after it, you guys talk about me and Anissa, but you don't just talk about it.
But like what you just showed us was that like there was like 2 days that you guys had to say something publicly. They're not a continuous...
But why do they have to say something? I don't get it. Why are they obligated to do that? Is that like nice for them to do it? Yeah, but I don't think it's if the absence of somebody doing that means they're a shitty friend.
Harassment campaign. Your editor is like harassing them. Then it's called the CPS.
And it's not his editor. It was a former editor.
Happens. Is this? I'm assuming this is when we found out about it. What? Then Ian shits on iDUBBBZ.
I just don't get, like, Ethan gets himself in this huge, like, beef with all of these different, like, online factions and creators, and that's fine, but expecting people to, like, get in the firing line and take your side, and if they don't do that, then they're necessarily against you. Like, yeah, somebody saying, like, Ethan, if you're not with me, you're against me type thing. Exactly. Like, I think that's an unreasonable expectation for you to set on your friends. Like, and I don't think he would appreciate being on the receiving end of that. There are times where, like, I don't even think Ethan would like having Hila's statements attributed to him and him being completely responsible for everything that she says, nor should he be, and vice versa. But yet, when it comes to the situations that he's involved in, he expects everybody to be taking responsibility for like their friends and loose associates, and even what counts as like a friend on the internet, honestly, is like, it's not what people think.
There's something off here. I have to, okay.
You know, there's people that you've collabed with, you're on friendly terms with, maybe you follow each other on Twitter, but do you guys actually spend time like DMing each other? Have you shared personal things? You know, it's like even then, you know, that's, you know, getting closer to like a true internet friendship or whatever. But if you're just talking about being on good terms and collabs, I don't even know if that's friendship. And like Ethan has said as much, because when he went after Vosh related to the text folder incident and the horse porn shit or whatever, I think Vosh was like, oh, I'm surprised they went after me this hard or whatever, because we were like friends or on good terms. And he was like, but you're not my friend, dude. Like we've DM'd a few times, we're cool, but it's not like that.
Okay. All right. Hold on.
And Ethan was correct. Like that his interpretation of that dynamic was not off base or off course, you know?
All right. They give it 5,000 defiant. The problem is that he isn't acknowledging that Ethan was getting called a bad parent before the call itself had happened. Yeah, that's true. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on.
Okay, but he's not acknowledging. Now I'm just responding to Papa God. I'm not even responding to like anything. But what Ethan's not acknowledging is that his beefs and all of that is like not other people's problems to adjudicate.
Wait, no, this doesn't make any sense. Wait. The CPS getting called was not the start of the event. He's trying to lie and reframe the situation as if, well, how do we know the CPS just got called? How are we supposed to know all that? Because this was an ongoing thing.
Why reframe when all Ethan and Hila said in their response to this is that, oh, he leaves out the CPS call. I don't know, as far as, I mean, unless it's somewhere else in that VOD, I don't watch their podcast. He says, and this didn't just start with the CPS call, it goes back even further. Then how is Ian supposed to take away anything other than the fact that they were upset about the CPS call specifically being left out, not just everything?
Denims was talking about, Ethan was talking about this for how long before this episode? What are you talking about? Like, it started with them putting in this weird lie that he abuses his children, basically, and they roll around in shit. That was your friend who was doing it, or excuse me, your wife's friend who was doing it.
Okay, the lie is that he abuses his kid. I agree. But it's not wrong. Like, he's framing people like being mean and like reacting to that gross clip of him talking about the Giardia stuff as like malicious lies that came out of nowhere. And I do agree in some instances, obviously it's malicious for people to attempt to like seriously think that like anyone's in danger in that situation or whatever. But I don't know, people having like hyperbolic reactions to like gross clips on the internet, is that now lying or is that just like trolling and reaction? I don't know.
And then
it's a case-by-case basis sort of thing for that sort of characterization, in my opinion.
Carried over into CPS actually getting called. Who fucking cares when CPS got called? Oh my God, this guy's a loser. He just lied outright. He lied. He tried to manipulate the time frame. This guy's a dishonest piece of dog shit.
Piece of dog shit. Does Ian even know if Ethan is a bad parent or not, though? Like, do they hang out on the weekends or something? I would never vouch for anyone if I'm not 100% sure. I don't think so. Like, they didn't give that impression, especially when he was like, we were not as close, and he's overstating the extent to which they were. But I think that they'd seen each other, like this other chatter is saying, they'd seen each other for years, like they've been in each other's houses. And in the first content cop, I do remember iDUBBBZ being like, nobody who matters to me or is worth anyone's time would have a problem with me saying that he's a good parent, or I don't believe that he abuses them. Yeah. Again, all of this like sidesteps the fact that like this is not iDUBBBZ's responsibility.
So I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, you know, the displacement and you know, the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you.
He even cried for Palestinians getting killed, relating to being a new dad.
As a father, it's even hard to talk about. This dude was holding his infant. It was like a year old. He was like patting her on the back and saying like his final goodbye. I mean, didn't expect to get emotional about that, but like, I'm a new dad and that shit really fucks me up.
Yeah, this wasn't good enough because Anissa is 50% Irish and 50% Lebanese and grew up in Canada, so she can tap into empathy that Ethan can't comprehend.
I'll say it for anyone who...
Okay, see, like, do you think anyone who would just characterize what Papa Gut was saying, they're lying about the kids rolling around in shit or whatever? Like, they're lying, aka they're making hyperbolic statements and reacting to like this clip of Ethan talking about Giardia for an extended period of time. I feel like that's the same as me being like, Willie Mack is lying because that was never the specific argument that they were making or whatever related to, like, it's like nitpicking in this weird way.
That shit really fucks me up.
Yeah, this wasn't good enough because Anissa is 50% Irish and 50% Lebanese and grew up in Canada, so she can tap into empathy that Ethan can't comprehend.
Like, him not representing or steel manning their arguments in the content cop, if he is just being hyperbolic and giving his interpretation of the way it came off, that's not lying. It's just like a different perspective.
I'll say it for anyone who doesn't know. Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish. For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is very well familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out of Israel.
Terrible as the Holocaust was, obviously it was horrendous, and how disgusting the doctor was that did the experiments on Jewish people. They found a couple of really groundbreaking discoveries through that experimentation.
Yeah, she prefers that Nazi propaganda. I am also...
Dude, oh my god. Is that genuinely supposed to be evidence that she's a Nazi? Because she's repeating, like, common lies surrounding, like, Mengele experiments or whatever?
Also half Irish, so that makes me an authority on all things in the Middle East, unlike Hassan, who is 0% Irish. Ian does this appeal to authority to make Ethan seem like...
Wait, what? That's his interpretation? Is there more context to that? No, I mean, probably. The only content from Anissa I've ever seen is she debated she debated vegan gains on veganism, and obviously it's not hard to dunk on people that are trying to argue against vegan positions because they usually find themselves confronted with arguments they've never thought about and then giving out the same arguments to defend eating meat or whatever. But no.
Like an idiot. But the authority is appealing to Hassan, who is Nazi propaganda. I am also half Irish, so that makes me an authority on all things in the Middle East, unlike Hassan, who is 0% Irish.
Wait, okay. What bothers me is that I understand people, fine, dunk on iDUBBZ and Anissa for doing, like, standpoint epistemology and saying that their backgrounds confer them with authority. But, like, Willie, your boy Ethan in this video, like, at different points, is he gonna leave out that, like, a lot of Ethan's explanations of where he's coming from and his feelings on the conflict relate and tie back directly to his identity as an Israeli, American, and Jewish man? So how are you gonna get mad at iDUBBZ and Anissa for making arguments that, like, oh, our takes on these things are informed by our ethnic backgrounds or whatever, when that's what Ethan does?
Ian does this appeal to authority to make Ethan seem like an idiot, but the authority he's appealing to is Hassan.
I would say that Hassan was very well equipped to talk about...
Like, where's this clip of, there was a clip that I saw of Ethan being like, my lived experience in Israel or whatever. Lived experience in Israel. See if this comes up. Maybe this is it.
Oh, you guys, how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, like. Oh my God, bro, you have no idea what you're talking about.
She's now talking
I'm
about
talking
it on
about Israel proper.
What I want to do is show.
And you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say in this clip that has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on my lived experience of 5 years living in Israel. My lived experience, bro. You are so fucking out of line. You have no...
It does come after the content cop, but it's the same defense, no? That, like, him having been there or his identity in some way gives him additional knowledge and context that other people will miss because they don't have those experiences.
About that topic. He's just got done capturing a massive progressive audience who are very politically savvy. They follow Hassan.
Which I don't even think is an argument you need to shut down all of the time. I just think it's weird for Willie to, like, dunk on them for doing it, but not on Ethan and Hila for doing it.
Hassan is strictly a political streamer, so this is something they're very keyed into.
I have dozens of videos documenting how this dude will blatantly lie and make up conspiracies when covering topics or arguing with people. But we don't even have to reference those videos.
We know, that's why you took this position in this video.
Because another day has passed, and that means Hassan has told a whole new set of lies. So I just want to give you a sample of just how dishonest this guy is.
He also liked to do the whole, how can you tell Israelis how they feel about that slogan? Yeah, I just saw that the other day because I was reacting to that clip, whatever.
Ethan
or that clip in the first debate that he had with Hassan that actually led to like leftovers ending.
About Jewish heritage in the Middle East. Hassan then ignores that and argues against something Ethan didn't even say.
Hassan attempts to deny Jewish heritage in the Middle East. It characterizes them not as indigenous, but as white colonizers. This is Hassan attempts to deny Jewish heritage in the Middle East. It characterizes them not as indigenous, but as white colonizers. This is
the Israeli heritage in the Middle East is now tarnished by, well, first of all, Israeli
He said Jewish heritage.
heritage in the Middle East. What the f is Israeli heritage in the Middle East? That doesn't exist. Shut the f up.
He didn't say Israeli heritage. He said Jewish heritage.
Talking about a 76-year process, okay? You can't really call that heritage in the Middle East, okay? But as far as Jewish heritage in the Middle East, that's valid. You can talk about individually Arab Jews and whatnot, but that's not what you're talking about. You're playing fast and loose, making this dangerous conflation between Judaism and Zionism.
Okay, first Willie W getting a clip of Hassan putting his foot in his mouth.
And once again, over and over and over and over again.
You're the one doing that.
Hassan is denying Israeli heritage in the Middle East. The Israeli heritage in the Middle East, you know what that is? Death and destruction, genocide and apartheid. That's the only thing that Israeli heritage is in the Middle East. If you're talking about Jewish heritage in the Middle East, that's a little different, of course.
That's literally what he's talking about. Ethan won the argument without even being there. Hassan's chat finally corrects him for fundamentally misunderstanding Ethan's point, but it doesn't stop him from declaring victory in this imaginary conversation.
Oh, he didn't say Israeli heritage in the Middle East. He said Jewish heritage in the Middle East. My bad. Well, let me tell you, Jewish heritage in the Middle East is not Israeli heritage, okay? So you can't talk about Israel while talking about Jewish heritage in the Middle East. So my point still stands.
His ego is out of control. Hassan makes up in the debate with Ethan that Iraq gave a right to return for Jewish Arabs after they were kicked out.
Iraqi Jews can go back to their home tomorrow. The Egyptian Jews can go back to their homes tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That is insane. You are fucking out of your mind.
Yes, they can.
Okay,
they
how? Tell me how.
Can.
How do the Jews go back to
their... They don't want to, and I understand why they wouldn't want to.
No, they want to.
Why would yes, they could.
Loaderbox immediately pointed out that Iraq return law specifically excludes Jews. He can't even tell the truth about...
I think the context of that, though, was Hassan talking about different Arab initiatives and Israeli initiatives that had begun to look into right of return of Middle Eastern Jews to the native countries they'd been expelled from, though.
Poppy's drinking.
Hold on, what are you drinking?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream
Isn't that
soda.
Who owns that?
I don't know, but it's not on the BDS.
Are you sure?
BDS list.
We'll double check.
Yes, I'm 100% sure.
Hassan is so incompetent, he came into a single Google search that shows that the owner of Dr. Pepper is a staunch Zionist. The point of
Okay, I saw this, but then somebody else in my chat told me that that's not truly the BDS list. What is the BDS boycott list?
this isn't that Israel is in the right or all Palestinians are bad. It's to show that he will confidently lie if it makes him look better in the moment. He didn't know about any of these things, yet he lies to try and act like he's in the right on all of them. It's effortless for him. And it's because he doesn't care about the truth. All he does is anti-West propaganda. It's his brand.
Just like I do propaganda.
I'm a propagandist. Well, no.
On, what is it? Let's see. See, here is somebody saying, looking for a complete boycott list. Hello, friends. I'm having a really hard time finding the right info on which brands to boycott. The BDS website has a list of maybe 30 brands, but I know it should be much bigger. Does anyone have a big comprehensive list of what brands to boycott? Also would be great if this list is updated regularly when brands stop supporting Israel. Thanks. And then they put not a list, but the whole point of BDS is to target a small group of companies, but get a lot of people to do it. The reason there's only 30-ish on the list because if the list was any bigger, it would be hard to organize all the boycott participants, so the overall boycott would be more spread out and less effective. E.g., if there are 200 brands to boycott, people may choose to boycott some and not the others, so the overall effect is ruined. But there's 20, then the consumers are more likely to cross over / pick the same brands to boycott. Where is the list of the 30?
And when you call him out on it, he doesn't correct the record. No, he molds and hides behind the dead bodies of Palestinians to avoid accountability.
I will never forget these monstrous pieces of for looking at a situation like the one unfolding in Gaza and choosing to never say anything about it, only to then make these drama videos to call out the people who call out the Israeli government. It is disgusting.
Nobody cares that you criticize Israel. It's that you're making stuff up.
It's on the BDS movement website. Yeah, that's what I found. This looks like BDSmovement.net, act now. And it has these. And it explains historically successful method of targeted boycotts inspired by the South African anti-apartheid movement, the US civil rights movement, the Indian anti-colonial struggle, among others worldwide. We must strategically focus on a relatively small number of carefully selected companies. Why did that not actually list to the companies? and products for maximum effect. We need to target companies that play a clear and direct role in Israel's crimes and where there is real potential for winning, as was the case among others, G4S, Viola, Orange, Ben & Jerry's, Pillsbury. Compelling large complicit companies through strategic and context-sensitive boycott and divestment campaigns to end their complicity in Israeli apartheid and war crimes against Palestinians sends a very powerful message to hundreds of other complicit companies that your time will come, so get out before it's too late. Many of the prohibitively long lists going viral on social media do the exact opposite of this strategic and impactful approach. They include hundreds of companies, many without credible evidence of their connection to Israel's regime of oppression against Palestinians. Many do not have clear demands to the company as to what we expect of them and do not end the boycott. Expect them to end the boycott, making them ineffective. Our website. Oh, wait, is that the list? Oh, wait, download PDF. I didn't see this. See, like, Coca-Cola is on there, but is Dr. Pepper owned by Coca-Cola? I don't drink soda, so I don't know these things. No, Dr. Pepper is not owned by Coca-Cola. It's owned by its separate Keurig Dr. Pepper. Is that anywhere on this? Zero of zero. If I just put Keurig, maybe? No. So he wasn't. I actually thought that he was, and now because of this, now he actually wasn't.
Well, then slander people.
He was just following this like random thing saying it should be boycotted.
It is disgusting.
Nobody cares that you criticize Israel. It's that you're making stuff up. He will then slander people for calling him out.
There was a picture with the companies. I know, but I only recognize from this. I'm not on your level of Bugman. I don't recognize all of these. No, I'm kidding. I needed something that I could search and find really quick.
Repeating that Loanerbox and Destiny were paid by Israel to go to the West Bank. The account that made the claim admits to making it up. Doesn't matter to Assange, still reports the lie.
A lot of misinfo out there about what's actually on the official BDS list because people talk out of their ass about what needs to be boycotted. No, literally, they think it's just like, oh, if it has connections to like an Israeli billionaire, that means they need to be boycotted.
Out the people who call out.
And to be clear, I don't do like consumer boycotts outside of veganism or whatever. So you're not looking at if I clearly don't do this. So if I did, I would have known, I guess, faster.
The Israeli government. It is disgusting.
Nobody cares that you criticize Israel. It's that you're making stuff up. He will then slander people for calling him out. Repeating that Loanerbox and Destiny were paid by Israel to go to the West Bank. The account that made the claim admits to making it up. Doesn't matter to Assange, still reports the lie.
Also, I went
I mean, do you know that he got it from there, though? I mean, this surprises me. He's repeating something he's on Twitter, though.
on a paid trip to Israel, and that's not weird. It's not weird that I went on a paid trip to Israel.
These guys spent their own money to do on-the-ground journalism in the West Bank, recorded and covered how the IDF burnt down fruit markets of civilians, interviewed tons of people. Well, they're Israeli operatives because they don't agree with every single thing that Assange says. Assange goes on vacation to France, Japan, Australia, all over the course of the war, and then reads Twitter for his research. Yet he claims he's doing the important journalism.
But if it's between me going live and giving you 10 hours of on-the-ground...
I mean, I don't care about the trip, but isn't the criticism that, like, it's like war tourism? No?
10 hours of reporting from the ground.
Like, the countries that he's going to are not, like, active war zones.
At a critical moment, at a critical time, versus not going live that day just so I can go on Piers Morgan and fucking yell at him. I think it's selfish of me to take the Piers Morgan route.
On the ground, dude's either in his hotel suite or the third floor of his LA mansion. When told that he should go to Israel, Hassan says he can't because it would be too dangerous.
That's your argument? You got it? You can enter Israel? What's more to say? Brother, I am not going to Nazi Germany, okay? I hope you understand this. Brother, I'm not going to Israel so you can fucking execute me, okay? Stop fucking demanding that I go to Israel. Stop demanding that I go to Nazi Germany.
He was invited to do actual journalism in Gaza, but wouldn't because they couldn't guarantee his safety.
The thinking about going to Gaza thing is also kind of stupid because I was invited by literal fucking journalists that work in Gaza, okay? And I, unfortunately, most likely will not be able to go because the people that I did talk to said that they could not give me security assurances that Israel would not fucking kill me or anyone really.
How does he think on-the-ground journalism works? There's a danger to it. That's why it's called on the ground. Brandon Buckingham went to Lebanon when Israel was bombing them.
I know, but he should just leave it to journalists and cover their coverage instead.
Places he was at were bombed the next day. By the time he finished the video, some of the people he was with were now dead. But you know, Hassan, the real journalist, thinks reading Twitter is reporting from the ground. iDUBBBZ analysis.
I would say that Hassan was very well equipped to talk about that topic. They follow Hassan. Hassan is strictly a political streamer, so this is something they're very keyed into.
The only way you would think this is if you're a Hassan fan.
I'm more extreme than Ian, where I'm like pretty anti-capitalist. I hate landlords. I hate the system that we're in.
My understanding is that the property owners who have
She is
properties there
outlining maybe not the I hate capitalism thing, but yeah, most people hate their landlords and they hate landlordism until they become one. Or unless they become one.
choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry. Holy shit. Murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
Whoa, Ian's about to get cucked live.
Is there anything
A certified dark woke classic.
you want to promote while you're here? I don't know.
Creator Clash 2, give us money for charity next year.
All right, Creator Clash 2, guys.
They raised $0 from Creator Clash 2. Even when Ian describes Hassan's America deserved 9/11 moment, he makes it sound so much more nuanced and sophisticated than it actually was, an anger-induced crash out.
Do you think he's gonna bring up that Ethan was like telling Anissa that he hopes she goes bankrupt
America deserved 9/11,
because they separated from Creator Clash?
dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
That is someone who is extremely frustrated and passionate about a particular topic. In this case, American imperialism and terrorism. You could have looked into that. You could have talked to Hassan a little bit more and found out what his international politics opinions are.
Sure, I agree. I think he like overstated the extent to which like Hassan has some unique political audience that is somehow more informed than like the average Twitch audience or something like that.
But you wouldn't even need to do that. You can look at it online.
If you look at it online, Hassan crashed out because Dan Crenshaw mentioned that military bases are an important part of national and global security.
You're not the only one that's told me this, and particularly not the only one that's told me this that has a military background, saying it's virtually impossible to prevent any of this stuff without having bases over there.
That's 100% right. Yeah. I mean, and you need that relationship with the host nation, of course, that you want to partner with. And that's generally what we do, especially in the special operations community.
Hassan's academic response was to say that Dan deserved to be raped by soldiers.
What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with this dude? Didn't he go to war and like literally lose his eye because some mujahideen?
Okay, he's just making him sound cool though. Like I don't watch Hassan. I'm not some Hassan fan, but like anytime people pearl clutch over these clips, you just make him seem cool.
Brave soldier, his eye hole with their dick. Isn't that how he lost his dumbass eye? Because he got his eye hole by a brave soldier?
America deserved 9/11, dude. We totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit.
And what's funny is if Hassan just played 20 more seconds of the video, Dan would have acknowledged Hassan's frustrations.
Again, I think it is reactionary to just assume that we have bad intentions all the time and that everything is America's fault. I hear that constantly, mostly coming from the left, but that isolationist sentiment certainly comes from the right as well. And it's a reaction. It's a reaction to the Iraq War and some of the mistakes we made there. These matters are complex. And they deserve complex reasoning and analysis and a little nuanced understanding. And I just think that's how we should look at it. We don't say that we're always right. That's not what I'm saying.
When confronted by his uncle on the Young Turks, Hassan backpedals, blaming it on English being his second language.
But you understand now, and not just now, but you understood fairly soon after you said it, that saying Americans deserve 9/11 is a completely different statement and one that's wrong.
No, I didn't say Americans deserve 9/11. I said America deserves 9/11.
Right, but that's
and
still
in that
wrong.
Moment, well, maybe you can chalk it up to English being my second language or whatever you want to chalk it up to.
This wasn't a thoughtful commentary. It's him having an emotional outburst.
Wait, sorry. I got distracted because I found the fucking him on his what is it? His Instagram story. Yeah. This was his Instagram story where he was telling Anissa like go bankrupt. So she put inbred, making fun of like how much that came up, I guess, or whatever in the debate. And then he put is where you'll find your next meal because you guys will soon not be able to afford food as you inch towards bankruptcy. So, normal moment.
Fairly soon after you said it, that saying Americans deserve 9/11 is a completely different statement and one that's wrong.
No, I didn't say Americans deserve 9/11. I said America deserves 9/11.
Right, but that's
and
still
in that
wrong.
Moment, well, maybe you can chalk it up to English being my second language or whatever you want to chalk it up to.
This wasn't a thoughtful commentary. It's him having an emotional outburst instead of engaging with why Dan is wrong. Maybe.
Yes, welcome to streaming, Willie. You think Hassan got big because of thoughtful engagement or whatever? You can argue that it ought to be that way, but you're talking, it's like React and the entertainment. No shit.
Is I don't know. And then
it's like, it's off the cuff. You're streaming for hours a day. You're going to put your foot in your mouth. It's like sometimes serious, sometimes not.
Avoiding accountability when he gets criticized. He does this with everybody when the conversation gets slightly complex. I would love to chalk all this up to Ian.
Hassan is better informed on Middle East issues than 90% of people, since most people do not give a shit. No, but like, didn't iDUBBBZ say that his audience specifically knows more than like the average Twitch audience? And like Hassan, maybe the Twitch people, like chatters, like no, it's just entertainment to me.
Ian just not knowing what he's talking about, but it's much more malicious than that. Ian is leaving out context on purpose.
Just got done
An emotional outburst. This whole video sounds like an emotional outburst.
capturing a massive progressive audience who are very politically savvy. They follow Hassan.
We're gonna pretend like Hassan is more obsessed with Ethan than vice versa, or if there isn't like some parody there, that it's exclusively Hassan being obsessed with him.
The word of the day is empathy.
I think only in these past couple of years have I gained the ability empathy, and I'm very ashamed to admit that. It sounds really pathetic to say at the age of 32 I've acquired empathy.
It is. iDUBBBZ understanding the word empathy confuses me a bit. You see, when Ethan told a story about how CPS was falsely called because he talked about his kids getting sick, I felt bad for Ethan. Ian felt bad for the accusers.
I just like can't help myself but like feel for other people.
The accusers? I mean, what? Hold on.
CPS was falsely called because he talked about his kids getting sick. I felt bad for Ethan. Ian felt bad for the accusers.
I just like can't help my.
But they're not. Ethan himself doesn't know who did it. And then he was saying earlier that he did. He was pointing to specific creators and specific communities and saying they were doing it, which is why he like had to retract something recently, no? Oh God. Dude. Mike from BA tweet.
Or I want to address something from Denham's correction demand in her letter. The letter claims I falsely stated that Denham's herself filed the preceding CPS report, or that Denham's caused others to do so. The letter also states, on March 11th, I acknowledged Denham's had denounced herself or anyone in her community making contact with CPS. Let me be clear. I have never claimed that Denham's called CPS. I have never implied that Denham's called CPS.
Okay. So he's saying now he never claimed that she did it. Maybe he never specifically said Denham's is like directly responsible, but he said like, I hold her responsible. He said I hold her responsible, which you can argue is an opinion. If we're taking it up to like a legal standard, you probably can't argue that that really is just an opinion or whatever. But obviously on the internet, that gives the impression that it came from, you had knowledge or you think it came from her community.
If my statements were interpreted as stating this, I want to correct the record and make it clear that I do not believe that Denham's called CPS. Obviously, moronic, idiotic, stupid. Let me also address the point in the letter that I claimed Denham caused others to call CPS. I did not state, and I do not believe Denham's made a direct call to action to her audience to contact CPS. Obviously, right? Never said that.
It might be an opinion, but it's also hell of an implication. Yeah. Like as a legal matter, he might have been able to like wiggle his way out of it. But I mean, if this does not seem like he wants to be making the statement, this does not sound like he wrote that statement. This seems like something that he was advised by his lawyer, which he pays for. You should say the statement to avoid litigation, lawsuit, make it abundantly clear where you stand. But yes, he literally said like, I remember liking a tweet that said like double down or something. Double down. Maybe I didn't like it. But Ethan doubled down like Denham's or something.
She is most definitely client of being responsible, directly or indirectly. Oh, she is most definitely indirectly responsible, as far as I can tell. I mean, it happened right before the call came. And the fact that you're trying to skirt responsibility is just pathetic. It's just a further...
like, he has no evidence for this. He had literally just said to Hassan, like, he has an inkling or a feeling, but he never couches it that way. He told Hassan, I don't know who did it. He admits when he was talking about it on stream that the CPS agent themselves said it was somebody close to you. So he has no idea. What is it? Falsely called. I don't know if someone talks on stream how his kids got poop parasite from dogs on stream. Calling someone to check that out is kind of understandable. No, not to me. To me, it's not. To me, it's not. It's like a waste of time and resources. And it's like, just because he said that doesn't mean it's true. Because I'm pretty sure you can contact Giardia in different ways. You don't actually have to have direct contact with feces. So to me, it's like, if you're going that, if somebody genuinely wanted to say, oh, I am concerned, it's like, okay, but you should have done a preliminary Google search and you probably would have seen that that's not the only way to contact Giardia. But my point with it is that he knows that the internet is full of crazy people. He knows the reach that he has. He knows that he is on the receiving end of crazy people harassment. So with all of that in mind, don't talk about your kids. Don't overshare about stuff like that, because you're making it easier. I'm not saying it makes it right, but it makes it easier for people to find excuses, moralistic excuses for them to intervene. Around here, you'd be obligated to call. Well, I don't know where you're from, but in the United States, we have like mandatory reporters. So if somebody like close to him or a teacher or someone saw that clip and came to the conclusion that they felt it warranted it, then those people would be like legally implicated. But I feel like everybody else is just like pretending, you know, that they give a shit about his kids when I don't see any evidence of that. I feel like they just want to get at Ethan.
Myself, but like feel for other people's pain and suffering now.
But like Hila and him were kind of backtracking and like, oh, we were just speculating. We weren't outright saying, when it was like a several minute long clip of them being like, no, for sure, I have it. And this is the only way to get it or whatever. So they weren't just speculating, they were stating. And then later, once they realized the backlash they were getting and some of the harassment, then they clarified like, here's what we know, here's what they don't. I think like Hila put on her Instagram stories that the kids don't even have like Giardia, so it wasn't even true.
The initial content
but people only got that impression because of that initial clip. If he had not been speaking that way about the story in the first place, none of this would have happened.
Video, did Ian mention that CPS was falsely called on Ethan and Hila? It makes the entire video horribly dishonest because it is the catalyst for this entire drama. If you watch the content cop, you would think that Ethan was dragging iDUBBBZ.
Pediatricians are mandatory reporters, so if they took the kid to the doctor, yeah, but then what would the doctor have to report? Because you're taking them to the doctor to get treated.
Into a drama that he started for no reason.
Like a kid getting a parasite or whatever is not abuse. Kids get sick.
And it's all culminated, at least for my story, in Ethan burning bridges with people until he burned the bridge with me. Since Ethan and Hassan's falling out, I've been keeping to myself mostly. I don't have many nice things to say. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help, maybe if he stops harassing other creators, maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace and we can like rekindle our friendship.
These other creators are Frogan, who's Hassan's mod, and repeatedly would write that Ethan hates Arab for not supporting the October 7th terrorist attacks. On October 7th, she would write, leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of revolution happening in America. But as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. Ethan is apparently a racist for not supporting or calling for terrorist attacks. What else do you call this? Denims would argue that Israelis who do mandatory service.
Okay, like I can't know if the clips that he's like stitching together, like was she calling him Islamophobic because of his reaction to that? I swear I remember her reaction to it was she was like, oh, Ethan unfollowed me. Like Ethan, I support the IDF. Like she backed off of it immediately because it was this fucking stupid thing to say.
Should get Nuremberg trial, which was the execution.
Like, I don't know that she backed off of it, but it was like, this is so unserious. So you say something like that, and then as soon as you get like a little bit of pushback from like a creator that you like or someone like Ethan or whatever, you immediately back off of it. Like, then you're just saying things to say things. You don't really mean it.
Of the 21 worst Nazis in World War II. Ethan's wife did mandatory services in Nuremberg trial, which was the execution of the 21 worst. Called this. Denims would argue that Israelis who do mandatory service should get Nuremberg trial, which was the execution of the 21 worst Nazis in World War II. Ethan's wife did mandatory services as secretary, yet Hila is apparently the worst of the worst according to Denim.
Okay, but the story that everybody criticizes her for, Hila Klein, IDF, or whatever, was this, which I watched on stream a couple of weeks ago, where she was a secretary, but then she didn't like what she was doing, so she was transferred to Ramallah, and then she voluntarily went on a raid at night and she wasn't supposed to be going on. That's the thing that people criticize her for, and that's not part of mandatory service. I feel like everybody's so dishonest about the fucking service that she did. There's people like him that will say she was just a secretary, she was conscripted or whatever, and then there are other people that will leave that part out and say that like she was in like a brigade or something like that, when it's like it's a mix of the two. It's like, yeah, there was part of her service obviously was conscripted, and the other part of it was like she chose to go on that raid. She didn't choose where she was assigned next, but she chose to go on the raid.
I'm a fan of you know, I had to do what I was forced to do. And I feel like you start getting really close to like Nuremberg trial type shit there.
She'd hype up the guy who advocated for and jokingly
a fan of
his wife did mandatory service as a secretary, yet Hila is apparently the worst of the worst according to Denim.
Definitely not a fan.
And still defends it. Yeah, she said she was like, oh, I'm proud to serve or whatever. Isn't that mostly what people are criticizing her for at this point? I could be wrong. I don't follow this drama, this beef, like as closely as people that are like on Snark or Twitter or whatever. But I thought people like, I swear I've seen a clip of her being like, well, if you don't serve, you're stigmatized, and I was proud to serve, or something like that.
And you know, I had to do it. I was forced to do it. I feel like you start getting really close to like Nuremberg trial type shit there.
She'd hype up the guy who advocated for and jokingly takes credit for calling CPS.
Lets his dogs all over his mansion, and he just leaves the on the floor, something that is probably related to the fact that his former housekeeper is suing him for a number of different reasons. So I would assume he doesn't actually have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog and he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog and God forbid, I don't know what they do with it. I don't know if they eat it or if it's just from like contact.
So she went on a raid once. What if that raid was justified? Well, my point is that he's saying that like they're criticizing her for mandatory service when the majority of the criticism, maybe they've made criticisms elsewhere, but the majority, I was just saying the majority of the criticism that I see is her going on that raid that she talks about here, and that was a choice. That was not part of mandatory service. So to me, it's like, regardless of whether or not it was justified or wasn't, it's not something that was an obligation of her conscription. It was something that she chose to do.
Contact with it with their hands or something, but I don't know what they do with it. I don't know if they eat it or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something, but they contracted a parasite.
That's bullshit. The Nuremberg trials were not about executing Nazis, holding them accountable. They did execute the 10 worst. They gave most of them prison sentences. Yeah, and isn't the whole point that she was just saying that like, this is just true. No, you saying the just following orders thing is not a complete defense against war crimes. The only thing that it has an impact on is if you can get a reduced sentence sometimes for war crimes that you were involved in or committed, but it's not a blanket defense, or you can't abdicate responsibility entirely just because you were following orders.
Site that I had previously never heard of in my life called Giarda from
doing a ride along with the military in occupied territory is a pretty weird thing to say the least. Yeah, voluntarily. That's the other thing is like Ramallah is occupied Palestinian territory, so a lot of the raids and whatnot that they conduct, like the people that they capture are tried in military courts. So these are like Israeli courts. They're not actually given like proper due process, and they have a huge practically a 100% conviction rate. These people are not really tried.
The dog that is all over his house.
Dude, how is it that like maybe once a week I look into what Ethan Klein's been up to, and every time I manage to find more and more terrible shit. Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other illnesses, it's very, very, very dangerous when infants get the same sicknesses that adults get. There are lots of things that you can get as an adult. You're totally fine. You'll be A-okay. No problem. A child, a small infant that has no immune system, shouldn't be catching anything.
This chat is an edit compiling the worst messages from Denim's chat, but they are real. You can see the same messages in the top right, which is her live chat. So the guy who made the video
The raid was in occupied West Bank. There's no legal right for the IDF to be there, let alone do nightly raids. Yeah, that's the other thing. See, the West Bank is comprised of 3 different sections. There's area A, B, C, and post-Oslo, there's different administrative quarters and territories related to each specific section, and Ramallah is not even under Israeli administrative control at all, I believe. I think it's just completely occupied Palestinian territory.
was advocating CPS take his kids away. Denims is talking about how careless and shocking it is of Ethan to put his kids in so much danger, as her chat is also echoing that his kids should be taken away. On top of wanting Gila, the mother of his children, executed, which bad empanada role plays.
Secretary got.
Meanwhile, Ian's saying, look how unhinged and crazy Ethan's acting. He even went after Matt Lieb.
He's finding new people every day, basically, to get in fights with.
Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb.
Matt Lieb is in this, like, middle tier. His valuable association is Rhett and Link. So,
but did Bad Empanada come up in the first video? I don't even remember him. Does he even know Bad Empanada?
Oh, Rhett and Link, conveniently, are also in this category.
Now I have to fucking check. God damn it. Let's see. Content. iDUBBBZ. Let's see.
Destination.
Where is the transcript? Bad friend, bad enough. Talked bad friend, bad thing, bad people, bad, you're being bad, as bad, less bad, is bad, about Bad Empanada. Okay.
All right, I'm going to move on. I just want to play Hassan talking about Bad Empanada.
Ethan doesn't want to change, and he wants to bring the entire crew down with him. Because
wait, so he wasn't even saying it. It was Ethan saying Bad Empanada.
All right, I'm gonna move on. I just want to play his song talking about Bad Empanada.
Ethan doesn't want to change, and he wants to bring the
Okay, so does he talk about him? Came up Bad Empanada. You feel really bad. Bad partner. Bad Sabra Hummus. So does he really never defend him, and yet he comes up? Associating with Bad Empanada is pretty bad. Go, the guy's a psycho. Yeah. Yep.
a popular and
like somebody who would probably I don't watch his content, but I wouldn't be surprised if I ideologically agree with him on a bunch of stuff. But his insane behavior or whatever just becomes like anytime he's brought up, that's the first thing that people go to. So I feel like that makes it very difficult for him to be like a good advocate or whatever, or somewhat. He makes it so hard for people to like align with him, you know, because then they end up, the first thing that they're questioned about is his insane behavior, obviously. Bad Empanada is hilarious. Yeah. That's the other thing, is funny. And that's why most people look the other way. I feel like most people look the other way because they like his videos and they like, they think he's funny. He's like this, obviously Nick Fuentes is worse. I'm not talking about like a moral equivalency or whatever, but as far as like behavior and being outcast, I feel like he's like the leftist, like Nick Fuentes. Like to me, Fuentes to me, it's so obvious that a lot more conservative, what is it? Like conservative politicians, pundits, like listen to Nick Fuentes, but they'll never admit that they listen to Nick Fuentes because they know he's like a fucking Holocaust denier or whatever. A neo-Nazi, but and Bad Empanada is like, it seems like a lot of leftists online really like him. More and more people are like willing to say that they like him or whatever, but he was outcast for a long time because of his behavior. He's not a brand ambassador, obviously. Yeah. His videos are made for a global South audience. Yeah, not for Amerifats.
Powerful men who Ethan does not want to burn bridges with. I think Ethan only respects power right now, which is one of the reasons I made this video in the first place.
The important context, Ian, is that Matt Lieb is constantly platforming Bad Empanada as a good guy.
We both have bad in our...
Okay, but my understanding is that this episode was before any of the CPS stuff. And although I wouldn't be surprised if Matt Lieb is fine with having him on after. Let's see. Bad Hasbara. Bad Empanada. So this was 4 months ago. This was recorded Friday, January 10th, 2025. Didn't all the CPS stuff happen in February? And they didn't do another episode with him. Maybe there's a tweet where they endorse him again. I wouldn't be surprised. But.
Our, YouTube names. And yet we are both good. What do you make of that?
Am I good? I don't know.
I think you're good.
Matt Lieb has also tweeted out, "We gotta save them kids," referring to people trying to get CPS to take away Ethan's children. Ethan Healer simply asking Ian to tweet out that this is crazy, something I and many other creators who have never spoken to the H3 crew did easily. If the same thing happened to Hassan, I would come to...
It's not about how easy it is.
It was the fence.
Like, again, Prince, like this whole thing was started because not the CPS thing, like the impetus for it is that Ethan is going and flaming Anissa and iDUBBZ because of statements that somebody else, not either one of them, are going on Twitter and making. Like that is already, why does he leave that out?
Not online banter or disagreements at that point. It's
like, it's not iDUBBZ who is like harassing him or going out of his way or signal boosting it. It's like, he wasn't saying anything, but like he's not obligated to say anything. Or
real life harassment. When CPS showed up to Ethan's house, Denham seemingly justifies it, saying kids can't form memories at 5, so who cares?
I think it's embarrassing for Ela here to be like, this is so traumatic for the kids. You're trying to traumatize the children. It's like, dog, you literally, the vast majority of people are not remembering anything that happened to them at 3. It's just sympathy, right? It's just, she's just pulling like the IDF classic card of like, please, my life is so difficult. Please, everyone that is against us needs.
He has this thing, but it's called shooting and crying. Hold on. Shooting and crying, this is how you say it in Hebrew, an expression used to describe books, films, or forms of media that portray soldiers expressing remorse for actions they undertook during their service. It's often been associated with the practice that some former IDF soldiers follow. So I don't know if that's what she's referencing or whatever, but what she's saying is like not completely based on nothing. This is a weird argument from Denims, to be honest. Yeah, because it sidesteps the whole thing. It's like she's going on this tangent about like memories formed or not or whatever. It's like, obviously, fuck it. You can sympathize with them having CPS called or whatever and like coming to their house, and it's difficult.
Awful experiences because we're the ones dealing with the
so
real.
Like the minutia of like how memories are formed or aren't formed is stupid. It's completely irrelevant. It doesn't matter. Like, and you know, I have no issue with them talking about it, being upset about it. I don't think that's them playing the victim card or overstating it or whatever. What I didn't like is that it was used as cover to go and attack other people, and I felt like he leveraged his harassment. And it's like, he immediately made it difficult to me for like people to feel as bad because he's like started just swinging his arms at anybody who is not reacting to it the way that he wanted to, and like started like her making these comments. They're cold, they're callous, they're wrong. I disagree with it. Every negative thing, they're stupid, all of it. But I don't think it makes it okay that Ethan is saying or implying heavily that her community directed it, was responsible for it, etc. Why would it be traumatic if a nice auntie from CPS comes over and talks to the kids? It's not like it's a SWAT raid. Because it's not really about what the interaction is actually like. Because I agree, it's not that it's traumatic to talk to a CPS agent, right? But I don't have kids, but I know lots of people that have kids. And it's very, very scary to be put in situations where you have to talk to people that ultimately do have the power to take away your kids if worst comes to worst. You know, the likelihood of that happening to Ethan and Hila is extremely low because they're millionaires, obviously. And also that CPS doesn't want to separate families from their kids because that's also a huge burden for the state. It's not good for kids. It's not good for the families. There's lots of reasons why they don't do it, but it's this highly consequential thing. And I feel like it doesn't matter how your wealth, it doesn't matter how much of a good parent you are. It is just like inherently nerve-wracking to have to interact with CPS agents and talk to them about these things. It's just not fun, you know, so I can sympathize with that.
Still awful experiences.
You're trying to take her kids away. That seems reasonable to complain about as a mother.
I was like, I really don't want you to create any bad memory here for them. Like, they are 5 and 3. They don't understand this shit.
It's not that traumatizing, but it's significantly worse than getting doxxed. Yeah, like people are comparing it to being swatting. It's like swatting, and it's like people have died from swatting. And I think swatting is more immediately scary and threatening because it could result in that if things go wrong. But once they verify that you're not a threat and that you were just swatted, you weren't actually a target or a safety risk, they leave and then it goes away. With the CPS thing, that's like, again, it's highly consequential as well, and it is scary, and there didn't really seem to be a good basis for it.
So I told him,
create any bad memory for them. You're not forming memories at 3 years old.
CPS are trained to interact and talk to families and kids. There's no real trauma. They exist for a reason. I agree they exist for a reason, but the basis for the call seems to be related to the Giardia thing, and Ethan oversharing or whatever is not abuse to me. Just makes him gross, and it's like it's a stupid thing to do. If you were my friend or family, I'd be like, why are you talking about your kids or any of this stuff on your podcast? You know there are weirdos out there, right? You know that, so don't do it. But yeah, it's just scary. It's not fun.
And it's very rare that you're forming memories at 5 years old. Now, yes, you are. No, you're not. When we're talking about being able to remember, being able to recall memories, it's like 4 is the cutoff. But even if you are forming any memories at 4, you're not going to be able to remember them past like 15. You have maybe 1 or 2 memories.
She then reads the exact opposite on stream when she looks it up, but then chooses to repeat that she was right.
There's a wide variation about the mean across methods, cohorts. The average age of adults earliest.
But people took this as like, this just seems like a side tangent she went on.
Memories is 3.5 years old. You're not really forming memories at 3.
You literally just read out of your mouth that the average adult starts forming memories at 3.
What is happening?
All of these people want to take your kids away because you don't co-sign everything they say. If you don't fall in line with your language, they will try to ruin you. Denims would go on to say that she doesn't condone people calling CPS, but she justified it. Even as she speaks, her chat is calling for CPS.
We're talking about CPS. 1, I don't condone. 2, I've never condoned it, and you will not be able to find a clip of me saying, yes, we should do this, because it doesn't exist. I've literally given Ethan Klein credit on multiple times or multiple instances, and I will do it again right now, for not showing photos of his kids.
I'm sure there's anti-Semitic people that are attacking you guys, but they're not me.
It's her. After seeing all of this,
but this is, to me, this is only the only argument to make from this is that they should moderate their chats more.
It's because Ian does.
But it's not proof that they themselves condoned it, or they coordinated it, or they attempted to get people to do it, that they incited it.
Know about it. He says Denims is his friend, but Ethan is a halfway friend for wanting him to speak up.
Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
And I'll be honest, like before this or whatever, I did not. If like I saw, what is it? Like somebody putting like FBI pull up in chat to something sus that I was reacting to or whatever. And then later it turned out that that person was like swatted or something. It's one of those things that's like, yeah, retroactively it ends up looking bad. But it probably wouldn't have occurred to me until now after seeing all of this that like, yeah, I guess you gotta closely watch what people are saying about 3-letter agencies in your chat, because if something actually does come of it or whatever, people will point to you and your chat is proof that you did something about it.
We are friends with Denim. We think that she's a good person, like we think Ethan and Hila are good people. Kind of a tricky situation. How can you possibly think that they're both good people at their core?
It's not tricky.
Wait, didn't Denim sue Ethan for defamation? I know his research isn't that good, but damn. She did, and then she not retracted it. I don't know, but she said she wasn't going to do it after all. Hold on. And was refunding everybody. Hold on. Denim's lawsuit. Let's see. Yeah. And like, again, we're 22 minutes into this video. I don't know that he mentions like the lawsuit at all. 1 week, 1,692 donations, and $46,000 later, I'm refunding the GoFundMe. If/when I go forward as a plaintiff, I will be self-funded. Thank you, everyone, for proving Ethan wrong. His behavior is unacceptable and people do care. Proceeding with the defamation suit against Ethan is a monumental undertaking. His suit with Kavanaugh started almost 4 years ago and is still ongoing. I don't want to fundraise to start a fight that I can't finish and feel like I've let down those who have donated. With that in mind, if this is a journey I wish to undertake, I'll be doing it with my own funds. I'll be keeping all of you posted if anything happens while the statute of limitations runs for the next year, and I'll be elaborating on Stream Friday. I appreciate all of you for your support. It means more than you know. Then she put, why issue a retraction letter and crowdfund if you weren't serious about your legal threat? I was and am. If criminal code section, I don't know, 48A applies, you must issue a retraction letter within 20 days of the defamatory statement before you can pursue a lawsuit. This is why Ethan was so prompt in his letter to Noah, but has yet to file suit if he ever actually plans on doing so. I changed my mind about crowdfunding because I realized that I didn't like the money grubbing narrative. Normally this wouldn't be an issue because I could just be transparent with how the money was being spent, but over the lengths of time that a lawsuit would span, it isn't realistic, and quote unquote just doing my best isn't enough for an offensive lawsuit. Anyone that's disappointed needs to realize that they would have been waiting a long time for any kind of emotional payout on this anyway, and that it's easier to take my time on this when I'm not being perpetually scrutinized as a scammer. To anyone that doesn't care about the money and just wants to see Ethan take L's, the Kavanaugh suit will end before any potential lawsuit of mine gets off the ground. I believe Ethan's being sued for defamation from somebody else. Not to mention, if he does end up filing something against me, it feels strange to crowdfund for a defamation suit and for a defense at the same time, and mixing the funds feels even stranger. This is the cleanest way to move forward. But so this was May 14th. And then May 19th, this is when Ethan issues like what appears to be like a retraction against Denims, which we just watched. And yeah, he admits that she never made a call to action for the CPS thing, that she didn't call CPS, and that she had denounced those that had.
Tricky at all. She's acting like a demon.
But do you think Willie Mack will bring this up? What do we think?
Can have crash out moments. People can say things that they don't mean. People can say things because they want internet clout and attention. I don't know. I think they're both probably.
She won't sue. She has no case, just like Ethan won't sue. Really hard to prove this stuff when it involves public figures and all of that. But he obviously was scared of something, because I don't think he would have issued that statement unless he was advised to by his lawyer.
Guilty of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention. Right now, one's a little bit more fucking
Yeah, but Ethan took the claim that she called CPS back, so why does he state it here? That's what I don't get either.
nasty to me than the other.
You've lost your mind.
Like, maybe by the end of this, he'll explain like how that evolved, because it was possible. I know videos like this, especially if it's 45 minutes and it's scripted, it probably wasn't written very, very quickly, you know? So he may have started writing it when all of this was still happening. You know, that happened like, this came out May 21st. And let's see. I already closed that. Let me see. Mike Adams lawsuits. When did he? Yeah, this was only, so this came out 2 days ago, and then Ethan retracting it was May 19th. So he just might not have made it into the video.
I'm still not
He probably should have amended it before he put it out if he had the ability to do that.
perfect. I think that is, my empathy meter's only maybe like a quarter of the way filled up, potentially, but it's at least there. And I just want you guys to know that you can unlock ability empathy.
I think she does have a case if you listen to some of the statements he made about her. I watched a video from, what is it? From Pisco, where he this is not his, he doesn't have like subject area expertise in this, but he talks about it. And does Denham's actually have a case against Ethan Klein? And he read her the letter, the like cease and desist letter that she sent to him initially. And he felt like some of the statements that she included are opinions, but that one or two of them at least count as direct implications or defamatory statements potentially by Ethan, because he was heavily implicating her to the point that it could be reasonably interpreted he was saying she was responsible or that she had done it.
This is the empathy you've learned, empathizing with the people who want to take away his kids and kill his wife. But to Ian, both of these people are crashing out equally.
I actually have a lot of friendships that are kind of that way, where it's like, one of the friends doesn't fuck with the other friend, but there is someone in the middle who kind of fucks with both of them, but separately. Yeah, there's a lot of friendships that are like that. I'm not gonna make you guys like meet up and kiss or anything.
This isn't just some petty beef where they just can't get along. If your friend is screwing up, you should be able to tell them. But Ian knows that. He just thinks Ethan's the one screwing up. It's genuinely evil that Ian doesn't disclose the extent of the harassment in this video. His audience has no idea because he omits it. Even in his follow-up content deputy, the extent of the harassment is never disclosed. Instead, he tries to find examples of Ethan being dishonest, and they're just wrong.
The thesis of those videos, though, is that he is using his hurt as a shield to hurt other people.
Klein uses this very deceptively edited
and he acknowledges that he was facing harassment, that it wasn't fun, no?
video that is just like doing this smooth scroll.
Genuinely evil. Why do these guys talk like this? Because 300, wouldn't you talk like this for 300,000 views in 2 days?
To make it seem like that's all of Denham's chat, but that's not what it is. And then when he's called out on it,
most streamers would be fucked if people started suing. I agree. That's why Ethan should not be opening up frivolous lawsuits against people like Noah Samson, because they make videos about him, critical videos about him, Yeah, when you implicate someone of a crime, they don't have to prove damages in a defamation case. Yeah, some statements themselves are so intrinsically harmful that the law in the United States considers it to be there's an avenue called like defamation per se, and you don't even have to prove damages, just them stating it when they know it's not true, or they're showing like reckless disregard for the truth, which is very hard to prove, can win you a case.
He hides it. He moves it.
Everyone I disagree with is evil. True.
His window over the real chat.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children.
Dude, it is Denham's chat. It's just a compilation of the messages. If iDUBBBZ just watches the original clip that Ethan is commenting on, you can find the same messages in the chat. The show is called Content Cop, but there is...
Okay, but one, I think the point of compiling all of those messages, in a single window is to give the impression that that was her chat all at once. Doesn't Denham's regularly get like thousands of viewers? Hold on. First, I know she addresses like where is it? Denham's like responds to Ethan, maybe. There's a video where, let's see. She explains like what he did with the comment section thing. So him being like, what's the big deal? That is your chat. Is this not the same justification that Banapanada and Denims could use to look at that, react to the video of him talking about Giardia?
Denims, by the way, was the real villain.
What lies? What defamation? I'm just reacting to the things that you said. It's obviously possible to take messages out of context, even if they did happen, but present them in such a way that it gives a misleading impression of the way that they were presented, the way that they were viewed. Like, he knows this. There's no way he doesn't.
Of the video. And I think that it went a long way to showing just what an evil, hateful fucking, and I'll say it and I'll double down on it. And people, oh no, did I not go there?
Just don't invalidate.
Okay, let me do this. Like this.
Before we get into it, some quick housekeeping first.
North Star Radio. Ethan Klein spreads altered footage. What the fuck? Of Twitch streamer Denims?
Or Ethan too. Oh, I'm just that he
just lie.
Wait, that's not.
The community called CPS on him, and his evidence is that
It's what we were thinking. We were speculating.
Basically, Ethan Klein is saying that my community called CPS on him, and his evidence is that my chat is so militant and so hateful that every single comment is calling for people to take direct action against him, which he attempts to prove with a clip from my stream that's been edited to show messages from my chat.
Look at her chat. So this to me is like very important clip. Wow, and look at the comments. Call CPS. Child endangerment must CPS. Social services bro needs someone to call CPS. That's child. It's every comment.
Yeah.
How did they get the memo? Every single fucking comment. Your chat is saying call CPS. You don't want to say any single fucking thing about that? You sick, twisted, evil woman. I'm not exaggerating when I say literally every comment is call CPS. Notice the chat is almost in complete.
Willie Mac leaves that out. I'm not exaggerating when I say literally every single message when that's not true. And his retraction a few minutes later at some point in that VOD means fuck all, because that first clip is the one that ends up circulating. I shouldn't say it means fuck all, but the damage has been done, you know?
Universal agreement, and Denims endorses this clearly. As you can see, she's not moderating this at all, and it's pretty much 100% of the comments saying call CPS on them. Their kids should be taken away.
My nannies have
2 days before it happened, and she's like, "I'm sorry, girl, but this is kind of."
I swear he had acknowledged in that. This is worse than I remember. I swear he had acknowledged in that same one, like, oh, that's like, it's like a compilation or whatever. It's like all of the bad messages clipped together. But then if he went on to make a video and repeat the first lie, then that is him being dishonest.
Kind of your fault, looking like. Love made a good point. You said, is this every comment? I believe this is a live feed of the chat. This isn't edited.
What about the top right? I thought these were
No,
selected.
it's this, I think when you full screen it. No, this is an edit. It's a cutout of the full chat. It's just enlarged there,
really?
over the screen, yeah.
Did you catch that last clip? Yep, his own employee just tried to show him that he's wrong, and he ignored it because he's lying. The clip is deceptively edited. He's doing it again. At this point, I don't know if he's watched a single real video of me. Let's see that again. Look at the chat in the top right corner.
He has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit. And
Love made a good point. You said, is this every comment? I believe this is a live feed of the chat. This isn't edited.
What about the top right? I thought these were
No, it's
selected.
this, I think when you full screen it. No, this is an edit. It's a cutout of the full chat. It's just enlarged there,
really?
over the screen, yeah. What is happening? What universe do we exist in where this is a popular creator? How exactly am I supposed to get through to a person and convince her wrong when she's literally disproving herself on her own stream and then ignoring what just came out of her mouth 5 seconds earlier?
Oh, Lion Klein. I'm honestly shocked people still take this guy seriously. Let's do some quick math. Here are the first and last frames of the video that he played. I searched for the top and the bottom messages in my Chatterino history. The first one is line 14,472. The second is 15,428. And they're 5 minutes apart. That's 956 messages in 5 minutes. He showed 65 messages, which is less than 7% of the messages from that time period. The funniest thing is that only 3 of those 65 messages are ever even on the screen in the 2-minute video that he featured. So now I'm sure you're wondering why someone would go through so much trouble to painstakingly Photoshop all these chat messages together to make it look like they happened at around the same time, instead of over the course of the full 5 minutes. And if only 3 of those 65 messages were in that clip, when did the rest happen? Well, it happened when I watched this clip from his podcast.
Olive has Giardia.
Okay, I've already seen this once. We saw it. I don't want to see it again. Okay. So he's talking about his kids have Giardia and they ate shit or they had to eat poop to get it. I don't know.
I want to, and
if
here,
See between
viscosity,
this clip goes on and on. I did not realize that.
Diarrhea.
and he was throughout and in the dark and is sleeping. So I carry him into the bathroom, 2 hands. Point is, down, I watched him again. Eli, another foul. It's not really.
Quarantine your hot.
I will give you $10,000.
Man, that clip is still gross no matter how many times I hear it. I am glad I haven't eaten anything since I started making this video. Now, it's one thing to be so stupid that you don't quarantine your highly contagious sick dog when you're a multi-millionaire, and it's another thing to tell people about it. I mean, who in their right mind would share this disgusting story with their audience? And Ethan, do you really want to be held responsible for what a small fringe of people in your community?
Okay, Then you like docs or Instagram commenter or something like that.
Public.
So you like read a comment that was left on an Instagram post, and then you like went to the person's profile on Instagram and was like, look, this is who's harassing me. And then they got harassment or something like that. So point being that
there's no he fucking he hides it. He moves his window over the real chat.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children.
Dude, it is Denim's chat. It's just a compilation of the messages. If iDUBBBZ just watches the
exactly a compilation, it's to give the impression that she was being spammed with all of this all at once, and she's flagrantly disregarding any sort of moderation action when it's happening in like slow motion because she has so many people in her chat like sending messages or whatever.
The original clip that Ethan is commenting on, you can find the same messages in the chat. The show is called Content Cop, but there is no
Okay, but you found 3 messages out of a whole page of them. And she admits that in the video that he's getting it from.
Ian then,
or maybe he never saw her video, but then that would be a lack of due diligence on his part to not see your response video.
Just goes full mask off and says the CPS call was wholly justified.
To be honest, I'm very proud that I didn't immediately jump to Ethan and Ela's defense, because when you look into the story, it actually looks a lot for Ethan and Ela. And I do mean that literally. There was this H3 stream where Ethan was dumping as per
Wait, what is he called?
You can find the same messages in the chat. The show is called Content Cop, but there is no investigation. Ian then just goes full mask off and says the CPS call was wholly justified.
To be honest, I'm very proud that I didn't immediately
What do you want to bet he doesn't say that it's wholly justified?
Jump to Ethan and Ela's defense, because when you look into the story, it actually looks a lot for Ethan and Ela. And I do mean that.
There's a difference between saying, I'm glad I didn't put myself in the line of fire and defend you guys in the midst of this controversy versus saying it's wholly justified. But maybe that's only me seeing it that way.
Literally. There was this H3 stream where Ethan was dumping as per usual. He was talking about his own health. He was talking about his caca breath, his dog having diarrhea, his dog having giardia.
Olive has giardia. It's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea.
His child running around putting things in their mouth.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
The whole family possibly having giardia.
Oh, and now Ela has giardia.
Shut. For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my God.
Mentioned diarrhea a lot.
Crazy diarrheas like in the middle of the night. All the time he's having these crazy diarrheas. You wash your hands as best you can, but these are really nasty diarrheas.
I guess this is all you need to justify calling CPS, according to Ian.
So of course, Ethan, having made so many enemies over the years.
That's not what he said.
Other people react to his content. And when other people see that he's talking about his children getting...
I mean, I cannot believe that people take the narrativizing and editorializing surrounding these clips seriously when they're just not like, he'll make a claim, Ian says it's wholly justified, and then what he'll go on to show doesn't prove that.
Giardia
or show that at all.
Dog poop. People are quite reasonably concerned. And so, yes, anyone who's seeing that content might be concerned enough to call CPS, including Ethan's own chat, which, by the way, is not a measly number. It's about 26,000 at the time of this stream.
What's more likely, Ethan's chat laughing and goofing around, or Denim's chat saying call CPS, and then CPS shows up 3 days later? It's obviously Denim's. He's being dishonest. Ian also—
No, it's not. You can't make that sort of extrapolation from that. You have no way of knowing that, and that's why Ethan doesn't even know that. That's why he retracted it.
Says that it's completely reasonable to call CPS over kids getting giardia. It's not.
He said it. What does he say?
Might be concerned enough to call CPS. And so, yes, anyone who's seeing that content might be concerned enough to call CPS, including Ethan's own chat, which, by the way, is not a...
I mean, maybe, again, maybe I'm the one splitting hairs. Maybe I'm being overly charitable or whatever, but I think there's a difference between saying, I can see why some people wanted to see it versus justifying it, you know?
Measly number. It's about 26,000 at the time of this stream.
What's more likely, Ethan
But I'm sure I'd be told that's a distinction without a difference, but the difference matters to me.
chat laughing and goofing around, or Denim's chat saying call CPS and then CPS shows up 3 days later? It's obviously Denim's. He's being dishonest. Ian also says that it's completely reasonable to call CPS over kids.
I don't know that he's like this, but these sorts of creators are usually immune to being responsible for any brigading, any sort of like negative action, bullying, harassment that comes from their community. And they always want to say like, I never told my community to go do that. If people do it of their own volition because they don't like you, that's not my problem. But then here they're super comfortable and confident tracing, you know, allegations and events to a particular person or community, even though again, Ethan himself says he doesn't know that.
Getting Giardia. It's not. You do one Google search, talk to any doctor, you'll find out that it's extremely common among children. The idea that parents can't tell a story about how their kids got sick without having to worry about a CPS call is frankly insane. Even
in that clip, he literally says that they were eating his. He said the only way that where's the now I do have to go back to this. Hold on.
Maybe it's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop. Are you planning on that?
Never.
Not really.
So then you're fine.
But unfortunately,
so the problem is
you just told us that your poop is flowing out of your mouth. It's like in the
Okay, so like
contrast
that against
He's
this.
being dishonest. Ian also says that it's completely reasonable to call CPS over kids getting Giardia. It's not. You do one Google search, talk to any doctor.
He didn't say it's reasonable to call CPS. He said it's reasonable to be concerned. Yeah, that was the impression that I got from that.
You'll find out that it's extremely common among children. The idea that parents can't tell a story about how their kids got sick without having to worry about a CPS call is
Okay, but in that story, he says the only way to get this is to ingest my poop. He said that. He didn't have to say that. He said that. Then only later, after all of this happened, then they clarify it.
frankly insane. Ethan's kid didn't even end up having Giardia. Not that that matters. It's wild that
And again, oversharing on the internet, even with a story as gross as what Ethan said, is not child abuse. And if you're actually going to go out of your way to call CPS, which would be fucking insane anyway, you should do your due diligence and verify, because Ethan is obviously not a fucking doctor. So just because he says that's how you contract Giardia does not mean that's how you actually contract it. If you're going to do that, you would need to, if you feel like you've seen something on the internet that warrants you taking real world action, you have to do your due diligence before just like resorting to, I'm gonna fucking call them or whatever. But the internet is full of weird people, stupid people, crazy people, all sorts of people. Ethan knows this. That's why you don't say stuff like, you don't talk about your family really, because they will do stuff like that.
Ian puts the blame on Ethan.
Why does it have to be anyone else's fault but your own? Take some fucking responsibility.
For what? Do you think he called CPS on himself?
For oversharing and talking about his kids and telling that gross story, yeah.
Is it his fault people want to murder his wife too? Yes, according to Ian.
They just implied that we are okay with people using CPS as harassment.
You literally just said you were okay with it.
And when other people see that he's talking about his children getting Giardia from dog poop, people are quite reasonably concerned.
Is Ian okay? Did a lizard person kill him and start wearing his skin? Brother, put back on your glasses and uncross your eyes because you're not seeing straight. This guy got called a simp and a cuck, realized that people being mean to you on the internet wasn't fun, and then deleted all of his content cop videos because he found empathy. But this is the most soulless and cruel video he has ever uploaded. Even at the end of the video when he says he's crying for Ethan, he's really crying for himself.
You know.
And what's funny is that he's like focusing so much on like the content, or maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Oh wait, no, I'm wrong. I was like, he hasn't exclusively focused on the deputy. He also did on the first one.
I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Neil. Like it's really hard to be a couple online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like if you come to their defense, that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes that makes it worse for them.
Okay, so now imagine it's not just him and his wife. It's his entire family, his employees, his pets. Use that empathy, buddy. I want to wrap up this segment on empathy by talking about some
Again, to anyone who has just joined, he completely leaves out that Ethan went off on Anissa and iDUBBZ for things that not that they said, but that they failed to say, and that their previous editor said on Twitter. Someone brought to Ethan's attention that that iDUBBZ's previous editor, who worked with him a few years ago, was being mean or harassing them on Twitter. He was looking at those tweets on stream, and then he says, fuck Anissa and fuck iDUBBZ for not standing up for me, for not disavowing this guy, for like not calling out the CPS call, like making it a condition of his friendship that you need to disavow your friends, or you're responsible for other people's actions now.
Racist dog whistles. And I don't mean it in the same way Hassan means it, where he calls everything racist. Someone says they don't like using a bidet while vacationing in Japan. Racist.
Kind of fun in the beginning, and now it's just getting really, really annoying. I just kind of want to wipe my butt like a normal person.
Wait, what? Why is he making it seem like you have to wash your ass? Bro, here's how you want to know something about white supremacy? You want to know something about white supremacy? You can go anywhere on the planet. If you're white and you criticize something, no one thinks you're a barbaric caveman. But because he's fucking white and he's in a non-white country, people still don't understand that that is literally a barbarian going, grug, That is internalized white supremacy inside of all of us, where because the Western world, the Western ethnocentric, Anglo-Saxon domination is so fucking pervasive that we look at that and our immediate reaction isn't like, oh, he's a barbarian.
Yo, this guy's retarded. Someone calls him stupid, racist dog whistle.
Hassan didn't mean to insult me. He simply...
What was I supposed to get from that clip? It just seems like it's being inserted in this or whatever. Although I do think it's funny that he's trying, like a bidet is objectively cleaner than just using toilet paper. It's just true.
Reach the narrow limits of his understanding of the world. Dude, I can't do this. The narrow limits. Yeah, dude, just say I'm a Turk roach with a cockroach brain and move on, okay? Yeah, fuck it. I'm saying it, dude, okay? This motherfucker, not exactly out of the alt-right pipeline, okay? Straight up, dude.
But Ian having the choice between 10 different swords in Hassan's house and landing on the swastika one, not a dog
Oh my
whistle.
god, we're doing it. We're doing it. I need like a bingo card every time somebody brings up the fucking bleach sword.
God forbid you pick up a sword in here.
Do you think he inserts that Ethan himself acknowledges that it's not a fucking, it's not a swastika?
Okay.
I was thinking about doing some sort of...
You're not crazy to look at it and think, oh, is that a swastika? But they both know it's like Buddhist iconography. And Ethan, Hassan, debate. Get rid of that. See.
Okay.
Sir. How was filming that content? I just have to know what you felt, what you were thinking as they were doing the Fortnite L behind you.
We'll get that.
No. We're here. I don't.
Sword, is that the first time Ethan confronts Hassan on the swastika?
That's my answer to that. Now let me ask you about this.
Mm-hmm.
This sword has a Nazi swastika hilt.
Okay.
Do you disagree? What's funny about that?
I think it's funny because you've made this a major point of contention. That's why I think it's funny.
It's a swastika, is it not?
It's a sword that is a bleach sword, as you know already, that has a hilt that has a Japanese manji sign on it. But yes, it does look like a swastika, as I've also noticed and have talked about on numerous occasions that you've brought forward on your podcast.
Yeah, of course you're conceding that because we fished this up, but yeah.
Such as when I made fun of, I believe it was Alexa that grabbed it and I said, oh, you immediately go over the swastika one. Yeah, exactly. Do you think?
Anyway, my point is, Hassan, if I can continue my point, is that you knew it was a swastika sword. So why did you guys choose to pose with this sword?
Ethan?
Answer that. Why was the choice made for this sword?
I'm going to gently explain this to you again. One, it's not a swastika, but regardless.
Do you think it looks like a swastika?
I did not make this editorial decision. I wasn't even,
do you think it's...
He already said that he knows that it does, and he's pointed it out, and he knows this because he had a clip of him. He showed the clip of him.
Reasonable to perceive that as a swastika?
He, already said this.
Ethan?
Answer the question. Is it reasonable to perceive that?
I don't think it was a deliberate decision that
okay,
I don't know his mind.
Okay, well, Hassan, they're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well, considering
you have 10 swords, don't you?
The week
genuinely tilting at windmills.
Prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact time. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes. That's what we call dog whistle, Hassan. And what you're doing is gaslighting somebody. You made a video. Let me make a point here, Hassan, because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minority groups, right?
This is true.
So you made a video.
I'm so glad that commentary is drawing attention to the big issue of microaggressions online. I know that's probably always been an issue close to the heart of Willie Mack. You know, edgy boy himself certainly would never ever microaggress upon anybody else, and is the first person to call out microaggressions online. Truly the biggest scourge of our time.
Participate in a video. Do you think a Jewish? Let me finish my point, Hassan. No, stop.
Can I just say,
you are making a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti.
Do you think I could find on his channel like a video where he like defends somebody from like accusations of racism even though they said the fucking N-word? Like, what's the over under on that, do you think?
anti-Semitism while exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. Do you not see this as a problem? Or at least...
And again, this guy, does he not have his own N-word compilations?
Am I insane for thinking this is odd?
Ethan, take a deep breath. Okay.
Answer the question.
Take a deep breath. I didn't even hear your question. I need you to answer.
He's not insane for thinking it was a swastika at first. He is insane for learning that it's not and continuing to insist that this is some high-minded move to dog whistle at him because by taking advantage of the fact that it looks like it even though it's not. That's the insane part. That's the insane leap.
You should try listening instead of speaking.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately was using a dog whistle in an Assassination?
Yeah, that's the insane part.
Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the only long sword that I have?
You have
a very true radical coder. Not liking this stream is an anti-Semitic microaggression. You guys should like the stream if you want to avoid accusations of anti-Semitism.
10 swords.
I know they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
So yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had 10 to choose from. What does it matter how much they
the
weigh?
other ones are heavy, Ethan.
Let me
I'm
paint a
waving that shit
scenario.
around.
Let me paint a scenario for you, okay? Listen, okay, this is important. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism. You exhibited in that video the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. 1 out of 10 of your swords that you have previously already stated you know is the, quote, swastika.
Since this is a green screen, someone should Photoshop the It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, like Charlie pointing at the conspiracy, the board with all the like red yarn or whatever when he's like crazily explaining his theory.
So am I insane for you're treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
I mean,
He's also insane for bringing it up in the context of them having a one-on-one debate and then deciding to bring up things unrelated to the topic. Because he started bringing up like Frogan's thumbnails and iDUBBZ's content cop. It's like, if you have problems with these creators, go talk to those creators. Why are you bringing it up in this conversation?
It's a little insane, yes.
So yeah, microaggressions just don't exist for Jewish
you're
people.
asking me why iDUBBZ made
It's your
this
sword,
decision,
bro. I don't believe that you
I'm
weren't
not
there.
iDUBBZ, and I
You were there,
don't
bro.
know
It's in
how
your
to
fucking house.
Secret Nazis, maybe they're just being blatantly anti-Semitic all the time. If they were blatantly anti-Semitic all the time, this would not be your opening pitch for proving that he's anti-Semitic. There would be wouldn't there be better stuff? All he had was Bleach Sword and Hummus tier list.
House.
I don't know why you're asking me why
because
I
it's your house and your sword.
But also,
like, I'm not saying that Hassan has never said something anti-Semitic. I'm sure everybody has said something racist. Everybody has said something unintentionally or intentionally. I think more often unintentionally, but sometimes intentionally anti-Semitic shit. But would I call him like a genuine anti-Semite? No. In the same way, Ethan has said racist shit, but I wouldn't say he is a racist. You know?
But I also gave you what my speculation is, and that is that it's most likely because I previously had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Okay, if you say so. So if it's a cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the photo
I'm
up?
not even in the photo, I don't think, right?
I know, it's in your room, though, and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke?
Wait, what?
Okay. I think I've illustrated my point. It's just, I cannot believe he's repeating this.
No more swords, okay?
I'm the one who thoughtlessly picked up the sword. We were grabbing a lot of props in Hassan's room, and there are a lot of props.
There's a lot of anti-Semitic props, and he just chose that anti-Semitic one as opposed to the other anti-Semitic ones.
There's only one prop in Hassan's house that has a swastika, and you just so happen to pick up that one. Now, I know this sword was from an anime, and people, including Ethan, were willing to give everybody the benefit of the doubt on this.
I don't want to talk about Hassan's sword. I don't want to talk about Hassan's sword hilt, because Ethan himself basically admitted already multiple times he doesn't think any of us did that intentionally, and he would be right.
Do I think any of them actually like wanted to put a swastika in the photo? No, no. I don't actually think.
This clip is supposed to make iDUBBZ look bad. It's proving his argument wrong.
But what Ian purposely omits is later in that same podcast, Ethan discovers that Hassan knew nothing about the anime and refers to that sword as the swastika sword.
This one's sicker. Wait, that's questionable. Yeah, immediately goes for the swastika.
But he never hid that. He never hid that, and he said he used it in like an Assassin's Creed promo.
One, got it.
It doesn't seem like a coincidence, but it gets better. A point of contention between Ethan and Hassan is that Hassan calls Jewish people inbred. Sometimes he specifies.
So can just no one use that bleach sword? Like, what is the rule that we're making for this for handling the bleach sword?
He only means settlers. Other times it seems like he's just throwing it out there.
I should go to the old city so I can get my fucking shit pushed in by some of the most inbred fundamentalist hicks.
When Hassan is debating Ethan and they're talking about this, what does Anissa tweet out? Inbred. It's very intentional. It's meant to make Ethan feel paranoid about anti-Semitism being normalized online. It clearly is among all of these people.
This looks like a swastika.
Yeah, totally.
Dude. The narrative surrounding that single tweet.
About this, what does Anissa tweet out? Inbred. It's very intentional. It's meant to make Ethan feel paranoid about anti-Semitism being normalized online.
So, Anissa tweeting out inbred as a play on words about the fucking debate and how absurd it is to begin with, because again, the first thing that was brought up was a video that involves her husband. That's Anissa directly trying to target Ethan and make fun of him for his anti-Semitism or whatever.
It clearly is among all of these people.
This looks like a swastika.
Yeah, totally. Or do you think that now that it's been pointed out that he should remove the photo at least? Take it down?
No. Why would he take it down? That'd be crazy.
It's always policing content. Okay.
And again, since Willie Mack left it out, but I won't. I'll show the context or whatever. This is Ethan responding to that. This is his Instagram story. Inbred is where you'll find your next meal because you guys will soon not be able to afford food as you inch towards bankruptcy because they ended up separating from Creator Clash. Nowhere to be found in this video, though. Might pull apart the narrative that Ethan is just a pure victim. He's not the one lashing out at these people in response either. No.
Yeah. Policing content.
Where else have I heard that phrase?
Didn't you participate in a series called Content Pop?
I was just
you want to talk to me about policing content? You f***ing dipshit, dude.
So what do we learn about empathy? Empathy is...
Ethan seems like a tweaker. Well, he has Tourette's. I don't think if you're saying, like, if you genuinely don't know, like, why he does the tics or whatever, it's because he has Tourette's. It's not because he has, like, a drug problem or something.
When you sympathize with people who falsely try to...
But if you just mean, like, his general aura, because he's, like, paranoid about this stuff, and you don't mean, like, because of his tics or whatever, then I agree.
Break up families because they hear someone got sick, siding with people making...
And in this debate, he literally made fun of Hassan for stuttering at different points, which is, again, crazy work from someone who is has Tourette's and would absolutely call out if Hassan or anybody else associated with him made fun of Ethan for his Tourette's.
Threats and preying on people's seemingly real fears of anti-Semitism being normalized. Empathy is when you don't honestly represent the other person's arguments and you just lie by omission to all of your viewers. For as much as Ian claims to have grown as a person, he has never lied like this before.
I feel like Ethan is more worried about anti-Zionism being normalized than anti-Semitism.
The content cop Ian regrets most is on Tana Mojo, and after Ian apologized to her, she says she didn't deserve it.
But I'm more so just talking about, like, his actions to me. Like, you know, him showing up to my show, him kind of putting me on blast, him inevitably making me kind of canceled and lose subscribers and have to apologize and all that type of stuff. I kind of think I'd, like, deserved that. And maybe that's, like, dark, like, to say, but, like, I don't feel like I'm owed an apology. I think I would be a completely different person if I didn't have that. I think I was on track to just be so on my high horse and, like, egotistical and, like, nothing could go wrong, that something going wrong gave me such a dose of reality that, like, this might not last forever. Like, you need to be held accountable for actions.
This is real growth. This is maturity. What you are is a small person who doesn't have confidence in making their content anymore, so you cling onto these vampires while projecting your own insecurities onto Ethan.
All of this started, I cannot say it enough, all of this started because Ethan and Hila put them on blast for not fucking disowning things other former employees said, not their own words.
So hard for me on my podcast to, like, loosen up. It's incredibly hard. I talked about it in my apology. Like, I am so insecure about my ability to entertain. I think he feels the same, to be honest. I don't think he said as much.
Dude, this is classic projection.
He's so paranoid to the guy who got CPS called on him and got sent human skulls. Okay, but he doesn't... You must be new here. So I already said it's totally valid for him to be freaked out about the CPS thing. I already said that. What it's not valid to do is to go around blaming specific people, specific creators, specific communities when Ethan himself has admitted he doesn't actually know who did it. He has no evidence and he doesn't know. And he also said that the CPS agent said that it was someone who is close to them or knows them. Ethan said he didn't believe that, but that's what the CPS agent said. So yeah, something shitty happened to him. I'm sorry it happened to him. I disavow that it happened to him. But what he does, that doesn't give him license to go around and blame people and slander their fucking name and drag them through the mud, because it's given the impression that these people directly did calls to action, encouraged it, told their fans to do it, did it themselves, and there's no evidence of that.
Ian cannot fucking manage to come up with a joke now, so he thinks that Ethan is too insecure to make jokes anymore. This is projection, like 101.
I don't believe anything Ethan has to say, especially the skulls. Well, everything he says has to be verified because he doesn't do his due diligence, or at different times he will intentionally lie, or like lie by omission because he misleads things, or he leaves out context that cuts against what he is saying, and he knows that, and undermines the things that he's saying. If he were trying to make arguments still in favor of, like, if you were trying to advance all of these arguments but was willing to throw in all of the context and things that go against him, I wouldn't care, because then he would be acknowledging, like, here's my opinion, here are the things that go against my opinion, but I still think you sound like you think he deserved it from your tone. That's like, all you have is just that. It doesn't matter that people disavow it. They say that they're not okay with it, but because Ethan has lied about it and people are trying to correct the lies, then you get then you go around and people get accused of holding water for it or thinking it's okay, even though they're trying to correct the lies that Ethan himself perpetuated. How is that fair? Then there really is nothing people can do to get away from the accusation, because you calling out Ethan's lies surrounding it or misrepresentations is twisted and contorted to be a defense of it. How is that fair? Nick, answer me, or I'm banning you.
On over here. What are you talking about?
Come on, dude. You're one step away from calling me a cuck. Just take the plunge.
You're a cuck. But even worse, you're mentally cucked. You're sitting on Assange stream in the cuck chair as he shits all over drama streamers, slowly realizing that you fit the description.
That's part of the reason why I often don't fight back against a lot of these people that are fueling these hate raids and brigades, is because I know I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing.
That's misreporting the news and lying.
And eventually all of that is going to be background noise. And those people, they have a shelf life. They have a shelf life because they don't have the same stubborn nature that I do.
Wait, who lost subs? iDUBBZ?
They don't have the same interests as I do. They inevitably become their own worst enemies. They inevitably cook themselves. You might think you're riding high on the slop for a little bit. You might think you're getting showered with praise.
Ethan's fans are going to defend him regardless of reality. This person definitely gives that impression. Any criticism that you have of Ethan, that's you endorsing every bit of harassment that's come his way. That entitles Ethan to lie about things. When people try to correct those lies, that entitles his fans or himself to side-eye that and use that as further justification that you secretly harbor ill will towards him or think that CPS should be called or whatever. There's like nothing you can do, because anything short of supporting him entirely and not calling out his lies, you have to look the other way on that, because that would be weird, because he's a victim of harassment, so he gets to do whatever he wants. Yeah, it's this black and white, like you're with him or you're against him.
An army of anonymous Redditors
like, why would anybody want to defend that?
Telling you you're brilliant. But at the end of the night, when you go home and you sit down and you look yourself in the mirror, you're not going to recognize who you've become. That's it.
You're either with Ethan Klein or you're with the terrorists. Even worse, you're with you like Sabra hummus.
It's turning into a lolcow of a different variety. That's what I think.
That's so mean.
It's mean because it's you. Ian's empathy.
So the one thing that he included
because
was,
it's you.
Like, one, he just showed iDUBBZ being like, oh, that was me, and he didn't have to say that. Anissa, how's Creator Clash going? I heard it's been postponed because only 2,000 tickets sold. Ian, you might have lost your reputation, success, money, friends, dignity, and a few brain cells, but you've cemented your new legacy as the worst fight promoter of all time. It's like, sure, they're not the best fight promoters or event promoters, it seems, or whatever. But see, when Hassan celebrates Ethan's downfall, that's evil, because he's making fun of somebody who's a victim of harassment. When Ethan celebrates former close friends of his, supposedly, Anissa and Ian, having a rough time, like, that's just...
Ian's empathy tour ends with him blindsiding all of his fighters after tainting it with
is if you already are like wholesale, like you hate all of these people and you think Ethan is this unequivocal, like small being victim, did nothing to bring this upon himself, is not lashing out against anyone himself. No, I'm not muted.
with this drama. According to Harley, the main event fighter for Creator Clash 1, 2, and 3, H3's
He's so petty he's going to celebrate a charity, potentially failing charity event. Well, that's the other thing is that, hold on, where's the clip? This happened, he couldn't have included this in the video. I don't think he would have had any interest in including it. But he was saying this about Noah's fundraiser. Noah has raised like, let's see. Like $500,000 for Palestinians. Let's see. Ethan Noah Sampson fundraiser. I don't know what to put. I think he broke 500K. Damn. Okay, this is what I saw.
They just keep raising money because Noah's like, let's prove to Ethan that we can raise the money to fight this lawsuit, which is fine. Like I said, I prefer them raise the money so that I know that at least there's something left when I win, right? Man, that's just math. That's just logic. That money's coming to me. That money's coming to me. So it's good. If he was bankrupt, I wouldn't collect at all. If he was bankrupt, I wouldn't collect at all. So in a way, it's good for me that he's crowdfunding. Like I said, I prefer them raise the money so that I know that at least there's something left when I win, right?
Okay, so you get the idea. So Noah Sampson has actually done something materially good. It's not just creating content. It's not just tweets. It's not just videos. It's him actually going out of his way to fundraise for like a week straight and raises $500,000 for Palestinians. And he catches wind of that. And the only thing he has to say about it is not like praise him for it, is not saying like, oh, you're doing this like objectively good thing despite our differences. That doesn't mean we're cool. Cause like, even though I think they have a stupid feud, I'm not saying he has to like him or something like that. But the only thing that comes to mind for him to say is, wow, I can't wait to like keep all the money or whatever. Like, fuck off, dude. Fuck off.
Audience was a big percentage of the ticket sales and promotion for the event.
H3 sold the
Creator Clash is a faux charity though. They pay far too much for streamers and throw them a giant party. It's more of a get together and ad for the streamers. Somebody else, but it's a charity event, not a charity. Yeah, no, for sure. For sure. But I think it's weird, like, to celebrate like the demise of it because it still would have contributed to charity in some ways. And like he also said it was like a slush fund, and it's not a slush fund. I don't see them profiting off of this, you know. It's not me saying that they're great event coordinators or organizers or whatever, but he's literally fucking celebrated them or like because of one crack Anissa makes about like this or whatever. He thinks he goes out of his way to say you guys are gonna like you won't be able to fucking afford food as you inch towards bankruptcy. Like, okay, dude, thank you.
most
Very
tickets
cool.
to Creator Clash 1 and 2, I believe. I think they did a lot of ticketing.
Wait. Is that true?
I would think that, wouldn't you? Like, what else? What other entity promoted
Well,
Creator
I
Clash?
think that personally, but I'm not the current headliner for the third card, so they want to hear it from you.
You gotta celebrate victories. Yep. I mean, you gotta celebrate. You see $500,000 raised for Palestinians, and you gotta think, wow, this is looking really good for me because I'll have money to sue him. Yeah, like I could get money from him, even though I'm already like a multi-millionaire, you know?
Not me.
The H3 podcast promoted Creator Clash 1 and 2 more than anyone. So of course Ian makes a video on Ethan alienating that whole audience, but also making the war in the Middle East a fundamental talking point of the event.
I don't know about the other fighters, but just for me, like, I'm just kind of like, oh, cool, the fun little charity fundraiser has now been attached to a decades-long bloody holy war in the Middle East. It's whatever. Cool. It's not really like this fun sentiment I had. They did a temperature check on my team. They called my team and they were like, "How do you guys doing? How do you feel about everything?" And they spoke to my guy and he was like, "Not that good. It's not that cool of a thing." And then they hit me up and I was like, "Well, how does everyone else feel about it?" And they were like, "Everyone loves it. Everyone's fine. Everyone's great. Your team's a little wonky about it, but everyone's good."
Oh God.
And I was like, "Well, I guess, yeah. I mean, I think I'm the only Jewish person on the card." And I know it's not like the content cop I know was supposed to be about like Ethan's behavior.
Yeah, then it turned into content cop Israel.
Yeah.
And the content deputy,
Dude, that first content cop is 90% Ethan and 10% explaining, like, they really even get it. I don't remember. Testing. Can you guys hear me? They made it clear that I listened to that conversation between Harley and Nick DiOrio, and he's showing like one little part of it, but the majority of the reason why he dropped out and distanced himself from the from Creator Clash is because they had contracts in place that they agreed that like if anybody got like a pay increase, that like Harley was either going to make the most or he was going to make the same as everybody else. He didn't want to be making any less. And then another creator, either somebody that Harley was boxing or was involved, he ended up learning that they were given a pay bump and then Harley wasn't. So it seemed more like a violation of contracts. But I mean, Harley doesn't have to like the content cop or whatever. If he wants to leave, that's fine or whatever.
iDUBBZ and Anissa would claim that they are no longer affiliated with Creator Clash and that they inform the fighters.
Anissa and I have decided to step away from Creator Clash. We have relinquished control to our business partners who ran the previous two events. They're very capable.
But I mean, like, iDUBBZ is like an edgy boy at heart. I didn't think the content cop was that edgy at all. The content deputy, maybe a little bit more, but still not really. Like, if I'm Harley, do I see a reason to drop out because of the content cops? No. The contract thing being an issue, if that's a red line for him, I totally understand that.
Capable. They know exactly what they're
But given the timing, it seemed like it had more to do with this than the contract negotiation. So I don't know. Maybe it's 50-50.
doing. They
Or
run
maybe that was the thing that like pushed him over the edge.
events on a regular basis. The event is still happening. Anissa and I just don't have any financial ties.
But it's just weird because I know that Harley talks about, what's his name? Like Harley plays? Doesn't he talk about the conflict? So he talks about the conflict, no? So he retweets this guy. Let's see. If I put like Palestinian. Fuck Hamas, guys. I know I'm just the bacon guy, so don't listen to me, but also don't listen to anyone that makes their paycheck talking about this tragedy in the Middle East. It benefits too many of them to prolong this for dollars. Please take it from an actual Palestinian/Gazan. And then Audi Hamza. This guy was tortured by Hamas, and he speaks out against them now. I'm a Gazan who has endured immense losses due to this war, having lost close friends and so much more. I do not need to be lectured about Gaza. I've lived its reality. Talks about his experience. I have relatives and countless friends in the Strip, people I deeply care for who every day tell me that they long for the nightmare of Hamas rule to come to an end. So, fine, but like, I guess it just seems like it goes one way. Like, I would think it was lame if iDUBBZ cut Harley loose from Creator Clash because of this commentary. And I guess the reverse of it is like, I also think it's lame that Harley would distance because of the way that he presented his own arguments in the content cop. I think if you're running events like this, you kind of have, for there to be like cohesion, you kind of have to keep everything compartmentalized.
We don't have any ownership.
If you're going to have like ideological prerequisites for it, then I don't know that you should be doing events with influencers.
We've already told all the fighters, and it seems like most people understand that
Events like this, where you're looking to get wide audiences, big creators, and they may or may not, you know, they're probably going to have differing opinions on not just this, but any number of political topics.
this is the best move.
From everything I've seen, it seems like the fighters don't really know what's...
Out of curiosity, is Harley tweeting about the IDF torturing Palestinians? Because that actually happens more than the reverse. I don't know. But he likes this guy a lot. Almost every time he like cites him. But it doesn't look like he's talked about it.
What's going on? But don't worry, Hassan is going to give the reason for why the headliner of the event dropped out. And by that, I mean make it up on the spot.
Him and Anissa basically relinquished control over...
Like, this is not the way I go about arguing for any of this stuff, because I think it just ends up tokenizing people, you know? But like, my opinions on it are not based off of like, are not 90% informed by Palestinians that agree with me or any of that. It's like, it's based off of the news and information that I know about it, like what I've read about it, human rights reports, those types of things. I would not, like, if I were advocating for anti-Zionism on Twitter, let's say I made that part of my platform, I would not be replying to people and then citing the same like anti-Zionist Jewish person that I admire, because I feel like it will always just come off like I'm saying like my opinion can't be wrong because there's a anti-Zionist Jewish person who agrees with me. And then it will always, the next question or begs the question, like, why do you focus on that one anti-Zionist Jewish person when there's lots of other Jews that have different opinions from that person? Why don't you focus on any of what they say? Or like, why do you only hold up them as an example or resource for people to be directed to? So it's fine to uplift voices of Palestinians. There's probably nothing that I disagree with this guy on. The Howdy Hamza guy, he should talk about his experience at the hands of Hamas, like all of that. Totally support it. And people should listen to this person, but I just wouldn't go out of my way to like say like, look, this person agrees with me.
For Creator Clash 3, a boxing charity match that they had put together a third year in a row after Ethan got Lena to drop out, and also another fighter, Harley, also dropped.
Just post Amnesty and Human Rights all day. Human Rights Watch all day. I mean, it's more reliable because you're not relying on anecdotes, or you can't be accused of just cherry picking data or whatever. You're going to respected human rights orgs that have comprehensive reports that detail both Israeli crimes from the IDF, and obviously that is the primary focus right now given the ongoing genocide. And it also these orgs don't shy away from criticism of Hamas. They have plenty of that to go around. So it's far more reliable and easier to present to people and ask them to believe it and internalize it and understand it, as opposed to relying upon individual true anecdotes from people. But because then you will always, the next question will always be, why focus on that one person?
Out because he was upset and offended that Ian and iDUBBZ had dared to criticize Ethan.
Harley writes he's lying or someone lied to him. That's not why I backed out of the event. We just saw Harley tell Nick that he was all for the content being made on Ethan as long as it was about his content. You know what Harley didn't seem to like though? The dog whistle that was the swastika sword.
They're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika
Did he say that though?
one? That seems pretty slim.
Well,
you got 10 swords, don't you?
The week prior.
Because I saw that. I can't, maybe it's been a while since I saw it, but I listened to that conversation between him and Nick, and I don't remember this coming up.
The week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact timeline. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes. That's what we call a dog whistle, Hassan.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately was using a dog whistle in an Assassin's Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the only long sword that I have?
You have 10 swords.
I know, they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
See, guys, the other swords were too heavy, as if a sword isn't meant to be held. What's very odd to me is how proud Ian and Anissa were for taking
Like, that clip in this is supposed to make Ethan look good and not crazy.
their own event and making fighters drop out, and then dropping out themselves when things got hard, screwing everybody who's still involved. They're seemingly
using someone's anecdote to justify what should be a position justified by principles and facts always strikes me as shady. Yeah, that's mostly how I see it as well.
very proud of it. Anissa tweeted, "Hey BB girl, I know you're so desperate for any crumbs from me, so here's a big piece of f you. We are not financially tied to this event, and even if we were, we had it situated to protect us and the charity. You have no power over us. You're just an asshole." The remaining business partners have seemingly tried to get Harley back on the card.
Kind of was very easy for me to separate. And then when, it was like Ian and Anissa are stepping down, you want to come back? I was like, that was never a problem for me.
Wow, wait a minute. So wait, they dropped down and then they tried to bring you back to the table?
What do you know? You didn't know that?
When the event fails, and it seems like it's going to, Ian has already planted the seeds to blame Ethan.
Can't wait for them to blame us for their failed event. Don't worry, Hila. I'm not going to blame you guys for anything.
Dude, could you imagine if the reverse had happened? If Ethan had like a charity event and people that were like creators that were pro-Palestinian were celebrating that it was like, whether that charity event, it doesn't matter what it was for, like a cancer charity event, okay? And pro-Palestinian creators were happy about events conspiring and transpiring and making Ethan have to step away from that and celebrating it as like a W. Could you imagine the fucking backlash? But in this video, Ethan's celebration of the charity event going awry and them having to step back for whatever the reasons are, that being celebrated is not viewed as sociopathic, weird, terrible, celebrating evil, insensitive, any number of adjectives. It's just like, oh yeah, that's what they deserve. That's what they deserve. Ethan would be screaming from the rooftops 100%. He would be fucking he would never shut up about it. He would be, look at these crazy pro-Palestinian activists that literally took away money from a good cause that I was trying to put on because they were that interested in hurting me. That's the narrative that would be cemented surrounded that. These crazy online Twitter lefties that call, ruining charity events, they call that a win for pro-Palestinian people somehow.
Anything Creator Clash related. I know you're terrified of taking accountability for anything, so that will rest solely on my shoulders.
It actually does, though. Why is he being sarcastic?
But I can't speak for the internet. The internet might actually blame you guys for it.
How stupid does he think we are? His own fighters aren't fooled by this.
Ian and Ethan are now doing this YouTube battle against each other, going through this drama war. Creator Clash is receiving a lot of collateral damage.
See, it's so funny. Everyone's saying like, "Oh, I hate H3." How H3 actually got Creator Clash to get some negative air. See, this is like iDUBBBZ made a video about them.
Yeah.
He, the founder of Creator Clash, made a video about these other people who are creating drama. So I'm saying like this is like this thing
and
where
it's like, I'm not going to tell Ian what to do. It's not my place to be like,
sure.
Ian, maybe you shouldn't do that.
I thought the only thing that I thought was stupid for me is that he should have promoted Creator Clash more at the end of that video. I don't think that just because you're putting on an event, you should, if you're a content creator, you should abstain from creating content.
Because the rest of us might kind of...
I guess maybe the argument is that he hadn't made a content cop in years, so why couldn't he have waited a few more months or whatever?
Catch some strays from it.
Yeah, exactly.
But at the same time, it's like... it feels like Ian and I, we're friends walking down a sidewalk, and he gets stung by a wasp.
Why did Ian do that though? They're leaving that out. That's the other thing. That's the other thing. Is that it's just dropped like Ian so fucking mean and terrible to Ethan. He just went out of his way to bully, even though if you actually watch that video, he explains how Ethan was the one who started this. That they're kind of off just doing their own thing. And then all of a sudden Ethan's on their podcast being viewed by 20,000 people live. And is saying fuck Anissa and fuck iDUBBBZ because their previous editor said mean things to me on Twitter and they didn't see it or disavow it. And then when it's revealed that Ian tries to reach out and reconcile privately, Ian admits later he had no interest in talking to him privately, even though they were friends, and said that if you want to talk to me, it has to be public and you have to disavow these people first. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that.
And he's like, oh, and he looks up and there's a wasp nest there. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's a wasp nest. And he pulls out a bat and he runs up and hits that wasp nest and comes back like, ha, I showed that wasp nest. And I'm like, uh-oh. And all the wasps come flying out and they start stinging us.
Who are these people? They're insufferable.
Both of us. Mostly him because he was but I'm like sitting, I'm getting stung. I'm like, what the heck? I didn't come on this walk to get stung by wasps. Why'd you go hit the wasp nest?
Yeah.
And he's like, all right, the only thing to do here to protect you is to run away. And so he runs away. And now I'm like, okay, I guess they're following him, but I'm still kind of getting stung here. Not really what I signed up for.
The content cops have this patronizing language of take accountability and be an adult, yet Ian's the one who needs to grow up. You're dressed like a skinhead, missing a tooth, and hanging out with the most deplorable and dishonest people online. Just in my last video, Denims was lying about being a victim of Destiny to try and get some free clout. When all the recording showed was her admitting to staying in Destiny's apartment and having sex with a dude for 2 days without Destiny's permission or knowledge.
I don't know how you feel 100% because you don't talk about any of this stuff, which is fine. So like, if you're like in an awkward situation, right? I'm trying to be a good guy and give you a way out. Like, hey, well, my apartment.
Why don't you call out that ex-employee of yours for talking shit about me to a random store manager?
Apartment is open if you want to go in. So that gives you the ability to either say like, oh no, it's okay, I'll go with, or okay, thanks for offering, I'll go to your apartment. That wasn't like bring into my apartment for him to have free
Again, I don't see the relevance of this.
rain in here for a day. Holy shit. That is so fucking weird. Why? Why would you put me in this weird spot where I have to come home and see an incredibly creepy fucking guy that is such a weird position in my community that's been trying to get me to stop talking to my ex-girlfriend because he's trying so hard to f her, is now f***ing somebody else in my bed, dragging his f***ing hairy balls across my f***ing blankets, okay? Oh my god. And so we leave for an hour. It's like, holy shit. So we leave for an hour and come back and your ball's still there. Oh god.
Now I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We are friends with Denim.
You're friends with someone who's trying to throw themselves in as a revenge porn victim for clout. And I don't even want to get into Frogan.
The best thing that you can do for me is to support Creator Clash. Buy a ticket, buy a pay-per-view ticket, an in-person ticket, or donate to the fundraiser. I just want to see this event do well.
The arena is still completely empty. There's entire sections of the floor seats that haven't sold anything. He had 9 million views in promotion for this event and it's failed horribly. None of these comments are actually talking about it. They aren't even talking about the content of the video.
Well, because he didn't promote it. That was a big mistake. He should have promoted it more.
Everyone's just memeing. iDUBBBZ leaves out so much context. The complaints he has about Ethan aren't even significant to the audience. It's amazing.
We're going to take that like brigaded comment section as evidence of anything.
iDUBBBZ is so selfish.
I should say partially brigaded. I'm sure there's a lot of comments that got voted that people from fans of iDUBBBZ or whatever, but those types of videos don't. Their comment sections, because the videos end up reaching far more than just their subscriber base. You pull all sorts of people.
Couldn't even remain the sole cuck. He decided to cuck his whole charity event. He's like, nah, I'm not participating. I prefer to just watch the whole fest burn down.
And in closing, I will reiterate so that, there's no ambiguity about it. Anissa and I are no longer involved in Creator Clash. We're stepping down completely. We hope that the event is a massive success this year. We hope that all the fighters get what they wanted out of it.
They won't now. Moral of the story, you can cuck yourself. You might even be able to cuck your wife. But if you cuck a charity event full of people who've been preparing for it over the last year, just a couple of months before it goes live, you can call that empathy. But I might call you an asshole. I have a lot more to say about Hassan, Frogan, and Anissa, and the serial docs are known as bad empanada. Hassan's lying, acting like he's on the verge of being deported because he's a liberal, when in reality it was a standard randomized check that lasted like...
Oh, this fucking like schizo post about like the timelines for this shit. I cannot believe it made it in here.
50 minutes. We can't let him get away with that. So subscribe to the channel, and thank you.
So does he not... He doesn't think that happened?
Serial docs are known as bad empanada. Hassan's lying, acting like he's on the verge of being deported because he's a liberal, when in reality it was a...
Hassan lying, acting like he is on the verge of being deported because he's a liberal. Surely that's a good faith and honest and accurate representation of what was said in that. I've seen that video. That's not what Hassan says.
Standard randomized check that lasted like 50.
All he's doing is talking about being detained by customs and asked about his political opinions.
50 minutes. We can't let him get away with that.
To the extent that he said, "Oh, I'm gonna be deported," it's clearly a fucking joke.
So subscribe to the channel, and thank you, Aura, for sponsoring this video. And shout out to the homies over on Patreon.
Oh my god. Okay. Jesus Christ. I love how Denims has no idea what Giardia was, but felt confident to speak on it in an authoritative way 2 seconds later. Dude, I know they did not put this comment when Ethan was the one saying the only way to get it is by ingesting his feces, which isn't even true. I'm half Cuban and half Puerto Rican, so now I'm an expert on authoritarianism and colonialism. Who said they were a fucking expert? Again, do you think these people would ever dare criticize Ethan and Hila for bringing up their backgrounds, their ethnic backgrounds as Israelis, Americans, Jewish people, before making an argument related to the conflict? They would never. But then when iDUBBBZ, Anissa, and other people do the same, suddenly it's disingenuously framed as, oh, they're saying they're a fucking expert. But it's like they're just giving you, one, you already accepted that it's okay when other people do it. Why can't they do it? And two, they never said they were fucking experts. They just said it informs their opinion. Saying his 30-year-old GF is Lebanese and Irish, so she has authority on oppression. He said she was... He never said that she was an authority. He just said she was familiar with it. And I'm pretty sure her dad was a fucking refugee, you know? I looked this up when this happens. Hold on. Anissa Joma father? Something like that. Why would I lie about what faith I was raised in? I'm a second generation Lebanese Irish Canadian whose mom converted to Islam before I was born. When I had a long weekend as a kid, my dad made me go to the mosque on Fridays. I was raised very much Muslim. So talking about her experience as like a Muslim. I don't know, fucking weird, man, to like have an issue with them talking about this. And she does it, she makes it clear I'm a second generation Lebanese. Like she's not trying to paint herself. I don't know, it's so weird. So weird. So much of this about Anissa, even though she's like not really directly involved in this outside of the fucking inbred tweet. Adam McIntyre, Tana Mosho. And I thought it would be more like Hassan hate. Anissa being half Lebanese means absolutely nothing. Again, if backgrounds mean nothing, I'm here for it, but then just be consistent. Say, shout down people that bring up they're fucking Israeli, that they're German, that they're half Jewish, that they're fully Muslim, that they're Catholic. Shut it down and say, I do not give a fuck. Just make your argument. Stop telling me your life story. Just make your arguments. I'm here for that. But then don't selectively do it. Because you're just showing your ass. I wonder if Willie Mack actually writes these videos or like does the research, or if somebody else does them and then he mostly just like reads out the script. It's good to remember these people are not important in the real world. That is good to remember. Okay, well, let's see what's going on. All right, well, I have an ad coming up. If you don't want to see the ad on Twitch, you should subscribe to me and then you wouldn't have any of that. You could also follow me on Twitch. If you're not following me already, you can subscribe to me on YouTube. You can like my stream on YouTube. That would help push it out to other viewers. And if you want to donate or support, you can go follow the donation link that is pinned in this chat and you can donate to me there. Or you can go to the donation link in my YouTube description, which always has my Streamlabs Civ link as well as my Ko-fi. If you want to buy me a $3 coffee on Ko-fi. And I will be right back. I don't know if what I'm going to do next. We will see. Let's see you in a bit.
Tonight's the night right here, right now, I swear. I'll walk into the future without a care. Yeah, tonight when all my tears have come and gone, I'll say goodbye to yesterday's sad songs. Yeah, and there may come a time when I will hesitate. The waiting's part of life now.
Hello. So I was like, I don't know if there's anything else for me to cover, but I think I found something. This panel that I was invited to be on, hosted by WIC TV, and it was about if let me see, what was the exact thing that he told me when he pitched it? Let me see. Yeah, stochastic terrorism is Hassan/Twitch engaged in it. How responsible is pro-Palestinian rhetoric for the deaths of the 2 Israeli ambassadors? So it just like finished an hour ago, and I kind of want to go over it. You'll have to keep watching me to see the DVD logo hit the corner. Some people have said that if you subscribe, it increases the likelihood of you seeing it. I'm just saying. Just saying. Okay. Let's do this. Oh, that's true, you are a subscriber. Fuck. Fake news. Okay, quick. How long is this? Oh, for one. He used to not do a super long opening screen. Let's see.
Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Oh, we got a kind of a serious one for you today. We have one more coming when she gets here. I'll throw her in,
Do I even need to say, obviously, do not think that Hassan Piker or anyone on Twitch has risen to the level of inspiring stochastic or lone wolf terrorism.
Women gang, right?
But I'll just say that as my
can't live with them, can't live without
position.
them. Tonight we're going
to to argue that would be very difficult. So there's a book, The Age of Lone Wolf Terrorism, that I've read by Mark Ham and Ramon Spige. That's how you say his last name. Not long. It's like 200-300 pages. And they talk about, it studies about lone wolf terrorists. It's like they study like over 200 different acts of like stochastic terrorism that have occurred. And they set the bar for like internet creators. I think they only name one person because they also focus on like Al-Qaeda operatives and whatnot as inspiring acts of terrorism. They said it for online. They literally said it at Alex Jones. And so, no, I don't think Hassan is on Alex Jones' tier of disinfo or misinfo.
Talking about the recent murder of 2 Israeli embassy workers.
And like, I personally feel like, yeah, obviously these people getting fucking murdered is terrible and unfair. But I think it has more to do with like the tens of thousands of dead Palestinians under rubble in Gaza than it does anything to do with something that Hassan said in a stream once, or a creator said in a stream once. I think it's the former, not the latter.
They were gunned down by a man who, when he was detained, shouted "Free, free Palestine." He wrote a manifesto. Many in the media have put the blame on
Hassan didn't murder those people. His rhetoric didn't influence that. It's insane to think. There's nothing in that manifesto even. Because I saw people accusing him of influencing it before I even read the manifesto. And so I was like, was he mentioned in the manifesto? He's not mentioned in the manifesto.
On influencers and pro-Palestine influencers like Hassan for their rhetoric towards Israel, right? The question for tonight is how responsible, if at all, people like Hassan and rhetoric from the pro-Palestine movement.
And like this as context, this being...
Just need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hassan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state. Like, extremists should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice should not be platformed.
Isn't it funny that so when it came to when people started calling what's occurring in Gaza genocide, the first thing that started coming up was like, hey, that's a huge accusation. You're bringing up the G word, you're calling it a genocide. Like, where's your evidence for that, right? Because I know there are people calling it that before. Even human rights orgs that said it was a genocide. And yet, I don't know that I wonder if he's ever done that sort of thing. Like, hey, that's a charged word. Where's your evidence? But then he just says that, like,
profile a few weeks ago of this gamer Hassan Piker who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the
and he like doesn't give a single example for this.
Jewish state. Like, extremists should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice should not.
And it's like, I thought accusations of genocide were very serious. We need this high bar, right? He just described Netanyahu. Where's that Netanyahu clip of him being like, that's on Yahoo. Heil Hitler. He literally said, is the new, is it, of this?
Is just today. Free Palestine is just today's version of Heil Hitler. Free Palestine
Like, how is this serious to anybody? But I know that it is.
Globalize it, intifada, all that. How much of that is responsible?
That's the thing, is like the sort of rhetoric that's like openly allowed and expressed surrounding Palestinians, Arabs, Muslims, the things that people are allowed to say. It like anything that's openly permissible to say about Israeli Zionists or whatever, like pales in comparison to that.
Or
you could condemn both, obviously, but that's not like, as in you can condemn Islamophobia and anti-Semitism, but it's like not the same scale to me.
The other day's murder. Do we hold them in their rhetoric to be at all a causal factor in this terrible incident? Why or why not? Is stochastic terrorism even a real thing? We're going to get to it. We're going to talk about it. But first, I'm going to let each of these lovely, lovely individuals tell you who they are, what they do, and, what their initial thoughts are. We're going to start with Chairman Shenandoah. Go ahead. Give us what you
Yes, that's me. My name's Chairman Shenandoah. I stream on Twitch and YouTube. Oh, I actually don't stream on YouTube, but I am setting up my YouTube. And my opening statement is pretty damn simple. I do think stochastic terrorism is a thing, but by definition, it is kind of hard to definitively prove or not prove because it includes plausible deniability as a part of that definition. But, however, I think if we're using a more likely than not standard, I would say the very radical elements of the pro-Palestinian faction on the internet, like Hassan and so on, essentially did commit a stochastic terrorism here. And that's a really, really, really bad thing. I think I've seen so many clips where Hassan is denying it, calling it a red flag. People like Bad Empanada encouraging people to go out and kill. Noah Samson doing similar things. And
okay, the red flag thing, did he call it a red flag? What did he say? Or he probably means false flag. Drew Pavlou.
Like
this guy.
I'm not Mr. False Flag at all, but like every single thing that he did in the aftermath of the shooting is so fucking crazy that it's like you could not have fucking designed a incident like this. You could not have designed a better false flag incident like this. I'm not saying it is a false flag incident at all. I'm not saying that. I think this is just a one dude who is genuine in his actions and maybe, a little bit brain broken. Okay. But like I'm not Mr.
So that's it. Him saying that it, like, the way it played out looks like it could be a false flag, but it's not. I mean, I have to remember that these people are primed to think that like everything's like a wink and a nudge or whatever. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But one, if that's your evidence that he's a stochastic terrorist, you're using comments that he's saying after the fact, after the event already happened, when you would need to pull from quotes and things that he has said before, not after. And you know, I don't interpret this as like the wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You could say this is irresponsible. Sure, he shouldn't be like talking about it, but he's a creator at the end of the day. No shit. Streamers trend towards, and this doesn't excuse it or anything. It's just me saying that, like, yeah, I would expect this because creators get their platforms by being over the top, hyperbolic, speaking their mind, etc.
Honestly, I can't say that the people who say that by any means
But if he continues like going around being like wink, wink, nudge, nudge, looks like a false flag or like denying it or whatever, then obviously, yeah, that's bad.
necessary are not in some way responsible for somebody going out and doing any means necessary. So that's essentially my opening statement. Thank you.
Okay, we'll get into it as we go. Next up, Sociologic Ali. What do you have for us? What are your thoughts? Go ahead.
Yeah, this whole situation has been fucked. I've seen the rhetoric of this of everyone on both sides go crazy for the past 2 years and beyond. I mean, this isn't a 2-year incident. These people have been at odds with each other for forever. And I'm talking about the just the people who are watching, the peanut gallery that gets to sit in America and kind of say whatever the fuck they want and kind of not deal with any of the consequences of the actual situation that's happening. My issue with labeling these things as stochastic terrorism is that I think it's going to be way too wide of like like right now it's being said that Free Palestine is essentially Hail Hitler, right? And so it's like if we're gonna call Hassan,
I mean, that's literally being said not just by some random like newscaster or somebody in the government. Literally, the Prime Minister of Israel is saying this.
And influencers are doing as stochastic terrorism, then that's going to have to relate to, I would assume, the protesters. I would assume the people who tweeted these things. I would assume anyone who tweeted, like if we are going to relate, you know, Hail Hitler to Free Palestine, then anyone who tweeted Free Palestine or so on and so forth is going to end up being examined in a time where we're deporting people.
I mean, yeah, it's like if it just ends up being a flimsy pretext to justify cracking down on free speech and speech critical of Israel.
For their speech, I think this is a rhetoric that we shouldn't. I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place because it's like I don't know if we should go around calling and labeling people terrorists, but also I don't know if we like. I'm not okay with vigilante justice in order to achieve a cause, which I think it hurts that cause.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here. We'll get into it as we go. And last, but certainly not least, been a bit, but we're welcome to have you back. Irrelevant. Go ahead, buddy.
Hi. Yeah, so I'm Irrelevant, AH Relevant on all the platforms. I am of the opinion that this is a form of stochastic terrorism. I do want to disassociate the, because Social Logic brought up something really important, which is that like people who say things like Free Palestine are being conflated as being like pro-terrorists or terrorists themselves. I think that's wildly ridiculous. And I think what the Trump administration is doing, labeling those people and going after and targeting those people is wildly, it's just anti-First Amendment. It's one of the least American things you can possibly do. And it's obviously immoral, even beyond being un-American. But I do think,
I mean, I probably agree with him that this is an example of stochastic terrorism, but what I'm not going to agree with is that the pro-Palestine movement or the influencers are responsible.
I think that there is a line that we have to draw when we have rhetoric that's like, you know, what Noah Sampson said, which is peaceful protest isn't really doing much. So we have to escalate. When you look at Hassan literally saying that like the things that the Houthis are doing inside of the Red Sea is justified. It's morally justified. When he's talking, when you look at his coverage of this situation, it seems like he has 100 times more heat for the people.
What he's referring to with Noah said this. Our friend again, Drew Pavlou.
The most power over anyone else in the world to stop the genocide. We are living in the belly of the beast. We have direct geographical, physical access to the politicians, the propagandists, the weapons companies, and the supply chains that are facilitating this genocide. Protesting is great. We should keep doing that. But also, you know, I feel like we have to be honest with ourselves. 17 months in, and what is protesting actually accomplished? Raising awareness, sure. Divestment, yeah, in some places. But really, politically, materially, nothing. Israel just killed the most children in its history in a single night with total impunity, with a deafening silence among the Western media. If we want this genocide to stop, it's time to escalate. That's all I'm saying. So anyways, yes.
See, you can lay it out very easily, one sentence at a time.
Okay, so that's the clip he's referring to, Noah.
People going, their response to this attack, then like how this attack is not something that's going to help their movement at all. In fact, it's been obviously used to trash on pro-Palestinian people, will almost certainly be deployed by Trump administration and likewise to be able to crack
It already is being deployed.
down even harder on pro-Palestinian speech.
Oh, yeah.
This serves, I think, nobody really but those conservatives who are trying to make it out that Free Palestine is a terrorist chant, which is just not.
Okay, I don't know where Tally is, so unfortunately, we're gonna have a little bit of an unbalance here, but that's okay. I will step in and do what I need to do. Okay, gang. I think that yes, it is very important to kind of differentiate between the people who are pro-Palestine, who are advocating for example, defunding from Israel and things like that, boycotting Israel. That is a far, far different person than someone who, as you said, is calling for bring the war home, or globalize the intifada and all these things. And I think that there is a very real danger in conflating the two. Though I guess. For those, so a few of you have said that you believe.
Steve, I thought he was about to go, but what if there's not? What if it's fine to say it's the same thing?
Believe in stochastic terrorism. Can you give me the difference between stochastic terrorism and journalism? And let me tell you what I mean. So if I go and I report on the situation in Gaza, and I report on the atrocities that are happening there, I report on the body count, I report on who's doing what, and I report accurately, and I put that report out. And I say, I condemn Israel for what it's doing here. Someone should stop Israel. How is that different than a stochastic terrorist definition?
Because moral outrage is not incitement, especially when you're basing that as your moral outrage on evidence.
I'm curious.
For me, sorry, did you want to go? Okay. I also want to say really quickly, Irrelevant, that's how you pronounce your name, yeah?
Yep.
I just wanted to say that I actually wanted to second everything else you said, because, yeah, obviously I don't see, just regular pro-Palestinian beliefs being equivalent to people who are, gunning down, fucking Israeli diplomats in the street or whatever. So that all had to be said to begin with. But for me, I think it should properly be called, a stochastic incitation to terrorism, because, I mean, for one, it's obviously not literal terrorism itself. It's just, will somebody rid me of this meddlesome priest? It's saying, I think terrorism against this person would be good. And doing it in such a way where it's plausibly deniable. So, for example, if you just simply reported something horrible that was going on and said that, oh, this is bad, and I don't think, they should do it and they should be stopped. I don't think that's inciting somebody to a level of terrorism. I think you're just saying that they should be stopped, but you're not really kind of giving people an idea of the means how. The reason I'm saying that I think a lot of these more radical elements of the pro-Palestinian factions are doing stochastic.
I feel like if these people were being consistent, then you would have to say that 8647 is a dog whistle.
Terrorism is because they're explicitly saying the things like Noah Samson did, where they're saying,
because you're starting to enlarge the definition of what constitutes a dog whistle or a wink and a nod so much that it becomes meaningless.
Peaceful protest is not working, we have to escalate, globalize the intifada, etc., which is essentially, with varying degrees of coded language, saying let's intensify and get violent. And that actually, in my opinion, would be stochastic terrorism. I don't know if anybody disagrees with that.
I agree.
A little bit. So when I don't watch any of these people. I'm 33, so I'm not really a fan of anyone. I don't watch 8-hour long streams. I have a job, I have a life, I have a wife. So we're there. So when I hear someone saying that the peaceful protests aren't doing enough, we need to ramp it up, right? When I hear that, being on the pro-Palestinian, being Lebanese, being Muslim in America, yeah.
This is stochastic terrorism that can be traced back to influencers, and the amount of actual terrorist events that can be traced back to right-wing media under the same criteria would be numerous. Yeah, there's far more of a case to me for someone like Fuentes or even Andrew Tate, than there is for this.
I do feel like it's been 2 years of a perceived genocide or at least ethnic cleansing for the majority of people. And yeah, I don't know how peaceful people can continue to be. Now, I don't condone violence, but ramping it up could be, taking over the schools or the encampments or however they're doing it. I don't necessarily hear kill people in the streets.
Okay, so I feel like, wait, have you seen the clip specifically?
No.
Yeah, okay. Because and just to be clear, I believe you said no.
Yeah, I did. I said no.
Yeah, so the clip itself, he says peaceful protest and we have direct access to, prior to saying peaceful protest doesn't do anything. He says we have direct access to the politicians, the people, the propagandists, and peaceful protest has only got us so far. It's time to escalate.
Okay. I'm laughing because this is giving someone like Noah Samson, whose platform is so modest, and compare you could make some sort of you could attempt to make this argument with Hassan. I think it would fall flat because I just don't think the evidence is behind it. But Noah, but he has a bigger platform, you know. Noah Samson has 563,000 subscribers. Like, that is not on the same scale as someone like Hassan, who gets 25,000, 35,000 concurrents. But he's not even the biggest political streamer right now. It's Asmongold.
I feel like the Luigi mentioned, like the Luigi thing when people are like started sharing the addresses of the okay, all right, okay.
Yeah, it feels like
I need the whole concept.
Chain of dialogue. It implies, well, we have direct physical. I think he even says direct physical access to the politicians, propagandists, and things like that. It leaves very little to the imagination.
Yeah, that does bother me. That does bother me because I do believe a lot of these people that watch these streams, that follow these people. I mean, they're influencers, right? So like that's the issue. I don't like when the people that are. I feel like throughout the whole Palestine thing, there's been a lot of clout gainers on the end, right? There's clout sharks that are trying to just build their name, right? Like they turn their whole social media presence into this thing, which is just guaranteeing them views, guaranteeing them likes, guaranteeing them money because it's
like, does Noah Samson have the type of parasocial community that Hassan does? Because that was another element that they talk about in this book, The Age of Lone Wolf Terrorism, is that they're the person that you're identifying as somebody who is promoting stochastic terrorism has to have cultivated deep parasocial ties with fans, and like unstable fans specifically.
For a good cause.
But I don't even see it. Does not like, I know that Hassan has a community on Twitter, for example, but does Noah Samson have like a subreddit? Does he have anything other than a Discord? Does he have a Twitter community? Does he have a following like that?
So yeah, I do have issues with that. Once again, it's just if we're gonna the problem for me is labeling it as terrorism is going to be that like what's like the gap between them and like a person who got like a really viral tweet that tweeted like something like that, right? Like Free Palestine, or like, hey, we need to ramp up the protests. That's kind
so
of like
for me, the difference would be like how sustained it is. I would differentiate between these types of content or this speech and like somebody who just like works at Subway and then they maybe made like a kind of a very charged comment in passing. The problem is it's rather consistent with their coverage and how they do this, is that like when horrible things happen to certain groups that align with their the message that they're trying to push, which is that let's ignore some really big issues or loss of life or tragic things happening, but let's pay attention to this other group. They will very specifically curate how they cover it and the manner that they cover it, and that's perfectly in line with that rhetoric. So it's not like it's like a one-off thing. If it was a one-off thing, I wouldn't actually have a huge issue with what Noah Samson said. If Noah Samson said that and then it was like just in the heat of a moment, something like that, we let that slide. Okay, that's my opinion.
Didn't he edit that out of that video?
I just want to keep like
no, first let Ollie respond and then we'll go to
Okay, so Wick, I don't know who that one guy is that he wears.
Dude, these fucking people actually tagging the FBI. DHS at FBI at DHS. Like the same people that like will rightfully call out the CPS call will like turn around and do this. But of course, there will be nothing about that.
Where's the glasses? You
no words for Drew Pavlou or whatever for not policing his replies more.
You had to kick him off your panel multiple times. I forget his name.
Omar?
But like,
the guy who said to shoot the Palestinians who left Gaza should be shot in the head as traitors?
Yes.
And I had to kick him off the stream for it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that guy. Okay, so like, once again, when we're going to be, my issue is the label of terrorism, right? This is something I'm concerned with. So is the size of the creator or the influencer going to matter? Is it just going to be how often they spew that kind of rhetoric? Because like someone like Omar has a following, right? He isn't micro influencer if you want to call it that, but he has that same rhetoric, right? He has like a history of that rhetoric. Or like Bad Empanada has like 80,000 something subscribers, right? Like, do we then are we going to that once again, like is the size of the content creators following going to come into play?
Not so much.
As well as
for instance, the guy who actually shot the people is an actual terrorist, and he I don't think has any influencer status. So it's definitely like, no, it's not the size of you. He's not like a super big Twitch streamer or anything, but he's definitely a terrorist.
I think my understanding of stochastic terrorism personally, and I might actually be disagreeing with you here, is that for me, I actually think it is something that you have to have some level of influence to do, because it's very hard to make a call to action. Just to be clear, I'm not saying that the guy, as we said, like he's an actual terrorist. We're just talking about like the people on the internet possibly feeding into this, or rather
being responsible. Like what we're talking about today, just to kind of clear things up and kind of maybe guide this a little bit, is to what level should we hold people responsible for their rhetoric online when that rhetoric can be shown to lead? If it even did in this case, right? Which we got to talk about.
That's
right?
the thing.
If it even did, what should happen to someone like Hassan who's been saying, baby settler comments and things like that, right? Like, what should happen?
That's going to be my thing. Is that
okay? I don't understand the pearl clutching over the baby settler comment, which I can't even give it to you in its entirety because I just hear it referred to passingly. But I remember seeing this clip at one point when Ethan Klein himself says that settlers are valid military targets, and he doesn't add too many caveats with that.
Like, instantly it became like
that's not me trying to have like a bad faith interpretation of Ethan. That's just my understanding of the fact that like I know he said that, and he has literally never made the caveat like, I mean, settlers actively involved in hostilities or whatever. He has just said like settlers are, period. Maybe he meant only adults.
Hassan and Noah and whatever, this list of like 5 people are like, you are responsible for this, right? People are like saying that they incited it. They're calling for direct action.
Well, like again, settlers, if they're not, settlers are still considered civilians under international humanitarian law. They would need to involve themselves in like a militia or violence to lose that sort of protection.
To these people, we don't know if this is the person that they were following or that they got influence from. It could be a smaller creator that we don't know about, right? That these just happen to be the prominent creators, which is like that's like the thing is like we're labeling these people as stochastic terrorists, and like we're saying it's their rhetoric, and so it's like I just don't know if like we should be going willy-nilly with that.
Well, that's kind of the whole thing about stochastic terrorism.
And just real quick,
like,
the reason I'm using Hassan as an example is because the Anti-Defamation League specifically name dropped Hassan. I don't know if you all saw that.
Yeah.
Right? When talking about this, when they were talking about the incident, they specifically said influencers like Hassan Piker.
So, who cares? Just because he's the head of the ADL, who cares?
Right.
And things like that. So
it was like it's a passing comment on a newscast, and he doesn't provide evidence or context for why he's saying that. He just says that, and that's it.
It's kind of like
and that just because of his position, that doesn't give the argument any more legitimacy. That would literally be an appeal to authority fallacy.
Child, like the poster boy of this stuff.
Yeah, I just don't know what that means. Influencers like Hassan Piker could mean anything. You could have 10,000 followers. You could have 1 million followers. Like,
I mean, I think this is sort of like the nature of stochastic terrorism, where it's like because it includes plausible deniability.
It's like there's no conversation about like is Asmongold's comments, causing this sort of crackdown in the government or anything like that.
Within itself.
Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk, Steven Crowder.
Like it's not
like people would never attempt to draw a line between like the things that they're saying and the direct actions of the Trump administration, even though again there's a better case for that in my opinion than there is for this.
Direct incitation to violence. Like it's just like an influencer putting out like, hey, we should become more violent in generally coded language, and then other people saying, and then kind of picking that up because they turned up the temperature on the discourse, and other people basically following through on what they agreed with.
Citing the ADLs if it means anything. It's like, yeah, no shit. They would love for it to be deplatformed. Of course, they're going to opportunistically insert his name into this conversation.
In that discourse. And I think that that's a problem. I mean,
they would, of course, they're going to say Hassan Piker has more to do with this than Israeli actions in Gaza or the West Bank or the ongoing genocide. It's just a distraction.
Obviously, is he as responsible as this guy? Fucking no way. I mean, like, this guy is at least like 98% responsible.
Hello, IRI.
For what happened. But can we at least say that Hassan is responsible for turning up like the general discourse on this and like somewhat normalizing the idea of using violence in these spaces? Like, I would probably say that, and that does like lead into situations like this.
No, I don't. Actually, I don't think that. I think the rhetoric and the discourse around this is violent already and was going to get violent regardless. It's just you're able to see it more. More people are online. More people are savvy online.
Agency in that, like, I think I do. I don't think it's like a completely systematic thing. I think like it does matter when influencers and like people who influence people like have violent opinions and push that onto their audiences and spread them around. I think that does like turn up the temperature.
I think he's feeding in. See, my thing is, I think he's just feeding into his echo chamber, right? I think there's audience capture to this, and if you're kind of agreeing with like your audience in this, the rhetoric around this discussion has only been in everyone's face, like as of the past 2 years. But like as someone who's been part of this thing for like a while, the rhetoric around this has always been kind of bad, right? Because like you do have. Once again, it's people who believe once again, in America, we think Hamas is the terrorist, but like in the Middle East, it's like Hamas and Israel would be the terrorists. And so like the rhetoric around in the discourse, the rhetoric around this has always been kind of amped up and rough. And the only reason it's gotten more is just because like once again, people do feel like the protests aren't working.
Not just that, it's also like moved online. This topic has been contentious from its inception. I can't think of a time where it wasn't. And now we're like post October 7th. It's obviously going to be.
Sure, and I feel like just because
that really was the instigating incident for most people talking about it even being aware of the humanitarian crisis.
The rhetoric is bad. It's not an excuse to continue that behavior, right? So in this instance, right, we can all agree that there's been insane rhetoric from.
I wouldn't make a whole debate panel about this event at all because of how like IDK just wouldn't focus on the story.
From like pro-Israel side. I'm going to say pro-Israel side because I don't think it's pro-Israel to go as far as.
I mean, there's a panel to be made because he knows that there's Wick knows that there's people already saying this and having this hypothesis. I mean, if you had the head of the fucking ADL trying to push this, you have key figures like that in American media and politics saying this, then yeah. I would do a panel on it, but there's obviously an audience for it.
Some of these people are going with this rhetoric. I think it just furthers the conflict, right? Where we have like there was that congressman or whatever that like I'm going to use the word implied, but almost explicitly said that, you know, nuking Gaza would be all right. And that was just like yesterday. And so like, just because that exists, that inflammatory rhetoric, and that guy isn't like chased out of Congress, which is insane that he wasn't. But because that exists, that's not an excuse for like anybody who considers themselves to be pro-Israel to like do that, right? I think I can hold people to a standard that while there is violent rhetoric, that doesn't mean that you should be engaging in violent rhetoric.
I sort of feel like we're basically depriving Hassan of like his power and agency because it's like, first off, he has the choice to not say that kind of.
About this clip.
We did not negotiate a surrender with the Nazis. We did not negotiate a surrender with the Japanese. We nuked the Japanese twice in order to get unconditional surrender. That needs to be the same here. There is something deeply, deeply wrong with this culture, and it needs to be defeated. World War II, we did not.
And like when you say deeply, deeply wrong with this culture, you're not just restricting it to Gaza, Palestine, etc. That is something, if you're saying culture, like fundamentalist Islam, again, no fan of that here for me. I'm a fucking atheist, obviously. But this is really just not like restricted to Gaza then. You're just arguing for any majority like Muslim or fundamentalist like Islamic Republic to be, you know, axed.
And stuff, he could just not. And then also at the same time, like,
yeah, the funny thing is that like justifying using the atomic bomb, like I never see the atomic bomb as a thing to justify or as like a pretext for future actions. To me, it's like a thing to be disavowed in like a moment of shame, not, and is part of the reason why we have more laws of war.
Like he's an influencer. He influences people as a job. Like he does he directs discourse a lot. You know, when Joe Rogan says something, it can become a huge conversation, and that has an impact on the real world.
Maybe this is there legal recourse to being like a stochastic terrorist? Maybe I'm like thinking like you're labeling someone as a terrorist. This person's going to be jailed, so on and so forth. Maybe that's like
stochastic terrorism is explicitly avoiding the legal boundaries of what you're allowed to say in support of terrorism.
So to be clear, under Trump's America, who the fuck knows? Okay, I'm not.
That would be the issue. Is that labeling him a stochastic terrorist could have him targeted by the Trump administration, who frankly doesn't care about the laws that is legal. Which I mean, I can just say that. You know, obviously, I don't believe that he should be arrested for anything that he said. I don't think he said anything illegal, to my knowledge, nor do I really think he would say anything illegal. So I don't think Hassan's an imminent threat to public.
This debate didn't pop up when those Palestinians in Vermont were shot or that kid was knifed by his landlord. Okay, I saw that brought up, and the immediate reply to someone did without a heartbeat was like, yeah, but they weren't diplomats.
Safety in any real way.
So, asked and answered.
I mean, also to be honest, Hassan is the only fucking person who would make like Trump is the only fucking person that I would fucking side with Hassan with against. Like fucking unironically, Trump is just that bad. Like if they try to throw Trump in prison for stochastic terrorism, I'd be like, fuck it, he did nothing. Like free my boy, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
There's no way.
So you know, this is gonna.
Well, I mean, it is good that despite them disagreeing with or them agreeing with the assessment, they would still think it was a line too far for the government to act on it. But then it makes me question if you really believe it or if you're just being hyperbolic for clicks and views.
A little forced, but Shenandoah, you kind of hid something from me, and
not intentionally.
I know, not intentionally, but I'm still low-key mad at you that you hid this from me because it's by far the most interesting thing about you. So you used to be an ex-child terrorist, right?
That is true. Yes, I grew up in a Maoist militant group from the ages of 9 to 18. Yeah. That wanted to wage a revolutionary war against the United States government and trained me to do so. Yes, that is correct.
Is that real?
Yeah,
real, yes.
I
sent him the links and everything. I forgot to tell him. I just I talk about it so much. I just assumed I told him.
You just did cultural appropriation on me, really?
I know I did. I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that to you.
I just did not know. So I guess I'll just ask you: did your group ever engage in any kind of stochastic kind of behavior? Like, that doesn't sound stochastic. It sounds like you were just
Yeah, it
gonna
was kind
do
of explicit.
it,
Like
right?
it was, I don't think it was very stochastic. Because like the group did like arson attacks and like mutilated people and so on and all those terrible things. I don't think we ever killed anybody to my knowledge. But yeah, no, I don't think there was much stochastic terrorism. I think they were like very, very explicit about it. Like that they just wanted to like, yeah, they just wanted to like kill these people, like just straight up. But they were also quite small, so I don't even know if they really had a position to like be stochastic terrorists. To be honest.
Yeah, I researched this a little bit and I looked into it, and dude's still walking free as far as I can tell, right?
I know, it's a bad thing. Why do you think I don't go by my real name on Twitch?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and the dude like looks about what you would expect for a Maoist cult leader. I like exactly.
Let's see. Someone said that they thought they were just staffers. Not be. What we know about the deadly shooting outside the Jewish Museum in D.C., 2 employees of the Israeli embassy in Washington were killed. A suspect was charged with murder. What about them? Let's see. So that museum where the American Jewish Committee was hosting a reception for young diplomats. And that, like, I knew that this was true, the fact that that was the purpose of hosting the event there. So because it said that, I thought it meant that they had been identified as those young diplomats. Because I know she had a double master, she had 2 master's degrees, I believe. She's Jewish woman from Kansas, and he is born in Israel, moved with his family to Germany, returned to Israel, and he is a Christian, or was a Christian, I guess. So they joined the embassy. Okay. Mr. Lichinsky was a research assistant in the embassy's political department, and Ms. Milgram organized diplomatic missions and visits to Israel according to Israel's foreign ministry. I would say this puts them, they're either diplomats or they're aides to diplomats at the very least.
Like, if you picture it in your mind and you looked at the picture, it would be the same thing. Down to the tattoos and everything. It's crazy. But I just was curious if you had any kind of like insight or special insight into kind of like the workings of
I will say, okay, the one I can give on this, and I'm sorry for not having too much on this panel, because again, it was mostly explicit. It was very rarely hidden. But we did have front organizations, which were less directly, explicitly communist and so on. And in these organizations, we would sort of use like stochastic messaging, because we would intentionally know, like, hey, we want these to be essentially legal. And we don't want them to get shut down. And we also don't want other people to get freaked out by what we want to do. And so, yeah, we would essentially like message to these organizations and say like, the fury unleashed at BLM is just like a proper and complete response, and like more of it is good, but without being like, yeah, you should like go kill people and like burn down more stuff or something, That's just like the last stuff I remember when I was part of them. So I hope that helps. In some way.
One day we're gonna have a sit down and talk about your experience, because I would love to, and I don't want to distract too much.
I didn't mean to blue ball you.
I don't mean to distract too much from the topic at hand, but it's not every day you meet an ex-child terrorist, okay? It's just not. So I really am curious. But back to the matter at hand. Go ahead.
So obviously we've seen anti-Semitism as a ramp up. I'm just trying to get my footing as what we would consider. So like obviously we've seen anti-Semitism ramp up. I've personally seen over the past 5 years Islamophobia is at a pretty like high. This isn't a virtue signal, just like to figure it out. So like when Erudites having a conversation with apostate prophet, and the conversations are always around like if Islam or Muslims can be harmonious with the West, and people are calling for their bans, or they're talking about how they can't fit in the West. These people are, their whole goal is to take over. So you're painting this narrative of like a group of people, like which inciting violence or hate towards a group of people would be in the stochastic terrorist. Do we consider that like kind of breeding that type of hatred as stochastic terrorism as well, or no?
Can I politely ask you to restate?
I'm sorry?
Oh, can I politely ask you to restate? For some reason, it just slipped over my brain entirely what you said. I'm so sorry.
I'm saying so if incitement of hatred, or like obviously not direct, but like the rhetoric you're using is inciting hatred or violence towards a group of people, right?
Right.
And right now there is talks like all over, particularly after last night, about like a Muslim ban, and like obviously the violence against Muslims is going to go up. Would you consider like rhetoric around like this group of people, how they should be banned, how they don't fit into the West, how they're not harmonious, so on and so forth? Would you consider that in that same realm, or no?
I think in some cases, yeah. I mean, obviously, it would depend on the specifics, but yeah, like generally, I think.
What's the line? What changes it from not stochastic terrorism to stochastic?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think it's really hard to define the line of when that actually does change, because it is.
If they were going to participate in this conversation, you'd think they have a more concrete definition of what constitutes stochastic terrorism.
Yeah.
especially since some of them have avowed positions on this.
So for me, I would say the line is pretty distinctly with stochastic terrorism. It's more of an incitement kind of towards terrorism. So what is terrorism? It is deliberate use of violence or intimidation on a civilian population for a political goal. So if you can demonstrate that whatever type of speech or whatever you're trying to demonstrate is aiming to get people to enact violence or intimidation on a civilian population for a political goal, then yeah. For a Muslim ban, if it was like, I don't think, if I imagine a ban on a group of
Wick had a stochastic terrorism panel before and it didn't go well. Was this the one about Bosch? I think I remember that one.
people, I don't think that's intrinsically violent to ban a group of people. I think it would be
Because he was calling for things. Now people would probably be like, if you actually went back and looked at what Bosch was calling for, it probably has been vindicated on it. Now that Trump's in power and doing everything.
intrinsically violent if the ban would include violence against the group, which it almost certainly would, and almost always does. Because when people talk about a Muslim ban, they talk about like removing Muslims from the United States or just trying to keep with the United States, or they'll talk about, oh, we won't remove them, we'll just like make them essentially second-class citizens, which in my opinion would be a form of violence. I don't think you can make a group of people second-class in such a
And so like for me, I've seen rhetoric around Muslims be kind of, especially with that one Valentina Gomez chick on in Texas that's kind of going crazy. These Muslim rapists, pedophile, whatever. So like what I'm saying is like, I do feel like we're getting to a place where not so much of that's going to happen, but it seems like we're in the rumblings of like.
I mean, if you're willing to explicitly target an ethnic or religious group like Muslims and say that they're fundamentally incompatible with the country that you live in, you are getting into that territory because you're not talking about actions at that point. You're talking about demonizing groups of people based on effectively immutable characteristics.
Like pretext. So like once again, like you're saying they're like these people are calling for a ban, like Apostate Prophet specifically calls for a ban in a conversation had with like Erudite. If the rhetoric continues to ramp up against Muslims, would you consider that pretext for like stochastic terrorism?
Absolutely, it could be, 100%. Like let's assume you know, he talks about like a event where some Muslim kid got targeted for being Muslim and they're, you know, refusing to really condemn it and stuff like that, and they're still just talking about their like Muslim ban. I'd be like, yeah, okay, bro. Like, yeah, you're doing some wild business here. You're on some stochastic terrorist stuff. Yeah, for sure.
IMO, these murders were basically like murders that happen every day in America. It's not happening any more than usual. I think it's different because he was explicitly connecting it to a political movement. He wrote a manifesto. If those had been absent, then there would be a better case to make. But since they did have stated political motives and there was obviously premeditation, not with the victims, but with carrying out the act itself, I would say it's a little bit different than just standard crime.
Yeah,
I
think I
guess
basically agree with that as well.
with that though, right?
But there are people that will jump to certain conclusions just based off of like there have been times where I've seen just crime that has transpired between a black person and a white person. People will automatically characterize it as a hate crime, even though a hate crime is a very specific thing. And just because it like an example, like interracial crime occurs, that doesn't mean it's a hate crime.
This is my problem with the whole stochastic terrorism thing. Is I think sometimes you should call out bad behavior. You should be explicit about that bad behavior, and you should call for it to be stopped. So, for example, I don't think it would be stochastic terrorism. For example, if I said, "Hey, Tim Pool's getting money from the Russian government to spread propaganda that's harmful to Ukraine, that's meant to influence people to abandon Ukraine and be pro-Russian, and someone should probably stop him from doing that."
Right.
I also think there's a better case to make with Tim Pool with how serious he's been leading into like the Civil War thing. And it's not just now, it's like years in the making.
And if I said that.
And hasn't Tim Pool been cited in manifestos already? Am I wrong?
And then, heaven forbids, and I'm being serious, don't do this, right? Someone went out and hurt Tim Pool. That would I wouldn't feel responsible for doing that. I wouldn't feel any responsibility for that happening. Because what I said was simply true, right? What I said, even though I wanted someone to stop him, I wasn't calling for violence, right? But it could be interpreted, and if you wanted to, you could paint that as a form of stochastic terrorism, saying, look, he named the bad thing he's doing, he blew it out of proportion, if you think I blew it out of proportion, and you called for action, someone should stop him. What do you think that meant? Everyone knows what that means, right? And they'll do this game. And that's why I don't find stochastic terrorism useful as a thing. It's just so easy to misuse.
Yeah, I'll kind of separate it in my mind. Is usually when I would call something stochastic terrorism, it's where either the most reasonable interpretation or one of the most reasonable interpretations, but it's like right there on the cusp, is the incitement to violence. So in the case that you gave, there's a million different things that I would sooner believe. Not even lacking good faith, there's a million things that I would sooner believe rather than you arguing that there should be violence enacted towards that person. But when we're talking about when I'm referencing, it'd be like more of the Noah Samson thing, where there's the most reasonable interpretation based on Noah Samson's words is to do violence. That's again,
what would be the, okay? So like we label him as a stochastic terrorist. What's like the outcome? Because like the people who support him are going to support him, right?
Yeah, so the outcome would be to point out that the rhetoric is going too far and it might be having real world consequences on the discourse as a whole. I personally wouldn't blame Noah Samson or Hassan for like the shooting. I would say that they're responsible for the rhetoric ecosystem that probably had an effect on the shooting. That's what I would say. That the
How? I don't understand how they. What? Hold on. We're going back.
Stochastic terrorist. What's like the outcome? Because like the people who support him are going to support him, right?
Yeah, so the outcome would be to point out that the rhetoric is going too far and it might be having real world consequences on the discourse as a whole. I personally wouldn't blame Noah Samson or Hassan for like the shooting. I would say that they're responsible for the rhetoric ecosystem that probably had an effect on the shooting. That's what I would say. That the
How could the... I just fundamentally disagree with these people that the rhetoric in response to the ongoing genocide and actions in Gaza, the rhetoric, like focusing on the rhetoric more than the actions itself, the military actions,
the ecosystem where
is more influential. It just doesn't compute to me.
Because also in that ecosystem is if you do not make these incredibly large, verbose, near calls to violence, you are a part of the genocide. You are perpetuating the genocide if you do not make these very large comments. We have several different instances of them saying as much, and like that's obviously going to lead people down a very specific path.
Well, I'm just saying because there's no legal recourse, right?
I have not seen what he's saying.
What I would imagine would happen is you would call not you specifically, but like online, they would call them stochastic terrorists, right? They would label them stochastic terrorists. Fine. You label the chat engaging in stochastic terrorism as well. Fine. But then all that's going to do is embolden them and be like, oh, so even like you're just limiting our free speech. All we're doing is saying speech. That's just going to embolden, right? Or am I wrong? Like I just don't know what the outcome would be.
Ultimately speaking, I would say that what I would ultimately advocate for is for platforms to not allow this type of speech, unless they're allowing it on both sides. Effectively, you would have to allow horrible speech from like pro-Trump fascist groups on your platform, which I do not want in any way, shape, or form. Or you would have to crack down on this type of speech. And I would ultimately want that to be the case.
But the issue with that is that like if we do that, it's gonna just crack down everywhere. Whereas like right now we're giving the platforms the ability to choose what speech they want to limit versus us making like a law saying, hey, this type of speech shouldn't be allowed on platforms, right? Like the outcome is
for a law. But like
not yet. I'm waiting for that. I like honestly, given Elon's involvement in the government, I was kind of waiting for there to be like legal carve outs for what TOS has to include and can't include.
I wouldn't advocate for a law, but the platforms being able to decide which speech they want, they've already decided, right? Like you are just straight up factually not allowed to say many of the things that Hassan says about Israel for a pro-Palestinian side, or sorry, you're not allowed to take the stuff that Hassan has said about Israel, about Palestine on Twitch. Okay. You can't do it. Examples of that was like Asman's ban, other bans by other people. Like you are not allowed.
Wait, okay, but Asman explicitly called for the genocide of an ethnic group. What is there like a counter example where Hassan called for the genocide of Israelis or of like Zionists even?
Allowed to make this speech, which I'm fine with. Like, you know what, like Asman said, like, hey, you know, that's
a little crazy. A little bad.
You know,
okay.
And so, yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. I was gonna ask why do you think it's Hassan? Because I don't think is he even their biggest streamer? Like, isn't Kai and Speed and all of them people like their actual
biggest political streamer? By
but
pretty wide margin.
But a lot of these other people still get banned, even if they're big. Like they're bigger than him. Why does it? Do you think like him being a politics streamer matters specifically?
Well, that's
why they don't ban him or whatever.
Because he's saying that he's violating the rules that already exist on these platforms, and that he's not getting banned for them.
Yeah. Why do you think that is? I'm wondering.
Political speech.
Why do I think he's not getting banned?
Yes. Why do you think that is? Do you think he has a special relationship?
Because he's huge.
Or like what is it?
There's either.
But he has been banned before. He got banned for the Rick Scott comments.
There a special relationship, or something to the effect that, but ultimately speaking, anti-Israeli speech, and I would argue even some anti-Jewish speech, is just not policed as hard on Twitch as anti-Palestinian speech on Twitch specifically.
And you think that's like due to like Hassan, or do you think that's due to like, do you think it's for Hassan, like to allow it?
The thing that this also sidesteps is that there isn't just dehumanization or Islamophobia towards Palestinians. There's also, it's just like total indifference. It's people that don't even think to mention it or talk about it. It never comes up. You can look at their Twitter history, you can look at their videos, you can look at their streams. It just never comes up. To the extent that they talk about it, they only talk about it in relation to Americans, Israelis, and that's about it.
Or do you think that
so it's not even like there's things that they're saying that needs to be banned. It's more like they just don't even care enough to say anything, hateful or otherwise.
Dan Clancy or whatever, the owner of the CEO of Twitch, is like, he's just okay with it.
Oh, he's definitely okay with it because it's been brought to his attention. So, and the buck stops with him.
Okay.
So he is ultimately in some fashion okay with it. But ultimately speaking, I don't know exactly why they're okay with it, but I know that they are because they could ban him if they wanted to. And they have banned some of the speech after significant pressure from external sources. So like we know it's possible and that they see it. They just don't care enough to do anything about it.
Until they're made to care, essentially.
So the idea is that you would want to pressure these platforms in order to get them to see that they should limit this type of speech, right? That would be like your
either that or make it ubiquitous. And I would very much not like it to be ubiquitous. I don't want to see pro-Trump people talking about how these college campus pro-Palestinian protesters, we've tried peaceful means to be able to the Trump administration has tried peaceful means to arrest these people, but all of these
peaceful means to arrest people?
Terrorist sympathizers keep.
An arrest is like inherently violent. You're depriving somebody of their freedom and liberty, and you're using physical restraints that's backed by the state. And if they try to not just, resist that, they will be met with even more violence. You can't do like a non-violent arrest.
Getting in the way. We need to escalate. Like, I don't want that on my.
I also do just want to say, for my own conscience, I'm not much of a deplatforming guy.
I don't mean to be pedantic. I just thought that was so funny.
I really don't think it works very well unless you're doing it at like a universal scale where you're deplatforming from everywhere. But if you only deplatform from one place, I do think I have seen studies that basically show that it does usually just lead to them getting a more radicalized audience somewhere else. And given that there are so many places that Hassan could go, it's like I do want to see the rules enforced fairly. Like if like that is like just a big thing, honestly. Like that's just like.
If he got kicked off Twitch, he would just go to YouTube. It wouldn't even be a question of whether or not he is going to be banned off YouTube. YouTube is way more lax with their TOS surrounding political speech.
Fairness thing. But, if we're just saying like, people should be deplatformed, I'm just like kind of sort of not that convinced about the efficacy of it, to be honest.
They're making it sound like if he were deplatformed, he would be sentenced to like BitChute or something, some weird like old platform that's unpopular like Rumble.
I personally, I don't think there's any reality that if Twitch is like, hey, you can't be this radical in your speech, I don't think there's any reality Hassan leaves. I think he has too big of a presence on Twitch. It's if they say like you can't talk about politics, he's definitely gone. But like there's people that are talking about how they're going to ban all the politics on Twitch. They do something like that. He's definitely obviously not going to be on the.
How would you even ban all political talk? That would be insane, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Finally a Twitch free of politics. It's like fucking Rainbow World like that. Actually, I would say one even accept it.
But I wanted to bring in another pro-Palestine voice here for this and get Doobie, and he was in chat and he had some things to say. Doobie, you're here. Now's your time to shine.
Doobie, well, you want the frog? If not,
it's up to you. Whatever you want.
Frog me. I want the frog.
Okay, give me a minute.
This guy used to run this like huge politics server.
So first off, I think that I don't know where you guys are getting this idea that you can say things about Jewish people on Twitch that you can't say about Muslims, because I've heard some wild shit about Muslims on Twitch, and no bans, no consequences, nothing. Like this implication that Muslims want to destroy the West, right? And they want to come here and destroy the country, and they want to kill the gays and put women in fucking virtual chains with a hijab or whatever the fuck. Whereas Asmongold, what he said about Palestinians wasn't just criticism of their.
Not just on Twitch, like we're watching episode 3 of her take, and they have this idea, like this caricature of Muslims in Arab countries where they think that they're all acting in accordance with like Sharia law. It's like, tell me you've never met a fucking Muslim without telling me you've never met a Muslim.
Their
or like been outside the United States. Like I know that there are fundamentalist Muslims in this world, obviously, but it's not this like hive mind that they seem to think it is.
And it was that it was fine for them to be genocided. He was justifying what he himself called a genocide. So I think that's way beyond the criticism that you typically hear about Israel on Twitch.
Okay, so just for the first part of what you said there, that there's a lot of anti-Muslim speech on Twitch that isn't cracked down on. Is there? I don't disagree that there probably is from like small streamers, but can you give me instances of this happening by very, very large content creators going unpunished?
I
That's the primary point. Obviously, we
didn't
can find
Destiny
like two
say that,
newer streamers.
that the Palestinians should just leave? And I mean,
Well,
tons of
Destiny
people
ain't
just
on
call the
Twitch,
Palestinians to go.
unfortunately.
The thing is that it's already, and again, you have to have receipts for these types of claims. So I'm not saying he doesn't need it. But if your argument is that anti-Muslim bigotry and Islamophobia is far more normalized on the platform, it's always going to be more difficult to detect because people don't even think to clip it because it's not seen as controversial, you know?
It's not on Twitch.
YouTube. Okay, sorry. You're true. I'm just saying
we were talking about Twitch specifically.
To be clear, if we are,
well, you're talking about wanting that speech limited in general because you believe it incites violence. So I mean, technically, it shouldn't just be limited to like only on Twitch. You want it like you're being specific to like this type of incitement to violence. But
I feel like Asmon is overtly antisocial, though. It seems like most of his audience knows he's a cretin. That's why they love him. They're Roach King.
But like, it should be overall, right?
And I do think it makes him come off more genuine and relatable because everybody knows he's obviously a fucking millionaire or very, very, very wealthy, and yet he chooses to live in squalor.
Should be all forms of stochastic terrorism should be banned on these platforms.
Not necessarily. Again,
not necessarily.
As I said before, if you want this type of stuff on your platform, that's fine. You just need to have it open on both sides. I will argue against it.
Yeah, he got banned for a week for calling for the genocide of a group of people. A week.
Morally speaking,
okay.
Like you should not be saying this about any of these groups, but like at least be consistent in your enforcement of these rules. Like that would be my argument.
So, can you give me like
if he had called for the genocide of any other group of people, what do you think the punishment would have been? Do you think it would have been just a week?
Because I'm trying to think about like large Twitch streamers that have said anything even close to what Asmon said about Palestinians about Israelis. Like I've never heard a large Twitch streamer justify the genocide side of Israelis. Like so,
justify the genocide of Israelis?
Yeah, because Asmon was justifying the genocide of Palestinians. That's why he got banned.
Yeah, he was. Yes, he was just.
I can think of a streamer that did that, and he was banned for years.
Justifying it on the basis that he believed that the culture
name rhymes with squash
of the group was genocidal in its nature, which is obviously ignorant. But yeah, so a comparable thing for me, if you take,
and then he was banned again for using anti-white slurs.
So on its merits, if you take Asmongold's comment, it was that he was talking specifically about, if it depends on how you take it, if you take it from a good faith standpoint, like being generous to him versus like just what he said. But if you take a good faith reading of what he said, what he was saying was that a group of people that are genocidal against the Israelis or the Jews in the region has, in his view, genocide baked into their culture because they've elected a terrorist group to the head of their government. They, from his purview, I literally don't know how Palestinians treat women. I don't know what women's rights are in Palestine, but he seems to be, at the very least, just imposing what I imagine is probably his interpretation of how Muslims treat women on that. And he's saying this type of attitude is one that is so morally egregious that why should I care when people do morally egregious things to them if they're willing to do morally egregious things to other people? Right. So yes, so I would compare that to,
because the whole thing with genocide is that there's no pretext for it. There's no defense for it.
Hassan's consistent and prolific denial of rapes that happened on October 7th. After October 7th, when presented with evidence, his literal show me the pictures of this happening, his laughing at women getting raped, literally laughing at their trials and them testifying. I would say like probably also.
That's not what he says, but I'm not going down this rabbit hole.
After October 7th,
it's not a rabbit hole. I just don't know. Like he's pulling from like so many different clips. It'll take too long for me to like find it or whatever to prove it.
Junction with this type of speech, saying things like this is just resistance, and like people like Frogans claim that it is. What did she say after October 7th? It was like white leftists in the West foam at the mouth of the idea of a revolution in the West, but the moment it happens in the Middle East, that it's all of a sudden wrong, saying that if you think October 7th was bad, you are just some privileged white Western loser. Like these types of things immediately in the aftermath of a very significant.
I thought that was stupid for Frogan to say, but I also didn't think like I wasn't surprised that she didn't get banned.
Terrorist attack. I think these are quite bad.
Okay, so I would on at the end there just really quickly, and I'm also not commenting much on this because I genuinely don't know that much about like the specifics of what people have said on Twitch. But I have also seen like a common argument that like it is the Israeli people who are fundamentally incorrigible, and that they like cite polling statistics and basically say that like yeah, Israelis just are like a fundamentally genocidal culture and like will want to destroy Palestinians. Like they'll make like kind of analogous arguments to the one that you said Asmongold made, and I have seen them, but I just don't have that much to say on this. Unfortunately, I don't know a lot about these people.
Okay, so I think I remember everything you said. So I'll address the Shenandoah thing really quickly because I think that's like a very simple thing to address. So when they do that, they're typically citing polls, right? Like polls taken of Israelis who, for example, there was a poll that asked Israelis if it would be immoral to ethnically cleanse Gaza, right? And a very small amount, I think it was like less than 10%, so it would be immoral to do this, right? Then there was another poll asking if Israel's gone too far in its response, right? After tens of thousands of civilians have died, and they said, and the vast majority said no, they should go further. Right? There's a poll in like 2016 asking if Arabs, including Israeli Arabs, should be expelled from the region. I think almost half or a little over half said yes, right? So I think this is what they're talking about when they say, hey, there's something wrong with the culture there, that there's like an ethno-supremacist bent to the culture, which you can say is generated from like trauma or whatever over like decades of like conflict with this group of people right next to them, which I think I'd agree with. But so going to Hassan and the rapes thing, I think
I don't think that properly addressed my point. My point was just that, like, even if they are using polling, like, it was a similar claim to what Asmongold was making, that the culture is fundamentally rotten and that they don't care if bad things happen to them because they're fundamentally rotten.
No, but
a lot of people have said that about Israel.
that's not.
Like, yeah, that is.
When did a talking frog appear on stream? That's Doobie.
It's true. I've seen a lot of people say that about Israelis, where it's like, yeah, well, they're all fucking like genociders, and so like, yeah, bad things happen.
No, I think the same video where he made that same point.
That's what I'm saying, and I'm saying like that's like a fairly similar statement to what.
Okay, so think about it this way.
You gotta let him respond.
If it's true,
But I usually don't like this kind of extrapolation of like polls and stuff like that, because sometimes they can be ambiguous in their wording. And the other thing is that if people can correctly decouple Judaism and Zionism, which I agree with, bringing up those polls, depending on how they're framed, I'm not saying it's every single instance of them being invoked, but sometimes it gives the impression that all Israelis are a monolith, which is just not true, because there are Arab Israelis, there are Israelis that don't agree with what their government's doing, and not just because they want it to stop so they can get the hostages back. Like, this is not, it can like flatten and overgeneralize some things.
True, right?
Depending on how sloppy you're being with the invocation of the polls.
These things about Israelis are true, and they're okay with ethnically cleansing, or they support an ethnic cleansing, or genocide.
Because the Israeli government would love to give the impression that not only are all Israelis completely on board with what they're doing, but all Jews all over the world are also completely on board with all of this, and they don't have different opinions or thoughts. And so when you disagree with them, really you're disagreeing with Jews, and therefore you're like, as entirely, then you're anti-Semitic. So I feel like depending on how you use the polls, you can kind of undermine the decoupling from Zionism and Judaism, because it is attempting to flatten groups of people into kind of a monolith.
Because I think more and more scholars are now on the side that it's a genocide, and they support this, and the vast majority of them support this. Would it be wrong to criticize them or to say, hey, if other nations attack you guys, it's actually justified because you're supporting a genocide?
Just to be clear, so like hang on a minute. Can you say that again really briefly? I'm sorry, just one more time.
Sure. So if it's true that there's
It's just like breaking their brain.
Supporting a genocide, that there's a genocide and they support it.
It's so clear what he's saying.
Would it be wrong for people to say that if it's true that they're supporting the genocide, that it would be justified for other nations to resist them, for people within Gaza or the West Bank to resist them violently if necessary, because they are supporting a genocide? And I don't. Secondly, would that be anti-Semitic? Secondly, would that be anti-Semitic if they said this? Would this be something about Jewish people, or is it about Israelis who are carrying out a genocide and supporting a genocide?
I haven't said anything about anti-Semitism. I was just asking, like,
well, yeah, but we're discussing.
I'm saying that, like, if like somebody said that about Palestinians, and like, hey, Palestinians are fundamentally incorrigible, they want this stuff to happen, they want to see Jews wiped off the map, or Israelis, fine, whatever, Israelis wiped off the map, like, yeah, even if that was true, like, even if hey, all the Palestinians did believe this, or like just a huge super majority, I think it would still be fundamentally wrong to be like, yeah, also like therefore they like horrible things can happen to them, and I wouldn't care. Like I still think what Asmon said is wrong, even if it was true. And I feel like you're arguing with me on the basis of like truthiness. And I'm saying I don't care if it's true or not. I still think it's like a fundamentally wrong thing to say.
Why?
Like, why? Well, because I think like I don't think people should have like an
Giga Chad. Why?
October 7th or a genocide done to them, even if those people like at this moment in time support a genocide. Like I think
I'm not talking about like rape or torture or any like civilians or anything like this. I'm talking about like war, right? Like attacks against a nation that is currently committing a genocide.
Just
I think that would be justified.
I was talking about like the Asmongold situation. I was saying that there are other people who will justify October 7th in a similar way. So if we're just talking about war, like
the other thing is like you're not just talking about ideology. You're sometimes the polls that people bring up are specifically polling groups on their support for actions, not just their thoughts and beliefs on things.
Like, hey, fighting people who think genocide is good that's fine. Like that's fine. I'm just talking about a situation where like they actually
I think we can settle this really quickly. So just kind of so I can understand what your mindset is on this. So if they had only attacked military positions and military people on October 7th, do you think that it would still be terrorism or an unjustified act if they hadn't killed any civilians or done any of the murder and raping or whatever?
I'm not entirely sure, but I'd probably at least gut check probably say would be at least significantly more tolerable.
Like, so, I mean, we can say right now. So in the West Bank, they're currently what I consider to be violent.
I honestly think everything that's happened since October 7th would be the same, if not worse, if only IDF and soldiers and military personnel had been targeted. I truly think that.
Ethno-supremacist Jewish settlers who were attacking people, kicking them out of their land with the support of the Israeli government. If people violently attacked those Israeli settlers as they're trying to remove them from their land, do you think that would be terrorism?
Nope.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, then yeah, okay, then I think we semi-agree. At least,
Right. I'm just also saying, but they
Analogous.
also shouldn't be like genocided. Like I'm just saying, like that's why I was
Yeah, this
talking about
disanalogous.
the admin thing.
The point is the material facts is that there is deliberate targeting by Hamas towards civilians, and it's being justified. If it was coupled with, hey, if Hamas was just targeting military targets or
And settlers,
the
or
settlers in the West
actively,
Bank,
like,
by the way,
trying to
I
kill them.
morally consider
But-
military targets, and what you
Yeah.
can't kick somebody out of their house and say this is mine now, and be like, I'm a civilian. That's a fundamentally like that's not something you can't even do that in America. You can't do that anywhere. I can't walk in your
Right.
house and kick you out and be like, you can't do anything to me. It's ridiculous.
Right.
So those
And so
people.
even-
Yeah, those people are on the table. If the attacks and strikes and the rhetoric was primarily targeted towards those people, listen, we're green. But that's not the reality.
Right, so I agree with you.
And I was
So I'm
also
not
talking
justifying.
about,
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
No,
I was
no,
just-
Wait, did you?
I can't walk in your
Right.
house and kick you out and be like, you can't do anything to me. It's ridiculous.
Right.
So those
And so
people,
even-
yeah, those people are on the table. If the attacks and strikes and the rhetoric was primarily targeted towards those people, listen, we're green. But that's not the reality.
Right, so I agree with you.
And I was
So I'm
also
not
talking about,
justifying.
I don't think this would be the reality we'd be living in. Let's say October 7th had been entirely military personnel, IDF. I already know what the refrain would be, and it would be, those people are conscripted. They had no choice in the matter, so it wasn't fair to target them. This is, a parallel universe where this happened, and I'm making up what I think the arguments I would encounter, but I would 100% see that. I truly believe that.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
No,
I was just like clarifying.
Yeah, we got it. We got it. Let's let Doobie finish up, and then let's let Irrelevant respond. He's had a couple things to say, and let's
Okay.
get Ollie in here a little bit. Love you, ex-terrorist, ex-child terrorist, but we gotta let the others speak. Go ahead.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Okay, so something we commonly hear from the pro-Israel crowd is that elections have consequences, right? So they elected Hamas at some point in the last couple decades. So therefore, Hamas is their government. So that election has consequences. So therefore, the civilians cannot now play victim when they put these people into power in the first place. I disagree with this because I think Hamas is a violent, oppressive terrorist group that got people in Gaza. But given that this is what you typically hear from Israelis, I think that if you were to apply that to Israel, I think you could make the same argument that they've put these far right fucking nut jobs who I consider to be like borderline Nazis or just modern Nazis in positions of power. These people are enacting what I consider to be a genocide, bare minimum ethnic cleansing. I think even they would say at this point that it's an ethnic cleansing. So given this is the case, I think if attacks happen against a nation and civilians die, this is unfortunate, but this is the reality of war, right? And so now I'd agree with you. I'd agree with you.
I think
that
that
Hamas
statement specifically is.
that's fine. So I'd agree with you that Hamas deliberately targets civilians, which I disagree with. Right? I don't support attacking any civilians. But given that the reality of the situation, not just on October 7th, but October 6th and every day prior, Israel has also killed many thousands of civilians. Right? They have a whole AI system that allows them to target civilian infrastructure that they know Hamas isn't in to put pressure on the civilian population, quote unquote.
This is true. I think this came in like the 372 magazine. Israel AI. Is it 372 plus magazine? 9723. And there's only been more on this, yeah. Inside a mass assassination factory inside Israel's calculated bombing of Gaza, permissive airstrikes on non-military targets, and the use of an artificial intelligence system have enabled the Israeli army to carry out its deadliest war on Gaza. A +972 and local call investigation reveals, and this was November 30th, 2023.
So like we're talking about two groups of people. I'm talking about the leadership now. So the leaders of Hamas and the leaders of Israel, who I consider to be fucking batshit crazy. And so, yeah, when these two groups go to war with each other, bad things are going to happen to civilian populations on both sides. I think that, so ignoring like all that context and just saying, hey, if you support action against Israel that has civilians killed at some point or put civilians at risk, you're like, it's stochastic terrorism. Like I think you're just missing so much context. I mean, this is just like the reality of war, right? I mean, we hear this from Israelis all the time.
So I didn't say that. And I don't think many people I know have said that, because if we're talking about like Hamas, let's talk about October 7th of Hamas.
Yeah, or like this. Somebody mentioned this in chat. The Where's Daddy AI system. This was April 7th, 2024. Israel's Where's Daddy AI system helps target helps target suspected Hamas militants when they're at home with their families, report says. Civilians are often collateral damage in the following strikes. One unnamed officer told Plus 972 magazine in local call. The IDF has said it makes various efforts to reduce harm to civilians to the extent feasible.
Fired rockets at military structures, and then civilians got killed. By international law and by any normal person who would understand how that works, that's just a casualty of war. That's the way war works. You can never be entirely precise with your strikes. You can never be entirely precise with any military.
We're talking about situations where civilians are targeted.
Yes, exactly. Deliberate targeting of civilians is the issue and the principal concern for defense. But also, you said earlier that a tremendous amount of Israelis support like ethnic cleansing in so many words of the Palestinian people. But I've seen polling that says that the overwhelming majority of people in Israel support a two-state solution. They support the Palestinian state being recognized. And there's a minority that support like one state with apartheid or one state being recognized. And there's a minority that support like one state with apartheid.
We're so far from this.
Or one state in general and stuff like that. The majority of Israelis support a peace process in which there was a Palestinian state.
Also, when you look at what Israelis and most people understand to be a state, it's not a state. Cody.
An Israeli state. So when prompted, would you want a Palestinian state?
Like every single US administration that says they support a two-state solution. You have to look into the actual deals that they've put on the table. They never offered statehood
to exist. They say yes, but we also would, want our own.
Like they wouldn't have, it would be completely demilitarized. They would not have, Israel would be able to invade whenever they wanted due to security concerns. They were not going to have control over their airspace or water, none of that.
State.
It misses all of the fundamental qualities of what makes a state a state.
I think. So I've seen the polling you're talking about too, but I'm talking about like more recent polling. So the one that I mentioned earlier is from 2016, right? So it's fair to use older polling in this discussion. And when I say early, I mean the one about expelling all the Arabs from the region. I think it was like,
my polling is from 2024.
Okay, so there's a recent poll, and maybe I don't know, but the polls. I mean, with the way that the questions are asked and which groups of people are being asked a question, they can be like a little bit iffy, right? But there's one recently.
I'll let you finish in a second, but I do want to reground this to the stochastic terrorism bit.
Yeah.
But finish up your point, and then we'll get it back to where we were. But go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, it was 82% of Israelis supported the
polling Olympics. Just stop
the cleansing of Gaza, and that's like this month. I think within the last week, if I remember correctly. So, and again, you can see like the population shifted. I think both populations here are radicalizing each other and have been for a very long time.
Typical radicalization is a thing. And speaking of radicalization, right, that can bring us back to the topic at hand.
Yeah. Again, response to the Hassan thing, because I think that was on topic.
Yeah, that was on topic, and I want to bring out like with the recent assassination, murder, whatever you want to call it, of the Israeli embassy workers.
I don't think it would be assassination.
Again, you have the ADL coming out saying it was due, in part at least, to people like Hassan Piker's rhetoric.
Who cares what the ADL says? They just went on the news and said they didn't substantiate it.
I'm just curious how much we give that, right? Like, personally, I'm not a stochastic terrorism believer.
How anyone takes the ADL seriously after they'll say that Hassan is saying genocidal things, but Elon Musk didn't do a Nazi salute? Give me a fucking break. How is that not like a deal breaker?
I don't think it's a useful term. I don't think it's a useful lens to view the world. I wouldn't hold Hassan responsible for what someone else did, right? Even if he did give like very strong anti-Israel, anti-Semitic rhetoric. I don't think that makes you responsible for what someone else does. But that's my take. And the ADL disagrees with me, so I
think the ADL just did that because they were working with fucking that one guy to try to get him banned on Twitch. Like the ADL was working with Dan or whatever to try to get Hassan off Twitch or try to get so like I think the ADL just saw this as an excuse. Like, hey, look, listen, this is the rhetoric that's been happening up. This is a name that we can put to it, and they just use that. So I don't really take much weight into what like the ADL or will like stop anti-Semitism says.
I think the ADL is like a fundamentally dishonest organization. I mean, there's many examples of this over the years where they just use the anti-Semitism thing as a weapon against people dishonestly. But to go to your point, so I agree with you. I think attaching this action, right, which I think is bad. I don't think you should be murdering people, right, civilians. Even though they're like staffers or they're like lobbyists for Israel, I still think they're civilians, right? Obviously, I don't think it's okay to kill them. So given that this bad thing happened, I think this bad thing can happen totally separate from anything fucking Hassan said. I think people can look at the actions of Israel and have an opinion of those actions that's strong enough that they might think, hey.
Yes. How is it that we're an hour in and this viewpoint is barely being articulated?
Hey, I want people to fucking be punished for all this evil shit.
It's the most obvious point to make right out the gate, in my opinion.
That's happening. And these people are here, so I'm going to punish them. I don't think you need Hassan to do that. I think trying to attach it to some dude on the internet when there's so much out there that would lead people to be angry about this kind of thing is just silly. I think it's just an attempt to again suppress pro-Palestine voices.
That's what I was saying earlier when it's like I don't necessarily think Hassan amped up the rhetoric. I think Hassan is in the echo chamber. The rhetoric and the discourse around this has already been amping up forever, and you're just seeing it now through Hassan's chat, and you're trying to attribute it to Hassan when it is just like the war over there is fuck. People believe it is a genocide and ethnic cleansing, and so therefore like the rhetoric is not going to be polite or nice.
I mean,
like if anything, I think the rhetoric of Israeli.
Yeah, but it's definitely not like a fucking. It's a dialectic, of course. I mean, like Hassan, he's huge. He does direct a lot of the conversation, and like that is somewhat important because hey, when you direct the conversation in a certain way, like is it really that surprising?
I mean, because Hassan has like at most 20,000 people in his chat.
Well, I know he's like, when you direct the conversation, is it really surprising if something happens? If you think that his rhetoric matters because he reaches 25,000 people all at once every day, wait till I tell you how many people the Prime Minister of Israel reaches. Wait till I tell you who's an ally to him.
Right? Like, let's just, so I'm from Dearborn. It is a lot, but I'm from Dearborn, Michigan, right? And people my age have been having this conversation, this discourse, and the rhetoric's been amping up. And the people my age do not have, there are more people not watching Hassan than there are people watching Hassan. And people not watching are still having this conversation.
Does nothing? Like, do you think Tucker Carlson doesn't help legitimize the rise of like fascism in the United States or anything? Like, do you think he like just doesn't like help the far right grow in this country?
Well, the other thing that they're ignoring is a part of the definition of what constitutes being able to like influence a sort of stochastic terrorism is parasociality. So there can actually be more direct incitement coming from a smaller influencer, creator, media personality, or figure who has far less reach than somebody on the news who passively has like 5 million people watching them, but that's different than them actually having like a close rapport or bond or relationship with that audience.
Like,
I think there are talking pieces that can make it
like Jake Tapper is viewed more, but there's a better argument. Like you could absolutely argue that somebody like Ben Shapiro or Brian Tyler Cohen has more influence over their audience because they have that parasociality.
I think there are talking pieces that can make it look nice, right? And maybe make it look nicer to like a newer audience. I'm just saying the type of people that were already in Hassan's audience. He's a fucking communist audience, right? So the type of people that were already gravitating towards him.
Louder.
Maybe, but
I think
like it's.
a good bit.
I think even like, so I was going to talk about this earlier, and I think the point Shannon Doa made was a lot more complex of a response than I thought it would be. So we got kind of bogged down in that. But the rape thing with Hassan, right? And the baby settlers thing. I think all these things are taken totally out of context typically when they're spoken about. He's not, I think he's denied the mass rape narrative because this is used to like demonize and dehumanize Palestinians generally. Which, I mean, we have plenty of video of them massacring fucking civilians. I don't think there's any reason to spread this mass rape narrative, right? And just the reality is, there have been a lot of lies spread by Israel, survivors of October 7th, people who claim to be survivors of October 7th, and that have just been exposed, like for fucking, like almost immediately after October 7th. Like there's a guy who's still going around giving like speeches in front of massive crowds, claiming that he's got two stories.
Is this the guy who like claimed he rescued a bunch of people single-handedly on October 7th?
So story one is he went, and is the reason there's no evidence of like, or direct evidence of rape, or there's not a lot of it, is because he saw these women hanging from trees with like wood shoved up their vaginas and shit like this, and he took them down from the trees and put them on the floor and threw the wood away, et cetera, et cetera. Total nonsense. Okay, everybody knows this is nonsense. Story two is he single-handedly he tells a story about him single-handedly beating 5 guys with fucking machine guns with a pipe, right, to save 2 women from being raped. Total fucking bullshit, right? And then he has another version of that story where he like managed to convince them that he was a Muslim, right? And this is how he got them to leave the woman alone. So the guy's just a fucking liar, spreading propaganda, and he's promoted by Israel. And essentially,
yeah, this is Rami Davidian's like that he's talking about
all over the world to give speeches. So I think
and this guy was literally featured in that Screams Before Silence documentary by Sheryl Sandberg.
When the government's doing things like this, it makes it very difficult to believe like the mass rape narrative, right? So, but I don't think Hassan has ever denied that rapes did happen. At least some rapes happened, and those rapes are bad. All he's saying is that it doesn't affect the overall context. So some people taking the extra step to rape people doesn't change the reality of the fact that this attack happened not because of Jew hate, but because there's an ethno-state oppressing people for decades.
Yeah, I want to give it to Irrelevant.
I want
to give it to Irrelevant, and I want to give it to Tali, who has decided to grace us with her presence. Welcome, Tali.
All right. So quickly in response to that, I disagree with the idea that his rhetoric has been exclusively about mass rapes. I think it's been convenient for him to say that that's the case, but namely when he spoke to Ethan Klein, and Ethan Klein gave him several individualized examples of a rape that happened on October 7th, he proceeded to become the biggest conservative frat boy you've ever seen in your entire. Where's the rape kits? Where's the forensic evidence? Where's the video footage? I need the 4K CCTV stuff. He turns into Inspector General overnight. And these are
If you're the one making the claim, though, the onus is on you to provide the evidence.
For individualized cases. This is not about, hey, 4 people got raped, therefore mass rape. It was just him being presented with.
And the most that you can say is you can call out a double standard that Hassan is demanding forensic evidence for this particular conflict or atrocity as proof of like sexual violence, and he wouldn't do that in similar like not similar, but like maybe other atrocities or other conflicts. So I feel like that's the biggest criticism you could get him on.
Individualized cases, and then him rejecting those individualized cases even when it's right in front of him.
Okay, so to be fair, I watched like the beginning of that, but I didn't watch all of it because it was nauseating. So I'm gonna believe what you said entirely. I've never known you to be a liar or to misrepresent things, so I'm gonna believe you, right? So if that's true, then I think that's bad. Right? I 100% think it's a bad thing to do. I can understand why he might be defensive in that case, but obviously, denying the express experiences of women that are right there is fucking terrible and shouldn't do that. But I'd say,
but he didn't do that because he had already said that he acknowledges that there are women that have been released from captivity who said that, who were claiming that they were sexually assaulted. And he already acknowledged it. And that was who that woman, the video of the woman giving the testimony was. But Ethan said he was like jumping back and forth between talking about what happened on like sexual violence that occurred on October 7th and then afterwards. And Hassan had never denied that it happened to a woman in captivity.
this is something that Ethan, I've seen Ethan do before when the rapes from the IDF are brought up. Like, thousands of rapes and torture of like women and children and young boys committed by the IDF against detainees before October 7th. There are like massive reports on this. And in a similar vein, when those reports are brought up, you have the pro-Israel people who turn into exactly the kind of guy that Hassan was that you described. They want all the evidence, they want the rape kits, they want video evidence, right? So I think this is just like people being like against detainees before October 7th. There are like massive reports on this. And in a similar vein, when those reports are brought up, you have the pro-Israel people who turn into exactly the kind of guy that Hassan was that you just described. They want all the evidence, they want the rape kits, they want video evidence, right? So I think this is just like people being
No. There we go. There we go. Sorry, I unplugged it. There we go. I unplugged it and then I had to restart Voicemeeter, which is how I like connect my sound. Let's go back a little bit.
In a similar vein, when those reports are brought up, you have the pro-Israel people who turn into exactly the kind of guy that Hassan was that you just described. They want all the evidence, they want the rape kits, they want video evidence, right? So I think this is just like people being like biased, ideologically biased, and not wanting to accept that there's
okay, this like the example that I was trying to bring up is that the Free Press. This is not a mainstream publication, but Barry Weiss's Free Press. It's not an insignificant one either. The Gaza famine myth, how lazy journalism, bad data, skewed statistics fueled accusations of war crimes against Israel. This is untrue. There is a corpus of evidence demonstrating that there is aid is not getting in. There's mass famine in Gaza. Of course, now it's paywalled. But even the the citations within this refute what some of the claims that they were making.
So I might do a bad thing.
I'm so confused. Why are we whatabouting with Ethan right now? Because we're basically saying that, like, yes, if Ethan did that, that would be bad. He should be, like, that would be fucking horrible. And we're also saying that, like, we think Hassan has done this. And we also think, like, specifically that the rules of Twitch have not been enforced on him, despite the fact that we believe he has done this. And that's bad. Like, that's... I'm unsure, like, why...
Yeah, but, like, like, your threshold for stochastic terrorism just kind of seems like anyone can fit that pulse. That's kind of my issue. That's kind of why I was asking, like, do you guys consider this? Because, like, at that point, once again, the conversation with erudite and apostate prophet would be stochastic terrorism. It's against Muslims. They're saying that these people are savages, barbaric. It's a barbaric religion. They're not harmonious with the West. They're a threat to the West. So therefore, we should eliminate them, get them out. That is the intent. So then what?
Terrorism. Yeah. A lot of people.
What is this?
A lot of people
came out of nowhere.
Horrible. Like, a lot of people.
No, I don't think it means nothing.
It's
Very useful. So when we were talking about rhetoric that incites people to commit terrorist acts, we're talking about rhetoric that it very reasonably will lead somebody. So actually, I'll just.
Well, it doesn't say. Wait, it doesn't say if you take terrorist.
Let Irrelevant finish just real quick.
If you're taking that stance, do you agree that what Noah Samson said, which is we in the West have direct physical access to politicians, pundits, and propagandists, and peaceful protest does nothing, and we need to escalate? You agree that's totally fine then? Nothing wrong with it.
What?
Which is we in the West have direct physical access to politicians, pundits, and propagandists, and peaceful protest does nothing, and we need to escalate. You agree that's totally fine then? Nothing wrong with it.
And if it isn't fine, what word do you want to use? Because, like, this is
the
common word that we use.
No,
I'm following up.
Like, is it fine? Once again, like, it's not directly saying to do like violence. If someone wants to take that as violence, you can do it, right? You can take that as violence with Luigi. But then once again, it's like you said it's specifically a call to terrorism. It's not a call to terrorism. It's a call to hatred and violence, right? So any call to any form of hatred or violence should be then considered.
I think that could be fairly reasonably interpreted as like a call to terrorism. He's literally saying we have access to these people physically, and also peaceful means are not working, and you know what I mean? Like, I feel like that could very easily be read as like inciting some kind of attack. I was also going to say, like, if Tucker Carlson said that about trans people, like, hey, we know this, we have like fucking Grindr, we can find people like this. Like, what if we just fucking like got him? You know, our peaceful methods of trying to convince people not to be gay aren't working. Like, I would probably be like, fuck that guy. That guy's
fuck that guy. That's
I'm not
insane.
wait.
That's not a call to violence. There's plenty of room between peaceful protest and murder. That's true, but given the type of content that he's making, especially since he's like being critical of Israel, he's talking favorably and about Palestinians, it's like, it's not fair, but you will always be held to the most uncharitable standard. So you have to comport yourself with that in mind.
I don't support. Wait. Just that's why I started the conversation with. I don't really follow or support these people. I'm just trying to figure out what your line is for like labeling people as terrorists, right? So what's stochastic or not, right? Because what you are saying is that these people are responsible for the murder, and like you want essentially you're kind of saying like you want nothing to happen illegally, but you want recourse to happen from Twitch, but you were not getting that recourse from Twitch because it's some guy. I know, but it's some guy who owns the company. So it's like
platform.
Yeah.
That's it.
If that's true, then maybe he should have been a little bit more specific about what he meant.
This is why I brought up the thing earlier, because
I mean, yeah, I think he edited it out because he knows that once that clip started being circulated around, he's leaving himself vulnerable to being mass reported and getting taken down, you know? I don't think you can do this. I think trying to cling to the plausible deniability that obviously exists within those statements is a really, 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 like, you're skating on thin ice, you know?
There is consistency, it seems, because you said that Hassan has been denying rapes. So is Ethan Klein. So do many pro-Israel people. They deny that the IDF has committed rapes.
Ethan Klein, when it did come up in their conversation, the report on the Palestinian side happening in Israeli prisons, Ethan, whether people want to say that he was being sincere or not, his immediate response was, that is horrible. That is terrible. I condemn that.
Okay, hold on. But he also said that he believes it's a genocide, right? So like, and we know that's not true. He also said that he believes the IDF are terrorists. We know that's not true.
So you can try to impugn his intentions, and you can say
you think he thinks his wife's a terrorist?
Wait.
Prisons. Ethan, whether people want to say that he was being sincere or not, his immediate response was, that is horrible. That is terrible. I condemn that.
Okay, hold on. But he also said that he believes it's a genocide, right? So like, and we know that's not true. He also said that he believes the IDF are terrorists. We know that's not true.
So you can try to impugn his intentions, and you can say
you think he thinks his wife's a terrorist
in his heart. No, he said first of all, he said his wife is not a terrorist, so he didn't concede that point, even if it was very sloppy the way he argued himself into that corner. Number one, and number two, he still maintains it's a genocide.
An institution being a terrorist group doesn't mean that his wife isn't a terrorist.
No, but his wife went to the West. Wait, hold on. His wife went to the West Bank, participated in a raid on somebody's house. house with the IDF that he thinks is a terrorist group.
You
She did
have
this voluntarily.
No idea
She did this
anything about the
voluntarily.
raid that his
She
wife
did this
participated
voluntarily.
in.
Hold on, I
Frankly,
have what she
this is
said.
actually this is part of the problem. Is this idea that every single person is complicit if they are Israeli and they have to do any type of mandatory
No, that's
service that they are
bullshit.
somehow.
This is a lie. You're a liar.
What is
I
a
do
lie?
know.
What
I
is
know
a
as
lie?
much as you do. So Hila, hold on. Hila's gone over this repeatedly.
What
She
is a
said
lie? Could you
she said that she had not like
explain
I
the
can.
lie?
You said I have no idea, and that what I'm doing is I'm implicating
I
all
didn't say you
Israelis.
had no idea. I said this is
Yes, you
actually
did.
part of the
Yes, you
problem.
did
No, I said this
actually.
is part
You
of
said
the
that I'm
problem.
implicating all Israelis because they're being forced to do
Okay,
IDF
so I
work.
said
That is
you
not.
don't know
both
what
of you,
she
both of
did
you, both of you,
on
both of you,
that
both
actual
of
raid.
you,
You have
both
no
of you,
idea. You're
both of you.
assuming it was the
Hold
worst
on,
case
hold on,
possible.
hold on. Both of you. Both of you, stop. You're talking over each other. No one can hear either of you because you're talking over each other. Doobie, reply, and then once you're done, I will let Tali respond, and then we'll get other people in here. I see your hand, Irrelevant. I see you, Shenandoah. I see you all. So Doobie, then Tali, then Irrelevant, then we'll get everyone else in here. Go ahead.
Okay. So my understanding of what happened with Hila is that she had a secretary job, not working directly with raids or anything like this. She thought it was very boring. She didn't like that. She had to get up in the morning, go on a bus, etc. So she wanted to be put somewhere else, right? And she said that if she wasn't able to be assigned somewhere else that she liked, she would just find a way to get out because she knew ways to get out, right? To get out of the mandatory service. So when she was moved to the secretary position in the West Bank, she was like a secretary, like one of the commanders there. She liked that job, right? So she was working directly as support staff for an organization that Ethan considers to be a terrorist group. And then further, she wanted to go on a raid, right? So she asked if she could go on a raid with them. So they went into a terrorist city, quote unquote, which was what Ethan called it. That she said that, so they went to somebody's house. They got somebody out of their house, and she was there as like a tourist on this terrorist raid. So yeah, I think it's totally fine. Listen, if Ethan considers this to be a terrorist activity,
and this is true, I've seen this video that he's talking about,
his
where
wife
he describes it.
voluntarily participated in that terrorist activity, and she wanted to, and she found it enjoyable. I think we should expect him to think his wife is a terrorist.
You expect a man to think his fucking wife's a terrorist?
Yeah,
I mean,
if
with
he
the
thinks
logic
that he's
laid out-
terrorist,
If he said that the IDF is a terrorist organization, then that literally follows from what he
Okay,
said.
hold on. So if he thinks ISIS is a terrorist group and his wife is part of ISIS, yeah, I think it's fine to say that his wife is a fucking. I think you're just applying this different standard. That even Ethan claims he's not put on the IDF. Ethan says that the IDF is a terrorist group. So why the fuck wouldn't his wife be a terrorist if she's volunteering to assist a terrorist group?
Mandatory service. She was 18 years old. She was literally incredibly young. A lot of people make.
Okay, but she voluntarily went on the raid. Why is this so hard for people who defend her to understand it?
Mistakes or have a change.
Like, it's so, they're like bot responses. I always, like, Willie Mack just did this too. He was like, but she was conscripted. And it's like the part that she gets the most flack for, the actions that she gets the most criticism for, is unrelated to her conscripted service. It's all about the raid. She didn't have a choice. She was bored.
Change of opinion over the course of many different years since they're 18. You're very young, practically a kid. And
whom amongst us hasn't gone on a night raid in the West Bank when they're bored?
She did not. You're using participate as though she kicked in the door. She sat in the fucking car, dude. Like you're like she did.
This is also not true. This is not true. She got out. She's talked about this part too. This tells me he just takes Ethan at his word. Hold on. Like, not that I give a shit about this, but if they're gonna fucking talk about it. Oops. Let's see.
It was. They were so someone actually was shooting the car when you went in there right away.
The Jeep, like right next to my head.
Did it like dent?
Yes.
Okay.
So I wanted to go with them just to experience it.
Why, you just were all of a sudden had an urge to go with them?
How can you know whether she sat in the car? Well, he does, because in this story, she talks about how she got out of the car.
I just wanted to see what it's like.
Right.
I wanted to see it.
Okay.
So, they took me with them one night, even though they weren't supposed to.
Did they armor your ass up?
You're driving in this like Jeep that's bulletproof.
Right.
So I was in the Jeep, and then as soon as we entered Ramallah, the people in the city started shooting us.
Wow.
And I heard like a bullet hit the Jeep like right next to my head.
Did it like dent or just
No,
you
you
heard
just hear it.
It's a gnarly armored Jeep. Okay.
And I mean, it was just interesting.
They were so someone actually was shooting the car when you went in there right away.
Yeah.
Huh. Did you have a gun on you?
I didn't.
You were not supposed to leave.
No, yeah, not really. But even if I walked with them to one house.
Okay.
I did get out of the car once, but but surrounded with them. So
Okay.
I did get out of the
Did they
car
arrest
once
anyone
surrounded by
that
them.
night?
they did.
Did they bring it in the same car with you?
No.
Oh,
You
different
go.
car.
There's a few cars going.
Damn, that's crazy. Was it like? How did you feel? Was it horrifying?
It was strange. Very, very weird.
How so? Like how so?
I don't know. Just you see people in the house, and then it's like the soldiers just walk into the house and look through their shit and find guns, and the whole thing is really surreal.
Very surreal.
Of what like press do when they tag along with these things. She literally sat in the fucking car and just waited and then just
She's the
observed.
secretary to the people who are doing the raids in the West.
She was a secretary helping them organize these raids they're doing. That you think
Not
considers
disconnected for a minute. Hopefully you were all good. I think
yeah,
I'm
no,
back
we're all good.
now.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to say. It's, I was like,
but I
So irrelevance is just wrong. I mean, I don't blame him for like taking Ethan at his word, but because in the what is it? In their debate, I don't know if he's lying. I don't know if he's wrong, but he spoke a mistruth. Let's see.
And that is that it's most
just a
likely because I
cosmic chance.
previously
Okay.
had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Okay, if you say so. So if it's a cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the photo
I'm
up?
not even in the photo, I don't think, right?
I know, it's in your room, though, and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's...
All right. Let's see. I'm searching car, but car appears in lots of words, so. Here.
You're going to do the Raider of Ramallah snark bullshit? Go on. Yeah, your community doesn't harass anyone. She was 18 years old. She went on a ride along to Ramallah for some kind of fucking mission. She stayed in the car, and then they went back, and that's all that happened. She's 18 years old, bro. She's a secretary.
Taking someone hostage, you called him it, by the way. That person was a Palestinian living in his own, living in his own fucking home, and your wife went on a raid to Ramallah, which you have called a terror city.
Yeah, that was an old clip. I don't think we're...
Oh, so now Palestinians can't commit crime? Is that what you're saying, Hassan? Is that what he was saying, Ethan? Is that what he was trying to say?
You're applying this to the level of like denying the rapes to Hassan, but then when you,
Also, that mission was voluntary, and he also leaves that out.
you say Ethan denies the rapes, it's like no.
Ethan didn't deny the rape. Ethan never
Hold
denied
on.
the rape.
Hold on. So you asked me a question. You asked me why it matters, right? So the reason I brought this up is because I'm telling you.
Ethan doesn't deny the rape, but he was just agreeing to every single premise that Hassan was laying out because he actually doesn't give a shit about the conflict. He just wanted to talk about their beef.
I think Ethan is lying when he says he thinks IDF is a terrorist group. He's
Sure,
lying when he
but
says it's a genocide. He's lying about all this bullshit. So like, I mean, I did watch this conversation with Sam Cedar where he immediately like agreed to all the bad things Israel does, right? But then he'll go on to defend Israel constantly, and then any action that take against Israel, he thinks is like is unjustified.
Okay, but what does that have to do with stochastic terrorism in the United States?
Okay, this is further then. To get to Ali's point, right? I agree that your standard for what is stochastic terrorism is really bad. Because there are plenty of people in this country who vocally support Israel, support funding Israel, support sending missiles to Israel, support sending them everything they need to get the job done, quote unquote. Not just on Twitch and YouTube, but all over fucking social media, pundits on Fox News, on CNN and MSNBC. All these people are supporting something that many people think is a fucking genocide. Why aren't they stochastic terrorists? Because they're supporting us sending missiles to this fucking genocide.
I want to add to that.
The idea is not that someone...
It's also fueling. If we're gonna have the conversation where being pro-Palestine is fueling anti-Semitism and anti-Jewish hate, the support of Israel is also fueling Islamophobia and anti-Arab hate.
Whoa, nobody said that.
I want to let Tully respond real quick.
That's kind of well. The idea is stochastic terrorism and pro-Palestine. Hassan is a pro-Palestinian supporter. Therefore, you guys are trying to link the things
I'm pro-Palestine. I'm not saying
I know.
Hassan is like fucked up, like specifically.
No, I'm saying that
like, specifically, but there are plenty of
So here would be something analogous.
That the Palestinians hate Israelis because they're Jewish and because Muslims hate Jews, and this is all part of like some fucking Sharia genocide plan.
Yeah, I want to give it to Tully. Tully, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I think we're like stretching the utility of the term if we say
To be in a different weight class? No, literally. This actually became an interesting conversation only once he came in.
the stochastic terrorism is support for some type of like foreign war or genocide or whatever we would call it. I think we're talking about the actions happening in the United States. And so, for example, if there were Zionists, pro-Israeli people like myself, I'm a Zionist, I'm pro-Israel, I support the war effort. We can put that all out on the front and we can front load with that. But if there were Zionists saying that
the war effort.
Palestinian supporters are responsible for the deaths that are happening right now in Israel. We're surrounded by them, guys. They're at the universities, they're in the Congress. Go out and make it known to them that we will not allow these people to be responsible for the deaths of our brothers and sisters overseas. And that resulted in some type of shooting against Palestinian Americans, Arab Americans, or people believed to be Palestinian or Arab Americans. That would potentially, again, and people here aren't even necessarily saying that those people should face any type of legal consequence, but that would be analogous to the type of situation that we're talking about.
Oh, wait, did someone raid me on YouTube? Thank you for the raid.
Now we're saying people who are normalizing the idea that Zionism itself is an evil inherently.
You guys should like the stream. We're watching all these people who don't really know what stochastic terrorism is argue over it. Except Dewey. Dewey actually has he's doing pretty well.
Evil ideology that anyone who is a purveyor of this, great. Anyone who is a purveyor of this deserves violence and justice. That is the type of language that we're talking about that leads to violence in our country.
I think what's more likely is that people are saying the statements of Israeli politicians, right, who are openly genocidal Israeli politicians who are celebrating the deaths of children, and so they see these statements being publicized by Israeli politicians, and they think this is really fucking bad. So they look for representatives of this fucking genocidal ethnostate, and they want to punish them. I think this is happening. I don't think they should do it
in America.
Don't reduce this to Jews. Okay, these people were staffers for someone.
Hold on. Sir, do you have any evidence? Do you have any evidence that he knew who these people were before he killed them, or all he knew about them was that they were outside? Yes, an American Jewish committee meeting outside of the American Jewish Museum in DC. Yes, this was a Jewish
what's the committee doing? What's the committee doing?
He had no idea of knowing that they.
Yes, he did. He went inside. He was inside the event.
Well, hold on. Where is it? It said here they're hosting an event, no? What happened? The shooting happened just after 9 p.m. on a street outside the Capitol Jewish Museum, where the American Jewish Committee was hosting a reception for young diplomats. The museum is in the heart of official Washington among federal buildings, embassies, and other museums.
What are you talking about?
He did not know who the two of them were. He did not choose them
because
because
they
they
were
were staffers of the Israeli embassy. Also, again, I know someone who worked at the Israeli embassy for several years. I don't think that makes them fair target to be killed.
I agree with you.
He never argued that.
I'm not saying they're fair targets. What I'm telling you is that this is beyond just like him attacking like a random Jewish person. He was attacking people.
You say that.
No, stop.
Sure.
I think he has good reason to believe are directly supporting the Israeli ethnostate during a genocide. So like, it's not just because when it's fucking manifesto.
Okay.
I think he's just arguing that it's politically motivated first and foremost now.
We're doing the thing where you're talking over each other again. I'll land your plane, Amelia Earhart, and then we'll give it to Tali. Go ahead.
Okay. So in his manifesto, he's not ranting about Jews, he's ranting about Israel. Where he attacked these people, you're like downplaying to say, oh, there's something like Jewish museum or whatever.
This is true. I don't think I could read the manifesto on stream, but he's just talks about politics and Israel, American complicity.
There's an event there led by this pro-Israel lobby group, right?
American Jewish Committee, a Jewish organization.
Okay, but them being Jewish is not the relevant factor. It's that they're pro-American, they're pro-Israel organization that was there to learn talking points to help sell this Israeli conflict.
See, and you say
right?
to learn
this is what the event was.
They were having a meeting about getting more aid into Gaza and Syria.
No,
yes.
Stop.
Yes.
Even if they weren't,
I saw this reported. Hold on. What? Well, like, what would I even search? Hold on. Aid. Okay, so the New York Times doesn't find it prudent to mention that they were young diplomats who were organizing to discuss getting aid to Gaza. Let's see.
Obviously,
don't
they're just like American. They're like
so again. I understand. So again, this is an organization that I think has good reason to believe is a pro-Israel lobbying organization. He's angry at Israel because their politicians are openly genocidal in their fucking speeches. So he wants to lash at Israel. So he attacks people trying to lobby for Israel. This has nothing to do with being Jewish. There's a genocidal ethnostate currently like partaking in the genocide, and people want to lash out at the representatives. It's not that like. I don't know why you're like boiling down to he just hates Jews. That's so fucking dishonest.
I didn't say, he just hates Jews. I think his motivation absolutely was political and on behalf of Palestine. I think that is, he's severely misled that would be an appropriate or effective way to lobby on behalf of Palestine. But I don't think this person was motivated by Jew hatred or anti-Semitism. What I think he did do was choose a location where he knew there would be a bunch of American Jews that, yes, he believed were in support of Zionism, but that was a Jewish event that he targeted.
Wait, how does she say the first part and then follow it up with the fact that, with the emphasis on the fact that it's a Jewish event when it was for Israeli diplomats?
Could guarantee out. Sorry?
Finish your point, Tali. Doobie, let her finish, please. Tali, finish your point, and then we can get more people in here.
This is part of. I'm sorry I missed the beginning, so I don't know how much you guys talked about this, and it's not necessarily the road we want to go down, but people can be anti-Semitic and not be motivated by hatred for Jews. This is the problem here, is a lot of these things get conflated, and you could say that both sides are doing it, but when you target the American Jewish Committee because you think that certain politicians in Israel have genocidal rhetoric, you are harming American Jews for something that they do not actually have responsibility.
I think they're mad about more than just rhetoric.
Over. And again, people shouldn't be murdered and targeted for their beliefs. So you don't have to hate Jews to participate in something anti-Semitic. I think people would actually agree with this in some type of obvious way if we were talking about any other minority group. That you don't need to have like explicit racism on the mind in order to be racist, in order to discriminate
Name the
against somebody.
racists like against, say, blacks or Muslims or something, right?
I know about those guys. I've heard of them before.
Okay, let's get some more people in here. Let's give it to Irrelevant. He had his hand up a while ago, and we'll see what he has to say. Go ahead, buddy.
I mean, I'm not sure what I remember I was going to say when I put my hand up, but for me, the context of this specific attack, I don't know what the specific motives were. I heard that it was about humanitarian aid to Gaza. That's what I've seen. I haven't seen an opposing idea, but in Doobie, I'm not saying like, yo, you need to get me the source, but legitimately, if you do have something that shows something counter that, I'd love that. But either way.
Okay, this is from the Los Angeles Times. Active terror, Israeli embassy workers killed in DC. Oh my God, stop making me pay for things. Why is everything paywalled?
I think that for stochastic terrorism, right, in this specific context, we are talking about very clear escalating language. So it sounded like Social Logic earlier said that and you can correct me if I'm wrong, you don't really have a moral issue with what Noah Samson said. Noah Samson being like, hey, again, hey, we have direct physical access to the propagandists, politicians, and pundits who are pushing this genocide. Peaceful protest has done not really anything. We need to escalate. Like, that's not a morally bad thing to say. Now, you can correct me, but assuming that that's the case, then we would just fundamentally disagree on the merits of what was brought up by, what is your name? Shenandoah? Yeah, where it was like, if Tucker Carlson goes on to say this about like trans people, like we've tried to peacefully negotiate with these trans people, you know, and stuff like that. We have direct access to the politicians, pundits, and people who propagate this nonsense, and we need to escalate. I would obviously be against that because it's.
Again, for people that have come in, this is the clip that they're talking about.
West have the most power over anyone else in the world to stop the genocide. We are living in the belly of the beast. We have direct geographical, physical access to the politicians, the propagandists, the weapons companies, and the supply chains that are facilitating this genocide. Protesting is great. We should keep doing that. But also, you know, I feel like we have to be honest with ourselves. 17 months in, and what is protesting actually accomplished? Raising awareness, sure. Divestment, yeah, in some places. But really, politically, materially, nothing. Israel just killed the most children in its history in a single night with total impunity, with a deafening silence among the Western media. If we want this genocide to stop, it's time to escalate. That's all I'm saying. So anyways, yes.
You can lay it out very easily.
And then you chop the part out from the video.
Incredibly insane. And so I would just say the exact same thing here. I use the word stochastic terrorism because I believe we should have a very incendiary word for that type of rhetoric because it's totally unacceptable. Of course, legal, but totally unacceptable. So yeah, that would be just my statement on it. Yeah.
I would say it's a bad thing to say. So I'll walk my other previous statement back. But I would also say that the rhetoric and the discourse is going to go in this manner when you have people that are backed into a wall, once again, perceived genocide, ethnic cleansing, and not being listened to, and ongoing support of, you're seeing ongoing support of on the other side. I think the rhetoric is going to get crazy. My judgment of Noah Samson is the...
Okay, yay. Thank you for the remove paywall link. Okay, finally. Active terror, Israeli embassy workers killed in DC were at Gaza aid event. After gunfire erupted outside a humanitarian aid event for Gaza at the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington late Wednesday, Yoni Kalin and his wife Jojo watched as museum security rushed attendees away from the doors, and others who had just left came tumbling back in. The event that night, which Kalin's wife had helped organize with the American Jewish Committee and the humanitarian aid groups Multi-Faith Alliance. Thank you for subscribing. And Israel Aid had been, quote, all about bridge building and humanitarian aid and support, Kalin said, and he figured returning a protester's kafia was in line with that ethos. I regret that now, Kalin said Thursday morning after a nearly restless night. I regret touching it. Why? I don't think him shouting Free Palestine or Free Gaza is going to actually help Palestinians or Gazans in this situation, especially given that he murdered people that are actually trying to help on the ground or contribute to these aid efforts, Kalin said of the shooter. It's a really sick irony. So she was right.
the fact that he is comfortably saying that while making, you know, millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars and not going to do any of the actions himself. So yeah, I could agree with that the statement is bad coming from him.
So why would you not call it stochastic? What would you call it then? You know, if not stochastic terrorism?
If a less successful streamer was saying it, would it be okay? If they weren't like a millionaire and a hypocrite in that way, you'd be okay with that type of call to violence?
Well, that's what I was getting to. That's what I got. You weren't here in the beginning. I was wondering if anything that any person says would be considered stochastic terrorism, regardless of the size of their influence, right? And if right now the connection is going to be that Free Palestine is equivalent to Hail Hitler, as according to Bibi Netanyahu, then anyone who said Free Palestine, regardless of their influence or following, would then be regarded as a stochastic terrorism in a time where we're deporting people for their speech. No, then yeah, like that. Then I don't think we just throw that word around willy nilly.
Right, but it doesn't have a. There's no like legal loading there, and so I actually like our relevant point because I agree that I don't think that there should be any legal consequences here. I think ultimately the people who go out and kill people are the ones responsible for that. And also it's kind of hard to find the line. It's interesting. I was listening to a Sitch and Adam.
Then what is the goal then? You don't want legal, like it's serious enough to say that they're inspiring stochastic terrorism, but you don't want them to have any legal repercussions. Fine, but like what? You want them deplatformed? I feel like so much of this is just a fig leaf to argue that Hassan needs to be deplatformed, and it's lame to say that it's literally just because you don't like him or you find him annoying or you don't like the way he goes about his advocacy or how he talks or he's irresponsible. Any number of like petty grievances. So you have to escalate it all the way up to he's inspiring stochastic terrorism. People are getting killed because of it. We have to deplatform him. And it's like, can you just say you really want him deplatformed, but you don't have a great reason for it, so you have to make this up? It would be more honest. You know, I wouldn't respect it, but I would respect the honesty.
An old stream of theirs from around the time of the Trump assassination attempt. And it's true, a lot of these things, once the violence happens, we can look back in hindsight and say, like, that was the language that was obviously kind of trying to greenlight this or trying to whitewash this future potential behavior. But I think it's helpful to have the term if people want to socially isolate these type of people, or rather this type of behavior and this type of speech. And so we want to stigmatize this type of behavior, not round people up, not imprison people, not anything like that.
So
yeah, under the Trump administration, I'm worried about leftists having too much of a voice. That's so true.
The issue is, and I brought
leftists like Hassan. Not people like Asmongold, not Fuentes, not Ben Shapiro, not Charlie Kirk, not Tucker Carlson, not Elon Musk, not any number of right-wing creators like the leftist voices. They're the issue.
This up earlier is like, I think that one, you're going to label these people stochastic terrorists. Their crowd doesn't agree with that. It's like the people who oppose them are going to be the ones who label them stochastic terrorists. So their crowd isn't going to follow. They're also going to be emboldened.
That's why it's so important to come from your own side. It's like people can only be canceled by their own side, and the same thing with sort of being held accountable. If someone from the other side says that you're a stochastic terrorist or that you're evil, that is actually points for you and your cause. So it has to be people from within ranks who are saying, no, actually, you're taking this.
That's not true. You had Wick citing the ADL spokesperson going on the news and being like, yeah, Hassan says genocidal things about Jews, doesn't even give an example, and then treating that like that's some sort of authoritative statement or something that you should care about.
Too far. This is unacceptable. This is beyond the bounds of acceptable discourse.
Yeah, the issue is that that once again, I know that there's no legal recourse being asked of anyone here, so I'm not putting this on you, but we are in a pretty strange time where we're deporting people for their speech. It seems to be for tangential support for a terrorist group, where we're labeling, like Hassan's labeled not just as a stochastic terrorist, he's labeled as a terrorist supporter, right? And therefore, and anyone who seems to be saying Free Palestine is being labeled as a terrorist supporter. If we have Trump
not
talking,
really, though, like not by serious people, not by anyone in this conversation.
Well, yeah, not anyone in this conversation, but we're
the only serious people that exist are currently in this conversation, obviously.
Like, we're not the ones who are necessarily in like big disagreement. We are talking
saying
about
Free
crowd,
Palestine is not actually being labeled as terrorism, and nor should it be. But
okay, but the Prime Minister of Israel says that matters far more than what the fuck anyone on this podcast says.
That is not actually.
Prime Minister of Israel just labeled as saying
He's crazy for that.
I mean, yeah, he can be crazy for that, but how many people believe that, right? Like
a tiny amount of people, number one, and number two, that has no bearing or impact in the United States.
It doesn't matter. It's not really even just about, oh, it's only a few people. It's like, dude, the settlers think that, and the settlers fucking dictate so much of Israeli policy because these far-right politicians in Israel need their votes and support. And that's why they pander to them. So it doesn't matter that they're like, oh, but it's just a vocal minority. It's like, it's a vocal minority that has all of this disproportionate amount of power because they rely on their thin margins and votes from them to stay in office.
States. He can't
really people. You know,
of course it does.
Wait. How many people believe that a river to the sea is genocidal speech?
How many people believe that?
A large portion of the pro-Israel crowd.
So,
To be fair, it
I
can
think
be
actually-
used as pro.
Yeah, I think this is the problem too. I think
This is once again my
where
point.
I
We're at a
think
time where we're
just
deporting people for their speech. You want to label people as stochastic terrorists. We're taking these words and we're conflating them to hail Hitler and genocidal speech, and now we're going to sit here and label people as a form of terrorism. It's going to lead to bad.
Aren't we doing that? Like, I got to read a super chat real quick, but after I do that, like, aren't you doing that in kind of like the reverse, right? In a mirror type of thing, where you're saying, well, everyone's saying there's a whole lot of people who the pro-Zionists or whatever are saying that from river to the sea is genocidal, that Free Palestine is like hail Hitler. When again, it's pretty clear that's not all of pro-Zionists or all of even like all these things.
I never said it was all, but when the prime minister, prime minister of a country who had the largest terror attack and like the 9/11 is saying that that's going to get conflated. No, you don't think so?
I don't think by
I always have like, I don't hate that framing. I understand why it's the October 7th was the most deadly day for Jews since the Holocaust framing comes up. But it also ignores how many Israeli Arabs died on that day. It wasn't just Israeli Jews, but whatever.
Serious people, at least a Free Palestine thing? No, but let me read the super chat and we can keep going. $5 from Cameraman 502 to say, remember, the shooter didn't attack those people because they were Israelis, but because they were leaving a Jewish American event at a Jewish museum. Thank you for the $5. And gang, if you want to give me money for this conversation, you get a stochastic terrorism pass. So you give me the money and I'll give you a pass for one stochastic terrorism. That's how this works, okay, gang? Thank you for the $5 and let's keep going. But yeah, go ahead, Shenandoah. You had something to say?
Damn it. No, that threw me off so hard. That made me laugh and now I fucking lost my argument. So
Comes back to what you were saying before. The concern isn't necessarily that everyone will believe it. It's the parasocials who would, the ones that are more likely to act out. Yeah, that's the strongest case you can try to make for someone like Hassan, is that even if like 99% of users and viewers are interpreting his words as just valid activism or, serious criticism, all it takes is like one unstable person to become violent. So yeah, he could be a vector for stochastic influence in this way.
So somebody else, yeah, I'm gonna pass it to you.
Okay, Doobie wanted to.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So I have something to say. So it sounds like social logic. You're talking maybe about if I'm being generous, like a practical argument here about, hey, if we call this speech like any form of stochastic terrorism, there could be practical consequences on Hassan or whatever inside of the whoever we cast it on, right? There could be practical consequences because we agree that there has been a crackdown on people's First Amendment rights. I'm not going to curtail my language because Trump is a fascist and an authoritarian. I'm not going to curtail what I believe to be the truth and withhold that because we have such a radical regime. Now,
it's funny she brought up Adam and Sitch because one time I had a conversation with them and Adam unironically argued to me that you're helping Trump when you call him a fascist.
Now, maybe I could be...
And I said, I think I asked him, are you saying that criticizing Donald Trump only helps him in the long run? And he said, yes.
Convinced out of that because I could see extreme arguments where, let's say, like for some reason Donald Trump is dialed into my Twitter specifically, and like if I call somebody a terrorist, he's gonna get like a SEAL Team 6 to execute him or something. Well, yeah, I'm probably gonna dial that.
No, wait, we have that going on in the UK right now. People are literally getting arrested for their tweets, and so I'm saying like we can get to that point very quickly within the next 3 years, and that's kind of literally what I'm saying.
I have an honest question. Like, why does Hassan's speech, why does Hassan have no agency when he turns up the volume, but when we call it stochastic terrorism, like we're
like this? Somebody mentioned it in chat that reminded me. This happened only earlier this year. Jewish man mistakes 2 Israeli tourists for Palestinians and opened fires on them in Miami. Victims reportedly posted death to Arabs on social media after shooting, while suspect held on attempted murder charges. This was in Miami Beach.
we're in some way responsible for people getting arrested. Like, I agree. If it was like, hey, Trump is literally like fucking arrested. Like, if my words could lead to somebody getting arrested, obviously, I've already said this at the beginning. Like, I would fucking team up with Hassan against Trump because I think Trump's that fucking bad. I really don't like Hassan. But I am also saying, like, yeah, why does like Hassan's speech like have like no agency? Why does that not impact the discourse, but mine does? Like, you know,
I'm not saying that he has no agency. So like, I think we're getting like misconnected. I'm not necessarily like giving them a pass to say whatever they want. Oh shit, I guess it doesn't matter. What I'm saying is that
these people have made any criticism of Hassan very lame and unfun at this point, because now anything short of he's a stochastic terrorist that helped influence the Israeli embassy shooting is just lame or gets lost.
We are in a time where free speech is like being contested. We're looking in the UK and people are being arrested for their tweets. Like, and so I don't want this this conversation around speech and rhetoric to use labels like terrorism, which is like a pretty big word. I know terrorist kind of gets thrown around like nowadays, but terrorism is a big word. So if we're going to start attributing like this type of terminology to speech, I am worried about practically like going down the line next 2-3 years that we are going to have people be arrested for like something they said.
But you don't think that when Hassan or Noah Samson make those statements, it won't like somehow also lead to people like thinking, well, I guess then anything is necessary, and I'm just going to take this into my own hands. Like, that's
They're overestimating the influence of Noah Samson. I cannot state this enough.
Hold on, please. Irrelevant. Do you need to shit or do you have something to say?
I got something to say, brother.
Okay.
Come on, bro.
Go ahead.
As always, look, because
Like Noah Samson would need a way more massive platform and a far more like parasocially attached one. And to repeat things like that over and over and over before I'd even begin to entertain that argument.
Shenandoah had it A+, okay, A+, sharp as fuck, okay?
I love winning.
Why am I responsible for the Trump admin cracking down on Hassan for calling him a stochastic terrorist instead of Hassan, when he knows the Trump admin's cracking down, saying he has no problem with Hezbollah, saying everything the Houthis are doing in the Red Sea is justified, and shitting on people who disagree? Why am I responsible for saying he's a stochastic terrorist, but he's not responsible for saying those things?
Because just because somebody else is being irresponsible doesn't release you from any responsibility. What?
One, he's allowed to say those things.
And he's right.
He's allowed to say those things. Once again, people are allowed to be opposed to.
Yes.
Well, if
I'm allowed to call him a terrorist for saying it, or a stochastic terrorist, to be clear.
That's fine. I have no issue with that. I'm not blaming you. Like we aren't like we're no one in this regard. I'm saying
This person I'm criticizing uses language sloppily and makes hyperbolic claims. So why can't I do the same thing? It's like you just outlined why it's irresponsible and stupid to do that. Why would you do it yourself and use that as a justification? Doesn't make sense.
If we're gonna go around and start
Makes no sense.
If we're gonna attribute these deaths to these people because of their speech, right? We're gonna say this speech led to this action, right? Well, what was the speech that was used? There were words that were used. We're gonna start looking at certain word patterns and being like, okay, well, this can't be said, and the people who say these typically do this. So the people, this guy shot someone, right? Killed two people and started screaming "Free Palestine" while he was being arrested. Free Palestine obviously is a dog whistle now for like an incitement to violence towards Jewish people. Anyone who says "Free Palestine"
can't say "from the river to the sea." Can't say "Free Palestine." Like, you just can't. You just can't. You just can't.
Nobody here is making this argument. The argument that I'm making, I'm not.
You aren't making the argument. I'm saying this is what the argument becomes from the outside. This isn't us. This isn't us. But people are going to look right now. People are saying that Hassan is responsible for this. It's going to be because of the speech and the rhetoric. Once again, if the prime minister is saying "Free Palestine" equals "Hail Hitler," that means something to speech when people are speaking.
Okay, you have two routes. You have the pragmatic route, which it sounds like you're trying to go down. We're not talking about us. We're talking about the pragmatic reality of this type of speech, of me. I'm not saying that his son's rhetoric directly caused the death. I said that his rhetoric is attributed to the ecosystem that ferments this type of behavior. Okay, but beyond that, let's even assume I did say that. Why am I responsible? Why am I responsible for the Trump administration cracking down on Hassan and not Hassan with his own speech when he knows the Trump administration is cracking down?
This is like Israel logic. Hamas doesn't adhere to the laws of war. Why should we?
Say I, do you mean like literally you or the people that are against this?
The people who call it stochastic terrorism.
Okay. So the reason that you would be responsible is because a majority of people, not you in the way that you're asking for it, but a lot of people are directly calling for incitement from Hassan. They are doing this. And what I'm saying is the majority of people right now, especially in the pro-Israel side or the anti-Palestinian side, whatever you want to call it, have...
Husband Gold hashtag. No, literally, this is they have genocide baked into Sharia law. Therefore, fill in the blanks.
The prime minister of Israel...
He says stupid things. Why can't I say stupid things?
Saying that Free Palestine equals Hail Hitler. And we have a video of someone who got arrested for shooting two people in the streets, screaming Free Palestine as he gets arrested. I'm saying the rhetoric around that becomes Free Palestine is terroristic speech. All forms of anyone saying Free Palestine or being pro-Palestine is a terror supporter. And therefore, I think that leads to like bad speech laws. And we're going to have
one last question, then I got to get more people.
I care about my ability to say something. I don't give a fuck about Hassan.
I'm not going to refuse to not call a spade here. If Hassan wants to avoid consequences for the Trump administration, he needs to dial down his rhetoric. I'm not going to.
What if it's not Hassan? What if it's like just someone who says Free Palestine and then gets arrested, right? That's kind of what I'm saying is like this conversation, it's larger than Hassan. I don't give a fuck about Hassan. I do not care.
Okay, well, the conversation is about whether or not that type of rhetoric leads to consequences, real world consequences.
Okay.
And I believe it does, but it's down the chain.
I do have one super chat to read. Thank you for.
Again, only one mention thus far, and it was 40 minutes ago, that the tens of thousands of Palestinian corpses under rubble probably have more to do with people's understanding of this event than Hassan's Twitch streams.
For the $10, and then I have a question for Doobie and Sociologic, and maybe that can kind of drive this conversation forward just a little bit. Sivnu, thank you for that question. It is interesting.
I made a hypothetical about a Ukrainian version of Hamas, and they were honest and said the invasion of Ukraine would be justified if Ukraine did on October 7th. Oh yeah, I've talked about this before. How like people can understand like a concept of like critical support when it comes to like the Azov battalion and like these neo-Nazi groups, the few neo-Nazi groups that exist, like militant groups, I mean, that exist in Ukraine. And how people support of them is not an endorsement of like Nazism. It's an endorsement, or like it's only endorsing the resistance against Russian imperialism. But they won't apply that standard to any other conflict.
$10 from Lawson Harrison to say
they don't want to hear it.
free Palestine is fine, but saying from the river to the sea is just expressing Palestinian freedom today. It's akin to saying Sieg Heil just means German financial reformation in the mid-20s. Thank you for the $10. So to Doobie into sociologic, would your view on this change if they got records, chat records, Twitch logs? Because apparently this guy, the shooter guy, was on Twitch, right? Like, he was on
The
Twitter.
shooter
I guess
guy.
he gave death threats to Will Stancil. So he's I guess been a chatter, at least to a certain extent. If it came out that he had been radicalized by Hassan's chat and had been reading Hassan's chat, involved in Hassan's Discord, involved in Hassan's Reddit, etc., would that change your mind at all on this? Let's give it to Doobie first, and then sociologically.
No, because like I said before, I think that if we were to like have a percentage breakdown of the things that led this guy to be radicalized enough that he felt like it was okay to kill civilians in at this event, I think the statements by Israeli politicians and Israel's actions over the last couple of years, and even prior to this, because this guy was actually like a pro-Palestine person for at least like 8 years or something that they've been able to find. I think Israel's actions up to this point have pushed him in that direction far more than any Twitch streamer, any person on Twitter, any YouTuber. And so I think trying to pull the responsibility out of their hands as they're engaging in a fucking genocide and slapping that on a Twitch streamer is fucking ridiculous. It's silly. It makes no sense.
Yeah, I'd probably attribute it more to like the actions that Israel's doing and the support for it, but then also he's not directly conversing with Hassan, right? If he is in like chats, if he is on Discord, if he is in groups, whatever it may be, it's the people he's talking to that are emboldening the stance. I don't think I don't think people literally follow Hassan or Noah like to the point where they're like they can make a call to action and a murder will happen, right? I don't know if they have that type of influence and strength. Right. Like we are still talking like for someone to
They could, but there's no evidence that this guy was. Because what he's describing is like unhealthy prosociality, and this obviously exists with online communities.
kill someone is a pretty big deal. And like, once again, I'm going to sit here and wonder at what point does like any streamers, like we're going to label it stochastic terrorism, right? Because did we label Destiny stochastic terrorism when he said like anyone who gets killed at a rally is fine? And
If
Yeah,
for example,
yeah. When he was on that arc, yes, arguably, especially in light of the fact that he was having this conversation right after there was political violence, there was an assassination attempt. Yes, arguably, yes, that is exactly what he was engaged in.
arguably, yes, or yes.
Intentionally,
Silly, though.
yes. If I'm arguing for it right now, yes. And this is why I think, too, you make a good enough point that the term really has utility in discussing the types of speech and the environment of the discourse rather than an individual person. So I don't think it's helpful as labeling this person is a stochastic terrorist. Rather, there is stochastic terrorism. The way that people are talking about find them in real life. You know, we have them in our on our shores where we can find them. Go down and hunt them down. This type of language is inflammatory. But I don't think that individual people are responsible for the actions of lone gunmen.
We sort of saw this with BLM though, right? And what this meant then was if these people were out on the town or at a restaurant, he'd go and yell at them to their face, right, in front of everybody, and make it very difficult for them to be out in public without somebody screaming at them and shit like this. So I don't think there's any reason to think that he meant to go kill these people. But
That was bad.
But no, I don't think that's bad. I think it's totally fine. I think that if you're a politician, you're supporting
scream at-
policies that are destroying the lives of millions of people
Sure.
in the country. I think it's fine for people to
Politicians.
scream
So
at you.
it went way beyond politicians, right? These groups were like stopping out in front of restaurants and just like harassing people who'd be sitting outside and trying to force them to chant in unison with them, or else they would get sort of intimidated down. The
Yeah, I'm
people
talking
at
about
She's right about this though. Like the one example that he's talking about, there were random people like going up to people that were like eating at restaurants or whatever, like demanding that they say or like chant certain things. But I agree with him more that if it were against politicians, I wouldn't give a fuck.
the American Jewish Committee event were not politicians.
They're pro-Israel activists. It's a lobby group.
It was more than just activists. They were diplomats. They were aides to diplomats.
Okay, so they have
They support all Israel's policies. They support Israel's.
They're still civilians, obviously, but it's not what she thinks.
That's not
What did she say?
intimidated down. The
Yeah, I'm
people
talking about
at the
politicians.
American Jewish Committee event were not politicians.
They're pro-Israel activists. It's a lobby group.
Okay, so they have.
They
even
support
if
all
they
Israel's
have
policies. They
sympathies
support
for
Israel's
it, that's
leaders.
not
That
true.
exist.
That's
That
not true.
organization
And the
exists
individual
to get
people showing up.
hold on.
Even
That organization
if you
exists to strengthen
do-
ties between the U.S. and Israel, and to ensure that Israel continues to be funded by the United States. And the US
Like I don't know what she said, but less was used. A far looser association was used to paint that Rashid al-Haddad kid, the Timothy Chalamet, to say that he was a terrorist and had some connection to the Houthis than the standard that's being employed here, which is probably closer to the correct standard, but still.
What if like just some
support Israel.
Palestinian guy
Go
went there
look for
to
some
report on it
statement by
and
the
they got killed because
AJC.
they just
Go
showed
look for
up?
some statement by the AJC where they condemned the blockade that went on for
They
fucking
don't
months.
need. They don't
Yeah,
need
of course
to,
it doesn't
though.
exist.
That's not a
Of course,
requirement.
because they're
I didn't say
pro-Israel
it
advocacy
doesn't need to.
organization.
Yes,
And so then they
so?
should be shot. What the fuck? Like, what do you mean? Like,
No,
yeah.
that isn't what I'm saying. I've said
Because when she brings up that, oh, they were advocating for aid or whatever, it's like the majority of people, the people that understand and believe it's a genocide don't just want aid to be brought in during the onslaught. They want it to end. They want a permanent ceasefire. They want an arms embargo. They want far greater action than just giving these people full bellies before a bomb is dropped on their fucking head.
Repeatedly that I don't think it's okay for them to be shot. Right? I'm saying that it's reasonable for somebody to look at that group and think of people associated with that group as supporting a genocide.
It's like aid is objectively good. It's better than nothing, but that's not what you think.
Weapon say when there's a genocide. So, for example, if this was fucking World War II and people knew about the Holocaust, right, while it was happening.
What is the function of this argument? You are just
listen,
stop.
Listen. So, if this were World War II, right, and people knew the Holocaust was happening, and there were German like staffers, right, in the U.S. or pro-Germany staffers in the U.S. that were part of some group that advocated for more money to Germany while the fucking Holocaust was happening. I think it'd be reasonable to expect that these people might be in danger, right, during the fucking Holocaust because they're supporting a genocide, right? So I'm not saying it's a good thing, but I think it's so like somebody said earlier.
With stochastic terrorism, like
I'm getting to that. So somebody said earlier, right, that this is like some kind of like a, like a Western comfortable, you have no skin in the game, etc. I think that the way that you guys are speaking about a genocide, right? The reality is people are being burned alive every day. People are starving every day. People are being fucking blown up. Civilians being fucking massacred every fucking day. You have politicians not only supporting this, but advocating for more of it every fucking day, right? And because it's not in front of us, we don't smell the burning bodies. If somebody here takes that seriously enough that they think they need to enact some kind of vengeance against people supporting that, that we're supposed to think that they're like evil or something. Like, no, I think this is a natural human response to evil happening. If somebody shot somebody who was supporting the Holocaust, I think it's bad, but I can understand why they'd be doing this. And I wouldn't blame people who were calling out the Holocaust and drawing attention to the Holocaust for their action. I would say, hey, you should stop doing the fucking Holocaust. And
is it possible
this is what's
to
leading people to be so angry that they're willing
Is it possible to support Israel and not be genocidal?
If you're supporting their actions now, no. Fuck no.
Okay, not support. Is this possible?
Is this me or is this her?
No, she
Like
doesn't. You're all.
Your mic cut out.
Oh, sorry.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah. So I'm okay. Sorry. Does support for Israel mean the same thing as being pro-genocide or supporting a genocide or complicity in a genocide?
No,
I don't
not
mean support for the specific.
Yeah, no, not necessarily.
Okay.
Of course not.
Okay. So then a lot of the people at the American Jewish Committee meeting
Oh my God. Okay, she had a true point. It's true that you could, in some fashion, you can have support for Israel, and it doesn't mean you're genocidal. You're supporting that. But like Doobie said, right now, and you're supporting their actions. Yes, right. How could you disaggregate those two things? And then she's gonna follow it up with, okay, so they don't support the actions. It's like they weren't even that. I would be shocked. Does anyone actually think that org was calling for a ceasefire, an arms embargo, to end it, even a temporary, like a humanitarian pause? I would have seen that by now.
There because they support Israel. They support the United States relationship with Israel. Many of those people likely do not support the actions of the current Israeli government, do not support the actions in Gaza, especially American Jews, frankly.
In fact, the two that got killed did.
If they think the actions of the current government are bad, and they think that what's currently happening is ethnic cleansing happening is bad, why would they continue to support why would they continue to advocate for closer ties with the U.S. and more money for Israel?
I can actually speak to this.
Maybe because they want to have more influence over the Israeli government so that they can stop these types of interventions.
I can actually speak to this. I did have.
Give me a fucking break. Give me a break. Okay, whatever.
A conversation, and this guy gave me permission. I won't name his name, right? But he gave me permission to share this conversation, so this isn't a secret. Like, because he's a Jewish member of my community, and we were having a talk about this morning. And
like, if that's the amount of charity that you're going to give to this org, not the individual people, just the mission of the org, right? Then why are you calling out Noah Sampson? Because then have that level of charity to what he was saying or whatever. It's clear that you're capable of doing it, just selectively.
He said this, and I found this might answer your question, Doobie. He says this. He says, look, I do take issue personally that my temple has a sign that says we stand with Israel, and I worry if that's inciting or not. All I can say is I cannot stand with Israel at this time, but I can never not stand for Israel. If I could give or change or do anything to make the two-state solution a reality, that's something I'd die for. I'd never strike out in hate or vengeance, but I would die for my community in defense. And what came across in the conversation to me, right? That was the only part he said I could share, right? So I want to share the rest. But this idea of Israel as a concept, I think that it's being reinforced. Like the shooting just reinforced the need for something like Israel, at least to these people's minds, right? Like this way of thinking. So when you ask, can you support Israel?
Everything reinforces the need for an ethno-state.
And not support its actions? I think the answer is clearly yes. Can you support the idea of Israel and closer ties with Israel without supporting Israel's current actions? I think the answer is clearly yes. Because again, as we see across the world, Israel needs to exist, but the way it's doing and running business is horrific right now. It needs to stop.
Like, I wonder if you ask these people, do you think somebody could be expressing support for Russia without endorsing like what they're doing now is possible? Like, I wonder what their like answers to that question would be.
Since inception, it's kind of been bad. So like, if you stand for Israel and you say Israel should
It's
exist,
just like literally an opinion, though, and like
No,
respectfully,
yours.
like
What are you talking about? Yours is
and
also an
right,
opinion.
exactly,
Your opinion's driven by
exactly.
delusional paranoia. Thank you for telling me.
You can
So what? That's the weakest defense you could ever possibly make for an argument. It's just an opinion.
You can say it's like fueled by paranoia, and maybe
Delusional
that's
paranoia
true.
specifically. Hold on.
Okay. I see your. So let me be the Ethan now for a second. This is, I think, and like Wick was trying to express, this is where I think a lot of the very unfortunate miscommunication comes about. So me and Ethan don't have the same politics, but I think Ethan was trying to say, and he could. I actually think he made this so clear that to misunderstand him in the way that Hassan did is just malicious. Ethan is saying, whether I agree or not, this is how a lot of people interpret this, and that's sort of like what Wick's friend was saying, is there are a lot of Jews who feel warmth towards Israel, towards the idea of Israel. They have family there, they have friends there, they have something. They don't want to see the eradication of Israel. They might even be particularly horrified by what's going on with the Israeli government, by what's going on in Gaza. But they do feel threatened by people who say, go out and hunt down your local Zionist. I can tell you, as someone who goes to things like, I mean, I've never been to something from the AJC, but who goes to Jewish events and stuff and things that are with groups who are pro-Israel, none of the conversation at these meetings is, let's go murder Arabs, let's go kill Palestinians. Nothing like that.
Oh my God, she would never accept this from a pro-Palestinian that was defending an organization from accusations of anti-Semitism on the basis that we don't go to these meetings and say we hate Jewish people or make anti-Semitic remarks or anything like that. So how can you say that we are when it's obviously possible to identify like hatred of a group without it being as explicit and overt as that? That makes no sense to me.
That takes place. It is oftentimes these are things that are more about like memorials for people who have died in the war, or getting together in community settings. This is the average Jew has some type of positive feelings for Israel, and labeling anyone with positive feelings for Israel as a supporter of genocide is dangerous rhetoric. The same way that labeling someone with sympathies for the Palestinian cause as a terrorist is potentially stochastic terrorism. You are saying this type of person is a real danger.
The issue is, wait, just real quick. The issue is, for one side, the existence of Israel has always meant the ethnic cleansing of the people around it, right? So it's like, so you can have warm feelings, towards it.
But that's not true. But so I can argue.
We can have it. Hold on. We're not going to debate the history of Israel.
There's a whole, it's like, that's a conversation in and of itself.
But it is.
Exactly. No, but it's not, again, if Wick doesn't want to debate the history of Israel and Palestine, then you can say that, and I'm going to say that.
It's not a debate about Israel and Palestine.
Of course it is.
It's a fact of the situation.
No, of course it is, because when Israel declared independence, why not? It's not.
Her position is basically, we can reform the Nazi party from within if we play their political game. I don't think so, actually. I don't think that's what she's saying. I think that what she's saying is that states can be reformed, and obviously that's true, right?
Not that simple. There could have been a Palestinian state from the inception, and there should have been. And it's
like when there have been polls asking people what countries they believe have had the most positive contributions globally, internationally, etc. And some of the highest ranked countries include Germany and Japan.
It's a shame.
Something that would have been unthinkable like 100 years ago.
It's a shame on our ancestors, and it's a shame on all the people for the last 80 years that this has not happened. But the inception of Israel did not require the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. It did not require the Nakba. Okay, this was a very unfortunate series of events, of wars, of civil war turning in.
Wait, what?
Last 80 years that this has not happened. But the inception of Israel did not require the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. It did not require the Nakba. Okay, this was a very unfortunate series of events, of wars,
Israeli historians would disagree with her on this.
Civil war turning. Okay, so this idea.
So when you're on the opposing,
I mean, if she's saying that the formation of a Jewish state doesn't necessarily have to involve ethnic cleansing, like in theory or whatever, she's not incorrect. But then you have to talk about the practical manifestation of it and what Zionist leaders believed, and they were open about the fact that it was a colonial enterprise that was based on dispossession. How else do you convert a majority Arab land into a majority Jewish? Is going to involve ethnic cleansing.
Side of that, when you hear that someone has warm feelings towards Israel,
people like Herzl and Jabotinsky openly acknowledge this.
Israel, but you're of the people that got ethnically cleansed and removed. It's kind of like it is a shitty feeling to have, and you are going to relate that to also like you're just okay with what happened because you're.
Yeah, it's like there's a genocide happening, or ethnic cleansing happening. But I have warm feelings for the genocide while in the state. So like I don't know, I feel kind of uncomfortable you criticizing it. It's kind of
we also don't have a group of people that we fight for this hard to own a group line from 4,000 years ago. So it's kind of it is weird.
I got in an argument with Marianne Williamson on Twitter once about this, and she claimed that one state with equal rights for the Palestinians would destroy Israel. We love Marianne.
We have a bunch of people who were genocided. We don't seem to really care or give them their land back. But we have America in support of this situation over there that is equaling the ethnic cleansing and the genocide of people. So yeah, people don't really want to hear that you have warm feelings towards that country.
Okay, so people aren't allowed to have warm feelings towards China, towards Russia, especially people like of these ethnicities who come from these nations.
Oh, look, my hypothetical. Okay, she's willing to admit it.
They're not allowed to have warm
I
feelings.
think if you have
for
warm feelings toward a nation that's committing a genocide, and those warm feelings are enough that you feel uncomfortable with people suggesting that that nation might need to like fundamentally change in some way, i.e., no
That's
longer
not
be
what we're talking about.
i.e., no longer stop. I.e., no stop. Stop. I think no. Stop. Stop. Let me finish. Let me finish. Stop. I.e., no longer be an ethno-state, which plenty pro-Israel people would call like genocidal. If you said that Israel shouldn't be an ethno-state anymore, they say, oh, well, that means that the fucking Muslims would just kill them all.
Israel's not an ethno-state, so it's already definitionally.
Yes, it is.
What? Okay, this. Yeah, okay.
It's literally not 20%
you just
of
don't
the
know what the
population
word.
is not
That's not what
Jewish.
an ethno-state.
Oh my God! Why? It's always the same talking points. It doesn't matter that you have a minority population. It's like saying there's no segregation in the United States or Jim Crow because did you know that there are black people? 20% of the 13% of the population is black. Did you know that we have black politicians? Did you know that there are black mayors? It doesn't matter.
Oh my God! The token.
Literally. Oh. Israel nation state law box. This was 2018. Oh my God. What? I need that website again that removes the paywall. Hold on. Like, yikes, this looks so ugly when you do it. Okay. Yeah, it was an ethno-state before that, but there is no arguing about it. There is no arguing about it past 2018. There's nothing like that. Israel's hugely controversial nation-state law explains. Supporters call Israel's new Jewish nation-state law a, quote, defining moment. Critics say it's apartheid. This was 2018. Israel passed a controversial new nation-state law last week, and by controversial, 60% supported it, 40% against. That's sparking both celebration and fierce debate over the very nature of Israel itself. The law does three big things. One, it states that the right to exercise national self-determination in Israel is unique to the Jewish people. It establishes Hebrew as Israel's official language and downgrades Arabic, a language widely spoken by Arab Israelis, to a special status. It establishes Jewish settlement as a national value and mandates that the state will labor to encourage and promote its establishment and development. This is the expansion of Israel. Each of these statements would be contentious on its own, but taken together, they're a clear, unequivocal statement of how the Jewish state's current leaders see both the country and the diverse people who call it home. Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu's far-right government backed the legislation and was overjoyed at the law's passing. Netanyahu lauded the law as, quote, a defining moment in the history of the state, a phrase that was splashed across the front page of Israel Hayom, the country's most read newspaper, which is often described as Netanyahu's Fox News for its favorable coverage of the government. But for Israeli Arabs who make up 1/5 of Israel's 9 million citizens, the new law was a slap in the face. When the law passed, Arab parliamentary members ripped up copies of the bill and shouted apartheid on the floor of the Knesset, or Israel's parliament. How you could be talking about the subject and not know these things is baffling to me.
I'm throwing a flag on the play. I'm throwing a flag on the play. We're not going to debate like the.
That's ridiculous.
We're here to debate stochastic terrorism and the conversation and the rhetoric. The
I'm here to show why the rhetoric isn't from the influence.
Hold on. I can set something else up later if you guys would like to go and hash out the whole Israel-Palestine thing. We can, but that's not today. And I want to get some more people in here. Irrelevant is got his hand up like a good boy, and we reward good boys with head pats and speaking time. And then I see you, Shenandoah, as well. So we're gonna go Irrelevant, then Shenandoah, and then we can get everyone else in here. Go.
All right. So I can synthesize this incredibly well because I totally understand what she's talking about. It is the idea that you like the idea of the state that exists.
And even prior to that, I'm just so triggered by your statement. Israel Supreme Court, there is no Israeli nationality. This is 2013. This is the Times of Israel. And this is the Times of Israel is considered a left newspaper. Supreme Court rejects Israeli national status. Allowing citizens to relinquish ethnic or religious identity in the population registry would undermine Israel's Jewishness, the ruling says. Israel's population registry lists a slew of nationalities and ethnicities, among them Jew, Arab, Druze, and more. But one word is conspicuously left absent from the list: Israeli. Residents cannot identify themselves as Israeli in the national registry because the move could have far-reaching consequences for the country's Jewish character, the Israeli Supreme Court wrote in documents obtained Thursday. The ruling was a response to a demand by 21 Israelis, most of whom are officially registered as Jews, not Israelis, that the court decide whether they can be listed as Israeli in the registry. The group had argued that without a secular Israeli identity, Israeli policies will favor Jews and discriminate against minorities. I don't get how she doesn't know this.
I hate the current state of America, but I love America, right? The idea of America and what America really stands for, to me, I love it. I love this country, but I fucking hate the administration of this country right now. It's horrible and it's tyrannical. That is the difference and distinction that I believe that she's trying to draw. You can have like a love for your country or an admiration for your country, even if you believe it's doing horrible things. And I believe America is doing horrible things, but you can still have that love and admiration. I don't understand how this disconnect is happening. Like, you can support the state of Israel without supporting everything that it does. And that's absolutely also what I believe Ethan's position is.
Now this gets back to the old lefty argument about how supporting a state is inherently violent, but I'll leave that for another day.
iDUBBBZ, you want to respond real quick, so I'll let iDUBBBZ respond.
Yeah, so I think that, because I agree with you. So I am a very nationalistic American, right? Like very, very, but I fucking hate Trump. I despise Trump. I despise a lot of what America's done for decades now. So I understand what you're saying. I think the issue with Israel is, to kind of speak to what Ali was saying, is the basic core ideology is that this is a Jewish state. And this is absolutely an ethno state, but Jewish state, in a predominantly, and I don't mean just like by a little, by a lot, Arab, non-Jewish area, right? So for that ethno state to exist in this area, you need, and to want to expand in this area, which they have been for decades now, you need to get rid of the non-Jews.
What does that mean? I wonder. He liked the original America where 30-ish% were considered human persons. It's more of an aspirational thing.
To maintain the demographic majority, right? So this is why people say that supporting Israel,
You don't need to support
supporting the existence of
expansion to
Israel
support
as an
Israel.
ethno state is necessarily ethnic cleansing, or going to lead to
Just to be
ethnic cleansing.
clear, a lot of people
genocide.
also say this about America. They say basically the same things, that the Trump administration is like just an expression of its fundamental rot, and that like America is always like this. A lot of people do the exact same thing, but you can understand like the difference between America and loving America and also not liking the current administration.
No,
Tons of people do this to America.
like Israel's fundamentally, like the values at the core of Israel's inception are fundamentally anti-American,
Yes,
right? So like,
people also say that
they're
about
like anti-Western values, anti.
Chattel slavery, the literal genocide of Native Americans, that's not true for America? Hello?
Yeah, well, tons of people say this about America, and they can understand the separation.
This argument would make sense if
tell Iraqis that you have a warm feeling towards America and see how they react. Like you can say that you love your country. They'll be the country that bombed and killed a million of us.
Yeah,
It's
and
like
if an
that's
Iraqi
what
shot an
the view
American
is.
citizen because they said that, I'd be like, what the fuck? Like that would be bad. Like that's
It would be bad, but you wouldn't understand. It would be bad. You understand that? You don't understand. Wait, it would be bad. It would be bad, but you wouldn't.
Country that they have a connection to, but we can rationalize like the decision that somebody made to go shoot up a fucking Jewish.
It's not
people. Like,
rationalizing.
that's what
It's
you were
it's
like
framing
basically
and
saying, oh, I
understanding
understand
the
why he would do
mentality
it.
of
Yeah,
someone.
exactly. You're basically like minimizing it and like doing like a compassionate understanding trick. And I
To understand is to minimize.
It's just basic human empathy.
I think it's
If you don't want people to be so angry, if you don't want people to be so fucking angry that they decide to shoot people, then stop fucking doing a genocide. Stop supporting a genocide.
Dude,
Like it's not that difficult.
I mean, like that's fucking sick, man. Like that's
Why? Why is it sick? They say that hey, if you don't want people to be this angry, stop doing a genocide.
He said stop supporting a genocide, and he says that's fucking sick.
If you want people to
and not in a cool way,
stop shooting down random Jews, Israelis, or assumed supporters of the state of Israel in
Exactly.
America, then Israel needs to stop committing.
That's my whole fucking problem.
Yeah, hold on, that's just reality. I'm sorry. Obviously, these actions are going to lead to people being self. No, this is not excusing.
Wait,
It's not justification.
are you listening to what he's
This is
saying, or are
explaining
you
just
trying to
fucking
get a gun?
normal human emotions. So people being so angry about this terrible thing.
explanation isn't justification. It's just like basic analysis from him, and he's like, they're like losing their minds.
Happening. They're gonna lash out. This is like totally expected.
Genocide, then
and yes, Israel is putting Jews at risk.
my god, then they wouldn't get fucking murdered. And I'm
No,
like,
he's saying
that's
this
like
is the
borderline victim blaming. That's fucked.
This should be expected.
This
This
is
should
not the
absolutely be
natural
expected.
consequence. This is not the
And
natural
of course it
consequence
is.
of
What
a
are you
Jew
talking
in
about?
America
Genocide is
with
happening.
Israel.
Funded by your dollars.
Look, hey, if
Yeah,
you
you're
don't
doing-
want to get hit on, don't wear that dress, okay?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Right?
saying. It's like
No,
fucking
you don't
victim
want
blaming.
No, that's
that.
ridiculous.
You
That's
just don't
disgusting.
want
This is such a bad comparison.
No, that's disgusting.
Wait. We're talking about a different ideology
You
over
agree
here.
with what happened. You
Yeah,
think
sorry,
it was
the
like,
people supporting genocide are the victims. Like, that's so silly. Like, I don't know what to
Listen,
say.
this is the problem. You literal genocide.
I think, no, stop. They're not just American Jews. One of them wasn't even Jewish. Okay, don't such they're American Jews. And that's the only reason. They were attacked because they're staffers for this pro-advocacy
Let me take it a
group.
step further. Calling every person with sympathies to the state of Israel pro-genocide is part of the stochastic terrorism that we're talking
That isn't what I said
about.
either.
It is the inflammatory.
I'm talking about a pro-Israel advocacy group that's pro-Israel during a fucking genocide.
No, but they didn't target the group. Okay, they shot up random people who were attending.
Not random.
And so this
Not
idea
random.
that pro-Israel is pro-genocide is part of the inflammatory language that leads to this type of violence. In America, we're not talking about the Middle East right now. Assuming that anyone who is pro-Israel or has sympathies to Israel or calls themselves a Zionist is pro-genocide, and therefore, what do you expect?
That rhetoric has been happening. The rhetoric's been happening on the other side too. Anyone who's been pro-Palestine has been considered a terrorist supporter.
Yeah, why are you?
I know it's not.
We're saying those people should also be socially punished.
Everything is bad though. There's a genocide happening in the world. Obviously, the discourse and the rhetoric around it isn't going to be fucking civil. It's going to be extreme.
So you should not contribute to that. You should not be like, why the fuck?
We should pretend to be fucking civil and polite while there's a fucking genocide happening. You're so like disconnected from reality right now.
You're so disconnected from reality.
I'm saying that I don't think American Jews in America should be fucking shut up, and I'm saying
Nobody's
that you should not
suggesting
be
this.
contributing to the
Nobody's
rhetoric
suggesting
that
that.
causes shit like that to happen.
This gives insight into what they think is being argued here. No one has argued that.
Well, you're suggesting that it's the natural consequence of quote-unquote supporting
Of course
genocide.
it is.
And that's to be expected.
That's just reality. Like, I don't know. Yeah, you should expect there to be attacks on Jewish staffers, Israeli staffers, Christian staffers, anybody who associates with Israel and supports a pro-Israel advocacy organization.
Terrorism.
No, shut up and listen. Shut up and listen.
That's what I was saying.
Shut up and listen. Shut up and listen. Shut up and listen. No, stop.
Shut
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up and listen. Shut up and listen. You should expect that during a genocide, if there are people within organizations that advocate for the country committing the genocide, you should expect people to be so angry that they might lash out at some of these people.
And you should
That
expect
doesn't
if people
mean
are shooting
that doesn't mean it's justified or they should do it.
People are shooting random citizens of Israel or random Jews in the street, that perhaps the country might respond with a heavy hand. Both of these things should be expected.
This
But
is
neither of
what
them are
bad things do.
good. Neither of them are things that
We're not
we
saying they're
should
good.
rationalize or try to make reasonable in any way,
So
shape,
you're
or
just not
form.
going to understand
They're
what's
not
going on.
reasonable.
Bro, not just understand. This is like just asking questions. It's bullshit.
No, we're not
Do you
just
think
asking
Luigi? Hold on. I have a question. Do you think Luigi Mangione, that killing, was that inevitable because of the horrific state?
kind of, yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
this is where we just completely disagree. It's not inevitable that a random person is going to go out and murder the CEO of a health insurance company that is not even his health insurance company. That's
Irrelevant.
not inevitable. That's not
Of course it
inevitable.
is.
It's political violence. No, it's not.
Wait, political violence is inevitable. It happens. Like, I don't see what are we confused about here?
Not all. No, it's not. Again, people have agency. It is
Yes,
not
and
inevitable.
he should have went to
There's not
jail,
one
and he
to
should go to
one
jail.
Do you think it should be expected that if Trump
Wait,
is cracking?
I don't understand. Oh my, I don't understand this argument of like not seeing, like, there's this huge, she just like skips over all of the violence inherent to all of maintaining all of these systems, like the way healthcare functions in the United States, or the way Israel's policies affect the neighboring Arabs and Palestinian populations. Like that's just taken for, just a given. That's the natural state of things. It's the natural order of things. But the violence in response, that's a choice somehow, and distinct from the violence in all of these other systems.
Down on free speech, and maybe if Trump actually goes full fascist, right? So it's jailing people for their speech, American citizens for their speech. Do you think it might be expected that American citizens from the left or right might try to kill him at some point? I think that should be expected. It doesn't make it good. It doesn't mean it's a good thing to do or to any.
Okay, we're riding the line. We're riding the line of the toss here. Let's bring it back just a snitch, just a notch.
So I kind of agree with Doobie and social logic here, where on the merits of expectation of probability, there are crazy people that exist. And therefore, when there is some exacerbated situation, you're constantly rolling the dice every single day that crazy person is going to do something crazy. We can agree with that. But the expectation should be that when those dice get rolled, we call them fucking crazy and we condemn them as fucking crazy. And but also, excuse me, most importantly, the circumstances that led them to that crazy behavior, we also look at those circumstances and go, is this justified? Maybe we should.
Yes, finally, a relevant W. I finally agree with that one thing.
Take a look at some revisions.
This is like, it's really like a non-controversial statement as to what he's making. He's saying that like, it's not just Trump. Any American president could, they expect these things to happen. Why do you think they have Secret Service, you know?
And the argument,
they realize that the type of work that they do, the position that they occupy in the American government, especially when you're the president or the head of it, that it becomes inevitable, or it's just a matter of time before somebody attempts to make an attempt on your life. He's not saying that that's good or that's reasonable or that it's rational. He's just saying it's what you could expect given the paradigm and political environment.
At least that I'm making, I'm not going to speak for anybody else here, but it sounds like we might be on a similar wavelength, is that the ecosystem that is fermenting this type of behavior as being, as this person may be feeling like they're justified or some vigilante dealing out justice, is that ecosystem that is generated by the rhetoric that we're specifically talking about. The incitement to, peaceful protest, that's not enough, we need to escalate. Stuff like this is what increases the chance for that roll to hit for political violence.
Okay, $10, just real quick, $10 from Lesson Cell, and then I'll let you go. And then we are running out of time, so we're gonna wrap up. So $10 from Lesson Cell to say, if you expect for random people to be shot down due to a genocide on Israel, why is Trump in the wrong for trying to deport all pro-Palestinian people in order to prevent more killings? Go ahead, Ollie. You don't have to address that if you want, but thank you for the $10.
We can get to that. So we are agreeing that it's like the ethos now and not the rhetoric of the influencer, right? Because the ethos is strong. But like the
We're
conversation.
saying that the rhetoric of the influencers are driving that. We're saying that that's a big part of it.
That was a super big brained super chat.
Yes.
See, so like what to Relevant's point is like if we're gonna look at what is generating
Trump deporting these people basically without due process or because of their opinions, that's actually the violent position.
This ethos, right? It's not just going to be the influencer. The influencer is a part of it. But then the greater part of it is to what Doobie's point is that there are people that have been watching this for X amount of years. This isn't a 2-year thing for a lot of people. For a majority of us, it was kind of been our whole lives. And for a lot of us, it's been 10 years at least. So this conversation has always been driven and having like been in around this. So like if you want to start I'm sorry, Tali's point, she's saying the stochastic terrorism is just the rhetoric, is just the conversation. And that will, I mean, then that gets to a point where it's like a majority of people are just they are doing stochastic terrorism, right? Did I misframe you, Tali, or no?
You might have to flesh out a little bit what you mean. So like, again, I'm not like, people being angry about a genocide and even saying like, oh, like Bibi Netanyahu, we got to go get him or something like that. To the people who are actually responsible, to me, seems different from saying anyone in my country with sympathies towards that country is fair game.
Yeah, so so you're less concerned with like the influencer conversation. You're more concerned with just the conversation in general being had, right?
Sure, but the more influence you have,
I wonder what she thinks about BDS campaigns.
The larger influence you're going to have in the conversation. So if you have a bigger profile, if you have more people watching you, then your words are likely to have a larger influence than someone else. But it is, yes, you can be not famous.
Like, is it anti-Semitic to support like boycotting and sanctioning Israel?
And still engage in stochastic terrorism.
No. Go ahead, Relevant, if you're responding to me. Or you're responding to me? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, great. Because my issue kind of with what you're talking about is that the example that you gave that, oh, this has been going on for 10 years or longer, you know, even a lifetime for many people, then why do you think when we're at like one of the apex of the rhetoric, the anti-Israeli rhetoric, why is this happening now?
Oh, we have more eyes on it now. There are people who didn't know where Israel was anywhere near a map up until like last year. So like there are just more eyes on because we have the internet.
Yep, there's going to be more eyes on it. And with the inflammatory rhetoric, there's going to be a lot more people who feel a lot more justified in doing either side, feeling like, pro-Palestinian people are terrorists and feeling that pro-Israel people are terrorists. There's going to be people who feel this way on the other side. So I just want to put up a hypothetical, primarily, it sounds like to Social Logic and Doobie. In an environment in which you are being told, let's take just two environments. One environment is where if you're on the pro-Palestinian side, you have the influencers that are saying, and these are the large voices who are saying, peaceful protest is not working. We need to escalate. Versus a reality where in which the large pro-Palestinian
Noah's like not this huge voice online, but whatever.
People are saying we need to just like protest and
I don't know how it went from being less about Hassan to more about Noah.
Like lobby and petition the government. And these are the two realities. Which one do you think is more likely to have domestic terrorism happen?
I think the former. But I think that when people get to that point, it's because they tried the latter and it didn't work. Right? They're not getting any response.
When you have the DNC literally plugging their ears, as they're walking out to not hear the pro-Palestinian chants, it is kind of like, well, what the fuck do you want people to do with that?
Let's even assume that. So we agree with the idea then, nonetheless, the thesis that the former being peaceful protest isn't working, we need to escalate. That will lead to
that point
killings or something like that at a higher rate. And you said that's primarily because the peaceful stuff hasn't worked. So is your argument that shift is justified, or should they still keep trying
not
peace?
Justified.
Not justified.
I think there's a ton of evidence. I think there's a ton of evidence that violence is actually very counterproductive to a movement, right? Like,
I would say in this instance, it's only going to
result in so obviously I don't support him doing this. I think it's a really stupid fucking thing to do.
Sorry, no, I'm not talking about the specific action. I'm talking about the rhetoric. So if we recognize that the rhetoric is going to lead to more often than not, not more often than not, more often than the peaceful rhetoric, the violent rhetoric is going to lead to more violent actions. Why not try and hold these influencers to the peaceful rhetoric?
Because the rhetoric, because the rhetoric even outside of the influencers was like they attempted for peace, and like no one got the response that was necessary. They got attacked.
So are you okay with the violent rhetoric then?
So hold on. So can I respond to that?
Yeah. Well, I want to answer my question too, but yes.
So I'll answer your question. So no, I'm not okay. I think it's a really bad idea. So let's say tomorrow Hassan said, yeah, go out and fucking break people's windows and shit if they're like Zionists or they're pros or whatever the fuck. I think it's really fucking stupid.
Or try to citizens arrest people who are like Hutch and Destiny and things like that.
Yeah, I think all that's really, really, really stupid.
Do you think it's stupid or wrong? Like, do you just think it's counterproductive or do you think it's wrong?
I have an issue with calling it wrong. Because it really depends on the person. So, for example, I mentioned earlier.
So how about the two people who were murdered, who were staffers at the embassy?
I think it's wrong to kill those people for sure, because I don't know anything about them. But if there was somebody who, there are plenty of people in the U.S. who just outright support genocide. Right? So if these people were the ones targeted, I'd have an issue calling it wrong. I don't know how to call that wrong. Right? I think that if you were supporting the deaths of like thousands of people, I find it difficult to like think it's a bad thing when somebody like lashes out.
Where was like this nuance and this calmness, respectfully, like 5 minutes ago though? Because 5 minutes ago you were the one saying that people with an affinity towards Israel are pro.
He's had this nuance the whole time. Okay.
Genocide. So now it's like you come back to earth and said, You just said not in this case it wouldn't be acceptable because you don't know their specific positions, but other people are supporting genocide, and so other people maybe it would be wrong. Or
I think
it wouldn't be
I think
wrong.
they're pro-genocide in the same way that people that support Trump, I consider them to be like pro-fascist or anti-American. I think that the end result is a thing, but I think that you can be a Trump supporter and actually just disagree with the fact that he's going to crack down on free speech or do things that are anti-American or take away American rights. Right. So I don't think that I think the intention matters for sure. So if they are supporting Israel, and your mic's not working. Yeah, your mic's not working.
Yeah, your mic's not working. Okay, let me try while she's fixing that. So just to be clear, you think if someone legitimately supported what was happening in Gaza, like we should glass Gaza, we wipe it off the map, then it would not be wrong to do violence to that person.
If that person is taking the extra step to actually like directly fund that or advocate for
they
going to the
donated,
government.
Oh, he made it sound like just them having like expressing those thoughts, and I was like, okay, it's too far because you're getting into like just thought crime or assuming that people could never be convinced otherwise or change their mind. But if he's talking about material support, that his argument makes a bit more sense.
They donated a few, like $20 to Israel.
Oh man, you cut him off when he said advocate.
Or advocate. Oh, or just went on. If they went online and
if they're going online,
and said, I want to glass Gaza, you think it's not wrong to do violence to that?
I find it very difficult to say that it would be a bad thing if somebody like attacked them physically.
That's what I'm
because the reality is that there is a genocide happening. They're I think supporting the genocide. So yeah, I think doing that is bad enough that I don't care if somebody punching you in the face or doing whatever.
That's why I was getting so mad earlier. Like I think that's insane. Like
why?
Wait, did you see that as a call? Did you see that as a call
if this genocide, hold on, but if this, I think it's because it's like far away, right? So if this were happening down the street and you had a guy sitting right there cheering it on, I don't think you would disagree if somebody said if somebody
well,
went
you
over there.
said like if some guy like went on the internet, you think like they should be like fucking. You don't think it'd be wrong?
Is it the distance that makes it okay? So
no,
again, if this were like down the street, if this were down the street, they were doing this kind of crazy.
I don't think people should ever be killed, even if they just say something I disagree with on the internet. That's
okay, but if people are being killed, if that's a reality, right, and civilians are being killed, babies are being burned alive.
Then sure,
no, listen, babies are being burned alive right next door to you, and your neighbor's standing out there watching it and cheering it on, and maybe tossing some money to the people doing it. I don't think it would be wrong to punch that guy in the fucking face. I don't think the distance. I don't. Well, hold on. Okay, even cheering it on while babies are being burned alive. I don't think it'd be wrong to punch that guy in the face. I don't think the distance between like your neighbor's house and Gaza makes that moral equation any different.
You can use Asmund for this. So if like Asmongold was saying he wanted to wear a Pokemon gym leader outfit and go watch the deportees, right? Like if someone wanted to punch him in the face, that wouldn't be understandable to you?
I mean, I think that's totally fucked up, and I understand it, but I also think, like, what, you want to do, like, you want to turn a non-violent thing violent? Like, if somebody has a stupid fucking idea, I'm not gonna fucking clock them. Like, that's like...
I mean, you may not, because it isn't, like, an effector, or, like, maybe you don't get offended, but, like, you do realize...
No, I do want to reiterate, because we do have a... Hold on, we do have... Hold on, I'll let you go.
Understand that we live in that world is, like, smart.
Just real quick, because Shenandoah, it's been a while, but and I think Doobie and Tali are here, they may not have known this before, right? But I have to remind you that Shenandoah, right, is an ex-child terrorist, right? Like, so when he talks about violence and things like that, he's an ex-child terrorist, right? He was raised in a cult, a Maoist cult, so he does have a little bit of a extra.
Yeah, maybe, I know. But like, okay, so that guy Solon who was in Sweden, right? The Dakota unburner. I don't think you should ever be killed for blasphemy. I don't think blasphemy laws should exist, so on and so forth, right?
Right.
But like, for me to expect that he's just going to be safe while consistently doing it while antagonizing like some of the crazier, like if you're talking about Islamism and Islamism is bad and these are terrorists and you're going around the streets and you're antagonizing them, I'm not surprised when something happens. Right? I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh no, well, a poor guy.
I genuinely do. Like,
right?
I think even if I thought his ideas were despicable, like I think that kind of the line of, oh my god, what should he have expected? He said bad things and horrible shit happened to him. I think that's like kind of a victim blaming statement. That's like sort of been the problem I've had with this whole discussion so far. Is like, yeah, I don't, and I also don't think that even if he says insane shit, he should not like have violence done against him.
I feel like there's a difference between being indifferent, like morally, towards how you conceive that occurring versus avowing it entirely.
Okay, like should not is one thing, and the expectation of not having it acted against you is a different thing. If I go to like a fucking bloods,
because then free speech just breaks down in this country.
Ceremony with
if you can justify violence against people expressing political opinions that you don't like.
Blue wearing,
and that will definitely not favor the people that he thinks it's going to.
Blue all over me. Yes, as a citizen, I should be, or a civilian, I should be able. Well, these people shouldn't hurt me, but but they're going to, and it's like it's understandable.
Does that have like I'm just confused because I feel like we're kind of weaponizing that example to like minimize the badness because it's like you're basically saying that, oh, this person acted stupid, and so therefore like when the shit happened to him.
No, I don't like the expectation of like pacifism in a world of like crazy people.
I'm not a pacifist.
I know you're not. I'm just saying like the expectation that people aren't going to react to their craziness or be offended and react.
There's a difference between you deserved it and you could have predicted this. The difference is uncomfortable though. Yeah, for sure.
an outrageous way. I think that expectation should always be had. It's smart to assume that people are going to react negatively.
I want to pass the mic to Irrelevant real quick. Go ahead.
Okay, so there's a difference between understanding that something will probably happen to you and then it being justified. We can all say that the expectation that of like some crazy, like for instance, if I walk down a dark alley fully dripped in diamonds or something, the expectation I'm probably gonna get mugged, but that doesn't mean it's okay to mug me, right? So that distinction is what we're trying to draw, is the expectation versus whatever. We're not trying to have this conversation about some like random like whatever stuff. But for specifically what Doobie was talking about, which was that people who have like a pro or any positive sentiment towards Israel is just like pro-genocide. This type of thing, this type of rhetoric is the type of thing that I believe contributes to the ecosystem that got those people killed, right? Because I don't believe that those people, or sorry, I don't believe that the shooter had reason to believe that those people were like on the ground helping some covert IDF operation. No, they just went to a fucking museum where they thought a lot of people with pro-Israeli sentiment were, and this is being generous to them, pro-Israeli sentiment would be coming out, and then he just shot them. That's what he did. So he had that idea in mind. They probably have pro-Israeli sentiment, so I'm just gonna fucking shoot them and kill them. Because why? Because the fact that they have a pro-Israel sentiment in and of itself is pro-genocide, and pro-genocide is a very big claim. And like you've even argued in this conversation, maybe that warrants a smack.
So a stochastic terrorist, but he said he's gonna call Hassan that anyway.
Outside the face. Maybe that warrants a little bit of that. And it's just a little bit farther than that. It warrants violence. Well, this guy thinks it warrants a little bit more violence. That like this is the rhetoric. We're seeing it. We're seeing the ecosystem.
Yeah,
okay, before anyone goes, I want to read some super chats, make a little money. $5 from Crash Out or Cash Out. Welcome back, friend. Says, I disagree with the whole premise because they work for the government, who is currently in an active conflict. Terror can only be against civilians. Just frankly, they're still civilians. Even if you were a staff worker,
Yes.
I just want to be very clear, they're civilians. And they were civilians, so they're not, they weren't in the military.
Go shoot the local trash man because they're a part of the government? Like what?
Okay.
The civil servants should be like...
Yeah, $5 from Feder Methodist says, calling this war genocide is part of the dishonest rhetoric causing these problems.
I agree.
Thank you for $5. $5 from Audacity, say words hurt, free Palestine or else. And then finally, $5 from Lawson Harrison to see, is there a distinction between actual pro-Israel, anti-Palestine versus those unaffiliated that see a tragic war with high casualties, but no genocide? Okay, back to...
I think at this point, if you don't think there's a genocide, you're just not informed. I'd encourage people to read through Amnesty International's report. It's like 200 or something pages long.
I agree.
They lay out in detail, and that's just using 6 months of data, by the way. The
Human Rights Watch does the same thing.
report itself is over 6 months old now, so things have only gotten worse since the report. So just go through that, and I don't know how you go through that and tell me that you don't think it meets the criteria for genocide.
You have to say that you know better than international legal scholars at these respected and trusted human rights organizations.
Well, I don't think that it's a genocide, but I think even if it were, even if the people who are acting in this way believe that it is, I actually have an analogy that I like to bring up. So if I believe that abortion is murder, and that abortionists, people who abortion providers are murdering babies at scale, would it be not justified because people here don't support violence, but would it be understandable how I got there if I went and shot up a pro Planned Parenthood rally?
Okay.
Yeah,
Also,
people are crazy.
also, I missed the super chat.
Of course
you would.
I'm really sorry. I missed this.
This is a defense as well. Even like, hasn't Louis C.K. made this argument doing like pseudo apologism for anti-choice people that go and bomb these clinics or whatever? He's like, yeah, well, if your worldview says that these people are killing babies, then they like, you can understand why they do what they do. He's not saying it made it right, but he's saying you can understand it.
Chat, I'll let you, hold on, it's a $2 super chat. I'm just gonna read it real quick. I don't want to miss any of my super chats, and then I can give the mic to you, Ollie. It says $2 is a...
They're actively starving the population by siege, but they will still go, it's a war, not a genocide. At this point, it's not worth entertaining conversation with people like this. I mean, I don't know if it's cognitive dissonance. I don't know if it's a lack of exposure to information. I don't know if it's an indifference. I don't know if it's deliberate attempt to not engage with those things. I don't know.
From Cameraman 502, is the Arab Republic of Egypt an ethno-state? Thank you for the $2. Okay, Ollie, go ahead.
She's not some normie. She knows about this stuff. She knows like certain talking points. So she's somewhat informed on it.
Yeah, so if you truly believe that like abortion is murder, right? And then you go out and you're trying to prevent from having, or you react, you go in action, you kill someone.
You're going into a rally in support of Planned Parenthood. I actually like this analogy because people who are at a rally in support of Planned Parenthood might be there for reasons entirely unrelated to abortion procedures. They could be there because they like the STD testing that they have, and they like the family planning services.
You're asking me if... Yeah, your question
would it be
is
understandable if someone went to the pro Planned Parenthood?
What do you mean by understandable? Because the way you're using understandable.
We're asking if you think it's understandable.
What do you mean by understandable? Understandable as in, do I understand how something like that happens? Yes, there are crazy people in the world. They believe that this is a group of murderers or support of murderers. They went and killed someone. Yes, it's easy to understand. You're using understandable as in, do I empathize with the person and think it's okay that they did it? No, I don't think it's
okay that they did it. Not that you think it's okay that they did it, but sort of like what I was asking Doobie before. There is a like you're saying that this is the natural consequence, and that's what I am completely disagreeing with. I do not believe that it's the natural consequence that if someone see something like this and disagree that they are going to want to kill someone who they perceive to be in support of the thing.
People kill people for
Okay, hold on.
less.
So hold on. So can I? So yeah. So if you're
I don't
at a
think
Planned
it's
Parenthood rally,
understandable.
I mean,
so if you're at a Planned Parenthood rally, if you're at a Planned Parenthood, if you're at
There's a difference between it not being like rational or justified versus it not being understandable.
a Planned Parenthood rally, right? And Planned Parenthood is committing,
Which is mostly what I think of this wanton act of, you know, political violence against these two fucking people. You know, like his manifesto was coherent. He, in part, they explain the political grievances and issues that they have. They talk about the genocide, but when it gets to the part about justifying like killing people in the name of this, it's not persuasive at all. He didn't have an argument for how murdering these people or anyone is supposed to help Palestine.
I think 300,000 or 400,000 murders every year of babies, right? If that's your perspective, right, that these people are supporting an organization that commits hundreds of thousands of baby murders every fucking year, then yeah, I can understand why that person might want to take violent action against people supporting that organization, even if their support of that organization is because they like HIV care or whatever the fuck, right? The reality is this organization kills hundreds of thousands of babies from their perspective. So yeah, I can understand why they would get violent. I don't think it's a good thing, but I can understand
Why they would get violent against people who they perceive being in support of it.
If you're at a Planned Parenthood rally, or Planned Parenthood is committing 400,000 baby murders a year, then yes, like, why wouldn't you understand that? Of course.
So it's unfathomable to you? So okay, but do you understand it?
As in, like, the same way that I understood, like, the manifesto of this guy, like, logically I can follow, but I do not think that that is a natural consequence.
Do you understand the IDF bombing Gaza? Is that understandable to you? Do you understand, like, why the IDF has to bomb Gaza in the way that it does? Is that
I understand why the IDF is
fighting? You're pro the war efforts, right? So that's understandable to you. But someone thinking that a group of people are murdering 400,000 babies a year, that's not fathomable to you, right?
Just because you guys were saying earlier that I don't have basic empathy because I didn't understand.
Fuck, they should have let her finish that, or they should have let him finish that line of inquisition. I wanted to know what she was gonna say.
Why the guy like would want to do it? Like, yes, it follows logically. Like, why somebody? No, the other guy did. I don't think it was you.
No, I said that we're extending basic empathy, and you guys seem to be like averse to that.
Well, no, we're just saying that. Well, I'm saying that like I actually don't think it's basic empathy. I'm just saying that like I just think that yes, I can logically understand how these events proceed, but I'm just like fundamentally suspicious of using this like definition of understanding because there's like a part of me which goes like, wait, why are we saying we understand? Like theoretically, almost any act of political violence is like understandable because almost everyone has a belief that they might be willing to kill for. Like it can like logically follow for most people. Most people aren't like totally mentally insane. So it's just like, why are we saying we understand them? It just feels like
I think because.
But does she mean natural consequences? Is she implying something unnatural occurred? I mean, it's the same way, like, what did you expect Israel to do?
We're having a conversation if the influencers committed stochastic terrorism, and then I think Doobie's trying to get to the point where it's like we don't think it's stochastic terrorism that's the problem. It's just that the rhetoric around this situation is going to be inflamed in the way that it is, and therefore the conversation is bigger than stochastic terrorism, is bigger than Hassan. It's more about the fact that like in this world, like right now in America, you have half of a group of people who believe that a genocide is happening, and another half of a group of people who don't believe a genocide is happening and are actually encouraging their war efforts. This is the conversation that's being had. So the rhetoric is obviously going to be inflamed, and therefore it's not so much that the influencers are committing stochastic terrorism. It's that the rhetoric around this conflict is all going to obviously be enraged to this point.
So you made a conflation there at the end that I think one of the super chatters was trying to flesh out here. Yes, there is a contingent of people who do not believe what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. It does not follow from that those people support going even harder and so even support the war effort. There is a contingent of people, maybe the super chatter before, who believe it is a horrible, atrocious war.
What percentage of people do you think that is?
People who believe that it's not a genocide but want the war to end. There's a large number.
Like 30%.
So to be clear, there is. I would almost argue that most reasonable people. That's probably going to be the vast majority of pro-Israel supporters, because genocide has been loaded as one of the like an insanely huge, horrible, systemic mass killing that just frankly, ass meets grass, is not happening in Gaza. The way that we load genocide is we are loading you in trucks, bringing you to a fucking gas chamber.
Wait, why did he nod to that?
Your leaders can't negotiate you out of a genocide.
Let Irrelevant go. Let Irrelevant go, please.
That's true. But the idea that there is a genocide for most people, its starter amounts of death, 300,000 starters. That's
it's so Aryan to say this.
To start, and then we're talking because you're to conceptualize the average person. You're competing with 6 million, bro. 6 million. You're competing with.
That's why I specifically said perceived.
So I said perceived genocide. Gonna be like, this is pretty bad. But is it genocide? I don't know. But it is bad.
Worse than pretty bad. Worse than pretty bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. And I said half of
pretty bad.
I know. I said half the.
It's so irritating that people never talk about anything going on in Gaza, the West Bank, except to pipe up and say it's not a genocide confidently.
Half the people. That's why I said perceived every single time I said genocide. I've said perceived because I understand that the rhetoric is loaded.
I also don't think people realize that there are documented and recognized genocides that only had 800 victims.
But this is where they're coming from. They believe a genocide,
like against the Yazidis.
genocide is happening versus another side who does not believe a genocide is happening. And then you have, I want to say at least half of that group is in support of the war effort that's happening, right? So to the other side, it's like, oh, you're in support of the genocide. So obviously the rhetoric and the discourse is going to be inflamed. And that's kind of what like...
No. The problem is this. This is a huge problem. The problem is the people who I'm criticizing the rhetoric of say that if you disagree with it not only being a genocide, but they also call it a Holocaust, which I will argue on the definition of a Holocaust, it's objectively not a Holocaust. But if we want to move beyond that specific terminology, that if you disagree with this idea, you are like not even just pro-genocide, you are a part of the apparatus that is contributing to the genocide.
Yes,
that is the problem.
Obviously.
It removes the reasonable disagreement that somebody might have. You can't disagree with me that it's a Holocaust. If you do, you're a part of the machine. And if you're a part of the machine, you need to be, as Doobie put it, smacked. That's the
Love a reasonable disagreement against the genocide.
problem. That is the issue. Doobie said, you are the guy sitting there watching somebody, paying them money, watching them like fucking do devious acts, because if you disagree with me,
you want the people who believe a genocide is happening on their people to change their rhetoric around a situation, but they believe a genocide is happening.
Palestinians in Gaza to change their rhetoric. I'm asking
No,
like
the people here.
Mansion, bro. In fucking West Hollywood, homie. I ain't asking some dude panhandling in Gaza.
Yeah, I know. So like a house I own and then a house that my family owns. Like I've had houses lost in Lebanon, right? So like once again, when you were hearing this rhetoric around like pro-war efforts in Israel, and you guys don't think it's a genocide, that's fine. But like when my innocent family has houses hit, we're gonna sit here and be like, at minimum ethnic cleansing. And so the people on the other side are supporting this ethnic cleansing. You want the people who feel like an ethnic cleansing is happening to change their rhetoric when they believe a genocide or an ethnic cleansing, or to your point, they believe it's a Holocaust. You may disagree, but that's their belief. They're not going to change their rhetoric, right?
Yeah, so I think it makes a lot more sense.
Okay, just hold on. Doobie's going to go next, but $5 from Jake and Bake to say, I guess we didn't genocide the Native Americans by that logic, that it needs to be on an industrial scale. Thank you for the $5. Okay, Doobie, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so at least
I should have been on this panel. I can't take it. Can't they just have one relaxing, nice Friday night where I'm not the one fighting?
Point is kind of what I was getting to, but particularly, I think I misunderstood me earlier. I'm not saying that everybody who supports Israel, right, needs to be smacked. I'm saying that if somebody is supporting a genocide, if they believe that there's a genocide and they think it's a good thing and they're cheering it on, I think it makes sense to smack that person.
Because the points that I would have really, really wanted to fight on would have been like totally unrelated to the topic at hand, because then he would have shut down like the debate over is it a genocide? It would have shut down the conversation about whether or not it's an ethno-state. So
I think it's fine. How many people do you think pro-Israel sentiment as pro-genocide?
Correct.
Hold on. No, listen. You misunderstood me again. No, listen. What I said is that they're pro-genocide in the same way that somebody who supports Trump is pro-fascism. Right? So they might not think they're contributing to this thing, but they are. That doesn't mean that they're like intentionally supporting fascism or anything like this or a genocide. Right? So, but there are people on the Israeli side or the pro-Israel side who do think there's a genocide, who want a genocide, who want to clear out all these fucking errors.
Can you name actually like any of those people? I actually don't. I actually think the number of people who believe that it's a genocide in Gaza and support said genocide is a vanishingly small number.
Unbelievably small.
She's literally Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
can you actually? Fine, it's not small.
Also, it's not decided by the amount of people that think it. It's based on evidence.
Can you name one? Can you name one person who says yes, it is a genocide in Gaza, and yes, I support that? Can you name literally one person?
Yes.
Regardless of their level
so
of
hold on.
influence.
So yes, actually. So there are okay, I'm gonna get there. So many Israeli politicians say this. In fact, they think Israel's not going far enough.
They say that it is a genocide. So they believe that it is.
They believe that. Hold on.
Can you name one?
We can go through. Actually, just look up. Look up. Have you seen Louis Theroux's
Oh wait, that they think it's a genocide and they support it. Okay.
Mini documentary called The Settlers?
I mean, even early on in 2023, they were like, "Yeah, we're gonna do a second Nakba."
Recently, that came out recently.
No, but I know what you're referencing.
Okay, then watch that. You'll find plenty of people genocidal about the fucking Palestinians. Right?
Who believe that it is a genocide.
You can pull up Smotrich's recent. You can pull up Smotrich's recent statements, right, where he's explaining, oh yeah, we're going to feed them just a little bit, but we're going to make sure it's a bare minimum. We're going to make their lives hell.
So do you have evidence?
So these people, I think they know. I know. I think that they know. I think he knows that it's a genocide. I think he wants to clear these people out. And his intention. No, stop.
Has this person never heard of genocide denial? This is a very like show me where Hitler gave the order line of reasoning.
Stop. His intention.
I think he believes.
You just need to fucking listen to what he says.
First of all, you're already.
Hold on, listen to what he says. No, stop. No, you've already.
So can you name one person in America? Because right now you're only naming what you consider to be extremist settlers and Israeli politicians. So fine, even though I don't agree that those people believe it is a genocide, they don't believe it is a genocide. That is part of their argument. But let's put those people aside. Can you name a single person in America who A, believes it is a genocide and B, supports the genocide?
Okay, so when Randy Fine in the U.S. says that it might be okay to nuke Gaza, do you think that he thinks it's a genocide and that the genocide might be a good thing?
I don't think he thinks it's a genocide. I think he's fucking crazy, but I don't think
they're going to get you on. They don't believe it's a genocide. They're going to get you on. They don't intentionally believe it's a genocide.
We're not trying to get you. These people,
this is like the Trump didn't know that he was calling for an insurrection thing.
So,
is it stealing if the person who takes the item out of the store without paying doesn't think it's stealing?
advocating for not just starving the Palestinians, but destroying everything in Palestine, every building in Palestine, making it unlivable, to force these people to leave, making them suffer so they need to leave.
Is it grape if the person who's doing it doesn't actually think it's grape? Thinks they had consent?
Right, so yeah, I mean, we can say, oh, well, maybe he's supporting all this genocidal shit, openly advocating for genocide, but maybe he doesn't think it's genocide to do genocide. Like, that's fucking ridiculous. Like, I'm sorry, that'd be like if somebody's like committing the fucking, on the fucking Trail of Tears, the Trail of Tears, like, oh, you know, we're just moving these Indians, you know, who gives a fuck? We're just moving them. It's not a genocide.
Also, there have been there have been so many openly genocidal statements. You should probably take a look at South Africa's dossier that was sent to the ICJ. If she wants, you know, some reading on this, but if you're just if it has to include the term genocide, then it'll be harder to fulfill that. If she's talking about like genocidal statements and intents from Israeli high officials, that's not hard to find.
The 20 gift subs, grassroots hegemon. Thank you very much.
Like when various Israeli politicians just advocate, say that the babies are the enemy. We need to kill the babies too. Like, I think that they know that what they're advocating for is genocidal. Like what? Like, come on.
They're trained from the age of 2 to hate us.
What I argued and what I believe is that the vast majority of people who are pro-Israel are not like, oh yeah, I'm supporting.
How does she respond to that? These sorts of like, like every child, every baby in Gaza is an enemy. The enemy is not Hamas. How does she like explain stuff like this?
Israel because they're committing a genocide and supporting a genocide.
I agree with that.
And as an absolute heat check, I cannot fathom the idea.
And that's because we're only looking at words. We haven't even moved on to analyzing actions.
That you guys have sat here and then said you understand how a shooter can come out as a result of all of this stuff, but you can't understand that most people who are pro-Israel are probably not thinking there's an active genocide. Or like, yeah, I just.
Yeah, I said that. I said that.
You think the average German during Nazi Germany thought that they were supporting genocide?
That's what I said earlier.
I never said they believed there was an actual genocide.
I think most people.
So then that was the point. Is the vast majority of people who are pro-Israel do not believe that there's a genocide,
right?
And they're supporting Israel in either the right to defend themselves or whatever. Then the following thing, the main issue again that I'm having is that the on the opposite side of that coin is that if you do not believe,
it's like it's just such a weird argument that you would define genocide based off of like the opinions of the perpetrators in the government.
It's a genocide. There's a large, very vocal group that is pushing rhetoric that's saying, if you don't think there's a genocide and you give any support to Israel, you are a part of the machine that is
you become a target.
Well, you are.
Yes, and then
if you were neutral towards the Nazis, right? Like, I don't believe they're doing something, and the person who knows or believes they're doing something, yeah, they're going to see you as part of their, like, oh, you're just being negligent to the situation. I mean,
you're either ignorant or you don't care enough. You're willfully ignorant about this thing that's happening.
Disagreements over that, have conversations of disagreements over that, and not resort to violence or killing. That's
once again, you have a group of people who believe a genocide is happening, and you want them to have calm civil conversation while they believe a genocide is happening funded by their dollars.
Specifically on American soil. Like, it's one thing if we're saying like, okay, yeah, you want to have a calm conversation with Netanyahu, that's ridiculous. And it's like, at least I kind of get that. But like, we're talking about like just like fucking like people going to this conference in like fucking America, and it's like,
yeah,
what?
I hate to interrupt, but I have to. 20 more gift memberships, Grassroots
nice.
Hegemon.
Okay, get your money away.
Thank you.
But
I was going to end this. We're going to keep
rhetoric,
this shit. So that's why for $20 to say Rele and Doobie arguing Israel-Palestine, 10 out of 10, take my money. Thank you for the $20. Continue to give me money, we'll continue to go. Okay, that's the rule. Okay, as long as you keep funding my machine, right? The machine will turn, and we will continue generating content. And yes,
the Wix civilizational ending machine.
Okay. Shenandoah, go ahead, please. I didn't mean to.
Oh no, I actually finished my point. I was going to let him respond.
Go ahead then.
No, I was just saying that like like in the context of America specifically.
I'm sorry, can you repeat what your question was?
Oh, my point was like, okay, that's fine. I do that sometimes too. I was gonna say, like, in America specifically, like, yeah, I kind of expect people not to like kill each other for their opinions. I can understand, like, hey, look, if it's like you're literally in Gaza, like, hey, that's one fucking thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like, we're talking about like a kind of a different political situation where it's like, well, you know, I don't know. It just seems kind of like it seems like a reasonable standard to say like, I don't think people should be killed in America for like going to a pro-Israel conference or something.
Yeah. So when this started, there wasn't people getting killed in the streets for this. People tried to protest, people tried to have conversations, people tried to yell at the politician. They even, I think, omitted their vote towards the Democratic Party in order to show that, hey, we don't support what's happening, right? And it worked out great.
Now
the Democratic Party realized the Democratic Party should have realized they lost the vote by not hearing and listening to the people. Don't plug your ears when people are telling you, hey, we believe.
Oh my God, how is it that people actually look at the uncommitted movement as responsible for Trump rising to power and not Joe Biden refusing to step aside, or the Democratic Party failing to engage more voters to beat him?
But genocide is happening in the streets. So like they tried the whole like protest, peaceful conversations. Then Trump gets elected. This guy BB gets fucking free haul. And so yeah, people have finally snapped because they're like, no one is listening to us. So people are going to snap. Yes.
That's what the response by the administration has been to.
Because I fundamentally disagree with this. Can you give me the mass killings that happened in Canada, the mass killings that happened in France, and the mass killings that happened in the UK?
I was talking about. I thought we were keeping it to America, but okay.
No, and the reason why is because we're talking about peaceful protest, peaceful resistance. Because Macron, the UK, and Canada all signed an agreement that's like, hey, we're going to sanction Israel as a result of their recent conduct. And as far as I know, there hasn't been mass killings of people at the embassies in those countries. So if that's the case, it seems like peaceful protest can work.
A mass killing is now 2 people.
Sustained, consistent, peaceful protest.
I think the situation in the U.S. is a little bit
like you're comparing small
the response from the administration. Let me explain. Yeah,
okay. It could be. Okay, $10, and then I'll let Tubi explain. $10, and I'll let Tubi explain. Cash out for $10 says the International Court of Justice for the United Nations has already came to the conclusion that serious war crimes have been committed, so the leap is not far to argue genocide. Tubi, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think the issue is that the response from the administration hasn't been.
Did she shake her head when she heard that?
Argue genocide. Tubi, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think the issue is that the response from the administration hasn't been to like soften rhetoric in favor of Israel or to soften policies in favor of Israel. It's been the opposite. Right? The Trump administration is not only continuing to fund the war, continuing to send weapons, but they're imposing and attempting to oppose speech laws in the U.S. that conflate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism and require colleges to crack down on that speech and to expel people. They are trying to deport visa holders and green card holders for basic criticism of Israel or support of like divestment from Israel. So because the response from the administration hasn't been to like listen to the populace, but instead it's been to try to suppress the speech, I can understand why some people would like.
No, stop what you understand. I don't give a fuck what you understand. I give a fuck what you justify. Okay, I don't give a fuck what you understand. That's what I'm talking about.
I've already said repeatedly. I don't think. Okay, so I've already said repeatedly.
Justifiable actions. And the fact of the matter is, we have real-world, tangible examples of peaceful.
These people are more mad at Duby than they've ever been at anything that's taken place in Gaza.
Protest of resistance resulting in strong condemnation and even proposed sanctions on Israel. That can happen in America. And even still, like, we could talk about Trump specifically not healing to Netanyahu's plan to move all of the Palestinians down to Rafah. He refused to support that plan initially, and his refusal to do that, and even whispers that he was going to recognize a Palestinian state. So this idea that Trump is totally immune to any kind of political pressure or resistance or anything like that, this is just laughable. And again, especially when we have peaceful demonstrations.
I mean, you can pressure Trump, but you need lots of money to do it. If Hamas had saved that money in their piggy bank instead of building all those tunnels and armaments or whatever, they might have had enough money to buy a plane for Trump that they could bribe him with to get a state, you know?
Peaceful protest happening in other countries, it's just laughable. The idea.
This going fuck the cause. It's definitely a negative. I don't justify it. It shouldn't have happened. You shouldn't endorse it. Like all of these things are.
That I think is totally counterproductive. Yeah, so I've said repeatedly, I think it's counterproducctive. I think the guy should get the death penalty. I think that this is like absolutely going to be used as propaganda. I think he's a fucking idiot for doing this. I don't justify this at all, right? However, the reason I'm saying I understand is that we're talking about the environment and the rhetoric and why things are so inflamed. I think this is why things are so inflamed, right? We have a very pro-Israel administration. I agree with that. I think that recently, and I think this is more due to Trump's ego about like his interactions with Netanyahu, and I feel that Netanyahu's been leading him on again because this is a criticism that he had the last time he was in office. I think that he has pulled away from Israel a bit, which I think is a good thing. But I mean, who knows how far that's going to go, right? So I think that might lead to a. I'll boil it down. I think that the way to get the rhetoric and the inflammatory nature of all this to cool down in the U.S. is for the administration to stop just like fucking deep-throating Israel's cock 24/7. And I think they've shown signs that they might be able to do this, right? But I don't think we're there yet. And I also think it'd be for Israel to stop the fucking genocidal rhetoric, stop giving these crazy-ass speeches to their politicians, to stop justifying all this evil shit that they're doing. I think that's how you get it to stop. Because I think what we're seeing right now is just like a natural emotional reaction from people who are unstable.
Stop the bullshit. I hate this natural emotional reaction. No, they're not controlling themselves. I hate these excuses after excuse. Oh, it's just natural. It's a natural concept. No, it's crazy people doing crazy shit. Okay, stop with it. Like you're using the word natural. Talk about like a rolled dice and proc chance. Of course, you can talk about the when crazy things are happening, there's going to be crazy people who do crazy stuff. Yes, but when you're using the word natural and you're loading it in this way, it's absolutely ridiculous. No, it is not.
Oh, that's actually hold on. It's not natural for me to go out and punch people's heads off.
Wait. You actually just pointed out there is a bit of doublespeak happening. So you guys are on the one hand saying I completely condemn this. Not only is it harmful to the cause, but it's crazy and the person should get the death penalty. And so you're sort of acknowledging this is a crazy person, not what a normal person would do. And on the other hand, you're saying, but of course, any reasonable person who sees the genocide is going to feel so angry that their peaceful protest isn't working.
No.
So which one is it?
I honestly feel like a lot of these people are made uncomfortable by the fact that if you acknowledge that it's a genocide and that up until this point, you denied it, you obscured it, you didn't care, you know, like you have to reflect on like, what's my complicity in this? What have I done to aid that or stop it? Have I done anything to stop it? Have I done things to encourage it? Like, you know, I think it's also the same reason why Aaron Bush now killing himself makes people very, very uncomfortable, because you see somebody else's who is willing to do whatever they believe that they could to try to intervene or draw attention to it, and then you look at what you've done and it just will pale in comparison. Not that I think lighting yourself on fire is effective or does anything, but it's obviously an attempt to do so.
Is it the natural
No, that's not
consequence
true.
of such an ugly
the reality is that they're crazy people, and the natural consequence of inflaming crazy people is that they lash out. Like so,
Well, yes,
any reasonable person should know that shooting civilians is counterproductive.
This is, again, he is not saying anything controversial. Really, he is not. If you put a person in solitary confinement, you think they're going to act good? You think they're going to act like a normal person? You think they're going to act well? You expose people to certain knowledge and information, like an ongoing genocide. You know, how are some people bound to process that?
Productive. You're right there, bro. You're literally right there.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Yes, Hassan should not be
Any reasonable person should know that
There's
shooting
crazy
civilians
people in the
is going to
world
lead
that
to
will lie
counterproductive
just
results.
like doing
Anybody
crazy
should know.
things. Therefore, we
See,
should
what's funny
not.
is, like-
We should exercise restraint and control when we're influencers to be able to control the things that we say. It's not hard.
Exactly. I'm also willing to say that, like, yeah, they should also not be like doing horrible things and doing an ethnic cleansing. That will also make the situation better. But I also think that, yeah, when fucking media personalities are like, hey, I think all these people should go,
Wait,
that's gonna make shit worse.
Remove Hassan. You don't think this happens? Like without like an influencer saying these things, you don't think the same result would have happened with or without an influencer?
Shooting?
Just to be clear, I
Yes.
don't. I think it's a multivariate problem. I think there are multiple like reasons.
Well,
Like, of course,
you
yes,
guys-
it is a bad situation, but I
you guys
think
hitting
Hassan is
hard.
making it worse. Like, I do think people like Hassan are making it worse. Much of the same way
Yeah,
where it's
I
like,
mean, so is
yeah,
not.
will we still have a culture war without Tucker Carlson? Sure, but is Tucker Carlson making it worse? Should he not fucking say that trans people should be like locked up? Then yeah, of course I'm gonna fucking say that.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah, like.
Okay.
I think he's making it worse. Like, and the question was stochastic terrorism. And that's like my fucking answer.
Okay.
Like, you guys are just acting. You guys are the ones with the monocausal.
They're making it
reasoning for why it's
kosher. They're
happening.
making it kosher and intellectualizing it.
Kosher. I love the use of that term in this context. $10 from Lawson
That was a very
Harrison.
good Jewism.
Yes.
I keep it high level.
Okay. $10 from Lawson Harrison to say, seems like examining the fact of the genocidal matter is pretty key here. Unfortunately, even after Finkelstein embarrassed himself, he was still touted as academic victor. So maybe we're just effed. Thank you for
I think Lawson needs to stop watching Destiny and just read the fucking Amnesty International report. Like, please. It's so stupid.
Lawson needs to keep
Wait, wait, what? Destiny?
Yeah, Lawson needs to stop watching Destiny.
Oh, okay.
And
I
read the
think
report that I
I'm
mentioned
like,
because
what?
it's very detailed. I don't know how the fuck you got to that report, and I think there's a genocide.
Okay. Well, gang, this has been a robust discussion. I'm tempted to keep it going, but I think we've kind of hit an impasse, if you will. I'd love to have further discussions about this in the future, and we probably will, especially more in the sense of is there a genocide and things like that. I would love to hear Tali and Doobie go at that.
I will love to talk about that and the ethnic state thing.
Yes, yes. We'll get there. We'll get there. But for now, unfortunately, I have to bid you all adieu. Thank you, everyone, for coming on the show. Doobie.
And thank you to Wick for giving us this content for the last few hours. And go check out Wick. He does these panels. He gives us content. Okay. So it's almost 2 a.m. my time. Thank you to everybody who's spent their night with me. If you are not following me on Twitch, what are you doing? You should be following me or subscribe to me since I'm an affiliate. Now you can subscribe to me and get the ad-free experience. I stream basically every day. I aim to stream 6 out of 7 days a week. And I already took 1 day off, so I'm going to keep streaming this week. If you want to follow me on YouTube, you can go ahead and subscribe there. You can also like the stream if you haven't done so already. You can donate or support me by checking out the pinned message in chat or my description box or my Streamlabs tip link. And if you want to follow me anywhere else, I'm at Straighterate or Straighterate_. But in the meantime, I'm going to send you guys to Riverboat Jack, who's she has this like hit the button song that was playing when I rated her last time, and it's been in my head for 2 days. Bye guys, see you tomorrow. Bye.